If one day the sun were to vanish, plunging the world into darkness, what kind of realm would it become? The earth, engulfed in a profound transformation, would succumb to an abyss of shadows, devoid of sunlight and the celestial expanse, leaving only an interminable chill and the shroud of night. Humanity would subsequently enter an epoch marked by darkness and blood. Chapter 1. The Disappearance of the Sun. Date, 22nd. Central Television. Central Television. Esteemed viewers, you are currently tuned into Central Television. Dear viewers, I am presently situated in the Queens area of New York City, where a tumultuous disturbance has just unfolded. The New York police have deployed a substantial force to forcibly disperse the unruly crowd. This upheaval has resulted in one fatality and over 30 injuries. Further details are still emerging. Now, let's connect with Sun Fei in Europe to gain insights from that region. Hello, host. Greetings, Sun Fei. Could you share with us the situation in Paris? Certainly. Since this afternoon, a considerable assembly has gathered in front of the Lice Palace, brandishing various placards while demanding the government to disclose the truth. We can observe that a significant number of police have congregated in front of the presidential office to prevent the escalation of the situation. President Sarkozy has canceled his planned visit to the Middle East and has issued a televised address urging the citizens to remain calm. Now, let's attempt to reach Su Run in Tokyo. Hello, Su Run. Can you hear me? Hello. It appears the satellite signal is rather poor, and we are unable to connect with Su Run at this moment. In the meantime, we invite our two studio guests to provide a scientific explanation regarding this incident. Good afternoon, esteemed professors. We are aware that today, at 7:15 a.m. Beijing time on the 22nd, the sun abruptly vanished from the sky for a full 10 minutes. This extraordinary astronomical phenomenon was observed worldwide, yet there were no prior predictions regarding a solar eclipse, leading to a plethora of speculations. Naturally, the most prominent speculation pertains to apocalyptic prophecies, which assert that the sun would completely disappear after the 21st, plunging the earth into darkness. It is evident that many individuals, particularly those abroad, are profoundly concerned about the realization of this prophecy. Of 7 a.m. on the 22nd, many have dismissed this foretelling as nothing more than a jest akin to the world-ending predictions of 1999. However, we must acknowledge that around 7:15 a.m., the sun inexplicably vanished without any forewarning for approximately 10 minutes, enveloping the earth in darkness and causing global communications to descend into utter chaos. This phenomenon persisted for a decade, after which normalcy was restored. Consequently, many believe that the apocalyptic prophecy may indeed be on the verge of realization. Nevertheless, we recognize that this should be attributed to a unique astronomical event, unprecedented in history. Therefore, we kindly request your scientific insights to help us comprehend this occurrence. Thank you. Through the elucidation provided by these two esteemed professors, we have been enlightened, instilling within us the belief that this extraordinary astronomical phenomenon is grounded in undeniable scientific principles. Indeed, it serves as a rebuttal to various rumors, such as apocalyptic prophecies, that we ought to approach such matters from a scientific perspective, refraining from indulging in absurd and unwarranted panic. Chu Yunxing reached out to deactivate the remote control, sensing that there was no further need to continue watching. The online discourse had erupted into a cacophony of dissent, rendering the so-called experts' attempts at dispelling fears synonymous with public deception. Since 2008, few have placed their trust in these purported authorities, and Chu Yunsheng was no exception. Despite the uproar online, with the forces of harmony relentlessly attempting to restore order, a majority still approached the situation with curiosity, eager to witness the unfold. Drama. Yet, for many, this spectacle had incited panic. The throngs of people scrambling for provisions at the supermarket during midday stood as a testament to this. If left unaddressed, such anxiety could lead to significant economic repercussions. Chu Yunsheng held steadfast in his convictions. For quite some time, he had sensed that something was amiss, a sentiment rooted in the ancient tome passed down through his family. Although the text was entirely indecipherable mere gibberish that could not even be classified as oracle-bone script, he remained resolute in his belief that it was indeed an ancient manuscript. Referred to as an ancestral tome, it was, in truth, merely a relic serving as a prop for the foot of a bed, for the book appeared exceedingly tattered and ancient. Its only merit lay in its substantial thickness. Chu Yunsheng's father fervently asserted that this book had been passed down through generations and would never be sold. Yet when Hu Yunsheng was preparing for university and in need of funds, his father discreetly traversed pawn shops and antique markets with the so-called heirloom. Ultimately, it was determined to be a worthless volume, with experts declaring its age to be no more than 3 to 5 years, starkly contradicting his father's claims of its ancestral origins, which incensed him greatly. Later, when the book came into Chu Yunsheng's possession, it continued its role as a mere footrest until the moment he resolved to purchase a home. Much like his father, he traversed antique markets filled with hope, only to find no interest. Once more, in a fit of anger, he abandoned any thoughts of the matter, allowing this so-called heirloom to silently fulfill its duty as a footmat. One fateful night, after parting ways with his girlfriend of many years, Chu Yunsheng, inebriated, made a peculiar discovery. The long-ignored tome inexplicably emitted a dazzling eye. Though the entire occurrence lasted no longer than 20 seconds, he was certain he had not erred. Even as his friends mocked him for what they deemed a lapse in sanity, he steadfastly maintained that he had indeed witnessed something extraordinary. Thus, it is only natural that the psychological compulsion for money led him to traverse various pawnshops with the ancient tome in hand. Unfortunately, he faced a disheartening outcome, as no one acknowledged its worth. In a moment of resolute determination, Chu Yunsheng opted to conduct a carbon dating assessment, which unequivocally indicated that the book was merely a contemporary publication, an ancient artifact. Initially, this evaluation left Chu Yunsheng feeling despondent. However, he soon discerned a peculiar inconsistency. This book was one he had known of since childhood, its existence intertwined with his father's possession for an indeterminate duration. Yet from the time of his earliest memories, spanning over 2 decades, he had witnessed this tome's presence. The testing results suggesting a maximum age of 10 years were thus perplexing, indicating that the book was far from worthless. It was, in fact, an extraordinary manuscript. Chu Yunsheng devoted considerable time to studying the material of the book, yet without yielding any significant findings. Subsequently, he engaged in an extensive examination of the book's peculiar illustrations and equally unusual script. Drawing upon his knowledge of Chinese characters and their tenuous connections to Oracle bone script, he managed to learn approximately 300 relatively simple characters. Although a mere 300 characters did not grant Chu Yunsheng a comprehensive understanding of the tome's entirety, leaving him utterly perplexed by the content beyond the first 10 pages. These scant pages conveyed a persistent warning from the author to future generations. As the celestial axis unfolds, all laws converge, the universe reverts, while humanity remains tumultuous. Chu Yunsheng calculated many times. Initially, he feared that his limited recognition of characters might lead him to erroneous conclusions. However, as he became increasingly familiar with the script, his calculations grew more precise, consistently pointing to the 28. In that moment, a wave of panic washed over him. He could not fathom why this ancient tome seemed to possess a peculiar enchantment, incessantly compelling him to believe that monumental changes were destined to unfold on that day. The matter tormented Chu Yunsheng for an extended period. He had once anonymously shared information regarding this date online, but it ultimately came to naught, drowned amidst a cacophony of apocalyptic prophecies. With the government imposing stringent controls against rumors, some even facing interprovincial manhunts, his post swiftly sank into obscurity. It was only 3 months ago that he witnessed the ancient book radiating a kaleidoscope of colors. That moment, he was preparing to extinguish the lights and retire for the night. The vibrant hues illuminated his entire bedroom, creating a scene of breathtaking beauty that left him momentarily speechless. During the previous incident of illumination, Chu Yunsheng had been inebriated, and under the scrutiny of his friends, he later came to doubt the reality of what he had seen, almost convincing himself it was merely an illusion. This time, however, he was entirely sober. In the wake of his astonishment, he dared not entertain skepticism any longer. Consequently, for the past 3 months, he relentlessly prepared for this fateful day, his frantic tie-ins leading his friends to suspect he had lost his sanity, with some even contemplating sending him to a psychiatric hospital. he resolutely sold the house he had initially purchased with a loan, disposing of all valuable possessions that he deemed unnecessary for the future, thereby amassing a considerable sum of cash. In the heart of the city, in an area he believed would inevitably be safeguarded by military forces, he rented 2 apartments on the same floor. He dared not occupy the ground floor nor the top floor, for ancient texts warned that the return of celestial trajectories would bring forth the intertwining of another spatial realm, heralding the invasion of formidable beings from bizarre dimensions entities whose power far surpassed that of Earth's biologically confined inhabitants. Chu Yunsheng fortified the doors and windows with the sturdiest steel, stockpiling vast quantities of food, purified water, and various essential supplies within the 2 apartments. He purchased everything he could conceive of, calculating that with a maximum daily consumption of 2 pounds of rice, his frenzied acquisition of over 10 tons would suffice for a decade of sustenance. He similarly gathered water, salt, sugar, paper, batteries, and even toothpaste, laundry detergent, and lighters in a desperate quest. He ultimately procured a firearm and 100 rounds of ammunition from the black market at great expense. By the 21st, his bank savings had plummeted from hundreds of thousands to a mere 2,000 yuan, not due to a lack of desire to purchase more, but because every corner of his living space was overflowing, including the bathroom and the bed. Chu Yunsheng did not wish to abandon his friends, however. At the last moment, nearly everyone believed him to be mad, including his own relatives, and scarcely anyone was willing to accept his reality. However, since this morning, an increasing number of people have been calling him, shaken by the unsettling event of the son's disappearance. Many, despite their inner reluctance to accept the occurrence of something so extraordinary after all, it seems utterly absurd find that panic is nonetheless spreading among the crow. WD. Consequently, numerous individuals who are aware of his frantic preparations have sought his counsel regarding what may transpire. Yet, Chu Yunsheng truly remains at a loss, for he cannot decipher the subsequent text in the ancient scriptures concerning the celestial path. All he can do is patiently encourage them one by one to swiftly gather supplies. As evening approached, he made a trip to the supermarket across from his community and was astonished to find that nearly half of its stock had vanished. The evening news repeatedly emphasized that this phenomenon has a scientific basis and that the world is not on the brink of apocalypse. Simultaneously, unrest among the populace abroad is escalating, with demand for the government to disclose the truth. Every news outlet echoes similar headlines. The sun has disappeared. Is the prophecy of doom upon us? Apocalypse now. Are you prepared? The end times are here. Have you purchased your ticket? Chapter 2. Global panic. Chu Yunsheng shut down his computer, sensing that the situation would only deteriorate further. However, he found himself devoid of both the inclination and the time to delve into the matter any deeper. What he needed to focus on, as dictated by the ancient texts, was the art of talisman crafting. In truth, ever since he had comprehended 300 characters, he had been aware of the possibility of creating elemental talismans. He had even gone so far as to craft several talismans based on the ancient scriptures, yet none had proven effective, leading to a waning of his interest. Chu Yunsheng speculated that the morning's unprecedented solar disappearance marked the commencement of what was referred to as the grand harmonization of all things. He believed that this elemental talisman had been imbued with a certain mysterious force, awakening it to functionality. He meticulously studied the rules of talisman crafting outlined in the ancient texts, ultimately discerning that the talisman's head serves as a conduit to the laws of heaven and earth, a necessary passage for channeling the primordial essence described within the scriptures into the talisman's core. Thus, when inscribing the talisman's head, it is imperative for the artisan to infuse the primordial essence in accordance with specific principles, ensuring that upon completion, the talisman's head resonates with the cosmic laws, thereby activating the talisman itself. The talisman that had been fortuitously activated exceeded Chu Yunsheng's comprehension, for at that moment, he had not infused any primordial essence into its head. He conjectured that its activation might have occurred when the ancient text emanated a luminous glow that night, with the talisman inadvertently serving as a bookmark within its pages. Perhaps the text had, through some wondrous means, transformed his rudimentary talisman. Chu Yunsheng remained uncertain as to when the ancient text would next illuminate, and employing its radiance to enhance talismans was evidently an unreliable strategy. Thus, he resolved to first cultivate the primordial essence of heaven and earth. This primordial energy, referred to in ancient texts as the most fundamental force between heaven and earth, has, over the past 5 millennia, been expelled from the entirety of the solar system by a certain enigmatic law. Consequently, for these 5,000 years, there has been no infusion of vital energy into our planet. According to the ancient scriptures, this phenomenon is described as the sealing of the celestial orbit. Following the sun's disappearance in the morning, the unusual activity of the Yuanfu prompted Chu Yunsheng to instinctively sense that the celestial orbit was drawing near with great force, perhaps allowing a trickle of heavenly energy to permeate the earth. That night, he resolved to quiet his mind and practice the cultivation of vital energy as instructed by the ancient texts. The greatest challenge of this process lies in the method of internalizing this energy, which is the most formidable hurdle. The vital energy between heaven and earth is colorless, tasteless, and formless, rendering it imperceptible to the human senses. The simplest approach involves utilizing an artifact known as the heavenly Yuanfu, which facilitates the direct absorption of this energy into the body. With this energy residing within him, one could cleanse their consciousness and awaken the fourth-dimensional awareness, which Chu Yunxing interpreted as the so-called sixth sense, thereby achieving a resonance with the external vital energy. However, lacking such a Yuanfu, the only activated talisman available to him was the Lihui Yuanfu, used primarily to ignite divine fire. Clearly, this straightforward method was not viable. Thus, he was left with the most rudimentary approach, adhering to the ancient text methods. He silently contemplated within his heart, continually adjusting his thoughts and consciousness through the prescribed techniques to unlock the fourth dimension. This endeavor required an ample supply of heavenly energy surrounding him, as well as the requisite aptitude of the practitioner. Chu Yunsheng had long been aware of his mediocre aptitude. According to the ancient texts, he had calculated his standing and realized that he was far removed from the so-called geniuses, merely an ordinary individual. This realization left him somewhat disheartened, however. Possessing the ancient manuscripts made him feel incredibly fortunate. Embracing the ancient texts, Chu Yunsheng seated himself on the floor and began to attempt the cultivation of his energy. Previously, he had always perceived such practices as deceptively simple in novels, but upon his own experimentation, he discovered their true complexity. Whether it was due to the scanniness of the heavenly essence or his own lackluster talent, he spent a full 6 hours in cultivation throughout the night, yet felt not a trace of progress. The first day of his endeavor yielded no miraculous results, and he understood that success required immense effort and daily dedication to lengthy practice. After a night of fruitless toil, a wave of frustration washed over Chu Yunsheng, prompting him to bury his head in sleep, only to be awakened by the incessant ringing of his phone. It was a call from his colleague, Yu Xiaohai, with whom he shared a close bond. Just days prior, Yu Xiaohai had jokingly questioned Chu Yunsheng's sanity. Without delay, Chu Yunsheng answered the call, only to hear Yu Xiaohai's excited voice on the other end. "Hey, did you say the sun vanished yesterday? Didn't the news explain it?" Chu Yunsheng, feeling slightly apprehensive of his friend's ridicule, replied cautiously, "Brother, are you still keeping this from me? Just now, the sun disappeared again for a full half-hour. Don't you know? People all over the world have gone mad. Just look at the streets. Everyone is in a frenzy." Chu Yunsheng was truly unaware that after his failed cultivation, he had succumbed to a prolonged state of dejection, burying himself in sleep. However, the recurring disappearance of the sun had begun to lose its impact on him. He believed he had already grasped the ultimate outcome. Ancient texts record that due to the restoration of celestial trajectories and the harmonization of myriad laws, the energies of heaven and earth surged, temporarily isolating photons and similar particles within the cosmos. This meant that sunlight could scarcely reach the earth. The intricate algorithms governing this phenomenon were beyond Chu Yunsheng's comprehension, hindered by the complex language and illustrations within the ancient scriptures, leaving him unable to ascertain the duration of this period of darkness. "Brother Chu, what shall we do now? Is the earth truly facing annihilation? Our worries are mounting." "Rest assured, I am well aware of the circumstances. I know that on the 28th, the world will be engulfed in darkness. At that time, you must prepare ample supplies for warmth and a substantial amount of food. I cannot predict how long it will last." Chu Yunsheng relayed the information he possessed candidly. "Engulfed in darkness? What about the sun? If the sun were to vanish, what would the earth revolve around? If the earth ceases to rotate, wouldn't we all be doomed?" "Brother, you mustn't deceive me. You are our idol now. Just 3 days ago, I was deemed a madman, and today I have become your idol? You lot. A sudden surge of triumph surged within Chu Yunxing. Hey, the signal is lost again. On the other end of the line. Yu Shaohai furiously hung up the phone and hurriedly exited the company. The intermittent signal only heightened his sense of panic. The office building was nearly deserted, with most employees having chosen not to come to work, and an air of dread regarding the unknown calamity permeated the atmosphere. Chapter 3. The dark age-long queues formed at the ATM machines for bank withdrawals, while supermarkets overflowed with frantic shoppers. Gas stations were besieged by crowds refueling their vehicles. An increased police presence attempted to maintain order in the city of Shun, which was barely holding together. Should the sun continue to remain absent? The relevant authorities expressed confidence in sustaining a semblance of harmony and stability. Regrettably, circumstances did not unfold as hoped. On the third day, the 24th, morning in the United States and evening in China, the sun vanished once more for a duration of 1 hour. This latest disappearance led to widespread chaos, with crime rates soaring dramatically. Those who had previously been skeptical about the impending apocalypse, upon receiving the news, were jolted into action and rushed out to procure supplies. However, at that hour, few stores remained open, and the employees of supermarkets and malls were themselves caught in a state of turmoil, unable to acquire necessities. Some resorted to outright looting of stores, while cash withdrawals from banks became impossible. Various PS systems ceased to function as banks shuttered their doors, plunging the entire world into profound disarray and paralysis. In the early hours of the 25th, Chu Yunxing heard the unmistakable sound of gunfire, real gunfire. Accompanied by the thunderous roar of tanks, it was evident that the military had entered the city. The situation has spiraled nearly out of control, prompting the government to ultimately deploy military force. A fleet of tanks and armored vehicles, resembling a torrent of steel, steadily traverses the urban landscape. Following the warning shots, rioters attempting to resist the military are swiftly gunned down. Bloodshed continues to unfold across the globe, and apathy reigns as no one seems to care any longer. Only various government-controlled television and radio stations persist in urging the populace to remain calm and exercise restraint. When Chu Yunxing decided to rent an apartment, he took into account the potential severity of the situation and the subsequent military presence. Thus, he deliberately chose to reside near the quarters of government officials and affluent individuals. He refrained from renting within those privileged areas, fearing that once the military assumed control, they would likely scrutinize and cleanse high-priority neighborhoods. Individuals hoarding substantial supplies, like himself, could easily be labeled as profiteers and detained. Consequently, he opted for accommodations in the surrounding vicinity, which would still afford him some degree of military protection, albeit with less stringent oversight. From his window, he could observe soldiers patrolling with submachine guns, providing him with a modicum of reassurance. After his phone conversation with Yu Shaohai on the 23rd, he reached out to other relatives and classmates. The signal fluctuated, but he managed to convey his warnings for them to exercise caution and stockpile essentials, even suggesting that they might seek refuge with him in times of peril. However, it now appears nearly impossible. The military has taken control of the city, imposing a comprehensive curfew and lockdown. Each neighborhood is under the watchful gaze of military personnel and police, with essential supplies being delivered by the armed forces. Residents have been ordered to remain indoors and are forbidden from leaving their homes until the crisis abates. However, the situation did not unfold in the manner the government had hoped. On the 25th, the sun vanished for 2 hours. On the 26th, it disappeared for 4 hours. And on the 27th, it was shrouded in darkness for a staggering 10 hours. Darkness. A global crisis. By the 28th, the world was engulfed in complete darkness, with no time zone able to behold the sun. Time, the 28th, an unspecified duration of global obscurity. Chu Yunxing sat vacantly by the window. Although he had long predicted this day, the reality of its occurrence instilled an instinctual fear within him. The world had transformed, the rules had shifted, everything had changed. What would the future hold? A brand new era was about to commence, shrouded in uncertainty. Not to mention the formidable beings from parallel dimensions that could emerge at any moment. The true calamities were only just beginning. The sole source of solace for Chu Yunxing lay in the small success he achieved in his qi cultivation today, allowing him a glimpse of the vast essence of the universe, barely enabling him to refine a modicum of this energy into his body. Yet, this amount of energy was insufficient for him to inscribe the talisman. He needed to continue his cultivation. Aside from that, he had nothing else to occupy his time. All communications had been severed, and the soldiers outside could only relay messages to the residents through loudspeakers. Chu Yunsheng resolved to remain at home, to collect his rations punctually, and to refrain from unnecessary movement. He lacked the ability to protect himself, and he was still unaware of the potency of his solitary fire element talisman. Time slipped away in this eerie atmosphere, as the weather outside grew increasingly frigid, with relentless snow blanketing the ground. Experts from the upper floors speculated that we might be on the brink of an ice age. Despite Chu Yunsheng closing all the windows, the cold seeped in unabated. The power supply had become unreliable, providing only 3 hours of electricity each day, while gas supplies had dwindled significantly, leaving only water to sustain a meager flow. Dressed in a thick down jacket, Chu Yunsheng sat on his bed, now in the 5th day of this dark age. He had barely accumulated enough vital energy to forge a low-tier talisman. He had previously deduced 2 distinct paths for talisman creation. One was a combat-oriented route. As his 4th-dimensional consciousness grew clearer, he sensed a mounting urgency through ancient texts. The celestial trajectory of the alternate dimension was drawing perilously near, heightening the sense of danger. He needed to craft a defensive 6 armor talisman to bolster his physical strength, a fire soldier talisman to modify his pistol, and a divine weapon talisman for a longsword. Given his abilities, he estimated that within the scant time remaining before the celestial trajectory of the alternate dimension aligned with Earth, he could refine the ambient vital energy to inscribe at most 3 such low-tier talismans. The other route, which he considered a conservative agrarian approach, involved similarly creating a fire soldier talisman capable of enhancing his pistol to harness the power of the ambient vital energy, alongside a material storage talisman to accommodate all the supplies he had been diligently accumulating over the past 3 months. The material manifestation talisman is slightly superior to other talismans of its kind. If he successfully crafts the fire soldier talisman and subsequently creates this material manifestation talisman, the time until he approaches the celestial trajectory will be considerably short. In such a scenario, relying solely on the protection of a handgun significantly heightens the danger. Chu Yunsheng found himself ensnared in a new dilemma. On one hand, he was terrified of death, while on the other, he increasingly recognized that he could not remain in these 2 residences for long. Soon, he might find himself on the path of escape, rendering supplies of utmost importance. As he pondered over the ancient texts anew, a resolution emerged. Chu Yunsheng was acutely aware of his ordinary aptitude. Without the aid of the ancient scriptures, he would be as defenseless as any common individual. Only those with extraordinary talent, as described in the ancient texts, could swiftly awaken their 4th-dimensional consciousness amidst pure atmospheric energy, instinctively harnessing the vital forces of nature. Thus, he comprehended that, for him, neither defensive nor offensive talismans nor abundant supplies held paramount significance. The ancient scriptures were of supreme importance. As long as they remained with him, he held a glimmer of hope for survival. Additionally, these scriptures were the most cherished memento left to him by his deceased parents. Thus, from an emotional standpoint, they could indeed be regarded as a family heirloom. After much contemplation, Chu Yunsheng concluded that carrying the ancient scriptures on his person posed a considerable risk of losing them during a hasty escape or in moments of panic, an eventuality he could not bear. Hence, addressing this concern, he resolved to prioritize the crafting of the material manifestation talisman, ensuring the scriptures could be safely contained within it, subsequently sealing the talisman within his own body, thereby guaranteeing its safety beyond doubt. Chapter 4. The arrival of monsters. This low-tier 2nd-grade elemental talisman is merely a one-time use. Once the vital energy within the talisman is depleted, its mysterious ability to store will vanish, and all contained items will instantly materialize in the surrounding space. Hence, before the vital energy of the talisman is exhausted, Chu Yunsheng must craft another storage talisman. Naturally, should his cultivation level advance further, he could forge a 3rd-grade talisman, allowing him to replenish its vital energy at will, thereby enabling perpetual usage. The structure of the talisman is not particularly complex, comprising 3 components: the talisman head, the body, and the talisman seal. The principle of the talisman head is to guide the natural vital energy and create a channel with the talisman itself, effectively activating it. The body, upon the influx of vital energy, establishes certain capabilities through regulated laws, thereby manifesting supernatural powers. However, Chu Yunsheng fundamentally struggles to comprehend the principles underlying these laws. For now, he can only apply them, much like a driver who may not fully understand the workings of an engine. The talisman seal. Once the body is activated and its functionalities established, finalizes the sealing of the talisman and imprints the creator's essence or transforms it into an unclaimed talisman for user differentiation. There are additional considerations, such as preventing the leakage of vital energy and the ability to seal the talisman within the human body. As for the first-grade Fire Soldier talisman, Chu Yunxing found it quite challenging, taking a full 3 hours to complete its construction. Despite this effort, his internal vital energy was entirely depleted. His decision to venture into crafting the Fire Soldier talisman was driven by the desire to enhance his experience in utilizing vital energy for talisman creation. He needed to ensure the one-time success of the storage talisman without the luxury of time or energy to squander. The materialization rune belongs to the second tier of runes, significantly increasing both the difficulty and the success rate. For Chu Yunxiang, who has yet to grasp the underlying principles, caution is paramount. Fortunately, with the aid of ancient texts, he discovers that crafting runes on paper using these texts considerably alleviates the challenges. The vital energy required for producing a second-tier rune far exceeds that of the first tier. Thus, if he were to fall short of energy at a critical moment, the repercussions would be dire. Therefore, in his quest to successfully create the materialization rune, he embarks on an arduous and relentless regimen of energy cultivation. While Chu Yunxiang immerses himself in his rigorous practice over the days, the external circumstances continue to deteriorate. The increasingly frigid climate has reportedly claimed the lives of many, as the sun seems to have vanished entirely, never to grace the sky once more. Hunger and cold compel residents to abandon their homes in search of resources. The military gradually loses its grip on the city, reluctantly relinquishing control over peripheral areas and fortifying the central district with numerous defensive installations. Unbeknownst to Chu Yunxiang, a peculiar incident unfolds in his neighborhood during the ration distribution. On the day of allocation, a man, incensed by the dwindling supplies, clashes with a soldier. In a fit of rage, he strikes the soldier, a single blow that leaves onlookers in stunned silence. Chu Yunxiang, witnessing the event firsthand, finds it utterly astonishing. The man's furious punch emanates a chilling aura, instantly encasing the unfortunate soldier in ice. Startled by his own actions, the man hastily exclaims to the astonished soldiers, "This has nothing to do with me. I merely pushed him. You all witnessed it. It is not my affair." The Ice Fist Man offered no resistance to the stern soldiers. Instead, he continuously proclaimed his innocence, claiming that he had merely pushed someone. Unfortunately, the military, unwavering, took him away at gunpoint, leaving behind his wife and their 7- or 8-year-old son, who wept softly at the doorway. Chu Yunxing realized that the man must be the one referred to in ancient texts, who had awakened his fourth-dimensional consciousness. Yet he himself remained oblivious to this fact. In a fit of rage, he inadvertently harnessed the power of the world's vital energies, encasing the unfortunate soldier in ice. How astonishing! After countless days of arduous practice, he had only just attained his consciousness, while this man had awakened without awareness, igniting a profound jealousy within Chu Yunxing. Nonetheless, jealousy aside, the Ice Fist Man may not possess the ancient texts that Chu did, which provided him some solace. This incident instilled in him a vigilant resolve to keep his own abilities hidden. Witnessing the cold expressions of the military as they took the Ice Fist Man away signaled ominous intentions. He feared that the government might subject him to torturous experiments as a test subject. He was determined not to become a second Ice Fist Man. Initially, he had contemplated sharing some simple cultivation methods to assist others through their hardships, but the fate of the Ice Fist Man startled the already timid Chu Yunxing, who vowed to never reveal his secrets to anyone. A few days later, while collecting rations, an expert from upstairs relayed a piece of news. The research department had discovered vast quantities of dark matter and dark energy that had previously been undetectable and untraceable. The Ice Fist Man, taken away, might be connected to one type of dark energy, and the government was accelerating research in this area. Moreover, the expert upstairs asserted that the temperature had been momentarily delayed in its descent due to some form of dark energy, even suggesting that certain plants outside had begun to replace traditional photosynthesis through the influence of this dark energy. He proclaimed that this heralded the advent of an entirely new scientific paradigm. However, Chu Yunxing found himself utterly bewildered by his discourse, feeling that as long as he did not succumb to freezing or suffocate from lack of oxygen, he would count himself fortunate. His attempts to craft the material essence talisman did not unfold as smoothly as he had envisioned, despite his meticulous preparations. His initial endeavor to forcibly create a secondary talisman ended in failure, leaving him disheartened for the entirety of the afternoon. Indeed, human calculations often fall short of those of fate. He lamented the thought that had he aimed for a primary talisman instead, the energy he had painstakingly refined over the past days would not have been squandered. What he could not foresee was that, 9 days later, when he approached the creation of the material essence talisman once more with renewed confidence, he would again face an intolerable failure. The cause was a sudden, high-pitched scream emanating from the street outside, filled with terror and panic, followed by a cacophony of gunfire. Startled, Chu Yunqing's meticulously inscribed talisman was instantly obliterated. In a fit of rage, he simplistically assumed that once again, the beast outside could not contain himself, attempting to assault a beautiful woman, only to be shot down by a soldier. Such occurrences had been rampant in recent days. Amidst the apocalyptic atmosphere, the pervasive darkness had emboldened certain nefarious individuals, some of whom had lost all hope for the future. Under the combined pressures of despair, panic, and chaos, there is no telling what actions humanity might resort to. Hearing the expert from upstairs, it is said that in recent days, the military has eliminated numerous instigators of unrest. The implication is that in times of chaos, stringent measures are employed. Anyone who disregards the soldier's commands is to be shot on sight, serving as a deterrent to the disorderly elements. However, the expert whispered that many soldiers are also complicit in criminal activities, while the common folk harbor their grievances in silence. Yet, when he opened the only unsealed small steel panel of the window and glanced outside, his overwhelming anger dissipated, replaced by an icy dread and panic. Across the street, illuminated by the military vehicle's headlights, a white Audi sports car lay grotesquely mangled beneath a colossal beast. A sight so appalling that Chu Yunqing vowed he had never encountered anything so hideous and ferocious, even in the animal kingdom presented by Uncle Zhao Zhongxiang. The immense creature, akin in size to the Audi, bore a fiery red exoskeleton from which 4 legs protruded, sharp as steel blades, while 2 long, menacing pincers jutted from its front. In a moment of sheer panic, Chu Yunqing mechanically seized the binoculars from the windowsill. Peering through the lenses, he beheld the creature's sharp, bloodthirsty maw and its glaring crimson eyes. From that gaping mouth dripped a repugnant green liquid, which cascaded down the Audi's body, hissing and emitting white smoke as it corroded a gaping hole. Without a moment's thought, Chu Yunqing understood the liquid's caustic potency. It's over. It's over. They have finally arrived. What to do? What to do? Chu Yunqing, who had always believed he was in control, suddenly found himself in a state of panic. The disappearance of the sun did not disturb him, nor did the chilling embrace of darkness, nor the chaos enveloping the world, for he had prepared for these eventualities. However, now, the otherworldly spatial convergence described in ancient texts had occurred. A formidable creature had arrived, fierce beyond measure, and he had not yet managed to execute his meticulously planned talisman. This left the typically stability-seeking Chu Yunqing feeling utterly at a loss. Chapter 5. The Retreat of the Monster. Dear brothers and sisters, I humbly beseech your esteemed recommendations. I promise to update twice daily. The terror was far from over. In the very next moment, Chu Yunqing felt a chill run down his spine. 3 soldiers unleashed a barrage of gunfire from their assault rifles at the monstrous entity. Through his 8-fold optical telescope, he barely discerned a faint red glow emanating from the creature, which seemed to nullify the rapid-fire bullets. Only a few managed to strike its thigh, seemingly enraging the beast. It let out a piercing, shrill cry and charged toward the soldiers, moving with a speed that defied belief. One soldier, still clinging to life, propped himself on the ground, dragging his severed torso and spilled intestines, desperately crawling toward the military vehicle. The monster, with its razor-sharp leg, pierced through the soldier's back, pinning him to the earth, as if toying with its prey. The creature raised its head triumphantly, emitting a triumphant shriek. Madness, utter madness. Was this the realm of mortals, or a descent into hell? Was this the tumultuous world foretold in the ancient texts? This is exceedingly brutal, akin to a living hell. What drove Chu Yunqing to the brink of madness was the fact that after the monstrous creature dispatched 2 soldiers, it chose not to pursue the 3rd soldier, who was desperately attempting to ascend the military vehicle, but instead fixated its gaze mockingly on the area below. Chu Yunqing thought to himself, "Why are you staring at me from below? Isn't there a soldier over there who fired at you?" He hurriedly glanced down and saw a woman clad in a white down jacket, struggling to climb up through the window. Indeed, the potential of humanity in dire circumstances is immense. Below, the windows had been sealed with steel bars, following Chu Yunqing's example. which inadvertently aided the woman in her ascent to the second floor. Though Chu Yunqing's room was on the 6th floor, and the distance was considerable, he harbored no doubt about the woman's determination to reach the rooftop of the 12th floor. Panic seized him as he realized that the monster had fixated on this woman as its intended prey. Having frequently watched Uncle Zhao's Animal World, he could somewhat comprehend that animals in a position of absolute dominance would never relinquish their captured quarry. If this accursed creature followed the woman up and managed to reach the 6th floor and breach his sanctuary, he shuddered at the thought. Although his building boasted 12 stories, it seemed that for this vile monster, infiltrating his room through any level would not pose a significant challenge, given its grotesque corrosive abilities. As Chu Yunqing rapidly engaged his beleaguered brain cells, the creature descended leisurely to the ground floor, beginning its slow ascent. Its method of climbing was straightforward. It plunged its sharp limbs into the wall, steadily making its way upwards. Chu Yunqing surmised that everyone within the building, including the expert upstairs, was paralyzed with fear. The world seemed to plunge into an eerie silence as the woman stubbornly continued her climb, too preoccupied to cry for help. The monster loomed merely a meter beneath her, and Chu Yunqing believed that with a mere exertion of its strength, it could easily ensnare her with its pincers. She was likely doomed, he thought. The creature indeed unfurled its pincers, signaling that its patience had waned, eager to conclude this tedious hunt. Yet, at that very moment, the ancient tome, which had remained unnoticed, suddenly emitted a dazzling array of colors. Having awakened the fourth-dimensional consciousness, Chu Yunqing felt an overwhelming force surging towards him, as if the very essence of the space itself trembled in response. The creature, with pincers wide open, seemed to sense this formidable power as well. Emitting a cry that diverged sharply from its previous triumphant call, it resembled a lament, tinged with a hint of fear. Then, to Chu Yunqing's astonishment, the creature swiftly retreated down the stairs with a speed surpassing its earlier assault on the soldiers, vanishing into the inky darkness in mere seconds, leaving no trace behind. Chu Yunqing, filled with uncertainty, cautiously lifted the ancient tome that had returned to its normal state. A tempest of emotion surged within him. Indeed, the treasures left by his ancestors were invaluable. It was truly ironic that such a precious artifact had served as a mere footrest in his family's lineage. The woman had been saved, yet having ascended to the 3rd floor, she found herself rendered immobile in the aftermath of the threat's abrupt dissolution. Although she could not fathom why the creature had suddenly fled in a panic, her mind was too overwhelmed to ponder the matter further. With the assistance of kind-hearted neighbors on the 3rd floor, the woman, having narrowly escaped death, finally made her way into a room, from which the sounds of her anguished cries emanated. Chu Yunqing secured the small steel plate, realizing that his back was drenched in sweat. The preceding moments had been exceedingly perilous. Had it not been for the ancient tome's timely illumination, not only would the woman have perished at the creature's claws, but the entire building, including himself, would likely have faced grave danger. Thus, he hastily tucked the tome into his bosom, resolutely deciding that from that moment forth, he would not part with it, even for the most mundane of needs. Following this incident, the entire neighborhood and surrounding streets descended into a profound silence. In due course, numerous experts arrived to remove the wreckage of the destroyed white Audi and the viscous substance excreted by the creature. The street was further patrolled by a tank and an armored vehicle, prompting Chu Yunqing to marvel at the formidable power wielded by the affluent district across the way. In the following days, contrary to Chu Yunqing's apprehensions, a multitude of monsters did not surge forth from all directions like a nightmarish vision. These creatures seemed to have vanished without a trace. However, experts from the upper floors reported sightings of monsters in other regions, where the military deployed heavy machine guns, incurring significant casualties to eradicate the threats. Chu Yunqing felt a rising panic within him, a relentless sense of helplessness assailing his spirit. Were it not for the ancient text that bolstered his resolve, he feared he might succumb to madness. He resolved to cultivate, with fervor, an unyielding determination to inscribe the material storage talisman and subsequently carve the 6 Jia talisman, and the gold control talisman consumed him. Day and night, he immersed himself in relentless practice, though with the absence of sunlight, the distinction between day and night had become inconsequential. The process of using the storage talisman to gather items was nothing short of extraordinary. Chu Yunqing chanted incantations, his fingers shaped like a sword, guiding the talisman as it spun. A beam of yellow light emanated from the talisman, sweeping across the room. Any object not firmly anchored was drawn into a state of levitation, gradually shrinking and flying towards the talisman under his control until they were absorbed into its essence. manifesting as peculiar symbols upon its surface. Once all desired items were successfully collected, Chu Yunsheng altered the incantation, and the floating talisman, resembling a beam of light, shot towards his forearm, sealing itself upon him in a protective form. The entire process was thus completed. Through the fourth-dimensional consciousness, a natural sensation of the active primordial symbols coursed along his arm, enabling him to effortlessly sense all the items contained within the seals. This novel and enchanting feeling exhilarated Chu Yun for an extended period. Regrettably, such excitement was fleeting. Within days, the cacophony of gunfire on the streets reignited his anxiety. Chapter 6. The Moment of Life and Death. The fierce battle on the streets was waged against 3 fiery red monsters, which, according to the experts above, the military had designated as crimson beetles. Suspected to belong to the insect family, these creatures possessed formidable defensive and offensive capabilities, with saliva that exhibited a highly corrosive nature. Fortunately, tanks and armored vehicles were present on the streets, and after incurring heavy losses, it seemed they had managed to eliminate the 3 crimson beetles. Yet, there was no triumphant cheer nor mournful cries. Everything returned to an eerie calm. Beginning the following day, the supply of rations to the community dwindled sharply. The concerned experts informed Chu Yun that due to the widespread assaults by the crimson beetles, the transportation of supplies was no longer safe or reliable. It was feared that the military might ultimately abandon this area, as reports indicated that swarms of these beetles were emerging from a nearby location, their numbers increasing uncontrollably. The experts' ominous predictions soon came to fruition. Approximately 7 to 8 days later, the crimson beetles began to appear with alarming frequency in the vicinity. The advent of a dark age had arrived, and people reminisced about the previous era bathed in sunlight, now referred to as the Age of Light, contrasting it with their current reality, which they deemed the Age of Darkness. Behind the residential complex of Chu Yunsheng lies a building that, according to the calculations of Sunshine Era, should be echoing with haunting screams in the dead of night. The sharp cries of the red beetles soon followed. Initially, the military would respond to such occurrences, but as time passed, their presence dwindled. The incessant calls of the red beetles reverberated through the surroundings, and the city of Shun had transformed into a perilous realm, fraught with danger. Chu Yunsheng spent countless anxious nights immersed in his cultivation. Before long, the first batch of withdrawing troops appeared on the streets, safeguarded by a formidable array of tanks and armored vehicles. A lengthy convoy of private cars trailed behind the military, moving slowly. According to an expert residing above, the initial groups to evacuate comprised prominent figures, shielded by elite forces. However, he remained oblivious to their ultimate destination. Perhaps the military had more secure bases in mind. A week later, the soldiers who once distributed food to the community had long since vanished, and the number of law enforcement troops dwindled further, plunging the situation into chaos. The expert's wife nearly fell victim to an assailant right at their doorstep. But thanks to Chu Yunsheng brandishing a firearm, he was able to deter the would-be aggressor. The expert expressed profound gratitude towards Chu Yunsheng and, in passing, revealed a secret. In 3 days, the final group of well-equipped elite military personnel and their families would evacuate. Due to unforeseen circumstances, the expert had been temporarily added to the evacuation list. Although he was on the lowest tier of that list, he was granted 3 family member permissions. Regrettably, he had precisely 3 family members, leaving him unable to extend any favors to Chu Yunsheng. Although Chu Yunsheng believed that it was his ancient text that truly saved the woman, he refrained from sharing this conviction with anyone, aware that others might not believe him. Nevertheless, the wealthy merchant seemed to possess a semblance of conscience. Yet, Chu Yunsheng ultimately abandoned the notion of seeking assistance, realizing that any explanation could potentially lead to greater complications for himself. What he did not anticipate was that the evacuation operation on the 3rd day would suffer a severe breach of secrecy. Consequently, the convoy of heavily armored vehicles, shrouded in darkness and under military protection, advanced only a short distance before being besieged by a multitude of citizens. Those who felt abandoned by the army were incensed by what they perceived as an unjust treatment, and the streets became congested with throngs of people vociferously denouncing the discriminatory policies. Chu Yunsheng remained indoors, deeply concerned about the potential appearance of the red armored beetle. He opened the small steel panel on his window and discovered that the area below was completely obstructed. The vanguard of tanks and armored vehicles had traversed several streets, and from his vantage point, he could only see the various vehicles stranded behind a barricade. The enraged crowd, lacking evacuation slots, expressed their vehement protest by throwing objects at the military vehicles. According to experts from above, the command headquarters had issued orders stating that any individual obstructing the evacuation efforts could be shot on the spot by the troops, without the need for prior reporting. This was the so-called measure of severe punishment during chaotic times. However, when the 126th Regiment encountered tens of thousands of citizens blocking their path, even the military command in charge was hesitant to issue shoot orders. The sheer volume of ordinary citizens made such a command untenable, and reports swiftly reached the command headquarters. From afar, Chu Yunsheng distinctly heard a man's voice amplified by a loudspeaker, exclaiming, "Comrades, comrades, please lend me your ears. I am Qin Gang from the 126th Regiment. Rest assured, the Central Command will never forsake any comrade. The evacuation strategy unequivocally encompasses each and every one of you. Have faith in me." "That's preposterous," someone retorted. "Utter nonsense. You've already deserted us. What evacuation are you talking about? Are they human, and we are not? Is your people's army an army only for a select few?" The crowd, in a state of agitation, remained unmoved. Qin Gang, raising his voice, fervently declared, "Esteemed comrades, do not be misled by certain unscrupulous elements. We will absolutely not abandon you. I, Qin Gang, am willing to remain and evacuate alongside the last of the masses. Have faith in me. A substantial number of troops are still defending the front lines. We are not the final contingent. Evacuation requires order. Otherwise, we risk succumbing to monster attacks. We must ensure minimal casualties. Pay no heed to this scoundrel's lies." Someone else shouted, "If that's the case, why are the officials and the affluent being evacuated first? And we last? In this era, money is worthless. What good is wealth? It's merely scrap paper. You comprehend nothing. The wealthy all possess influential connections, often with high-ranking officials. In this system of cronyism, what do we common folk amount to? We might as well be devoured by insects. Damn it." The situation was extraordinarily chaotic, with the crowd showing no signs of dispersing. On the contrary, it continued to swell. A soldier, overwhelmed by tension, inadvertently discharged his firearm into the sky, triggering an explosion of panic within the crowd. "Homicide! Gunfire! Engage them!" Qin Gang bellowed at his subordinates, who in damnation discharged a firearm. "I'll have them executed." The soldier responsible for the shot had already been engulfed by the surging throng. Just as the crowd was poised to storm the military vehicles, a piercing shriek erupted. "Vermins! Vermins! Abominations!" A solitary crimson beetle, followed by another, and then a multitude, at least 50 or 60 of the fiery, scarlet-shelled creatures, swiftly advanced along the walls of the adjacent edifices. The entire assembly was petrified. The crowd, moments before on the verge of insurrection, scattered in a chaotic stampede. Who would dare remain in the face of over 50 of these vermin? With communication lines severed, the commander of the 126th Regiment bellowed through a megaphone, "Prepare for engagement. 2nd, 3rd, and 7th Battalions, commence heavy machine gun fire. Prepare rocket launchers and artillery." As the heavy machine guns roared and rockets whistled through the air, the crowd trampled one another in a desperate flight toward the nearest residential complex. Despite the intense barrage, the Scarlet Beetles continued their relentless advance. Save for a few that were struck and hurled aside by rockets, the heavy machine gun fire merely left a smattering of pockmarks or perforations on their carapaces, inflicting minimal casualties. When they cleaved into the throng like vengeful deities, the harrowing screams of the mortally wounded reverberated through the air. With uncanny agility, a Scarlet Beetle evaded a rocket attack and the blast of a tank cannon, plunging into the midst of the military vehicle formation. Perched atop a tank, it spewed forth a stream of iridescent fluid from its mandibles, rapidly corroding the tank's exterior. The crimson beetle emitted a high-pitched cry, erupting with a radiant glow from its body. With its blade-like forelegs and pincers, it tore through the tank's armor, corroded by acid, and swiftly dispatched the tank crewman who valiantly resisted with a pistol. Chu Yunsheng held deep admiration for the indomitable fighting spirit of these soldiers. Had he been among them, he would have likely succumbed to fear and fled. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to immediately seal the cold soldier's talisman onto the powerful crossbow he had purchased for a considerable sum 3 months prior. According to ancient texts, this modified crossbow could harness the energies of heaven and earth to unleash formidable ice arrows imbued with freezing properties, perfectly countering the fiery nature of the Crimson Beetles. Regrettably, he had been unaware of the monstrous threats that would emerge, wasting a significant amount of energy crafting the Fire Soldier's talisman, which proved less effective than the Cold Soldier's talisman. Thus, he had been hastily working to produce the Cold Soldier's talisman in recent days. The urgency to affix the talisman to his weapon arose from the alarming realization that 3 crimson beetles were trailing the crowd heading toward Building 8, now perilously close to his location. Unless the ancient text illuminated once more, the 3 beetles would inevitably pursue the throng. The timing of any potential illumination from the ancient text was utterly uncertain, leaving him with no recourse but to rely on his preparations over the past few days. Engaging in close combat with the insects would render his chances of survival null, unless the ancient text shone again. Therefore, he must keep the enemy at bay. The modern crossbow was his optimal choice. Chapter 7. The might of a single arrow. Despite this, Chu Yunxing's first arrow missed its mark, not only failing to strike, but also failing to activate the ice properties of the arrow. His anxiety had overwhelmed him. The velocity of the crimson beetles far surpassed that of humans. In a fleeting moment, they overtook the fleeing crowd, mercilessly seizing those who lagged behind. The proud crimson beetles completely disregarded Chu Yunxing's ineffectual arrow. By the time Chu Yunxing shakily readied his second arrow, the cries of the crowd had already reached the base of his building. Approximately 11 or 12 people remained, with about 5 others having already perished in the pincers of the 3 crimson beetles. Among the crowd, a neighbor from the 10th floor trembled, her hands fumbling to open her security door. The approaching crimson beetle impaled another obese man with its razor-sharp legs, hoisting him up and tossing him into the air as if in amusement. Chu Yunxing had little confidence in hitting moving targets, but he felt more assured against stationary ones, especially massive monsters within a mere 30 meters. He inhaled deeply and targeted the particularly arrogant crimson beetle. Thwack! The frost arrow, imbued with the frigid essence of heaven and earth, hurtled forward at breakneck speed. The piercing sound alerted the crimson beetle, which glanced warily toward Chu Yunxing's window. In that instant, the arrow, propelled by its elemental power, effortlessly shattered the crimson beetle's fiery defensive shield and pierced its body. The frigid energy within the arrow caused the crimson beetle to emit a pained shriek. Even the other 2 crimson beetles, engrossed in extracting human brain matter, looked up in bewilderment at their screeching companion. The icy attribute of the frost arrow swiftly unleashed its terrifying power. Even though the fire attribute within the red armored beetle fought desperately, it was rapidly encased in ice, rendering its entire body frozen. Was this considered death or not? Chu Yunxing was uncertain of the frost arrow's might, having never wielded it before. Observing the beetle transformed into an icy sculpture, he still could not ascertain its fate. He hastily readied a 3rd arrow, and with the experience of the previous 2, he was no longer in a state of panic. A group that had been on the brink of despair suddenly witnessed this unforeseen turn of events. The monstrous creature, which moments ago had appeared as a harbinger of doom, was now encased in ice by an arrow that seemed to have materialized from nowhere. The immediate threat had been alleviated, akin to a drowning person spotting a lifeline, and the yearning for survival surged forth. A middle-aged man seized the trembling keys from the hands of a frightened individual on the 10th floor and calmly unlocked the door. A dozen people surged into the corridor, collapsing onto the staircase, their gazes fixed vacantly on the frozen red beetle and the scattered remnants of corpses. In the dim light, these survivors exchanged bewildered glances, their minds reeling from the brush with death. The middle-aged man, maintaining a semblance of composure, urged, "We must hurry, ascend the stairs. There are still 2 outside. Yes, there are experts upstairs who can swiftly vanquish the monsters. With skilled hands present, we should be safe." Did anyone see which floor the shots came from? Who would have the courage to look? Did you see? I did not. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of voices. Unwilling to linger any longer, they hastened up the staircase. As Chu Yunxing poised to discharge his 2nd arrow at the scarlet beetle, a flicker in his peripheral vision revealed that the entombed creature was not entirely deceased. It convulsed, as if on the verge of shattering its icy prison. A surge of determination coursed through Chu Yunxing. He could not afford to grant it a chance at resuscitation. Each elimination reduced their numbers. And with the other 2 already in motion, his proficiency in striking a mobile target was questionable. Rather than squandering a unit of yuan qi, he resolved to dispatch the frozen beetle with a final arrow. Without hesitation, the 3rd arrow hurtled towards the ice-encased beetle, the frigid projectile tearing a hole upon impact. The formidable beetle was reduced to a myriad of icy fragments, its existence extinguished. The demise of their comrade ignited a feral rage in the remaining two. With a furious screech, they abandoned the human heads they were devouring and descended from the building. One assailed the entrance with its pincers, while the other rapidly scaled the wall towards Chu Yunsheng's 6-story vantage point. Have they detected my presence? This realization, rather than inciting panic, instilled in Chu Yunsheng a sense of resolute determination. Indeed, it is a battle to the death. Utilizing the faint illumination from the streetlights and the conflagrant aftermath of the artillery strikes, Chu Yunsheng, through the infrared scope of his crossbow, clearly discerned the two enraged insects. The fourth arrow was unleashed upon the wall-climbing monster, striking true and encasing it in ice. Intending initially to conserve his fifth arrow, not to immediately obliterate the crimson beetle entombed in the wall's icy grip, Chu Yunsheng planned to swiftly encase the beetle assaulting the gate in ice. He would then exploit the interval during which the beetle attempted to breach the ice, dispatching both creatures separately. However, upon preparing his fifth arrow, he discovered the beetle attacking the gate had vanished. From his vantage point, he couldn't discern whether the gate, situated on the same vertical plane, had been breached, leaving him uncertain if the insect had infiltrated or detoured elsewhere. The complete annihilation of a single crimson beetle with merely 2 arrows would undoubtedly have resulted in his conscription as a key asset by the military. Had they been privy to such efficiency, conventional firearms proved woefully inadequate against these chitinous adversaries shielded by protective force fields. Securing the window, Chu Yunsheng readied his 6th arrow. Unaware of the final beetle's location, he armed himself with his bow and crossbow, bracing against the wall. Poised to confront any emergent threat, he acutely perceived the dwindling of his internal yuan qi. Save for the initial, hasty shot fired without the aid of yuan qi, each of the subsequent 4 arrows had exacted a considerable toll on his reserves. In the ensuing silence, he was dismayed to realize that he could muster but one final icy arrow before his yuan qi was utterly depleted. His earlier imprudence was now apparent. The complete eradication of the 3 crimson beetles demanded 6 icy arrows, a feat surpassing his previous limit of 5. Should the beetles recuperate faster than he? His prospects of survival would be exceedingly slim. He had to expedite the restoration of his internal yuan qi. He was confident that his reinforced doors and windows could withstand the crimson beetles for a while. After preparing his modified handgun and the only Li Hua Yuan talisman he possessed, he believed that as long as he struck with an arrow, he could eliminate the final insect with the modified handgun or the Li Hua Yuan talisman while it was in a state of cryogenic stasis. Apart from the essential furniture, everything else in the room had been stored in his storage talisman, leaving the room virtually empty. Chu Yunsheng simply sat at the table in the living room, seizing the opportunity to restore his yuan qi while pricking up his ears to listen for any movement around him. Insects! That monster is coming up! Someone exclaimed in the stairwell. Chu Yunsheng leaped off the table. The last crimson beetle was indeed ascending from the stairwell. The question was, should he go out and shoot the insect in the stairwell, or wait for it to come to his door and then fire a crossbow bolt? Chu Yunsheng was neither a military strategist nor a seasoned combat expert, and he couldn't swiftly determine the advantages and disadvantages. He needed time to contemplate, but the crimson beetle's speed didn't allow him that luxury. Chu Yunsheng could hear hurried footsteps ascending the stairwell past his door. Since there was no electricity, the elevator was long out of service, and people could only go up and down the stairs by climbing. Chu Yunsheng made the boldest decision of his life. He opened the door and stood in the hall, fixing the crossbow on the table, calmly facing the exit of the stairwell. He was determined that as soon as the monster appeared, he would pull the trigger at the first moment to freeze the monster. This was his only chance of victory. Chapter 8. The expert on the 8th floor uncertain whether the crimson beetle could calculate floor height based on the staircase. Chu Yunsheng surmised that the insect's intelligence likely hadn't evolved to the point where it could locate his room through the stairwell. The last beetle might not necessarily be heading directly for his door. More critically, those who had ascended earlier would undoubtedly have been detected by the beetle, possibly even marked as adversaries for killing its companions. Therefore, he resolved to take a risk. Allowing the creature to roam unchecked within the building was untenable. He couldn't predict when the beetle might suddenly emerge from the ceiling or walls, given its formidable corrosive abilities. The beetle's speed and reaction capabilities far exceeded Chu Yunsheng's expectations. The instant the creature materialized at the stairwell entrance, Chu Yunsheng barely had time to pull the trigger. The beetle, evidently, immediately detected the lurking Chu Yunsheng. With only a slight pause, it screeched and lunged towards him, leaving only a fleeting afterimage. In that critical moment, a span of less than a second, Chu Yunsheng reacted, managing only to squeeze the trigger. He didn't have time to ascertain whether the shot had hit its mark. With his other hand, he frantically discharged his pistol, firing approximately 5 or 6 rounds in a state of panic. The sounds of gunfire echoed as the bullets, charged with fiery elemental energy, impacted the wall. These were the sounds of missed shots. As the smoke cleared, Chu Yunsheng observed, with relief, that the ice arrow had, fortunately, struck its target. Although there was an element of luck, as the shots struck the pincers, a significant portion of the crimson beetle's body had already been encased in ice. The fire attribute bullets from the pistol had also landed several hits, yet Chu Yunsheng was rapidly depleting his energy. The bullets activated by the talisman on the handgun were far inferior in power compared to the full-force impact of the ice arrows. Having endured the dual torment of ice and fire, the crimson beetle was as dead as could be. Since the sun's disappearance, the most severe crisis had finally been alleviated. Utilizing the residual chill from the ice arrows, Chu Yunsheng conjured forth a frigid aura to extinguish the fiery bullets that had struck the wall, which, in mere moments, had already scorched several large holes into it. He dared not approach the corpse of the crimson beetle, harboring concerns about potential viruses or highly corrosive substances associated with such unknown entities. After much contemplation, he ultimately resorted to employing a talisman to safely contain it, thereby ensuring a clean disposal. The throngs of people on the street had mostly fled, and under the onslaught of heavy military weaponry, dozens of crimson beetles had claimed the lives of over 100 individuals, leaving behind fewer than 10 corpses of those that had been shot down by the military, which quickly vanished into the shadows. No one could predict when they might resurface, and the scattered convoy appeared incomplete. Nevertheless, it continued to rumble past alongside the military's armored divisions, oblivious to how many of these seemingly indestructible creatures awaited them ahead. After vanquishing 3 scarlet beetles in a single day, Chu Yunsheng found himself severely depleted in both vitality and spirit. He came to the realization that the legendary practice which purportedly allows one to supplement sleep through meditation was nothing but a myth. Cultivation and sleep are 2 distinct necessities, utterly irreplaceable. As long as he remained a normal human being, he must partake of food, drink, and the natural processes of life. None could be omitted. The electricity in the community had been entirely cut off, and there was no gas available either. When Chu Yunsheng rose, a gnawing hunger struck him, prompting a desire for something warm and nourishing. Initially, he intended to utilize the alcohol stove stored within his spatial talisman, but as his sense of crisis heightened, a sudden inspiration struck him. He withdrew the magazine from his handgun and, aiming the empty weapon at a piece of wood, he summoned a faint remnant of his dwindling vitality to successfully conjure a flame that ignited the wood. The energy of the world's vitality was exceedingly potent. Observing the unmelting ice remnants of the slain beetles outside, he surmised that this flame possessed remarkable combustion capabilities. The conservation of alcohol brought a sense of delight to the frugal Chu Yunsheng. He quickly prepared a bowl of noodles over the flickering flames. Just as he was halfway through his meal, a knock echoed at the door. Ever vigilant, Chu Yunsheng peered through the peephole and discerned a male neighbor from the 10th floor, the very individual who had narrowly escaped peril, illuminating the entrance with a candle. His first instinct was to wonder if they had somehow deduced that he was responsible for the demise of the 3 scarlet beetles. However, he quickly dismissed the notion. During the chaos of the first Beetle's defeat, they had been far too flustered to observe anything, and they had not witnessed the deaths of the 2nd and 3rd beetles at all. Chu Yunsheng pondered for a moment before opening the door. Despite the apocalyptic darkness surrounding them, fraught with peril, humanity remained a social species. Moreover, his home was impeccably tidy, and with the 3rd red beetle safely contained, he had little fear of any unusual discoveries. Standing outside with his neighbor from the 10th floor were 3 others, a middle-aged man, a young lad, and a rather unremarkable-looking girl. Is there something amiss? Chu Yunsheng inquired with a puzzled expression. The group leaned in, peering into his abode as if searching for something. No, it's just that a beetle came up earlier. You didn't notice, did you? The man from the 10th floor was utterly unaware of who had dispatched the creature. Had it not been for the insistence of the others to find someone capable of eliminating the beetles, he would not have been compelled to knock on doors throughout the building. Being a resident himself, he was deemed more suitable for this task than others. Noticing Chu Yunsheng's confusion, the young lad quickly clarified, "Brother, here's the situation. A few red beetles were pursuing us earlier. and one was shot by a skilled marksman right outside your door. The other followed us into the building. We were too busy fleeing upward at the time, and after hearing a gunshot, there was no further commotion. We suspected that the creature had been dealt with, so we came to inquire if you had seen anyone. The young man, however, found it hard to associate the disheveled figure before him, with noodles still clinging to the corner of his mouth, with the notion of a master or extraordinary individual, thereby dismissing Chu Yunxing from their list of suspects. What? A monster infiltrated? I was completely unaware. I had just awakened when I heard the knocking. Chu Yunxing feigned astonishment, casting an anxious glance towards the doorway. Are you certain a monster has entered? What shall we do? Rest assured, a formidable expert is concealed within this building, ensuring our safety. Remain at ease. Should you observe anything noteworthy, promptly notify us. We must depart. The middle-aged man, his brow furrowed with a hint of skepticism regarding Chu Yunxing's capabilities, offered a few consolatory words before swiftly departing with his companions. The revelation that a figure of immense power, capable of vanquishing the Crimson Beetle, was concealed within Building 8 ignited a frenzy throughout the entire community. For an extended period, even the military had been unable to devise an effective means of eliminating the Crimson Beetle, plunging the populace into a state of profound despair. This overwhelming sense of helplessness had driven some of the more psychologically fragile individuals to commit suicide as a means of escape. The remaining survivors could only beseech the malevolent Crimson Beetle to spare them. Now, the sudden emergence of a master capable of effortlessly annihilating the Crimson Beetle, hidden within Building 8, instilled a newfound sense of reliance throughout the entire community and even neighboring communities. The demons that lurk in the shadows could appear at any moment. In the very district where Chu Yunxing resided, no fewer than 3 Crimson Beetle attacks had occurred, leaving no survivors, no intact bodies. Their cerebral fluid completely drained. The horrific state of the deceased induced extreme psychological trauma in those who witnessed it. Remaining in close proximity to a master is the only way to ensure safety. This master is on the 8th floor, but who could it be? Find him and implore him for protection. This is what the residents are all contemplating. Chapter 9. The realm of dual skies. In the absence of the sun, people's perception of time has become muddled. Although clocks still display the precise date and time, can one truly discern whether it is day or night? Every moment is now perpetual night. Therefore, ever since the disappearance of the Crimson Beetles, people have gradually adopted a 24-hour system to denote time, disregarding the distinction between morning and evening, day and night. The entrance to Building 8 has been breached by the Crimson Beetles, and there are no materials available for repair. Gradually, people have moved out of other buildings and into Building 8. By 8 o'clock p.m., Chu Yunxing noticed through the peephole that his doorway was filled with people seeking refuge. It seems that only by staying in Building 8 can one obtain a sense of security. More and more people arrived, and 2 hours later, someone finally began to knock on Chu Yunxing's door. Chu Yunxing ignored them. It was enough to take care of himself at the moment. Through the life and death struggle of a few hours prior, he clearly understood that to survive in this world where insects could appear at any time, he must seize the opportunity to cultivate his yuan qi. In the past 2 days, he had deciphered the meanings of several symbols from the ancient book and discovered that he was only at the level of the 1 yuan heaven in yuan qi cultivation. This level was too low. Not only was the amount of yuan qi that his body could absorb limited, but the level of talisman creation was also greatly restricted. The prodigies of self-awakening, despite their singular attributes, be it fire, ice, or other elemental types, are extensively documented in ancient texts. Typically, upon awakening, they can immediately harness the formidable power of their physical energy, as though their bodies instinctively sealed a certain rule with a talisman. Take, for instance, the Ice Fist Man, who can unleash frigid blasts with a mere punch. Such feats elude Chu Yunxing. He adheres to the orthodox methods of cultivation as described in the ancient tomes, wherein mastery of physical energy can only be achieved upon reaching the realm of the 2nd yuan heaven. At that point, he would be capable of practicing innate combat techniques without relying on talismans. Naturally, if he were to incorporate talismans at that stage, the potency would be exponentially enhanced. Until then, he must utilize talismans to unleash his power. Uniquely, the diversity of talismans allows him to wield a variety of elemental skills, and with their assistance, the strength of his abilities rivals that of the self-awakened. Currently, he can barely craft 2nd-tier talismans, and to produce 3rd-tier ones, he must expedite his cultivation to the 2nd yuan heaven. 3rd-tier talismans are the true reusable charms. unlike the disposable ones he possesses, which require frequent replacement whenever their energy runs low. Ascending from the first yuan heaven to the second yuan heaven is not overly complicated. According to the ancient texts, one must completely release the energy within their body and subsequently replenish it, a total of 81 times, allowing each part of the body to undergo thorough refinement. Upon the 81st iteration, one attains the second yuan heaven. However, his pace of cultivation is excruciatingly slow, akin to that of a languid snail. Despite dedicating himself to the arduous practice of cultivating his vital energy, apart from the basic necessities of eating and sleeping, Chu Yunxing found that the thickness of his energy increased at an exasperatingly slow pace, impervious to his fervent aspirations. At this rate, he could only fully restore his energy every 8 to 9 days, and even without accounting for the time spent expending that energy, it would take nearly 2 years for him to reach the second yuan heaven realm. 2 years? In a peaceful and sunlit era, he might have the luxury to cultivate at leisure, but now, in this perilous and dark age, that was simply untenable. Even contending with 3 red armored beetles proved to be a formidable challenge. How could he hope to survive against the 50 such creatures he had encountered just hours earlier? 2 years would afford the insects ample opportunity to extinguish his life countless times over. He urgently needed to discover a more effective method of cultivation. Otherwise, even possessing the ancient tome, a treasure of unimaginable potential, would not shield him from the constant threat to his existence. Determined, he retrieved the ancient book once more, tirelessly poring over its pages, convinced that hidden within were the answers he sought. Yet, his limited comprehension of the characters hindered him. Were he able to read fluently, he believed he would uncover unimaginable insights. After a thorough search, he managed to identify several relevant elements, but most of his experiments ended in failure, leaving him with only one incantation named the Yuan Capture Talisman. Chu Yunxing gazed at the name of this talisman with uncertainty, although he could recognize the 3 characters. He found that he could not comprehend more than 2/3 of the functional description that accompanied it. Fortunately, he was able to understand the methods for crafting the talisman. This elemental talisman belongs to the second order of charms and requires the complete expenditure of one's vital energy for its creation. Having recently devoted nearly half of his energy to experimenting with alternative methods, he found himself unable to proceed with the talisman's crafting and must now wait an additional 4 days. During this period, he dedicated himself to rigorous practice with his crossbow, diligently honing his shooting accuracy by following a tutorial he had downloaded the previous evening. Given his current capacity to unleash only a few arrows, mastering the art of shooting became exceedingly crucial. A miss would result in significant loss of energy. After 4 days of relentless training, along with the enhancement of his physical potential granted by the hexagram talisman, he grew confident in his ability to accurately strike a stationary red-armored beetle from a distance of 30 meters. However, shooting at moving targets is a skill that cannot be acquired overnight, as it is profoundly reliant on experience. Upon the completion of the talisman, he encountered a minor complication. Despite his efforts to activate it, the talisman failed to autonomously absorb the elemental energy of the universe. After much frustration, a sudden insight struck him. If this talisman could not absorb the primordial energy of the cosmos, could it perhaps draw upon the modified energy stored within a human body? With this thought in mind, he prepared to act, only to be disheartened to discover that his own vital energy had become exceedingly depleted, rendering him unable to conduct the experiment. Then, he recalled the red-armored beetle, noting the faint reddish shield that encased its body, an indication that it was charged with elemental energy. This suggested that there must be energy present within the beetle itself. He surmised that this likely indicated the presence of fire attribute energy within the creature. Assuredly, he possessed the capability to forestall such a backflow, yet he refrained, opting instead to observe the unfolding events. The process transpired at half the pace of ingestion, spanning nearly 20 seconds. As the yuan, fire waned, the yuan, hissed and shattered. A second-tier yuan was inherently ephemeral. However, felt no sorrow over the yuan's demise. Rather, he was on the verge of exclaiming in elation. He distinctly perceived his physical strength, and yuan qi had replenished by nearly 1/3. This was tantamount to almost 3 days of arduous cultivation. How could he not be stirred? The energy within a single crimson beetle, albeit substantially diminished through the yuan's conversion, could still replenish almost 1/3 of his yuan qi. Consequently, merely 3 crimson beetles would suffice to completely replenish his yuan qi to its zenith. obviating the need for 8 to 9 days of arduous cultivation. Immediately, a cultivation regimen, precisely what he had been diligently seeking for days, materialized in his mind. First, he would inscribe a yuan dash, then dedicate 8 days to replenishing his yuan qi to its fullest extent. In his current state of full yuan qi, he could unleash 6 ice arrows. Thus, in an ideal scenario where every arrow found its mark, he could encase 6 crimson beetles in ice. In their frozen state, the crimson beetles would lack the protection of an energy shield, rendering them vulnerable to alternative methods of extermination. The yuan could then absorb the yuan qi from these 6 crimson beetles. Given the yuan's disposable nature, regardless of the amount of yuan qi absorbed initially, the yuan would shatter upon the complete release of the absorbed yuan qi. Similarly, once this type of disposable yuan had been filled with yuan qi, the emptied talismanic vessel could not be refilled, irrespective of how much yuan qi had been subsequently released. Therefore, to optimally utilize the yuan talisman, one must first ingest a full complement of yuan qi, then infuse it into one's body in 2 precisely measured increments, each perfectly saturating the being with yuan qi. Naturally, the yuan talisman will shatter upon the final release of its contained yuan qi. Thus, having frozen 6 crimson beetles and extracted their yuan qi with the yuan talisman, his own reserves were nearly depleted, allowing for the immediate first replenishment. Once replete, he could instantly craft a new yuan-absorbing talisman, thereby emptying his internal yuan qi once more. Followed by the second replenishment, the old talisman would break, but after being filled with yuan qi, he could then slay another 6, using the new talisman to capture their essence, repeating the cycle ad infinitum. Theoretically, by eliminating a mere 243 crimson beetles, he could transcend the confines of the first yuan heaven and ascend to the second. Upon reaching the second yuan heaven, he could fashion reusable, third-order yuan talismans, obviating the need for such meticulous calculation of talisman usage. Chapter 10. Ambush. Chu Yunsheng was nearly overcome with exhilaration, finding sleep an elusive prospect. He no longer needed to endure 2 years before entering the second yuan heaven. His current objective was to dispatch at least 243 crimson beetles. He had to venture forth from his chamber, deliberately immersing himself in the darkness, seeking out solitary crimson beetles to slay and absorb their yuan qi. Armed with a fresh yuan-absorbing talisman, a handgun, a collapsible crossbow with arrows, and a longsword prepared from the bygone sunlight era, sealed with a divine weapon talisman for close-quarters combat. Furthermore, Chu Yunsheng, erring on the side of caution, inscribed a 6 armor talisman to augment his physical prowess and defense. After completing these preparations, over a fortnight had elapsed. Locating the crimson beetles is not a daunting task. The chilling cries that echo from afar, coupled with the thunderous gunfire of the military, unmistakably indicate their presence. Given Chu Yunsheng's current abilities, it would be most prudent to ambush those solitary beetles. Should they appear in swarms, he would have no choice but to retreat in haste. He dismissed the notion of scavenging in the combat zones where the military engages the creatures, for those territories are fraught with peril due to the presence of numerous beetles. Moreover, his technique of absorbing vital energy through the yuan talisman seems rather peculiar to contemporary humanity, and he is reluctant to meet the same fate as the Ice Fist Man, who was taken by the military for interrogation. His objective now is to target those solitary crimson beetles, and he prefers to avoid direct confrontation even with 3. Should the 6 armor yuan talisman fail to withstand the beetles' ferocious assaults and their terrifying corrosive saliva, he would have ample cause for regret. For the past several days, the others in the building have been enduring a life of eerie silence, as dwindling food supplies have compelled discussions about whether to evacuate or to hold out until the military regains control of the city, often leading to heated arguments. He sought a secluded corner and retrieved a motorcycle, prepared during the Age of Sunshine, from the object-nourishing yuan talisman. The brand is rather commonplace, ensuring that finding replacement parts later would be effortless. Donning a costly 4th-generation night vision device and its accompanying helmet, Chu Yunsheng revved the engine and, with an air of bravado, proceeded toward the most recent anguished cry. Under the veil of darkness, the city of Shun has lost all semblance of its former vibrant nightlife. The occasional flicker of headlights drifts like ghostly flames through the desolate expanse, where towering skyscrapers loom ominously, resembling ravenous beasts in the still, pitch-black night. When Chu Yunsheng arrived at the site of the anguished screams, he discovered nothing more than a headless half-corpse. the empty head lying beneath a nearby utility pole. Blood and entrails pooling around it, a sight that evoked a profound sense of horror. The night vision device he wielded was a high-performance product of the 4th generation, smuggled in from abroad at a hefty price, utilizing advanced low-light technology without film. Such devices are strictly regulated domestically, with tight controls in place. In preparation for the pitch-black era of darkness, he had also equipped himself with an infrared radiation source, as the insects, perhaps due to their protective shells, emitted no infrared radiation of their own. They could only be detected by the reflection of ambient light. However, in a completely dark expanse, an active infrared radiation source became an indispensable tool for locating the insects. Turning a corner, then another, he encountered nothing but a few panicked humans. Not a single red beetle in sight. A chill ran down Chu Yunxing's spine as he pondered the grim possibility that he might be the only soul in this world hoping to encounter the insects. Just as he was about to depart the area, a piercing scream erupted from a nearby building, followed by a cacophony of terrified shouts. His heart raced, and he swiftly concealed himself, catching a glimpse of a large hole in a second-floor window. The situation inside was unclear, but infrared imaging revealed several shadows moving approximately 5 or 6 floors up, though the view was obscured by the wall. With his attention sharpened, relying on the enhanced physical capabilities bestowed by the 6 armor talisman, he ascended the protruding parts of the wall and plunged through the opening into the second floor. Throughout the journey, he proceeded with utmost caution, for the multitude of walls obstructed his view, leaving him uncertain as to how many insects lurked in the shadows, compelling him to avert any unforeseen calamities. The air was rent with the cacophony of screams, interspersed with sobs, resonating harshly in the stillness of the night. Following the sound, Chu Yunsheng ascended to the 5th floor, where he could discern approximately 6 individuals and a scarlet beetle. The ground was strewn with 2 or 3 lifeless bodies. It seemed the scarlet beetle was in no haste to eliminate these humans, likely regarding them as inevitable prey, leisurely feasting upon a human brain. A few individuals, cornered and huddled together, occasionally emitted desperate cries. The night vision goggles failed to reveal their expressions through the walls, but Chu Yunxing was certain that they mirrored the panic he himself had felt upon first encountering such creatures. The scarlet beetle discarded the drained brain, its gaze brazenly sweeping over the 6 individuals, as if selecting a more delectable morsel. In an instant, the 6 individuals comprehended the beetle's intent, collectively ceasing their screams, each unwilling to be the first to perish. Perhaps, if the repulsive insect became satiated, it might depart. The beetle's greedy gaze soon fixated on a strikingly beautiful girl, who, upon being targeted, plunged into despair. Fear and trepidation erupted within her as she clutched the arm of a middle-aged man, crying out, "Please, not me. Don't let it be me." The onlookers wore complex expressions, a mixture of pity and relief that it wasn't them. She gazed at the middle-aged man with a final glimmer of hope, only to be met with his evasive eyes, a stark contrast to the vows he had once professed. He forcefully disentangled his arm from her desperate grasp. Despair washed over her, and in that instant, she felt a profound sense of resignation, her heart turning to ash. As the insect crawled closer, she closed her eyes. Suddenly, she was jolted aside, a figure shielding her from behind. She opened her eyes to see the young man, the one who had confessed his affection for her and whom she had coldly rejected. He turned to her with a faint smile, a poignant and touching gesture in the dim light of the flashlight. Tears streamed silently down her delicate face, as if time itself had stood still. Yet, the insect remained relentless, unfazed by human sentimentality. Since someone was willing to sacrifice themselves, it saw no need to delay. The boy stared resolutely at the approaching crimson maw, clutching the girl's hand tightly as death loomed. Everyone watched in stunned silence, some moved, others considering him foolish, but all convinced of his imminent demise. Surprisingly, the red beetle's bloody mouth did not descend. Instead, it veered away with startling speed, almost in a panic. Then, an arrow radiating an intense chill pierced through the beetle's protective shell, penetrating its body with brutal force. The scarlet beetle barely had the chance to emit a cry of despair before it was enveloped by a chilling mist, swiftly transforming into an ice sculpture of its former self. At that moment, the 6 individuals found themselves utterly incapable of thought. The scene before them transcended their comprehension. Following the trajectory of the arrow, a man clad in a gray coat and adorned with a peculiar helmet surveyed them, a crossbow in hand. This man was none other than Chu Yunxing, who had stealthily ambushed the scarlet beetle from behind. He had successfully attacked an unsuspecting insect. But now he was troubled by the challenge of dispatching the frozen beetle before the 6 onlookers and subsequently absorbing its essence with his Yuan talisman. Aside from the unavoidable icy arrow he had just released, he wished to keep his abilities concealed. The frost did not equate to death. The beetle could potentially break free. Thus, time was of the essence. As the 6 remained silent, Chu Yunxing felt compelled to speak. Ahem, I believe you are momentarily safe. Could you kindly make some space for me to handle this insect? At his prompting, the group snapped back to reality, realizing they had been saved. They erupted into a euphoric celebration of survival, embracing one another and softly exclaiming, We are not going to die. This was a cathartic release of the immense despair they had just experienced in the face of death. Observing their reaction, Chu Yunxing felt obliged to interject once more, anxiously stating, Please, hold on. If you are all right, could you step outside for a moment? I need this space to deal with the beetle. The young boy was the first to comprehend Chu Yunxing's words, grasping the sobbing crowd. Yet they all gazed at him with bewilderment, as if to say, Did you not already vanquish the creature? What further action is required? This confusion was not unwarranted. Even Chu Yunxing, during his initial encounter with the frozen red-armored beetle, had not anticipated its remarkable resilience, necessitating an additional arrow to finally resolve the matter. Observing the perplexed expressions on their faces, Chu Yunxing was compelled to point at the encased beetle and elucidate, This creature is not yet deceased. However, before he could finish, the crowd erupted into a frenzy. Hastily retreating to a safe distance, one audacious woman, intending to touch the frozen beetle, was so startled that she fell to the ground, scrambling away in terror. Chu Yunxing fully understood their panic. He too had experienced profound fear when he confronted the red-armored beetle that pursued the girl in white. A dread that rivaled the current reaction of the onlookers. Rest assured, there is no immediate danger. I require space to resolve this matter thoroughly. Chu Yunxing reassured them, then added, The process may be rather sanguine, so I ask for your cooperation to wait outside. The crowd, acknowledging his request, quickly acquiesced. Despite Chu Yunxing's assurances, they were still reluctant to remain in the same room with a living beetle, and since their presence was no longer necessary, their best option was to retreat outdoors. May I stay? The young boy inquired nervously. With a furrowed brow, Chu Yunxing reflected on the recent events. Although he had gleaned some insights under the dim light of a battered flashlight, he could only admire the boy's bravery from a distance. He had no intention of divulging his secrets to a stranger. No, everyone out, Chu Yunxing decisively declared. The boy, unable to discern the expression behind the night vision helmet and mask, felt the chilling finality in his voice, squelching any feelings of discontent as he sorrowfully followed the others out of the room. Chu Yunxing promptly secured the door and retracted the night vision device. This 4th-generation apparatus, even when illuminated by a relatively strong light source like a flashlight, would not induce the sudden blindness characteristic of earlier models. He folded the device only because the flashlight's beam allowed him to clearly address the crimson beetle before him. Initially, he employed the material summoning talisman and the energy absorption talisman on the still-living beetle, confirming his prior hypothesis. Living entities could neither be captured by the material summoning talisman nor have their energy siphoned away. The sole recourse was to eliminate it first. Chu Yunxing had meticulously observed the military's attempts to shoot the beetle. Even when bullets occasionally penetrated its protective shell, they failed to deliver a fatal blow. Instead, inciting the creature's wrath, Chu Yunxing had resolved against employing the ice arrow to shatter the frozen red-armored insects, deeming it an extravagant expenditure of his vital energy. The insects, now devoid of their protective shields, could theoretically be dispatched using conventional firearms. However, the loud gunfire would likely attract other red-armored insects, and he possessed fewer than 100 rounds of ammunition. Although the insects lacked their shields, their exoskeletons remained remarkably resilient, necessitating at least a dozen bullets to achieve any effect, a consumption he could ill afford. The sole viable method was to wield a long sword to sever the heads of the red-armored insects, thereby conserving his energy and preserving his limited ammunition. Consequently, before embarking on his mission, he dedicated an additional 2 days to crafting a divine weapon talisman. The long sword sealed with the talisman was now sufficiently prepared to accept his energy infusion. With a focused breath, he raised the blade, and under the beam of his flashlight, a graceful arc descended as the insect's head fell to the ground. After reclaiming his energy, Chu Yunsheng had no desire to linger in the grotesque room scattered with human remains. It was simply too repulsive. Despite having witnessed such horrors numerous times, he remained unable to tolerate the brutality. Outside the door, the 6 individuals had not departed. As he emerged, he heard a man pleading desperately, "Fei Fei, please listen to me." At that moment, I was utterly dazed and didn't even know what I was doing. I did not intend to act that way. Will you trust me? If I had been even slightly more composed, I would have gladly sacrificed myself for you. I, Jiao Dinghua, swear to the heavens. Will you believe me just one more time? Confronting the girl, Jiao Dinghua possessed unwavering confidence in his ability to persuade her with his eloquence. No matter the circumstances in the past, she had always been led around by his charm. Even though he had just committed a grave error, he believed that, given the situation, it was not truly a mistake. Preserving his life was of utmost importance. Who could have anticipated that a figure would descend upon him like a divine warrior? Had he known, he would have assumed a noble demeanor, bravely shielding Fei Fei with his own life. Now, he was convinced that with his persuasive skills, he could undoubtedly win the girl's heart and secure her virgin knight. As Chu Yunsheng illuminated the scene with his flashlight, he noted that the speaker, Jiao Dinghua, was a middle-aged man, while the girl referred to as Fei Fei was the very one who had narrowly escaped being devoured by a scarab. At that moment, she bit her lip, seemingly torn between decisions, while the young boy stood silently to the side. Internally, he cursed. How could this girl be so gullible as to be swayed by someone like Jiao Dinghua? The young boy was equally pathetic, remaining mute and watching as the opportunity he had risked his life for slipped away due to Jiao's silver tongue. Although he had no desire to meddle in such trivial matters or entangle himself with these individuals, he was compelled by the shamelessness of Jiao Dinghua's manipulation of a young girl. Moreover, he felt a slight affinity for the boy, prompting Chu Yunsheng to coldly interject. "Oh, are you dazed with fear?" "Why isn't the young man likewise bewildered?" "Little girl, I urge you to consider this. Those who can abandon you once may easily do so a second time. You must reflect upon this truth." No one anticipated that this enigmatic man would interject himself into the matter. All gazes turned towards him in astonishment. Chu Yunsheng felt a twinge of embarrassment under their scrutiny, fearing he may have overstepped, especially upon catching a glimpse of the venomous glare from Jiao Dinghua. Nevertheless, Chu Yunsheng's words struck like a thunderbolt, awakening the girl Fei Fei to her reality. Biting her lip with resolve, she declared, "Jiao Dinghua, it is over between us." She could never forget the moment Jiao Dinghua withdrew his arm, casting her aside with a heartless gaze. Observing this, Chu Yunsheng felt it prudent to take his leave. He handed the flashlight to the boy and turned to depart. However, at that moment, Jiao Dinghua believed he had nearly swayed Fei Fei, only to be humiliated by the sudden intrusion of this mysterious figure, which directly precipitated the rift between him and the beautiful Fei Fei. Though this individual had once saved his life, Jiao Dinghua could not quell his resentment. Yet, despite his anger, he dared not act upon it, fearing the strength of this enigmatic stranger. As he watched the figure prepare to leave, a flicker of hope ignited within him. He thought to wait until the man was gone to gradually persuade Fei Fei. He had momentarily forgotten his prior intention of enlisting the mysterious man to escort him to safety. But upon seeing the bow adorned with arcane symbols in the stranger's grasp, an irresistible surge of desire overwhelmed his mind. Chapter 12. The consequences of betraying benefactors. Indeed, it was with this very bow and crossbow that the mysterious figure dispatched that creature. Gazing upon the peculiar runes inscribed upon it, one could discern that the weapon harbored some formidable secret. This individual must have harnessed the arcane power of this instrument, which rendered him extraordinarily potent. A thought surged uncontrollably within Jiao Dinghua's mind. If, perchance, this weapon were to belong to me, possessing such a mighty tool would render not only the charming Fei Fei, but even a multitude of dazzling starlets effortlessly within my grasp. As the saying goes, evil arises from the heart of the brave. Jiao Dinghua's desires overwhelmed his courage, and his burgeoning audacity only fueled his yearning further. Just as Chu Yunsheng turned to depart, Jiao Dinghua swiftly drew the concealed watermelon knife from his waist and lunged it toward Chu Yunsheng. The suddenness of Jiao Dinghua's attack caught everyone off guard. The young boy barely caught a glimpse of the knife's tip flashing before him, and any attempt to shout or intervene was far too late. Even Chu Yunsheng was taken aback by the existence of such an ungrateful wretch. Having just saved their lives, he could hardly fathom that someone would repay kindness with malice. Despite having exchanged a few sardonic remarks with Jiao Dinghua, He never anticipated that the man would so brazenly attempt to stab him. In Jiao Dinghua's eyes, this seemingly imposing, enigmatic figure was doomed. A strike at such close range, even from a watermelon knife, would surely result in death or grievous injury. Following that, he would seize the bow and crossbow, thus achieving a grand triumph. In that moment, he envisioned himself wielding the powerful weapon, triumphantly slaying the scarlet-armored insect. However, the unfolding events once again took everyone by surprise. The enigmatic figure remained shrouded in mystery, standing there without a hint of injury. The watermelon knife wielded by Jiao Dinghua clattered to the ground, blood oozing from a gash on his hand, droplets falling rhythmically onto the earth as he writhed in agony. Chu Yunsheng, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "Do you wish to kill me? If it weren't for the formidable defense of the Lu Jia Yuan Fu, I might have truly fallen victim to this scoundrel." Anger coursed through him. After all, he had saved Jiao Dinghua's life, and instead of gratitude, he faced betrayal. What manner of humanity is this? Why? Amidst his fury, a sense of perplexity also took hold of Chu Yunsheng. The moment Jiao Dinghua's watermelon knife was inexplicably deflected, he realized he had made a grievous error, one that was utterly absurd. This individual was beyond his wildest imagination. I. Jiao Dinghua stammered in panic. Chu Yunsheng coldly chuckled. "Have you lost your wits again? Are you unaware of your own actions?" Instinctively, Jiao Dinghua cast a furtive glance at Chu Yunsheng's crossbow, quickly averting his gaze. Gradually regaining his composure, his mind raced to devise a strategy. Chu Yunsheng, already at the pinnacle of the Yuan Tian realm and further enhanced by the Lu Jia Yuan Fu, could easily perceive Jiao Dinghua's furtive glance. It required little effort to discern the intent behind Jiao Dinghua's actions. He was clearly targeting Chu Yunsheng's crossbow. Incensed and speechless, Chu Yunsheng realized that even with his crossbow in hand, it would be useless without any Yuan Qi. Moreover, even if someone possessed Yuan Qi, the seal on the crossbow, attuned to Chu Yunsheng's aura, would render it unusable by another. Chu Yunsheng was filled with abhorrence for Jiao Dinghua, whose honeyed words concealed a treacherous, avaricious, and ungrateful heart. His initial impulse was to slay him and feed his remains to the insects. However, as he drew his sword and hesitated over Jiao Dinghua's neck, he found himself unable to strike. It wasn't a matter of leniency. Rather, it was the simple fact that he had never taken a human life before, and a moment of irresolution seized him. Despite having witnessed countless grotesque corpses and slain numerous insects, the act of personally ending a living person's existence was a vastly different matter. Chu Yunsheng harbored no sympathy for such a man. Jiao Dinghua, terrified by the drawn sword, was on the verge of collapse. He had never imagined that his momentary greed would lead to such a calamitous end. He conveniently overlooked the fact that he had initiated the situation by attempting to ambush Chu Yunsheng. Sensing the hesitation in his assailant, Jiao Dinghua seized the opportunity and fled, rushing into the room, even though it offered no escape. It was a desperate, irrational act. Though Chu Yunsheng hesitated momentarily, he had no intention of sparing the scoundrel. Jiao Dinghua was swift in his escape, but Chu Yunsheng's crossbow was swifter still. At such a close range, there was no need to expend energy. A single arrow struck Jiao Dinghua in the thigh, sending him tumbling headfirst into the corpse on the ground. The pain and shock elicited a terrified scream from him. The other 5 onlookers, witnessing this sudden turn of events, fell silent in fear, none daring or willing to plead for Jiao Dinghua. Chu Yunsheng had devised a fitting resolution. He secured the only door of the room and, using the iron bars scattered on the floor due to the damage caused by the red-armored insects, he wedged the door shut. Thus, he would not have to dirty his hands with the direct act of killing this wretch. Jiao Dinghua would either bleed to death or starve within. In any case, there was no escape for him. This method of demise seemed even more cruel than a direct execution, Chu Yunsheng mused. But he took solace in the fact that he detested such ungrateful rogues. As he passed by the girl Fei Fei, he could not resist mocking her. "Do you still trust such an ungrateful scoundrel?" The girl, too frightened to meet his gaze, recoiled like a startled rabbit at his words. "Am I truly so terrifying?" Chu Yunsheng pondered in frustration. "Can you take us with you?" a young boy implored. Chu Yunsheng surveyed the 5 of them and shook his head, saying, "I have other matters to attend to. You must leave quickly. The stench of blood is overwhelming, and soon other insects will arrive." "But where can we go?" a middle-aged woman lamented in despair. "Proceed westward." Upon exiting, Chu Yunsheng articulated swiftly. "Lights and gunfire emanate from that direction. indicating the presence of military forces toward whom you may seek refuge. The youthful boy responded immediately, that route is impassable. A bridge lies to the west, guarded by insects. Several attempts to cross have resulted in significant casualties. Upon learning of the insects, an intrigued and faintly thrilled Chu Yunsheng inquired, "Insects? How many?" His tone elicited a collective gasp from the group. It was indeed madness to encounter someone who exhibited such enthusiasm for insects. "Two," the boy replied. Though somewhat separated, their proximity renders them virtually united. It presents a considerable challenge. A thought then occurred to Chu Yunsheng, and he questioned with a hint of perplexity, why is it imperative to cross that particular bridge? Why not circumvent it via the north or south? The boy offered a wry smile. "We wish we could, sir. To the south lies a Hualien supermarket, a place we frequented. However, it has become a death trap. An insect lurks on the street and another within the supermarket, lying in wait for unsuspecting victims." Chu Yunsheng pondered briefly. Solitary insects were, of course, the optimal choice, but such opportunities were rare. Relying solely on encountering such strays would drastically impede his progress. An unacceptable compromise given his urgent need for advancement. "Then, let us confront two," he declared, his valor surging. Chapter 13. Plunged into desperate straits, can you still find your way? The surroundings were entirely enveloped in darkness. Chu Yunsheng inquired, surmising that if the boy could discern the path, the likelihood of success would be significantly enhanced compared to his own haphazard exploration. Without hesitation, Chu Yunsheng stated, "Eastward." Though I did not observe any insects. Chu Yunsheng nodded in acknowledgement, understanding the presence of a severed corpse outside, likely a former member of their group. "Young man, let us engage in a transaction. Guide me to the Hualien supermarket in the south and the small bridge to the west. Upon completion, I shall escort you to the military encampment. What say you?" Chu Yunsheng required the boy's guidance. After a moment's contemplation, Chu Yunsheng proposed, "First, allow the women to seek refuge in the building across the way. We shall address the two insects to the south, as this location is comparatively safer." The exterior remained shrouded in impenetrable darkness. Sporadic flashes of light from afar barely prevented collisions. Relying on his night vision goggles, Chu Yunsheng swiftly led the 5 individuals across the street, lodging the remaining 2 men and 2 women on the 3rd floor of the opposite building. To demonstrate his sincerity, Chu Yunsheng produced 3 pieces of bread, stating, "Divide these 2 amongst the 4 of you. This piece is exclusively for you, young man." Though I, Chu Yunsheng, am not a person of great stature, I am true to my word. Provided you assist me, I shall assuredly escort you to the military base. Chu Yunsheng incidentally disclosed his name, though at present, their interest evidently lay elsewhere. A person who had been ravenous for an extended duration, upon beholding the tantalizing aroma of bread before them, reacted with the same intensity as a man deprived for decades encountering a woman in a state of undress. Their gaze was so piercing that it was evident they would have seized the bread immediately, had they not been intimidated by Chu Yunsheng's formidable abilities. To Chu Yunsheng's astonishment, the boy, instead of consuming the bread, carefully concealed it within his garments, despite the obvious hunger that gnawed at him. Betrayed by the involuntary gulping, he resisted the urge to eat. With a joyful expression, the boy, having secured the bread, announced, "Brother Chu, my name is Zhang Han. You may call me Xiao Han. Shall we depart now?" Chu Yunsheng, perplexed, inquired, "Are you not famished? Would you not prefer to fortify yourself with sustenance before our departure?" The boy patted the area where he had stowed the bread, replying with a smile, "Merely having it here has satiated half my hunger." "Very well, let us proceed," Chu Yunsheng responded, eager to resume his vital cultivation. With Zhang Han as their guide and Chu Yunsheng equipped with night vision goggles, they swiftly approached the Hualien supermarket. The night vision goggles revealed a scarlet beetle roaming the street, while another lay dormant within the supermarket. Suddenly, Chu Yunsheng experienced a pang of trepidation as he sensed a subtle fluctuation in the surrounding elemental energies. However, the disturbance quickly subsided, and despite his scrutiny, he could discern no discernible issue. Unwilling to squander such an opportune moment, he positioned Zhang Han in a nearby building. Chu Yunsheng, using the wall for support, braced himself against the corner, extended the tip of his crossbow, and meticulously aimed at the leisurely beetle. Fire! The frost bolt hurtled forth, its swift trajectory accompanied by a shrill scream as it cleaved through the air, bearing down on the crimson beetle like the specter of death. The crimson beetle, with the scant time it had, managed to muster its utmost reaction, ejecting a mouthful of corrosive spittle towards the incoming projectile. Yet, Chu Yunsheng's arrow was simply too swift, propelled by the talisman and Yuan Qi, The frostbolt cleaved directly through the half-ejected spittle. The entirety of the crimson beetle, along with its corrosive saliva, was encased in ice, frozen even in the midst of its expulsion. Could it be that the frostbolt's ability to freeze had been enhanced? However, there was no time to ponder this matter at present. Another crimson beetle remained motionless within the Hualien supermarket, seemingly unfazed by the commotion outside. A cunning beast. If it wouldn't emerge, he would have to venture inside himself. He swiftly dispatched the beetle outside with his longsword, then stored it within his storage talisman. He lacked the time to extract its yuan qi with the yuan qi extraction talisman, as the one inside could ambush him at any moment. However, as he cautiously entered the supermarket, his night vision goggles picked up a shadow. No, two. There were three concealed within, now converging upon him from three sides. Chu Yunsheng was instantly seized by an overwhelming dread. Three of them. Given his archery skills, he was destined for close combat with the crimson beetles. Yet, he possessed no potent close-quarters combat skills at present. The sword techniques could only be practiced from the rudimentary level after reaching the 2-yuan heaven realm. If there were but a single beetle, he could barely manage with the 6-armor talisman and his longsword. But with three assailing him simultaneously, his chances of victory seemed virtually non-existent. He must remain composed. There must be a way. Gazing at the three insects gradually encroaching from the darkness, Chu Yunsheng realized he had to make a decision promptly. Otherwise, once he entered their attack range, their sudden burst of speed would be unimaginable. The exit was already sealed off by one of them, and he was retreating further and further until his back was against the wall, leaving him with no avenue for escape. Never before had Chu Yunsheng found himself in such dire straits. A strong desire to survive erupted within him, as he let out suppressed, low-pitched roars. Since retreat was impossible and escape was futile, then let the battle commence. As long as there was a chance to fight, he would fight to the death. With the flames of war raging in his heart, his resolve naturally hardened like steel. Taking a half-step with his left leg, he pivoted his body, stabilized the crossbow, and aimed the chilling arrow, laden with the aura of death, at the crimson-armored insect in the doorway. Thwack! The furious ice arrow was launched almost simultaneously with the three crimson-armored insects' attack. Chu Yunsheng knew that upon releasing this arrow, regardless of the outcome, he was bound to suffer a pincer attack from the other two insects. He had no choice but to rely entirely on the formidable defense of the 6-yuan talisman to withstand this lethal assault. The swift and rapidly advancing ice arrow struck the charging crimson-armored insect head-on. At the same moment, the maximum force of the other two insects' attacks had arrived. Forgoing the use of pincers or corrosive saliva, the two crimson-armored insects opted for their sharpest front legs, akin to steel blades, descending from above with the full weight of their bodies in a devastating strike. A piercing, excruciating pain, as if bones were being pierced, spread from his back to every nerve in his body. Although the crimson-armored insect's assault failed to breach the formidable defense of the 6-yuan talisman, the immense impact and penetrating force left Chu Yunsheng severely wounded under the combined assault of the two insects. Propelled by the formidable impetus of the two insects, Chu Yunsheng tumbled ungainly towards the doorway. A mere step separated him from escape. Yet, he abstained from such action. Cognizant that exposing his back to the creatures would render him vulnerable, his velocity no match for their swiftness. The formidable 6-yuan talisman, while stoutly withstanding the insect's combined assault, was, he sensed, succumbing to damage and fissures, capable of enduring but one more such dual onslaught. His crossbow now lay beyond reach, discarded amidst his desperate tumble. In this crucible of mortal peril, amidst the fervor of battle, Chu Yunsheng summoned the zenith of his latent potential. Amidst his role, enduring the piercing agony within, he drew his pistol, gripping it firmly with both hands. With a swift kick against the doorframe, he steadied himself, poised precariously on the ground. Thereupon, he unleashed a fusillade upon the nearest insect. The pistol, likewise imbued with the yuan talisman's seal, possessed potency scarcely inferior to the crossbow. The sole disparity lay in the insect's fiery essence, against which the icy arrows proved more efficacious. Consequently, he discharged his weapon with reckless abandon. Each fire-infused bullet blossoming like an incandescent floral display upon the insect's carapace, the supermarket shelves, and the wall beyond. Chu Yunsheng felt as though time had suspended its march, yet he continued to depress the trigger vehemently. His fate hinged upon whether he could obliterate the foremost insect. Chapter 14. The sweetness of existence engulfed in flames, the scarlet beetle emitted a harrowing shriek, its once vaunted carapace proving insufficient to impede the encroaching inferno from gradually claiming its life. A mere handful of bullets. imbued with an energy equivalent to that of 2 ice arrows, were temporarily inadequate to extinguish its existence. Nevertheless, they effectively deprived it of its capacity to persist in its assault, leaving it to languish in agony amidst the conflagration, awaiting its demise. Undaunted, the final scarlet beetle surmounted its fallen comrade, delivering a devastating sweep with its colossal pincer. The force, akin to a mountain's overbearing presence, propelled Chu Yunsheng's entire being through the air, resulting in a calamitous impact upon the earth. In that fleeting moment, Chu Yunsheng experienced a sensation of utter disarray, as if his very essence had been scattered beyond recovery. His firearm was cast far aside, an unattainable distance in his present predicament. The crimson silhouette of the beetle loomed ever larger within his pupils, as he veritably sensed the chilling breath of mortality. The insect's gaze was replete with unadulterated cruelty, the pall of death, and an inexhaustible abyss of darkness, punctuated by a subtle hint of mockery. Rendered immobile, Chu Yunsheng was effortlessly seized by the beetle's pincer. He could perceive the precarious state of his 6 yuan talisman, teetering on the precipice of disintegration. It seemed that with a mere closing of the insect's mandibles, he would be cleaved asunder, akin to the countless bisected corpses he had previously encountered. The scarlet beetle emitted a triumphant cry as it unfurled its viscous, unclean maw, extending a slender, pointed appendage, akin to a proboscis, toward Chu Yunsheng's cranium. It intended to feast upon his cerebral matter while he yet lived. Chu Yunsheng writhed and contorted with desperate determination, yet remained incapable of budging the unyielding, ironclad pincer. His crossbow, his pistol, all were rendered inaccessible. However, he still possessed a sword, a blade of keen sharpness. It was his sole remaining hope. His left hand swiftly grasped the sword hilt, channeling a surge of vital energy that instantly unfurled the sword sheath. With scarcely a sixth of his energy remaining, at the brink of life and death, he fervently infused the sword body, unleashing a torrent of energy that enveloped the blade. Gripping the hilt with renewed determination, he leaned back powerfully, raising the sword high to deliver a fierce thrust aimed directly at the filthy maw, piercing the sharp orifice with unrelenting force until the entire blade was engulfed within the viscous mouth of the crimson-armored beetle. Repugnant slime splattered across Chu Yunsheng's face. A searing pain accompanying the assault, the 6 elemental talismans could not sustain him for much longer. It was a desperate counterattack, a strike meant to annihilate. The agonized beetle flailed wildly, its pincers thrashing in a frenzy, emitting a frantic screech as it expelled Chu Yunsheng's form, contorting its robust body in a violent convulsion that heralded its demise. Blood coughed from Chu Yunsheng's lips, the depletion of his vital energy rendering him weak and feeble, while the intense physical agony prevented him from moving an inch. He lacked even the strength to retrieve the energy-absorbing talisman. In silent contemplation of the laws of nature, he fought desperately to restore his energy, for an additional frozen beetle remained, poised to shatter its icy prison at any moment. And he was utterly drained of the capacity to fight. This was a race against time, a contest of speed against the insect's recovery. The burning crimson beetle was on the verge of collapse, and beneath the fiery glow, Chu Yunsheng anxiously fixated on the one encased in ice, hissing with cold vapor. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. A full 30 minutes elapsed, with the sporadic gunfire and the distant booming of main cannons, along with the chirping of scarlet beetles, serving as grim reminders to every corner of the silent city of Shin, that it was no longer the extravagant international metropolis of indulgence, but a city of dread. Gazing upward, the fractured streets, the secluded high-rises, the somber firmament, all resembled an age-old ruin, poised to devour. The longsword stood perpendicularly impaled in the mouth of the 3rd scarlet beetle, as if it were staring at the sky, dying in discontent. The leaping flames were eerily flamboyant, and the frozen sculpture cracked open with a snap, a sound that was particularly clear and bone-chilling in the quiet and dim cold night. The beetle was about to break free from the ice. Like a panther, Chu Yunsheng leaped up, 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, gliding past the 3rd scarlet beetle, drawing out his long sword with fluid grace. 4 steps, 5 steps, 6 steps. He soared into the air, raising his sword and striking down. The head of the beetle, which had just broken through the ice, fell to the ground, green fluid splattering beneath his sword. It was over, truly over. Chu Yunsheng collapsed to the ground, gazing at the 3 scarlet beetles. The second burned to death by flames, the third impaled by a long sword, while the first was finally beheaded. He had actually fought 3 scarlet beetles at the same time. However, Chu Yunsheng felt no elation, as this had come at the cost of risking his life. If there were to be a next time, he dared not guarantee that he could survive. For the first time, he yearned for the realm of the second yuan. For only in that realm could he cultivate those formidable close combat skills. Chu Yunsheng, weary in both body and spirit, contemplated sitting on the ground to recuperate. However, he was soon disturbed by the chaotic sound of footsteps approaching, indicating the arrival of several individuals. He surmised that the flickering flames and the sounds of conflict had drawn them here. At this juncture, even the most oblivious individual would recognize the paramount importance of sustenance. The desolate earth bore witness to the demise of numerous plants, and the future remained shrouded in uncertainty. The existing provisions were the sole assurance of survival. No one would begrudge an excess of such assurance, particularly someone like Chu Yunxing, who possessed the advantageous material storage talisman, naturally inclined to gather as much as possible. Utilizing the residual glow of the flames, Chu Yunxing adeptly commanded the talisman to swiftly collect the scant items left on the shelves, irrespective of their utility. Midway through his endeavor, a throng surged in, with Zhang Han among them. Chu Yunxing gestured for him to hasten and seize supplies. He then darted to an unnoticed counter, methodically looting its stock of tobacco and alcohol. With a crossbow slung over his back, he lit a cigarette and exited through the main door, disregarding the frenzied crowd behind him, who were desperately snatching up food. Gazing up at the pitch-black sky, he suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude for being alive. The supermarket's inventory was already scant, and Chu Yunsheng had cleared it out significantly. The crowd soon ransacked the warehouse, leaving no morsel untouched, not even a solitary sanitary napkin. When Zhang Han emerged, his face bore the marks of conflict, bruised and battered, a testament to the struggle he had endured. He wrapped the haphazardly seized items in his clothing and silently gazed at Chu Yunsheng's retreating figure. His understanding of this man had waned. He had witnessed from above as Chu killed more than one red-armored beetle, yet not a single one remained at the scene. Moreover, aside from the crossbow slung over his shoulder, there was no evidence of supplies indicating that this man had procured any food. What could be the reason for this? However, Zhang Han dared not inquire, sensing an unsettling volatility in the man before him, a palpable danger. Furthermore, even with his own mastery at the first realm and aided by night vision, he too had fallen prey to the cunning red-armored beetles, let alone Zhang Han, who possessed nothing. Upon returning to the room designated for the remaining four, Chu Yunsheng sought out a secluded chamber. After securing the door, he immediately entered a state of cultivation. Little did he anticipate that this perilous endeavor would lead to a remarkable advancement in his vitality. In Chapter 15, titled Battle Armor, he recuperated a modicum of energy and released the corpses of the red-armored beetles that had yet to yield their essence. Manipulating the energy absorption talisman, he efficiently extracted the vitality from all four beetles. At this juncture, the energy absorption talisman bore 5 flaming symbols, and Chu Yunxing could not afford to delay in hunting another beetle to replenish the talisman, for the dark city of Shin was a treacherous realm, fraught with danger at every turn. Without hesitation, he opted to employ the Yuan Gathering Talisman to absorb primal energy into his body. Upon reaching fullness, he was astonished to discover that the density of his primal energy had significantly increased compared to before. The present quantity was sufficient to freeze at least 7 crimson beetles. Considering the primal energy expenditure to freeze 1 crimson beetle as a single unit of measurement, his primal energy density had evidently increased by 1 unit. Similarly, more than 3 flame patterns had vanished from the Yuan Gathering Talisman, 3.5 to be precise. Previously, each full charge would consume 3 patterns. But the current situation indicated a genuine enhancement in his primal energy density. Chu Yunsheng calculated that when he first completed his cultivation, he possessed an estimated 5 to 6 units of density. Now, after approximately 8 or 9 repetitions of the charging process, it was highly probable that his primal energy density would increase by 1 unit every 9 cycles. With a total of 81 cultivation cycles, he could potentially increase by 9 units, meaning that at the peak of the first tier, he would be able to freeze 15 crimson beetles. He smiled confidently, anticipating that once he broke through to the second tier and mastered close-quarters combat techniques, he would be able to retreat unscathed even in the face of a large swarm of insects. After replenishing his primal energy, he promptly crafted another Yuan Gathering Talisman, expending 6 units of primal energy. As expected, he had 1 unit of primal energy remaining within his body, a truly gratifying sensation. The old Yuan Gathering Talisman, no longer capable of absorbing primal energy, could only convert the remaining 1.5 flame patterns entirely into his own primal energy, immediately elevating his internal primal energy to 4 units. This left him with only 2 units of primal energy density, necessitating nearly 7 days of recovery. To his astonishment, the injuries upon his face were not the result of a struggle for sustenance, but rather incurred for the sake of a package of sanitary napkins. It appeared that the maiden was experiencing her monthly cycle, and this fellow was indeed consumed by romantic devotion, a quality in which found himself lacking. Following this engagement, conducted a thorough analysis, concluding that his primary deficiency lay in the absence of close-quarters combat skills. Alas, there was little to be done. Unless he had been among the self-awakened, individuals whose awakening might have been accompanied by close-range combat techniques. As it stood, he could only persevere until he reached the 2nd tier of heaven, where he might cultivate the formidable sword techniques described in ancient texts. The defensive capabilities of the 6 Yuan talisman were also a matter of concern. While it readily withstood the assault of a solitary insect, its defenses were noticeably diminished when confronted with the combined assault of 2 or more insects. Only a 2nd-order 6 Yuan talisman could provide adequate protection, but the inscription method for such a talisman contained at least half of the characters that remained indecipherable to him. Even were he willing to expend 6 measures of Yuan Qi in its creation, success would be unattainable. What, then, was to be done? As he gazed upon the 6 neatly arranged corpses of the crimson-armored insects within the chamber, one felled within his own room, another during the rescue of and his companions, and the remaining 4 vanquished in the preceding battle, an idea sparked within his mind. The carapaces of the crimson-armored insects possessed remarkable resilience. Why not employ them as materials to fashion a suit of armor? In ancient texts, there exists a type of battle armor talisman, classified as a 2nd-tier level. This talisman necessitates a complete diagram of the armor's 4-dimensional structure, upon which it will autonomously absorb materials to replenish the talisman's essence. Although Chu Yunsheng comprehended the method of crafting this primordial talisman, he was perplexed by the materials mentioned in the ancient texts, particularly a type of beastly bone armor, the names of which he had never encountered before, and thus he dismissed them from his mind. However, he now considers testing with the shells of the crimson beetles. Yet, that must wait. The foundational materials required for the armor's creation are excessively vast, necessitating a refined essence. Currently, the 6 crimson beetle shells are far from sufficient. It would be prudent to embark on this endeavor after the vitality rises 2 levels, allowing for the accumulation of more shells and the preparation of additional energy-absorbing talismans, which would significantly mitigate the consumption of vitality during the crafting process. This increase of 2 levels corresponds to 18 complete releases, necessitating the hunting of at least 54 crimson beetles. Although this is no small number, Chu Yunxing remains resolute. As long as he does not encounter the same circumstances as before, he is confident in his capabilities. Recognizing the utility of the beetle shells, he swiftly considers that other parts of the insect could also be of value. For instance, the incredibly sharp long legs could be fashioned into arrowheads for crossbows, undoubtedly enhancing their potency beyond what is currently achievable. Additionally, the corrosive liquid within could be collected from the beetle's abdomen and later refined into a more potent corrosive venom using the talisman. With haste, Chu Yunxing began to dismantle one of the crimson beetle corpses, reassured by the protective aura of the 6 armor talismans, allowing him to disregard the toxicity of the corrosive liquid. The chitinous exoskeleton can be fashioned into battle armor, while the pincers and limbs may serve as components for arrows. The corrosive saliva can be refined into a more potent venom, leaving behind merely a mass of flesh that appears to have little utility. However, Chu Yunxing believes that the elasticity and explosive power of the insect's muscle are remarkably formidable. These remnants of flesh must possess some value. Thus he decides to retain them within his storage talisman for future consideration. Naturally, Chu Yunxing harbors no intentions of consuming the insect flesh, for who can ascertain whether it harbors lethal mutations? Having dealt with the decomposition of these carcasses, Chu Yunxing seems to have discovered a new ambition. To survive in this nightmare city, he must continually strengthen and expand his capabilities. Though fate has not bestowed upon him the innate talent for self-awakening, his ancestors have bequeathed to him an ancient tome of unparalleled wisdom. With this book as his guide, he remains undaunted by those prodigies of innate awakening. If the realm of the binary heaven is his midterm goal, a long and treacherous journey ahead The enhancement of his vitality through the ninth ascension and the feasibility of crafting battle armor represent his immediate objectives. These he must seize with urgency. Standing atop the building, Chu Yunxing gazes up at the boundless, darkened sky. 3 days prior, he had vanquished 2 crimson shell beetles on the small bridge to the west, escorting Zhang Han and his band of companions to the encampment of the opposing army. Whether they will receive the protection of the military is no longer his concern. The scarcity of sustenance has engendered a novel peril within this dread city. Throngs, unable to endure the pangs of starvation, are now a frequent sight upon the thoroughfares. The contest for the right to scavenge within establishments akin to convenience stores often escalates into brutal conflicts, the ferocity of which rivals the devastation wrought by the crimson carapace beetles. Beneath Chu Yunsheng's vantage point, a fierce skirmish unfolds. One faction wields a police-issue sidearm, while their adversaries are unarmed, yet they possess numerical superiority. This intense struggle is waged solely for the dominion over what was once a humble rice purveyor. Chu Yunsheng observes an aged man, resolute in his defense of the entrance, his person pierced by no fewer than 3 steel blades. As the unarmed group, emboldened by their numerical advantage, nears the threshold of victory, a formidable crimson carapace beetle materializes within the street. Without hesitation, all involved immediately flee. To confront such a creature, armed with only a pistol, would be an act of self-immolation. Human celerity is no match for the beetle's swiftness. With a single bound, the beetle plunges into the crowd, perceiving these defenseless humans as mere prey. Unbeknownst to the creature, it is itself the quarry of a hidden predator. A gray silhouette descends from above, accompanied by an aura of glacial, piercing energy. Chapter 16. Carnage over a cauldron of beef. Human squabbles frequently draw the attention of 1 or 2 crimson carapace beetles. He is powerless to halt the desperate battles for sustenance or to prevent the beetles from converging upon the scent of conflict. His singular recourse is to swiftly dispatch these loathsome insects. Clutching the rope tethered to the rooftop, Chu Yunsheng swiftly traversed the throng below. Icy projectiles hurtled forth, effortlessly piercing the carapaces of the crimson beetles, encasing both insect and arrow in glacial frost. Swinging over the frozen arthropod, he reached out, grasping the iced fletching. A surge of yuan qi erupted, propelling both man and insect skyward, landing them upon the adjacent building's terrace. The cacophony of wails and screams abruptly ceased. All flashlight beams converged upon Chu Yunsheng's back, illuminating a solitary, gray silhouette and the enigmatic crossbow slung across his shoulder. None knew his identity, nor his origins. He seemed both mysterious and formidable, an ethereal figure who never descended to their level, arriving and departing alone, taking only the dying crimson beetle with him. Thus, tales of him began to circulate throughout the eastern district of Xinjiang. Whispers of increasingly skilled individuals emerging within the terror-stricken city were exchanged among those who crossed paths. Chu Yunxing was but an occasional subject of these discussions, as he spent most of his time in deserted alleyways, hunting crimson beetles. Chu Yunxing, too, had caught wind of these rumors. The most celebrated figures were 2 individuals. One, a military man known as the Iron Beast, rumored to be capable of felling a crimson beetle with a single blow. Chu Yunxing mused over how many such blows this individual could deliver consecutively. The other, reportedly a government security advisor dubbed the Ice King, possessed abilities akin to Chu Yunsheng's icy arrows, albeit with the capacity to simultaneously freeze multiple crimson beetles across a wide area. Perched atop the 3-story edifice, Chu Yunsheng contemplated, should I successfully hunt a sufficient number of crimson beetles, I could then commence crafting battle armor talismans. Once I possess such armor, I may not be inferior to these individuals. Provided I eliminate 54 of them, I would no longer need to resort to such timorous ambushes. He gazed upon the porcine cerebral matter strewn across the street, his intended bait, though it appeared to be of little avail. He had been lying in wait for an extended duration, his body growing somewhat stiff. He overheard passers-by remark that the temperature seemed to have ceased its descent, yet he still felt an unusual chill. Perhaps it was time for sustenance, Chu Yunxing mused, patting his somewhat frigid abdomen. In recent days, he had subsisted on biscuits and bread. Today, he resolved to indulge in something warm and hearty. The 3-story building had once been an opulent restaurant. Chu Yunsheng effortlessly located the kitchen on the ground floor. A cursory inspection revealed that the tableware was still present, albeit in disarray. It seemed that edible items had been scavenged by others. However, this posed no issue for Chu Yunsheng, as he possessed his own provisions. Igniting his alcohol stove, he resolved to prepare a hot pot, the most he could manage under his current circumstances. Beef, cabbage, vermicelli, and even a few cubes of tofu were haphazardly combined, soon emitting an enticing aroma. The warm cabbage, accompanied by beef, instantly warmed his stomach. He even shivered in contentment. It had been an age since he had savored such a hot meal. Commonplace fare had become a coveted luxury in these times. Someone had entered. Chu Yunxing swallowed a piece of beef and hastily grasped his crossbow. There remained at least half a pot of food uneaten, and he was reluctant to depart just yet. The first to appear before him was a group of students clad in uniforms, their eyes fixed hungrily upon his half-filled pot of beef. Following them was a band of men and women wielding an array of weapons, equally transfixed by the sight of his meal. The kitchen of the lavish restaurant was undeniably spacious, yet with so many people congregated, it felt exceedingly cramped. Holding his crossbow, Chu Yunxing stood in a daze for a moment, then pointed at the pot of beef and uttered a phrase that struck even him as rather absurd. Mine. A hulking man, his face marred by a long, vivid scar, bald and exuding an aura of menace, brandished a chilling cleaver and casually struck the countertop, declaring, "Not anymore." Should Chu Yunxing insist upon his claim, the man's stubbornness would surely surface. Besides, he was no longer the defenseless office worker he once was. Raising an eyebrow, Chu Yunxing retorted, "You may try." The burly man appeared to find this amusing, gesturing with his cleaver towards his companions while laughing heartily. "Kid, don't overestimate yourself. With just a crossbow, once you shot an arrow, you'll be out of commission. There are too many of us for you to prevail." Unperturbed, Chu Yunxing replied, "Is that so? Who said I intended to shoot at them? I only need to take you down." The man grunted in anger, signaling with a gesture. "You've got guts. Fourth sister, show this kid a thing or two." Unbeknownst to Chu Yunxing, who had anticipated some form of trickery, a gunshot resounded abruptly from within the opposing group. Having been predominantly engaged in the frontline hunting of scarlet-armored insects, he had seldom been embroiled in human disputes over sustenance. Consequently, his comprehension of human behavior remained subconsciously rooted in the halcyon days of the past, rendering him utterly unprepared for such wanton acts of carnage. Had Diao Dingwu been present, he would have undoubtedly castigated the brawny man as a simpleton, for he had already discerned the formidable nature of Chu Yunxing. Alas, he was not there, and none were privy to the young man's origins. They merely surmised that one capable of concocting a pot of beef broth must possess a substantial cache of provisions. Ergo, by eliminating him, his possessions would become theirs. The bullet struck the floor with a ding, and an eerie stillness pervaded the room. Fourth sister had never encountered an individual capable of intercepting her bullets since her awakening. Such an occurrence had become even more unprecedented. Chu Yunxing's stationary interception of her bullet elicited a modicum of surprise, albeit not to the point of intimidation. In her estimation, he was, at most, merely an awakened individual possessing some form of defensive energy, a type she had encountered before, one of whom had even met his demise at her hands. Her initial bullet had been devoid of any energy, and it was entirely plausible that an awakened individual could deflect it. Fourth sister sneered, resolving that if he had evaded the first shot, he would not evade the second. Without hesitation, she imbued her most cherished fire energy into the chamber and discharged her second round. After Chu Yunxing fired his first shot, he suddenly realized the gravity of the situation, and a surge of fury welled up within him. He thought to himself, for merely half a pot of beef, "You scoundrels seek to take my life? After all these years, am I truly worth no more than that?" The bullets posed no concern for him. The 6 Jia Yuanfu completely disregarded such trivial attacks devoid of energy. Without hesitation, Chu Yunxing summoned his energy and drew his crossbow. Fully aware that his opponents aimed to eliminate him without provocation, he would show no mercy. When a lion hunts a rabbit, it exerts its utmost effort. The ice arrow shot forth with a chilling aura, yet the bald man had already prepared his defenses, intending to withstand the arrow to give his companion enough time to shoot and eliminate the enemy. However, he was gravely mistaken, for he had provoked the wrong foe. Some mistakes, once made, offer no chance for redemption. The instant Chu Yunxing released the ice arrow, his companion's fire energy bullet struck true. Thus, within the confines of a modest kitchen, an extraordinary spectacle of ice and fire unfolded. The bald man was instantaneously encased in ice, frozen solid. Had he not been an awakened one, Chu Yunxing mused, he would surely be dead. For the frigid energy of the ice arrow was beyond the capacity of any ordinary human to endure. The fire energy bullet from his companion accurately targeted Chu Yunxing's heart. However, contrary to her expectations, it did not pierce through and incinerate everything in its path. Instead, it merely sparked briefly before the surrounding space twisted slightly, extinguishing the flame. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could this be? His companion could not fathom why her bullet, which should have easily penetrated the armored foe, failed to breach this man's defenses. He didn't even burn his clothes. Chapter 17. Who holds order? Who holds power? Brother. A group of individuals gazed in panic at the popsicle-shaped bald man. Do you wish to understand what fire truly is? Chu Yunxing remarked with a sinister smile, determined not to spare those self-righteous fools who dared to point their guns at him. The 6 Jia Yuanfu technique allowed for a rapid concentration of vital energy to defend against such singular attacks, with an ample supply of energy at his disposal. The bullet from Fourth Sister posed little more than a nuisance to him. Chu Yunxing released his crossbow, which hung at his shoulder, and quietly drew his pistol, aiming it at the still-shocked Fourth Sister. Fourth Sister, run! A masked man seized Fourth Sister's hand, dashing toward the exit. Thinking of fleeing when you can't win? Chu Yunxing mused, you'd have to outrun the bullet first. Bang! Bang! With 2 successive shots, bullets infused with Chu Yunxing's pure fire energy whistled through the air, striking Fourth Sister squarely in the back. A piercing scream erupted as Fourth Sister was immediately engulfed in the flames of primordial fire. She exerted all her energy in a futile attempt to resist, yet she could still feel the unyielding flames ravaging her body. The 2 bullets Chu Yunxing fired were unlike any he had discharged from his pistol before. They were saturated with an ample supply of vital energy, each infused with a significant unit of power. A single unit of ice arrow could instantly freeze a formidable red-armored beetle, while 2 units of ice arrows could utterly obliterate it into fragments. The 2 bullets, infused with elemental fire, were far beyond the capacity of the recently awakened Si Mei to withstand. Even energies of the same attribute could not resist such a formidable assault. The elemental fire engulfed Si Mei entirely, her defenses crumbling to dust as she emitted heart-wrenching cries that pierced the soul. The kitchen became suffused with the acrid scent of charred flesh. Chu Yunxing was taken aback by the sheer brutality of the scene. While exterminating insects, he had never pondered their feelings, yet, confronted with a human being, even an adversary poised to take his life, the agonizing torment of such a death sent shivers down his spine. However, he felt no remorse. Perhaps this was the reality of a post-apocalyptic world. Had he not possessed certain abilities, he might very well have been the one lying on the ground, suffering in agony. This woman had initiated the attack with fire-infused bullets, firing without a trace of hesitation. It was poetic justice, he mused. If he were the one sprawled on the floor, these individuals would likely harbor no compassion. They were intent on his demise. Those who do not regard the lives of others as valuable deserve no sympathy. Such a fate was a fitting retribution. The elemental fire spread from Si Mei's hand to the masked man's arm. Seizing the moment while Chu Yunxing was momentarily stunned, the masked man swiftly brandished his knife, severing his own arm and fleeing through the door. The remaining accomplices, disregarding their leader Si Mei, recognized the peril posed by an adversary as formidable as a scarab beetle. Retreat became their only viable option, and they scattered like frightened birds, leaving no one behind. Chu Yunxing had no intention of pursuing them. He was not a bloodthirsty demon, and he had already taken 2 lives. The critical issue was that he had just expended a significant amount of his vital energy, leaving him with only 2 units remaining in his body, which was already not at full capacity. In this city, ominously dubbed the City of Terror, one could encounter unpredictable dangers at any moment. It was prudent to conserve some strength. He holstered his pistol and noticed an assembly of students and a young woman across from him, likely their teacher. He had little inclination to concern himself with these individuals. The streets of Shin City were now rife with the homeless and the starving. Gazing at the charred remains of his 4th sister, he found himself lacking the appetite to continue eating. However, the beef was certainly not to be wasted. In the Dark Ages, what is most precious? Food. He gathered some utensils to pack the meal into his storage talisman, without fear of spoilage, to enjoy at a later time. Hello, sir. The teacher could no longer contain herself as she observed Chu Yunxing preparing to leave with his meal. She and her students had ventured into this establishment in search of fortune, and upon entering the hall, they were greeted by a long-forgotten aroma. One astute student even declared that it must be beef. Without hesitation, they entered, accompanied by a group of formidable individuals. She recognized the bald man among them, a local tyrant who had gathered a band of men and women, wielding their numbers to act with impunity. In this chaotic and lawless world, these thugs acted as enforcers, committing heinous acts without remorse. In her youth, she had listened to her grandmother's tales of the Japanese devils, whom she regarded as a pack of brutes. Girls would deliberately smear their faces with soot from the bottom of pots, making themselves as unattractive as possible, fearing they would be noticed by the Japanese soldiers. Little did she anticipate that she and her students would one day have to do the same, using grimy paint on their faces to guard against unrestrained thugs. She had presumed that the man consuming the beef would meet his demise. She had never witnessed anyone survive against the bald man's henchmen. Once, a girl who resisted the bald man's assault had her entire family nailed to the entrance of their residential complex. The memory still haunted her like a nightmare. Yet, her assumptions were proven wrong. This young man, single-handedly, had consecutively shot and killed the gang's two main figures, the bald man and C-May. She was in utter disbelief. Beyond words, she was aware of the existence of metahumans, a question frequently posed by her students, which she couldn't explain. However, she had never heard of this man in this neighborhood. Who on earth was he? Of course, such curiosity was secondary. What mattered was that the man was about to take away the beef hot pot. She and her students had gone without food for over 2 days. So, she brazenly spoke up, hoping for even a morsel of food. Xiao Xue had been running a fever for 3 days, and without any nourishment. She feared her beloved student might not endure. Little did Chu Yunsheng realize her jumbled thoughts. In his experience, anyone who spoke up in such a situation was invariably begging for food. His long-standing strategy has been that unless one speaks up, he would never generously offer assistance. He is no philanthropist, and food is indeed a precious commodity. Should one dare to voice their needs, he would respond based on the circumstances, for he is no fool. Just as it is now, with a dozen children and more than 20 pitiful eyes gazing upon him, and his hands, which were busy packaging the pot of beef, inexplicably came to a halt. Ultimately, his heart softened, and he sighed, "You must be wanting this pot of beef. Take it and enjoy." Chu Yunsheng placed the entire pot before them, and, seizing his alcohol stove, departed, fearing that if he lingered, his compassion might overwhelm him once more. Chu Yunsheng lit a cigarette and sank into the sofa in the hall, his thoughts in turmoil. The recent events compelled him to acknowledge the transformation of human rules in this dark era. Absent the machinery of the state and societal morals, many act with impunity, relying solely on their strength. If one is ruthless and powerful, they can oppress others, commit any vile act, and even take lives. With no police to arrest them and no court to judge them, everything descends into an abyss of chaos. It is time to shift one's consciousness. Had it not been for the protective amulet he possessed, he might have found himself on the road to the underworld by now. Only those with absolute strength can establish a new order in this dark age. Chu Yunqing fiercely flicked his cigarette butt away, contemplating. Thus, the only path forward is to intensify his self-cultivation. Only by becoming sufficiently formidable can he dictate order rather than be subjected to it. Chapter 18. Fortitude. In the path ahead, Chu Yunsheng tallied the crimson-armored insect corpses. Including the initial 6, he now possessed 38 within his storage talisman. Still 22 shy of his goal of 60. Swine medulla had become a crucial lifeline for Chu Yunsheng. Solitary crimson-armored insects were scarce, and encountering even a pair felt like a stroke of good fortune. Naturally, he dared not confront swarms, a task even armored vehicles would hesitate to undertake. Insects relished brain matter, be it human or otherwise. To these creatures, the craniums of all terrestrial animals were delectable delicacies. Chu Yunsheng had successfully lured no fewer than 10 crimson-armored insects using swine medulla. However, its efficacy waned recently. During the last attempt, ravenous humans nearly pilfered the entire pig head. It was, after all, succulent pork. Chu Yunsheng wised up, extracting the medulla, mixing it with fresh blood, and placing it beside human corpses along the roadside. Predictably, no one dared pilfer the medulla thereafter. He surmised that the declining success rate was due to staleness, as fewer and fewer crimson-armored insects fell prey to the bait. Now, hardly any insects bothered to approach it. As he pondered how to procure solitary insects, the female teacher and her students gradually entered the hall. They had likely finished their meager meal. The pot was never full to begin with, and they were a large group. The group approached him hesitantly, furrowing Chu Yunsheng's brow. This posture suggested another request. He wasn't averse to aiding the children, but he could barely manage his own survival, let alone play the role of some grand hero. He secretly regretted that he should have left earlier. The female teacher gratefully said to him, "Thank you for your assistance. I'm a teacher at the 21st Middle School in Xinqing. My name is Chu Yunsheng." He quickly interrupted her, saying, all right, I do not wish to know these details. Personally, I believe that you should seek refuge with the military or the government as soon as possible. You are all students, and the military ought to take responsibility." His abrupt interjection left the female teacher somewhat embarrassed, Nevertheless, she persevered in explaining, "We have approached the military, but there are too many people, and they cannot manage. Sir, I am not asking you for food. One of my students has had a high fever for 3 days, and without effective medication, she may not survive." Chu Yunxi was momentarily taken aback. He felt sympathy, but he had no medicine to offer. Prescription medications in the age of sunlight required a hospital prescription, and he had no energy to procure much. He did possess some ordinary medicine, but it would be of no help for such a severe fever. He could only helplessly reply, "I am sorry, I do not have that kind of medicine." The female teacher, her tone filled with hope, quickly said, "There is a community hospital not far ahead. I have taken my students there before, but there are bugs. Could you please help us?" "I am sorry." Chu Yunxing thought for a moment, but ultimately declined. He had been to that hospital. There were 3 red beetles at the entrance, and he could only imagine what lay within. It was very dangerous. Although he felt sympathy for the girl, he had not yet reached the level of nobility required to sacrifice his own life for another's. The atmosphere grew increasingly awkward. Chu Yunxing believed that the decision to assist or not should inherently be his prerogative. Risking his own safety for a stranger was, indeed, not a prudent course of action. Thus, he rose to depart. However, to his astonishment, a soft thud echoed behind him as the female teacher knelt down. He was momentarily taken aback. Then, one by one, the students followed suit, kneeling in unison. A profound tremor coursed through Chu Yunxin's heart. It was not compassion that gripped him, but rather surprise, shock, and an indescribable emotion. In the age of sunlight, on television and the internet, one often witnessed scenes of collective kneeling and protest, where individuals sought justice or aid amidst their plight. He had vehemently condemned the callousness of the powerful, those who stood unmoved by the suffering of others. Yet, he never imagined such a scene would unfold in his own world, and that he would be among those who stood above. He opened his mouth, yet found himself at a loss for words. "Please, uncle, Xiao Xue is going to die," cried one girl, kneeling and weeping. "Uncle, we beg you," echoed the chorus of cries. At that moment, Chu Yunxing found himself in a fierce internal struggle. On one side, a voice urged him to relent, to acknowledge his limitations and refrain from pretensions. For in the end, one might not even comprehend the manner of their demise. It would be wiser to focus on diligent cultivation. On the other side, another voice beckoned him forth, exclaiming that life is meant for passionate pursuits of justice and fervent emotions. "Let us fight, my brother. While strength is indeed crucial, without the courage to confront bloodshed, one shall forever remain a psychological weakling." A true master is not solely defined by their earth-shattering power, but by their willingness to challenge, to face the bloodshed head-on, to push their limits, and to never retreat. Chu Yunxing suddenly realized that he had long been ensnared in a vortex of evasion, retreating from danger, shunning challenges, and yearning for comfort. While this approach had allowed him to navigate life without peril until now, he pondered whether this state of being could be sustained. The increasing numbers of scarlet beetles made it increasingly difficult for him to hunt down isolated insects with ease. Continuing to evade would only slow his progress in cultivation, while the insect population burgeoned. If this trend continued, it seemed unlikely that he would reach the second-tier celestial realm before being devoured by the very creatures he sought to escape. Cold sweat trickled down his spine as he contemplated this grim reality. Even in the era of sunlight, endeavors devoid of risk in pursuit of success appeared exceedingly rare, let alone in this treacherous dark age. The insects proliferated at an alarming rate. The powers of the awakened surged. Yet his own advancement had stagnated due to his fear of confronting the 3 scarlet beetles. If this persisted, he would undoubtedly be crushed beneath the relentless march of time in this epoch, ultimately fading into obscurity, having squandered the wisdom contained within a timeless tome. With a deep sigh, Chu Yunxing found himself unexpectedly invigorated by the actions of others, triggering a profound transformation in his mindset. He transitioned from a timid poacher to a fervent warrior, brimming with the desire for battle. However, he recognized that he could not act recklessly. Strength remained an indispensable asset. Courage did not equate to recklessness. If the disparity in power was insurmountable, even boundless fighting spirit would lead only to a dead end. Endowed with a nascent power now encompassing 8 measures of vital energy, he could conceivably confront 3 carmine beetles. With meticulous planning, he surmised his probability of triumph would exceed 80%. The primary imperative was stealth, ensuring the creatures remained oblivious to his presence. Subsequently, with utmost alacrity and precision, he would immobilize one beetle using an ice bolt. Thereupon, he would brace himself against the wrath of the remaining pair, should fortune favor him. He might incapacitate one during their assault with a pistol shot. The survivor, provided he retained his firearm or crossbow, could be vanquished even if ensnared by its mandibles. At present, he lacked the capacity to cleave through the beetle's dual defenses of energy shield and carapace with his longsword. While breaching the energy shield alone was feasible, replicating the previous instance of piercing the unprotected oral cavity was exceedingly improbable. Therefore, two pivotal junctures existed. First, the instantaneous freezing of a beetle. Second, the inviolability of his pistol and crossbow. Safeguarding these elements would secure a 70% likelihood of success, should he manage to paralyze a beetle mid-attack. This probability would surge to 90%. Ultimately, barring the emergence of additional beetles, complete victory should be assured. Having deliberated with such profound intensity upon regaining his composure, Chu Yunsheng noticed his counterpart was still prostrate on the ground. He felt a twinge of embarrassment, acknowledging that these individuals had, in essence, influenced his future cultivation methods. Given his resolution to embark on a fervent self-challenge, assisting them in passing seemed a mutually beneficial endeavor. Furthermore, the significance of pharmaceuticals would undoubtedly be second only to sustenance in the impending Dark Age, an area in which his preparations during the era of sunlight had been most deficient. Amassing some reserves was an absolute necessity. Chapter 19. Novel applications of swine medulla. Upon hearing this, the female teacher exclaimed with fervor, "You've consented?" Chu Yunsheng smiled, replying, "Indeed. First, enlighten me as to how to locate the apothecary. I possess no familiarity with its layout." Upon receiving his affirmative response, the children immediately ceased their weeping, clapping their hands in unison with elation. "Yea, I knew you would agree. You're a kind man." A junior high school girl, barely 13 or 14, mustered her courage and approached Chu Yunsheng, exclaiming with delight, "Xiao Shui can be saved." One could not fault these students. Chu Yunsheng perpetually concealed himself behind the visor of his night vision device, rendering his true visage imperceptible to all. It was only natural that he would be addressed as Uncle Chu Yunsheng. However, neither had the time nor inclination to rectify their appellation, and instead urged the female teacher, "Do you, in fact, possess the knowledge? Moreover, my understanding of pharmaceuticals is rudimentary. I am unaware of the specific medications you require." Having been urged by him several times, the female teacher said with a touch of apology, "I'm terribly sorry. I was rather agitated just now. As for the pharmacy's medications, rest assured, my father used to be a doctor there before he was taken by the insects. Just take me there, and I know where it is." "Absolutely not. You cannot come inside. I may not even be able to protect myself, let alone you." Chu Yunsheng rejected the idea without a second thought. He jested inwardly that bringing an ordinary person into such an intense battle would be a death sentence. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Yunsheng stated, "Sketch the location of the hospital pharmacy on paper, and I can go in by myself." The female teacher recognized that her presence would indeed be a burden. Without further ado, she took the paper Chu Yunsheng offered and swiftly drew the pharmacy's location from memory, along with the names of the required medications. There were two locations: the usual dispensing window with a supply of common medications, and the hospital's main pharmacy, which had a secure door that would be difficult to open. However, Chu Yunsheng was confident that the door would pose no significant challenge to his energy-infused longsword. Chu Yunsheng departed from the restaurant and stealthily made his way toward the hospital, following the markings the female teacher had made on the map. He initially chose a tall building some distance away, opposite the hospital, and meticulously scanned the area with his night vision goggles. He no longer placed complete trust in the night vision device, as its reliability was now limited to basic navigation. As for detecting insects, relying on it would be too precarious. Three were visible through the night vision goggles. As he calmed himself and attuned to the fluctuations of the natural energies surrounding him, he discerned no signs of the unusual occurrences he had encountered previously at the Hualien supermarket. Thus, he felt a strong conviction, 90% certainty, that there were only three. Yet, the challenge lay in how to infiltrate the area. The community hospital's compound boasted two grand entrances, each situated on different streets. The path taken by the three scarlet beetles was erratic. However, regardless of the point of entry he chose, one would inevitably detect him, prompting the other two to swiftly converge. Chu Yunsheng smacked his forehead, realizing he had been fixated on methods to breach the premises, neglecting the prospect of luring the insects out. The more he contemplated this brilliant idea, the more convinced he became of its efficacy. Directly across from the hospital's main gate was a golden van, a 9-seater, positioned with its back to the hospital. The window of the front passenger seat was ajar, allowing for a stealthy entry. Without a moment's hesitation, he proceeded to slip into the vehicle through the passenger side. This vintage van featured manually operated windows, perfect for his purpose. The distance was just right. Had he attempted this from the previous building, he might have found himself inadequately positioned for an effective strike against the beetles. Taking a deep breath, he prepared himself for the audacity of provoking the 3 scarlet beetles. The one closest to him appeared in his scope, pausing momentarily to glance in his direction with a wary eye. Without a shred of hesitation, Chu Yunxing squeezed the trigger. He had been detected. The arrow struck true. The other 2 had already been alerted and were moving at high speed. Chu Yunxing realized that with his current archery skills, it was utterly impossible to hit such a fast-moving target with an arrow. The only viable option was to use a pistol, which boasted a higher ammunition count, ensuring that at least 1 bullet would find its mark. He had a total of 15 bullets, infused with approximately 2 units of vitality, and he expended them all in one breath. At this moment, the insect had already leaped onto the roof of the car, tearing at the hood. He now recognized just how fortunate he had been during his last encounter at the Hualien supermarket. Out of the entire 15 rounds, he had only managed to hit the target once or twice, and the one that was struck had merely sustained slight injuries, still possessing formidable attacking capabilities. The corrosive slime quickly began to seep down from the roof, repelled by the 6-Jia talisman with a hissing sound. Chu Yunxing suddenly realized that he had seemingly erred in his strategy. The original plan had been to shoot the ice arrows first and then immediately fire the gun. However, the circumstances had evidently shifted, with an additional layer of defense from the carriage that he had forgotten to utilize. He should have waited until the insect had fully leapt onto the vehicle before opening fire. This would have significantly increased his accuracy. It appeared that his direct combat experience was still insufficient. No amount of ambushes could provide him with such first-hand knowledge. Regretting his miscalculation was futile at this point. As he braced himself against the onslaught of corrosive saliva and the piercing legs of the insect, he swiftly changed magazines. While the entire Jinbei car had already been rendered a patchwork of wounds by the insect's sharp legs, with a large hole corroded into the roof. As the insect clamored to breach the interior, the firearm discharged, the projectile piercing through the aperture and striking the carapace's abdomen. A substantial quantity of primeval energy was instantly depleted. Fortunately, the targeted insect, now engulfed in flames, flailed its mandibles wildly, retreating in defeat. Another insect breached the confines of the carriage, seizing Chu Yunxing and dragging him out. Protected by the Hexa Armor Talisman, he was not easily crushed. Yet the force was such that his internal organs were contorted, causing excruciating pain and drawing blood from the corners of his mouth. His right hand, clutching the pistol, was firmly gripped by the insect's other mandible, which was pulling relentlessly. For a fleeting moment, Chu Yunxing feared his arm would be torn asunder. He was compelled to draw his long sword with his left hand, launching a frenzied assault upon the insect's head. However, fortune did not favor him twice, and the carapace offered no opportunity to penetrate its oral cavity, squandering nearly a unit of primeval energy. Thus far, he had expended 5 units of primeval energy, freezing one insect and setting another ablaze, their fates uncertain. The last insect was locked in a stalemate, neither able to overcome the other. Chu Yunxing was consumed by anxiety, realizing he could not afford to prolong the impasse. Should the frozen insect break free or the burning insect regain its offensive capabilities, the combined assault of the 2 carapaces would overwhelm the Hexa Armor Talisman. What other armaments remained at his disposal? Chu Yunxing regained his composure and channeled his primeval energy into the object-containing talisman, meticulously searching for any recourse. The stored corrosive slime was useless, as were the scarlet beetle's parts when used against itself, a fact he had already verified through experimentation. The legs of the scarlet beetle were equally ineffective. Pig brains? Futile. Pig intestines? What utter nonsense. But wait. Pig brains. He wondered what would happen if he smashed them on the scarlet beetle's head. It was, after all, its favorite food. If it were to become even slightly distracted, to relax its grip for even a moment, he might have a chance to break free. And then there was the fire-leaving talisman, a 3rd-level offensive Yuan talisman activated from an ancient text, whose power was certainly immense. With time, he had almost forgotten about it. The thought of this trump card made him feel considerably less tense. He quickly took out the pig brains and hurled them at the scarlet beetle's hideous head, gathering his Yuan Qi, waiting for that split second of distraction to break free. Although the pig brains were not exactly fresh, They were genuine pig brains. The scarlet beetle hesitated, its instinct for food warring with its desire for his own brains. Chapter 20. A new kind of monster. He assessed his injuries. His right hand was numb, and moving it sent sharp jolts of pain through his arm. The greatest damage was to his abdomen, where the insect had clamped down with deadly force, making each breath an agony. Fortunately, he was still in one piece. These injuries would eventually heal with the circulation of yuan qi. The remaining 2 units of yuan qi were more than enough to deal with the 3 dying scarlet beetles. After collecting the corpses of the 3 insects and clearing the battlefield, he didn't dare rush into the hospital. Dragging his numb right hand, he found a secluded corner. At present, the only recourse is to expend 3 more flame talismans to elevate the density of vital energy within the body to its maximum capacity. Observing the disintegrating essence-absorbing talisman in midair, Chu Yunsheng extracted a cigarette, pondering that this operation had eliminated 3 crimson-armored insects, consuming 6 units of vital energy. In terms of quantity, the income and expenditure of vital energy were roughly equivalent, but in substance, there were 3 additional sets of insect carapaces, corrosive saliva, and so forth, which should still be considered worthwhile. Daring not to rest for too long, as every delay breeds more complications, Chu Yunsheng immediately resumed action after finishing his cigarette. The community hospital comprised an outpatient building and a small inpatient department, with red brick exteriors. Corpses lay scattered haphazardly in the courtyard, some of doctors, others of patients, all with empty cranial cavities, the handiwork of the crimson-armored insects. The automatic glass doors of the outpatient building were shattered, with shards of glass strewn across the ground, crunching beneath it. The triage desk was covered in a thick layer of blood, and the lobby was littered with chaotic medical records and newspapers bearing footprints. The headlines were strikingly conspicuous. Sun vanishes. Or, more alarmingly, monsters attack humans. Military intervenes. Half an intestine hung from the registration window, with frozen blood clots forming along the flowing blood. Scattered banknotes swirled in the gentle breeze at the cashier's window, amidst overturned tables, chairs, documents, and computers, seemingly indicative of a severe disturbance that had occurred there. A cabinet was wedged tightly behind the security door, but a large hole had been torn through it, with a protruding eyeball dangling from the rusted metal, glaring menacingly into the dark passage behind the lobby. The advertisement frame introducing the renowned doctor was shattered, with long strands of hair clinging to the shards of glass, tinged with blood. Turning to the right, the window for dispensing medication, marked by the precariously hanging green characters for pharmacy, was in disarray. Patient waiting chairs were scattered around, and a ceiling fan had crashed down, splintering into pieces. Uncertain of the events that had transpired, Chu Yunsheng was enveloped in an eerie silence, broken only by the sound of his own footsteps. A sense of unease and inexplicable foreboding washed over him. However, pressing concerns took precedence, and he resolved to retrieve the necessary medication and depart from this place as swiftly as possible. The pharmacy window was fractured, but by carefully removing the fragments, he could climb over the counter. Inside, the medicine cabinets leaned against each other like toppled dominoes, their contents strewn across the floor. Chu Yunsheng activated his storage talisman, collecting all the medication within its confines, without pausing to sort through the debris or identify specific drugs. The pharmacy contained a limited supply of medication, suggesting that the bulk of the drugs were stored in the dispensary. According to the map drawn by the female teacher, reaching the dispensary required traversing a dark and lengthy corridor. Should he venture forth? Chu Yunsheng felt an inexplicable trepidation towards the depths of the corridor. Hospitals were inherently somber and secluded places, and the current infestation of crawlers only heightened the sense of dread. He seized a currency detector from the cashier counter and hurled it far into the corridor, then swiftly aimed his crossbow. The currency detector clattered and echoed as it tumbled through the passage. Nothing transpired. No vermin burst forth, nor did any phantoms manifest. A wave of relief washed over Chu Yunsheng as he mused that his apprehension had been excessive. Had there been insects, they would have undoubtedly emerged by now. Activating the active infrared source, the somber passage was instantly rendered in verdant hues within the night vision device, amplifying its eerie ambience. Chu Yunsheng, clutching his crossbow, cautiously advanced into the depths, adhering closely to the wall. His palms slick with perspiration from the palpable tension. Chu Yunsheng recognized the necessity of gambling for the sake of the medications. Even if not for the children, he would inevitably require these life-saving pharmaceuticals in the future. He dared not cast his gaze into the rooms flanking the passage, his mind solely focused on swiftly traversing the corridor, then veering right to the end. where the medical depot lay one level above. As he passed another doorway on the left, a fleeting, pallid figure flickered within. Chu Yunsheng promptly recoiled against the left wall, his heart pounding erratically. As he debated whether to steal another glance, a subdued, lilting song emanated from within. Ethereal yet frigid, fragmented and intermittent. "Who's there?" Chu Yunsheng uttered in a hushed tone, the chilling melody sending shivers down his spine. Stealing his resolve. Chu Yunsheng muttered, "I refuse to be intimidated. Am I to believe inspectors now? I've dispatched scores of crimson beetles. What do I have to fear from such trifles?" He promptly prepared to kick the door open, only to find it creaking ajar of its own accord. He immediately took aim at the arrow, and a woman materialized before him. Despite the frigid temperature, she was unclothed, her disheveled hair partially obscuring her comely face. Her shapely figure emanated a ghastly, pale luminescence. Her eyes, hollow and vacant, stared at Chu Yunsheng outside the door, her dainty mouth opening and closing as she chanted a frigid ballad. "Who are you?" Chu Yunsheng was not intimidated. Rather, he was remarkably clear-headed. The protracted duration of the apocalypse had fortified his nerves. This woman was exceedingly peculiar, defying all logic. In such frigid weather, she was utterly naked. Yet her skin was as pallid as a specter. Chu Yunsheng sensed a momentary fluctuation in the sex, as if in defense against something. A chill ran down his spine, and he exclaimed in a dawning voice, "Halt, or else." The woman continued her advance, lithe and mournful, as if deaf to his words or manipulated by an external force. Chu Yunsheng, no longer one to allow others to jeopardize his safety, and certainly not one to be beguiled by a bizarre woman, unhesitatingly pulled the trigger. At such close range, the potent ice arrow pierced her chest, dragging her backward and pinning her to the wall. "Ah!" The woman managed only a piercing, dolorous shriek. Just as she was about to be encased in ice, Chu Yunsheng seemed to perceive a faint smile from the woman, distinguished by a glimmer of light in her hollow eyes, as if imbued with a sense of liberation. Once again, a deep and peculiar sound emanated from the inpatient department, seemingly tinged with anger, as though something cherished had been snatched away. "What on earth is that?" Chu Yunsheng felt a surge of alarm, but there was no time for contemplation. Having arrived at this juncture, he hastily proceeded to gather the necessary medication. Vowing to distance himself as swiftly as possible from the inpatient area, he dared not linger, sprinting with urgency, turning corners and ascending stairs. Guided by the map provided by the female teacher, he soon located the pharmacy, its locked door posing little challenge to someone like Chu Yunsheng, who was armed to the teeth. The pharmacy was impeccably organized, devoid of any signs of chaos. He swiftly collected various medications, even attending to the refrigerated supplies. Entering through the main corridor, he noted that to the right, the herbal supplies were situated upstairs, while a left turn led back towards the inpatient department. The sensation of being observed emanated from that left passage, prompting Chu Yunsheng to grip his crossbow tightly. In his mind, the most terrifying creatures in this world were merely insects. However, upon witnessing a creature resembling a flexible, elongated water pipe, with a bulbous end housing a singular eye akin to a tentacle, swiftly advancing from the corridor's end, he suddenly realized that the realm of monstrous entities extended beyond mere insects. Chapter 21. Devastating the monster without a moment's hesitation. Chu Yunsheng stowed away his crossbow and drew his handgun. Countless experiences of narrowly escaping death instilled in him the understanding that regardless of the peril or horror, even amidst the cataclysmic, one must remain composed, for in panic, all would be lost. Now, this creature obstructs his path, leaving him with no choice but to fight to the death. Regardless of what monstrosity lies before him, survival necessitates a relentless struggle. The bow and crossbow pose little threat to such a slender entity. Not only is it exceedingly difficult to hit, even if struck, the long, pipe-like appendage may not be entirely immobilized. The handgun may also prove ineffective, yet the virtue of the fire-infused bullets lies in their ability to incinerate all they encounter, offering a glimmer of hope for temporary reprieve. Without waiting for the creature to make the first move, Chu Yunsheng promptly fired his weapon, firmly convinced that this entity harbored no friendly intentions. At this moment, he found himself bereft of viable options, expending a significant amount of energy to shoot in all directions, attempting to ignite the flames of his fire essence and repel the encroaching tentacles. Faced with the formidable force of his fire-infused bullets, three soft, flexible appendages immediately divided, with two of them darting forward to self-destructively intercept Chu Yunsheng's projectiles. Even as he detected the acrid scent of burning flesh, One of the tentacles defiantly shielded its companions from the onslaught of bullets. The tentacles displayed remarkable agility, particularly the one assigned the role of offense, which moved with the grace of a nimble water serpent, swiftly coiling around Chu Yunxing's body. Relying on the protection of the sixth Jia talisman and the expansion of his internal energy, he managed to break free several times, only to be ensnared again. When the fourth and fifth tentacles emerged, despair nearly consumed him. His entire being was ensnared, his ammunition depleted, and with his hands constricted, he found it impossible to reload. The soft appendages, sensing his diminishing capacity for resistance, began dragging him towards the infirmary. Suppressing his inner trepidation, Chu Yunxing frantically sought an avenue of escape. The community hospital's inpatient building, merely 4 stories in height but expansive in breadth, revealed upon Chu Yunxing's forceful entry that its third-floor partitions had been demolished. The surrounding walls were coated in a viscous fluid, binding the entire edifice into a unified mass, emitting a faint, ethereal green luminescence, akin to a moss-laden cavern. The walls were densely adorned with nude women, eliciting a profound astonishment that rendered him speechless. A scant few still bore remnants of attire indicative of their former roles as patients and nurses. It dawned upon Chu Yunxing that his unease in the lobby stemmed from the hospital's unnatural cleanliness. It was so immaculate that not a single cadaver was present. Given that the scarlet-armored insects selectively consumed human brains, they would typically disregard other bodily components. Consequently, the scene should have been littered with empty craniums. Yet, there were none. Chu Yunxing inhaled sharply, realizing that the missing corpses had been relocated here, though they appeared to be in a state of suspended animation. Suddenly, he espied a slender, almost translucent, digit-sized tubular appendage piercing the back of a young woman's head, hoisting and manipulating her in a manner analogous to the woman he had previously encountered. As she drifted past, Chu Yunxing discerned the vacuity in her gaze. It was evident that she was under the dominion of this entity, elucidating the ethereal gait of the woman he had encountered earlier. The peculiar shriek emitted after he discharged his arrow was undoubtedly attributable to this very monster. At this juncture, Chu Yunxing's sense of wonder eclipsed his dread. What manner of creature was this? In the center of the building, a bubbling pool of viscous slime has formed, within which lies a grotesque amalgamation of flesh. Occasionally, a figure surfaces, enveloped in a translucent membrane, contorted in a state of dissolution, resembling a chrysalis. Each chrysalis is equipped with tubes of varying thicknesses, most of which connect to a towering, gelatinous mass that rises over 5 meters, oddly reminiscent of a tree-like structure, while others link to much smaller cylindrical monstrosities surrounding it. The largest of these cylindrical creatures boasts a diameter of at least 3 to 4 meters, its form adorned with peculiar tubular appendages and robust tentacles. The tendrils ensnaring Chu Yunxing originate from this colossal entity. The myriad tubes and tentacles of the monster are in a flurry of activity. As Chu Yunxing is drawn closer, he notices women suspended against the wall, each connected to the giant monster S-tubes, through which a repulsive fluid bubbles and flows. Some women have abdomens swollen grotesquely, while others have recently ruptured, with numerous palm-sized cylindrical creatures emerging, swiftly devouring the remains with their mouth-bearing tentacles. It is breeding. A prolific reproduction. Chu Yunxing stares in horror. The melting pool of slime below, he surmises, must serve as the nutrient solution nourishing these monstrosities. What on earth is this abomination? Overwhelmed by trepidation, Chu Yunxing thrashed wildly, yet he was powerless to resist being inexorably drawn into the viscous pool. A tentacle, as thick as a human thigh, emerged before him, its tip splitting open into a gaping maw that widened relentlessly. It lunged, engulfing Chu Yunxing headfirst. With each progressive swallow, the tentacle's resilient walls stretched to accommodate him, until he was entirely encased within, forming a grotesque human-shaped mold. A deluge of viscous fluid oozed from the tentacle's inner lining, clinging tightly to Chu Yunxing's form. He distinctly felt the surge of the sixth primeval energy, coursing through his body, enveloping him and even his night vision goggles within its protective aura. However, the inability to breathe brought him perilously close to the brink of suffocation. With a soft plop, Chu Yunxing, now encased in a cocoon of viscous fluid, was expelled from the tentacle's maw and plunged back into the pool. Instantly, a slender tube descended from above, only to be deflected by the gentle force of his primeval energy. His face flushed crimson from holding his breath. Chu Yunxing realized that his chance for survival had arrived. Protected by the corrosive liquid, while depriving him of air, posed no immediate threat. Even the clothes and pistol on his person remained unscathed within the primeval energy barrier. His sole recourse now lay in approaching the largest entity, presumably the matriarch of the monsters, inflicting grievous harm upon it, and seizing the opportunity to escape. All around him, the liquefied remains of human pupae drifted past. Chu Yunsheng desperately held his breath, his 1 yuan sky cultivation barely sustaining him. His hands stealthily replaced the magazine, his ammunition dwindling to less than 30 rounds. Subsequently, he swiftly retrieved the yuan talisman, meticulously replenishing his vitality bit by bit, wary of detection by the creature should he restore it at a normal pace, thus jeopardizing his endeavor. Closer, ever closer, until he was fully pressed against the base of the maternal entity, which seemed oblivious to his presence. 1, 2, 3. With his thoughts coalesced, Chu Yunsheng seized the opportune moment. With 6 measures of vitality now coursing through him, he unreservedly unleashed 3 shots, each fueled by a single measure of vitality. The pupil wall instantly shattered. The bullets, imbued with fierce yuan fire, plunged into the maternal entity with a wet, tearing sound. Simultaneously, Chu Yunsheng inhaled deeply, having nearly suffocated. The creature's surface was shielded by an energy barrier, as Chu Yunsheng had anticipated. Even the crimson beetles possessed one, so this seemingly more formidable creature would undoubtedly have one as well. The bullets fiercely churned against the creature's defensive layer, the yuan fire raging intensely, gradually weakening the surrounding barrier. Before the tentacles could strike, Chu Yunsheng swiftly braced his gun against the thinnest point of the barrier, firing 2 more shots in rapid succession, each shot still carrying a single measure of vitality. The fire yuan bullets, now penetrating the maternal entity's body, violently collided with the energy-laden flesh within, detonating in a destructive conflagration. The creature's viscous flesh was rent open by the bursting energy, creating a gaping wound. Fragments scattered in all directions. Howling, the creature began to submerge its body into the pool of molten slime. Chu Yunsheng surmised that he had succeeded, at least in wounding it. Now was the time for his escape. A grotesque mass of viscous flesh erupted from the creature's gaping maw, landing repulsively atop his head, draping over his night vision goggles. Chu Yunsheng was immediately struck by the realization that this small piece of flesh harbored the essence of numerous insects. With no time for contemplation, he found himself surrounded by at least 10 descending tentacles, while a swarm of smaller creatures clambered up the enormous appendages, their maw-like tentacles shrieking in frenzy. In this life-and-death moment, Chu Yunsheng dared not hesitate any longer. He retrieved the fire separation talisman, which he had nearly forgotten. This third-tier offensive talisman, given his current level of cultivation, could only unleash a mere 20% of its potential in extravagant waste, but it was imperative for his survival. As he gazed at the oncoming tentacles and minions, he hastily channeled his vital energy to activate the fire separation talisman. Characters symbolizing separation erupted from the talisman, a torrent of vigorous energy rapidly coalescing around it, accumulating in magnitude. With a thunderous crack, the characters tore apart, and the elemental flames descended like a torrential rain of fire upon the earth. Chapter 22. The Emergence of the Battle Armor. The talisman's power exceeded his expectations. Even at a mere 20% potency, it incinerated the tentacles to nothingness. Eventually, he emerged from the infirmary unscathed, free from the pursuit of any tentacles, indicating that he had dealt a significant blow to the monstrous progenitor. After providing some antipyretic medication to the female teacher, he chose to rest, weary from his ordeal. All he desired was a peaceful slumber, free from thoughts and actions. Chu Yunsheng experienced yet another unsettling dream. In this dream, he was pursued relentlessly by a swarm of scarlet beetles. In a state of panic, he leapt into a vast pit, only to find himself surrounded by numerous nude women. Frantically attempting to escape, he realized to his horror that delicate tendrils had ensnared his legs, binding him tightly. Upon awakening, he was drenched in cold sweat. He sat by the window, lit a candle, and opened his diary. After a moment of contemplation, he meticulously inscribed the following: Scarlet Beetle, Life Stage, Adult Origin, Unknown Classification, Unknown Size Characteristics, approximately 4 meters in length, 2 meters in width, and 2.5 meters in height. Defense, exoskeleton, protective shield traits, prefers darkness. Has a penchant for consuming brain matter. Habitat, undetermined, tentacled creature, mother entity. Origin, unknown. Classification, unknown. Size characteristics, approximately 5 meters in height, 4 meters in diameter. Cylindrical in shape, numerous tentacles, tubular structures defense, possesses an energy shielding layer, primarily relies on its tentacles traits, reproduces by parasitizing humans' habitat, indeterminate having documented all the information he currently possessed regarding these creatures. Chu Yinsheng quietly closed his diary. The Dark Age was increasingly perilous. The mere existence of the scarlet beetles had already overwhelmed humanity, and now the emergence of such terrifying monsters only exacerbated the dire situation. To survive in this world, it was imperative to gather as much knowledge as possible about these creatures, for the more he understood, the better his chances of survival would be. Thus, he resolved to record and preserve every piece of information he acquired in his diary. It was possible that even more formidable monsters would emerge. If he did not quickly grow stronger, he risked meeting a grim fate on the streets at any moment. Despite the near-fatal peril encountered in this latest endeavor, it was not without its merits. A wealth of invaluable pharmaceuticals were procured, and he was exposed to creatures of formidable power, serving as a significant impetus and motivation for his future cultivation. Furthermore, the viscous tissue extracted from the tentacled matriarch's cavity yielded a substantial for units of primal energy, replenishing his reserves and underscoring the sheer magnitude of the creature's power. For the time being, his current capabilities preclude any direct confrontation with this entity. However, once his cultivation has advanced further, he may consider hunting it down. At present, his priority lies in gathering insects. He is eager to equip himself with a formidable battle suit. Donning a fresh set of clothes, he felt a renewed sense of well-being. The motorcycle roared back to life, plunging into the fathomless darkness. A growing sense of urgency grips him. During his time in the residential complex, he overheard rumors of a potential military abandonment of the city. Currently, a substantial military presence is engaged in combat with the insects within the city, drawing in a significant number of crimson beetles. Should the city be abandoned, these insects would disperse, potentially eliminating any chance of facing even 3 crimson beetles at once. He is now left with only a single primal energy-drawing talisman adorned with complete flame patterns. His previous attempts have gradually depleted his resources, and he has amassed a collection of 41 insect corpses, leaving him 19 short of his goal. With the gap narrowing, he must expedite the creation of his battle suit. Increasingly reliant on the protective barrier afforded by the first-tier, 6-armor talisman, his unease mounts. The chosen location for the hunt by Chu Yunsheng is near a grand bridge connecting the eastern and western districts. This bridge is heavily guarded by troops, with the intermittent roar of helicopters echoing above. The relentless assault by the insects has yet to breach the bridge, thwarted by the military's fierce resistance and overwhelming firepower. However, as the insect numbers swell, the soldiers and munitions dwindle, and it is only a matter of time before these strongholds succumb to the onslaught. Chu Yunsheng lies in ambush within a nearby building, remaining vigilant for the occasional retreating scarab that might pass after a failed attack on the bridge. He spares no opportunity to target these wounded creatures, as they present the ideal prey. In the absence of insects, he dedicates himself to honing his shooting skills within the confines of the room. His design prowess is rather lacking. He can manage stationary targets adequately, but once the insects begin to move at high speed, success hinges solely on luck unless his arrow remains aligned with the creature. Practicing archery can be a tedious endeavor, yet he finds solace in wielding a crossbow rather than a traditional bow. By maintaining a steady posture, stable center of gravity, and relaxed arms, his accuracy improves, though any lapse in stability often leads to errant shots. Fortunately, the scarabs are colossal beings. Even a mere graze from his frost arrows triggers a release of freezing energy, significantly enhancing his chances of success. After an arduous 5 days, Chu Yunsheng has managed to gather a mere 19 arrows, averaging less than 4 per day. This lack of preparedness underscores his current inability to confront more than 3 scarabs simultaneously. Returning to his lair at Mingdu Huayuan, Chu Yunsheng secured all doors and windows. He meticulously crafted his first battle armor talisman according to the ancient texts. The complete armor was designed to encompass not only the torso but also the shoulders, arms, legs, and even the head, hands, and feet, ensuring maximum protection for every part of the body. The exterior of the armor featured an elegant, streamlined design. Chu Yunsheng opted for the most striking appearance, albeit grounded in practicality, thus indulging a slight vanity. Upon completing the armor talisman, an idea struck him. Since his sword had always failed to penetrate the carapace of the red-shelled beetle, he thought to inscribe a sword talisman alongside the armor talisman. He recalled seeing such a design among the illustrations in the ancient tome. Although uncertain of the outcome, he proceeded with a sense of hopeful recklessness. After crafting the three-dimensional design, he inscribed the fourth-dimensional passage to connect the talisman body and the intricate design. Chu Yunsheng was unaware of the underlying principles. He merely followed the example he had seen. He inscribed additional characters for refining the talisman, completing both the talisman head and seal. This endeavor consumed nearly 8 units of his vital energy. It appeared that his initial decision to enhance his vital energy to 9 units before embarking on the armor creation had been wise. With preparations complete, Chu Yunsheng replenished his vital energy and then activated and manipulated the armor talisman. The image of the sword immediately shot forth from the talisman body into the void, slowly rotating and casting light upon a circular area below. Quickly, he cast one of the red shell beetle's shells beneath it. After a moment, the shell transformed into specks of starlight, absorbed by the armor in the void, yet the changes remained imperceptible to the eye. Chu Yunsheng understood that the creation of battle armor required an abundance of materials for refinement. He hurriedly placed the shells beneath the rays of light. As he continued to position more shells, the battle armor in the void began to materialize more and more, until he had placed approximately 46 shells, at which point the entire armor became fully substantial. However, only a portion of the sword was materialized. Experimentally, Chu Yunsheng added 2 more shells, only to be astonished to discover that while the armor continued to absorb, the sword portion could no longer do so. Chapter 23. The 3 sword styles of insect slaying. Chu Yunsheng pondered silently. The armor had taken shape, yet it could still absorb materials, indicating its potential for sustainable upgrades and refinement. In the future, any new shells from the red-armored beetle could be utilized to enhance the battle armor. The situation with the sword, however, was perplexing, as it could not continue to absorb shells. He speculated that the materials were incompatible. Yet he was unable to decipher the annotations beneath the illustration of the sword in the ancient text, thus refraining from drawing conclusions. After contemplating for half a day without clarity, he decided to experiment by inserting the red-armored beetle's legs and pincers. To his astonishment, the sword portion absorbed them. And after depleting all the legs and pincers he had collected, a crimson longsword finally took a rough form. Chu Yunsheng was filled with exhilaration, reasoning that the legs and pincers of the red-armored beetle must possess distinct qualities compared to its shells, one emphasizing offense, the other defense. Naturally, materials with offensive properties could forge a sword blade. In pursuit of achieving optimal effectiveness for the battle armor, he promptly inserted the remaining dozen or so shells, all of which were completely absorbed by the armor. The armor crafted from the carapace of the crimson beetle was likewise vermilion, although it deviated somewhat from the profound ebony hue that Chu Yunsheng had desired, but the present was not a juncture for such meticulousness. Despite the armor and sword both being scarlet, they did not possess the fire attribute of the crimson beetle, instead, akin to Chu Yunsheng's yuan qi. They were in a pristine, primordial state, thereby greatly augmenting the malleability of the armor and sword. The utilization of the armor talisman was exceedingly facile. Upon imprinting it within the body, activation during combat merely necessitated the use of yuan qi to rouse the armor's yuan talisman. The armor would then promptly eject from the talisman's corpus, disassembling into discrete components, hovering around the individual, and subsequently coalescing instantaneously, flawlessly encasing every bodily region, thus forming an impeccably seamless entity. With the sword suspended on the left, Chu Yunsheng could sense its compelling sharpness the instant he unsheathed it. The original longsword was relegated to the second tier, residing within the storage talisman. Chu Yunsheng mused that it might prove useful at some indeterminate time, thus precluding the wastage of any resources. The entire armor crafting process necessitated the expenditure of a substantial quantity of yuan qi to govern the armor talisman's refinement of materials. Upon its culmination, Chu Yunsheng scrutinized his yuan qi reserves, discovering that they were depleted to less than a single measure. He could only offer a wry smile before retrieving the final yuan-absorbing talisman, thoroughly assimilating the residual 3 flame patterns, managing to attain a meager 7 measures of yuan qi. Subsequently, he reconstructed new 6 armor talismans and divine weapon talismans, respectively imprinting them upon the armor and sword. Chu Yunsheng now felt that the infusion of merely a single measure of yuan qi into the sword would assuredly enable it to pierce the crimson beetle's body, an artifact forged from the essence of nearly 240 insect legs and 120 pincers. Should he decipher the ancient text detailing the creation of the second order 6 in the divine weapon, Chu Yunsheng was convinced that the potency of his armor and sword would be greatly amplified. Upon reaching the binary celestial realm, one could cultivate a sword combat technique known as sweeping through armies, a skill Chu Yunxing had long yearned for. With a surge of inspiration, he christened his sword Thousand Cleaver, hoping this keen blade would accompany him, cleaving through 1,000 insects. Emboldened by his armor and Thousand Cleaver sword, Chu Yunxing's confidence soared. Were it not for the excessive consumption of his energy, he would have immediately equipped himself and re-engaged the red-armored insects. His current objective was to ascend to the binary celestial realm. He needed to temper his internal energy 54 times. He now realized that his previous calculations were flawed. Each time his internal energy level rose, he would need to slay more insects. For instance, with his current 9 units of energy, he required the flame patterns of 4.5 red-armored insects to fully replenish his energy. Upon reaching 10 units, he would need 5 red-armored insects. Each increase in energy level would necessitate an additional half of a red-armored insect's flame pattern. However, Chu Yunxing was not discouraged. With his armor and Thousand Cleaver sword, he was confident in his ability to significantly increase his insect-slaying speed. His primary concerns were, first, to swiftly cultivate to the binary celestial realm. Only with enhanced strength could he ensure his survival and perhaps even impose order on others. Second, his assimilation of the ancient text characters was progressing too slowly. It was akin to standing before a treasure trove, knowing that the mountain was filled with riches, yet being unable to find the path to ascend it. The realm of the dual elemental heaven can undoubtedly be achieved with an accelerated pace of cultivation. However, the peculiar characters within the ancient text pose a significant challenge, as they are so enigmatic that they barely qualify as oracle bone script, and their sheer quantity is overwhelming. The idiosyncratic symbols abound, leaving one with no choice but to engage in relentless contemplation and conjecture, followed by practical experimentation to validate their hypotheses. Qianxing pondered deeply and resolved that, regardless of the circumstances, he must first cultivate to the level of the dual elemental heaven. He hoped that reaching this realm would enhance his comprehension of the ancient texts and enable him to conduct further experiments, especially considering the vast array of second and third-tier elemental symbols. After a refreshing rest, his initial excitement subsided, and Qianxing reflected carefully. The thousand-cut sword was indeed a formidable weapon. However, if he could not wield it to its full potential, its power would be significantly diminished. Much like his ice arrow, which suffered from his limited archery skills, his accuracy with moving targets was consistently lacking. This impediment forced him to rely solely on ambush tactics to unleash his first shot, thereby greatly diminishing the inherent deterrent effect of the ice arrow. He firmly believed that, had an expert archer been the user, the ice arrow's intimidation should not be confined to its use in pre-battle surprise attacks. Thus, he no longer wishes to employ the thousand cuts sword indiscriminately. While ancient texts do indeed contain martial techniques, his current level of mastery is insufficient for such practices. He can only study some fundamental fencing techniques, which are mentioned in the ancient scriptures, albeit in limited detail, and the characters are beyond his comprehension. Furthermore, the ancient texts do not hold these sword techniques in high regard. Under the overwhelming might of formidable sword arts, these techniques merely serve as supplementary skills, designed to familiarize the wielder with the essence of the sword. The inability to decipher the sword techniques in the ancient texts poses no obstacle, for Chu Yunxing has amassed a wealth of martial arts materials during the Age of Sunshine. He possesses books purchased from bookstores as well as some printed compilations retrieved from the internet. Now, these resources prove to be invaluable. The fundamental movements of the sword, such as hooking, hanging, thrusting, flicking, stabbing, and slashing, are essential. However, Chu Yunxing is not inclined to learn an excessive number of techniques. He finds them too varied and chaotic, and he lacks the time to master them all. His immediate concern is the red-armored beetle, and thus, his sword techniques must be tailored to counter this specific threat. Considering his own capabilities, which are fortified by dual protections from battle armor and the 6 armor talisman, the threat posed by the beetle's attacks is significantly diminished. Provided his internal vitality is ample, he can withstand multiple assaults from the creature. Additionally, the thousand-cut sword, infused with his vitality, should possess formidable sharpness and distinct characteristics. Weaving together these elements, Chu Yunxing formulates a succinct offensive sword technique comprising merely 3 moves. The initial strike is a direct downward slash, executed in the style of a cleaving sword technique. With both hands gripping the sword aloft, he awaits the beetle's approach. As the creature draws near, he extends his arms, bringing the sword down in a straight line before him, aligning his arms and the blade. His vital energy and strength surged directly into the sword's edge, aimed to cleave through the beetle's head. Should the beetle fail to evade, the most vulnerable part of its body, the head, will inevitably sustain a grievous blow, resulting in either death or severe injury. Certainly, this is predicated on the ability to accurately strike the creature's head. If the insect moves too swiftly, or if one's technique is inadequate, striking its shell will not prove fatal. Should the insect evade, or if one fails to hit its head, the second technique comes into play, the slicing sword technique. This method is rather straightforward and practical. Upon the failure of the first technique, as the sword descends, one merely needs to rotate the palm upwards, keeping the sword level. Depending on the insect's position, if it is to the left, one can pivot the body and execute a diagonal slice from the lower right across the chest to the upper left, with the sword tip elevated above the head, channeling energy and force directly into the forward section of the blade. The target of this maneuver can be either the insect's head or body, aiming to inflict significant damage. If the insect manages to evade, leveraging its remarkable jumping ability to perhaps leap over the sword or even over Chu Yunxing himself, the third technique, the reverse flick of the longsword, will be employed, the flicking sword technique. Chapter 24. What constitutes a signature move? Flicking, as the name suggests, involves an upward thrust aimed at the target. When the red-shelled beetle leaps, one must coordinate their movements and employ the reverse sword technique to strike at various parts of the insect, depending on the circumstances. The three-sword technique should be executed fluidly. While they may not guarantee the demise of the red-shelled beetle, they can certainly inflict severe injury. Chu Yunxing is aware that actual confrontations with the insect are fraught with peril, often exceeding his expectations. His current task is to master these three techniques, committing them to memory until they become second nature, thereby honing his skill through repetition. In the Age of Sunshine, there is a famous adage: what is a signature move? A signature move is the ultimate refinement of simple techniques. What Chu Yunxing must now achieve is to practice these three simple techniques repeatedly until he reaches the pinnacle of mastery. Although each movement appeared deceptively simple, to maximize the potency of both body and blade, relentless practice of every step was imperative until one discovered the optimal sword form suited to their own strength. With the intent of simulating actual combat, Chu Yunxing activated his combat armor, fully equipping himself, even configuring crossbows and pistols on his person, striving to replicate the battlefield scenario as closely as possible. To enhance the verisimilitude further, he even bound himself to a wardrobe, simulating being seized by an insect's pincers. Contemplating how to wield the sword forcefully, how to channel his energy to cleave and slay, he first dissected the three moves, practicing them individually, seeking the optimal state for his strength and yuan qi. Each strike was devoid of artifice, incessantly cleaving, and cleaving again. The sword followed the body's movements, the body guiding the sword, aiming to achieve unwavering stability of the center of gravity. A stable body ensured a stable sword, and a stable sword allowed for stable yuan qi. Therefore, Chu Yunxing not only sought the optimal sequence of movements, but also paid heed to the coordination of his yuan qi, striving to maximize the harmony between sword form and yuan qi and sword intent. He aimed to achieve a seamless coordination of hand, eye, body, technique, and footwork, progressing from conscious coordination to unconscious mastery. This necessitated extensive practice. Fortunately, there were only 3 moves. Otherwise, significant progress would have been unattainable in such a short time. Even so, Chu Yunxing, in the frigid weather, mechanically practiced until he was drenched in sweat, achieving only a nascent sense of the movements. During these 3 days, Chu Yunxing dedicated his time solely to sleep and practicing the 3 sword moves until he could accurately perform them with his eyes closed. However, he recognized that this was merely the form, and the coordination of yuan qi and strength had yet to reach its optimal level. Only through practical combat can one truly grasp the harmonious interplay of vitality and strength. Relying solely on one's own power, no matter how sharp the sword may be, may not suffice to breach the dual defenses of the crimson-armored beetle's protective shield and shell. It is only a battle sword imbued with vitality that can shatter the shield and subsequently rend the creature's shell. Chu Yunxing requires a real combat experience to validate the practical efficacy of his abilities and to calculate the consumption of his vitality. He must be meticulous in his calculations. Ever since he cultivated his vitality, he has yearned to utilize a single measure of it as if it were 2. Presently, he has 3 measures of vitality remaining. After careful consideration, Chu Yunsheng ultimately decided against the plan to recuperate at home for 8 or 9 days. It would be a waste of precious time. He must engage in battle to sustain further battles, using the energy from the crimson-armored beetles to eliminate more of their kind. Following the initial chaos, the survivors in Shunsheng gradually formed loose collectives. Alone, it is not merely a challenge to contend with the crimson-armored beetles. But even the quest for sustenance becomes exceedingly arduous, except for Chu Yunsheng, who stands apart from the rest. The streets are often filled with throngs of people wielding torches, scouring for food, no longer confined to supermarkets or markets. Even the rats in the sewers have been unearthed, becoming the last supper. The insects are indeed terrifying. Yet rather than despairingly awaiting starvation, it is preferable to venture out in search of fortune. After all, insects do not infest every corner. With a stroke of luck, one might not encounter a single one. This is also one of the reasons why Chu Yunsheng suddenly finds himself amidst a multitude of people on the streets, all driven out by the dire scarcity of food. Chu Yunsheng activated his battle armor, preparing himself meticulously. Even a night vision device was affixed to the helmet. This was a necessity, as his abilities were insufficient to sense the darkness with spiritual energy, compelling him to rely temporarily on the night vision equipment. While crafting the armor, he had deliberately designed a structure on the helmet for the secure attachment of the night vision device, ensuring convenience for installation. This peculiar design piqued the curiosity of many onlookers, but he could not afford to dwell on their interest. With little spiritual energy remaining within him and the ever-looming threat of the crimson beetles, he dared not let his guard down. The speed of the insects was alarmingly swift. Should they pounce upon him, he might not even have the time to activate his armor. After traversing several streets without encountering any beetles, he found himself pondering their whereabouts when a voice rang out ahead. "Run! The beetles are coming! Hurry!" The streets echoed with frantic cries, accompanied by the thunderous sound of panicked footsteps, heightening the sense of urgency and dread. Chu Yunsheng swiftly darted into the recess of a building, raising his crossbow as the terrified crowd rushed past him in a frenzy, some unable to steady their torches, which fell to the ground. In the age of the sun, there existed a sardonic adage about two individuals encountering a tiger. One exclaimed to run, while the other argued that fleeing was futile due to the tiger's speed. The former retorted, "I do not need to outrun the tiger. I just need to outrun you." Though once merely a jest, this sentiment now stood as a brutal reality. Survival hinged upon outpacing others, for the slowest would inevitably be devoured by the relentless insects. The icy arrow of Chu Yunsheng was aimed unhesitatingly at a human-sized red-armored insect, piercing through the air with unwavering precision. Clad in battle armor, he appeared anything but cumbersome. Rather, he moved with remarkable agility, the armor's features enabling him to leap over 3 meters in an instant. With only 2 insects in sight, he recognized that even without the use of the 1,000-piercing sword, a mere handgun would suffice. However, he was in urgent need of one specimen for his experiments. And with fewer than 20 bullets remaining in his firearm, he pondered, who else but the sword? Swiftly, he darted past the frozen red-armored insect, sweeping the 1,000-piercing sword with a decisive motion. Without even channeling his energy, the razor-sharp blade severed the head of the insect, which had lost its protective shield. The remaining insect, witnessing the demise of its companion, immediately abandoned the captured human and lunged toward him, both parties hurtling toward a collision at high speed. Protected by his armor, Chu Yunsheng landed gracefully, rebounding into the air without a scratch. The opposing insect quickly regained its composure, its quarter-energy defense evidently insufficient to withstand his assault. Then, let it be half the energy. Infusing himself with renewed vigor, Chu Yunsheng harnessed the power of his armor to leap into the air once more, delivering a downward strike. The insect shrieked in a frenzy, its pincers aimed at his 1,000-piercing sword. With a sharp crack, the pincers were sent flying, as Chu Yunsheng's sword decisively shattered them, landing at the base of the insect's head. At this juncture, with the insect's defensive barrier significantly weakened, Chu Yunsheng roared, channeling another half-measure of Yuan Qi into the sword's body. Executing the severing sword style with practiced ease, the crimson beetle's head was sent skyward, its torso erupting in a gush of viridescent fluid, deflected by the 6-armor talisman. To slay a crimson beetle with a single measure of Yuan Qi, without employing combat skills, showcased the formidable power of the battle armor and 1,000 refined sword in tandem. The Frost Arrow, a Yuan talisman-based combat skill, while possessing the advantage of elemental opposition, could only freeze the insect, not kill it. In contrast, The combination of battle armor and thousand-refined sword effortlessly achieved the feat of slaying a crimson beetle with a single measure of yuan qi. Most crucially, Chu Yunxing could now engage in close-quarters combat with the crimson beetles. For a moment, he was utterly stunned. Chapter 25, Citywide Evacuation. Eliminating a crimson beetle with one measure of yuan qi might seem comparable in power to the frost arrow. But Chu Yunxing was acutely aware of the reality. Freezing a crimson beetle with a frost arrow was only achievable under ideal conditions, lacking practical combat viability. In previous engagements, only the initial frost arrow could generally guarantee the freezing of a single beetle. When other insects closed in, he often had to expend 2 measures, or even more, of yuan qi to eliminate just one crimson beetle. Moreover, being approached by the rampaging insects posed a life-threatening risk. Now, however, things were different. Relying on the battle armor's protection, even head-on collisions with the crimson beetles did not put him at a disadvantage. Furthermore, a single sword strike, requiring only one measure of yuan qi, was sufficient to achieve the desired effect, making it entirely practical for combat. With unwavering confidence, he believed that if he were to harness a full 9 units of vitality, he could undoubtedly slay at least 8 foes in battle. After meticulously cleaning his Qinbi sword, Chu Yunxing stood atop a towering building exceeding 20 stories. The fleeting thrill brought on by donning his battle armor quickly dissipated. Overshadowed by the grim news relayed by the military, his heart heavy with conflicting emotions, he gazed down at the 3 formidable Type 99 main battle tanks that rolled majestically below, accompanied by 6 Type 97 infantry fighting vehicles that followed closely behind, their headlights ablaze. The vehicles blared an urgent announcement from the command headquarters. We refer to them as the red armored bugs. We shall not count the cost of sacrifice, nor spare any effort to eradicate these monstrous creatures that have emerged in various locales. The urban channels teeming with swarms of these pests remain impervious to destruction, allowing the red armored bugs to infiltrate our cities incessantly. We are compelled to declare a continuous deterioration of the situation. Recently, the numbers of red armored bugs within the city have surged once more. It is uncontrollable. The threat is extreme. After careful deliberation by the command center, it has been resolved that, effective immediately, a citywide evacuation is mandated. A citywide evacuation is mandated. All civilians who hear this decree may follow the military in retreating, with the destination being Jinling City. The sole glimmer of hope we can share is that, according to the analysis conducted by scientists, the main urban area of Jinling City, due to its substantial concentration of an unidentified substance, has yet to reveal any channels for the bug swarm. The command headquarters has thus decided to establish a new defensive system in Jinling City. There, our forces, after months of arduous and bloody combat, sparing no sacrifice, have completely purged the red-skinned insects from the outer city leading into the main city of Jinling. Currently, they are constructing a robust defensive line around the periphery of Jinling's main urban area, successfully thwarting numerous incursions by the insectoids. The command has resolved that, effective from the issuance of this notification, the military will hold its position for another 72 hours. Citizens who wish to seek refuge in Jinling City must evacuate within this 72-hour window. After this period, the military's rearguard units will execute a final withdrawal from the city, undertaking the rearguard task for the populace. Is this the abandonment of this place, at last? The evacuation of over 20 million people? Just the thought of it sends shivers down Chu Yunxing's spine. Perhaps the military can no longer sustain it. Or maybe the situation has deteriorated beyond redemption. A citywide evacuation might merely be a helpless explanation given by the military to the masses, a disguised abandonment of the people. This is a calamity for Shin City, and indeed, for all of humanity. The entire globe must be trembling under the tyrannical power of these insects, perhaps? Chu Yunxing's thoughts became muddled. Although he had been hearing such rumors, and some, like the expert from upstairs, had already evacuated to the military camp, he seemed unable to accept it when the day actually arrived. Over 20 million people, such an immense crowd. He could scarcely imagine it. The ensuing chaos, disorder, the scramble for survival, the insectoid pursuit, the scarcity of food and medicine, and so on. How many will perish on this road? Bewildered, Chu Yunxing pondered the rationale behind the Supreme Command's decree. For over 3 months since the sun's disappearance, Shanghai, as a major metropolis, had been under the highest level of defense, with the command reportedly sacrificing numerous smaller cities to concentrate the most elite military forces in eastern China within Shanghai's borders. Yet now, abandonment was imminent. Chu Yunsheng sensed that the command must have discovered new developments, perhaps a new breed of monster, or an overwhelming surge in insect numbers, leading them to believe that sustaining the city was no longer viable. Rather than face inevitable defeat, they chose to preserve their forces and fortify new defensive systems, aiming to secure humanity's last bastion of survival. These were merely his conjectures. Regardless, his escape was now imperative. Despite possessing battle armor, the Qianbai sword, and ice arrows, he was not delusional enough to believe he could single-handedly confront the impending swarms of insects. Evacuating with the main force was his sole and optimal choice, especially since his only relative resided in Jinling City. The fight for survival was about to commence. Before that, Chu Yunsheng deemed it necessary to prepare, to amass yuan qi by eliminating more insects and to scavenge useful resources for future needs. He harbored no illusions that the 300-kilometer journey to Jinling City would be without peril, as long as ancient tomes, battle armor, and the essence of the yuan remain. Chu Yunsheng retains unwavering confidence that he will safely reach Jinling City. Was it not said that the main urban area of Jinling City had been purged of the insects? Thus, relying on Jinling City as a stronghold, he diligently cultivates his skills, seeking to vanquish the crimson-armored bugs beyond the city walls, which is far preferable to his current state of constant vigilance, where even the simple acts of sleeping, eating, and relieving oneself are fraught with anxiety over the potential appearance of these creatures. He wonders how his aunt and her family are faring after the passing of his parents. She's his only remaining kin. Chu Yunsheng has relentlessly devoted himself to cultivating his vital energy, not only to preserve his own life but also in the hope of gaining the strength to protect his loved ones. What he had not anticipated was the rapid and ferocious arrival of these insects, which disrupted all his previous plans. Since their emergence, he has been unable to contact them. Fortunately, news from the military has brought him some solace. Jinling City still stands, and as long as his aunt and her family manage to evade the initial onslaught of insects entering the city, they should be relatively safe now. However, he is anxious about whether their food supplies are sufficient. According to the ancient texts, the situation in Jinling City involves the intersection of the Earth's celestial trajectory with a foreign dimension, where the celestial passage has opened, yet inexplicably bypassed the main urban area of Jinling City. This has resulted in the absence of a celestial passage within the city, compelling the insects to enter solely from the periphery, which greatly facilitates the military's efforts to cleanse the urban area. Unlike the urban districts of Shin City, where skyrail passages proliferate endlessly, only to re-emerge after one has cleared them, these inexhaustible vermin present an insurmountable challenge to humanity. This may very well be one of the reasons why the Central Command proactively abandoned the area. Chapter 26. Another encounter with thugs on the return journey. Chaotic throngs were ubiquitously visible, huddled together in a state of agitation, reacting blindly to the slightest disturbance, resulting in utter pandemonium. A large group had also congregated beneath Building 8 of the residential complex, brandishing torches. Aunt Zhang from the neighborhood committee and the man from the 10th floor were standing atop a Volkswagen Passat. Sundarue, what do you suggest we do? I'm in favor of collective action. As long as the children are safe, my entire family is willing. I second the motion for collective action. Damn it. I'm ready to fight those bugs. Amidst the cacophony of voices, with the exception of a few dissenters, the majority voiced their approval. There were few possessions left. Only some scattered daily necessities, which were quickly gathered. As he prepared to leave, Chu Yunsheng was overcome with emotion. It was in this very apartment that he first cultivated primordial energy, successfully inscribed his first yuan talisman, slew his first red-armored insect, and tempered his battle armor and sword. So many firsts seemed to mark this apartment as the genesis of his entry into the Dark Age. Dismissing this notion as absurd, Chu Yunsheng shook his head and strode out of Building 8. In a fleeting moment, he experienced a sensation akin to a fish returning to the river or a dragon submerging into the ocean. Chu Yunsheng's primary objective was a medium-sized Jiatali supermarket. By now, most supermarkets and convenience stores had been ransacked countless times by ravenous individuals risking their lives, leaving only locations heavily infested with scarlet harboring any remaining provisions. Along the way, Chu Yunsheng harbored regrets, lamenting that since the advent of the Dark Age, his mind had been preoccupied with the insects and augmenting his own capabilities. He had ample food from his pre-Dark Age endeavors. Thus, he had neglected to prioritize food acquisition. Now, on the cusp of evacuation, he belatedly resolved to procure additional supplies. And at no cost. However, regret was futile. Although most supermarkets and convenience stores had been plundered, He was aware of several perpetually infested supermarkets, discovered during his forays to locate solitary scarlet. This Gyatali supermarket, situated at an intersection, initially harbored for insects when Chu Yunxing first encountered it. At that time, Chu Yunxing could only flee in disarray, but now it presented an opportune target. Despite the presence of 4 insects, Chu Yunxing remained vigilant, activating his battle armor and resuming his customary stealthy approach. At times, he even surmised that he had been profoundly traumatized by the insects, as this habit was gradually becoming ingrained in his subconscious. Upon arrival, he discovered that the insect population had increased by 1, reaching a total of 5. After careful deliberation, Chu Yunxing concluded that he could subdue them with proper execution. 5 insects. Chu Yunxing was elated. He recalled when he faced 3 insects. He had either fled in disarray or genuinely risked his life in a deadly game with the insects. At long last, I find myself capable of confronting 5 insects. How could I not feel exhilarated? Not long ago, I vanquished 4 insects, all of which have been extracted and replenished into my being, restoring me to a state of 9 units, ready to face the 5. Though cautious, I am filled with confidence. Chu Yunxing first infiltrated the 6-story old building opposite the supermarket, stealthily positioning himself behind the anti-theft door on the 1st floor, perfectly angled to observe the 3 insects outside. He readied his crossbow, the icy arrow poised for action. With a swift whoosh, the arrow, infused with a unit of vital energy, successfully struck 1 insect, prompting the other 2 to rush towards him in a frantic uproar, for insects are notoriously quick to react. Although the anti-theft door only impeded the red-armored insect for mere seconds, it was sufficient for Chu Yunxing to calmly knock another icy arrow, aiming it directly at the abdomen of the 2nd red-armored insect before releasing it. At this juncture, the other 2 insects from within the supermarket emerged. But Chu Yunxing had deliberately chosen this narrow staircase, which was further congested by a frozen red-armored insect. The remaining space barely allowed for 1 insect to launch a direct assault on him. The 3rd insect promptly clamped its pincers around him, shaking him violently as it dragged him out, while the other 2 surged forward. A thought flickered in his mind. He must swiftly eliminate the insect before him. With the protective armor in place, the insect's pincers no longer inflicted the excruciating pain they once did. Now, even when ensnared, Chu Yunxing was able to maintain his physical composure. With a swift motion, he drew the 1,000-slicing sword, reminiscent of the days when he had bound himself to the wardrobe for practice. With a sharp exclamation, he infused his energy into the blade, executing a series of slashing and cleaving strikes in seamless succession, severing the creature's head. Chu Yunxing deftly evaded the descending attack of another insect by shrinking away from the pincers, seizing the opportunity to pivot and deliver a lethal thrust, piercing through the creature's armored abdomen. With a powerful sweep, the insect let out a mournful cry before crashing to the ground, struggling for a moment before succumbing to its fate. Simultaneously, the final insect launched its attack. It seemed to recognize that the pincers could not contain Chu Yunxing, and instead, it lifted him and hurled him away while simultaneously unleashing a spray of corrosive saliva. Chu Yunxing landed atop a car by the roadside. Aside from a minor jolt that left him feeling disoriented, he sustained no significant injuries, and the corrosive saliva had no effect on his battle armor. Contrary to his expectations, this last insect did not rush at him again. Instead, it emitted a high-pitched shriek towards the sky. Upon hearing it, Chu Yunxing's heart sank. He recognized the sound. It was a call to summon its kin. He could not allow it to attract more insects. After the recent intense exertion, he had only 5 units of energy remaining. If more creatures were to arrive and deplete his energy completely, even with the protection of his armor, he would simply be awaiting his demise. Feeling a surge of anxiety, Chu Yunxing dared not linger. He raised his sword and leapt into the air, channeling all his remaining energy into a final, resolute strike, cleaving through the insect's shell and delivering a fatal blow. He anticipated that the signal from the insects had already been dispatched, and a horde of them would soon descend upon him. Chu Yunxing dared not rest for even a moment. He swiftly collected 5 insects into the storage talisman and hurried into the supermarket, indiscriminately gathering everything into the talisman without hesitation. Once the shelves lay bare, he sprinted down the street at an exhilarating pace, refraining from riding his motorcycle due to the noise that might attract the relentless pursuit of the creatures. Chu Yunxing had never imagined he could move with such swiftness. He felt as if even Usain Bolt would be left trailing in his wake. He zipped past towering buildings, having already distanced himself considerably from the supermarket. Eventually, he halted, gasping for breath, silently congratulating himself on his speed. However, less than 200 meters ahead, he heard the thunderous roar of artillery and the staccato of machine gun fire. Quickly adjusting his night vision goggles for a clearer view, he was instantly overwhelmed with dread. Fortunately, he had chosen to pause in this particular spot, as a swarm of at least 30 insects was assaulting the military's armored units. With danger looming both ahead and behind, Chu Yunsheng, in a state of panic, veered towards an opulent hotel nearby. Based on his previous experiences, he knew that insects rarely ventured to the rooftops of tall buildings. The 30-plus flights of stairs no longer posed a formidable challenge for him. Under the pressure of being pursued by both wolves and tigers, he soon found himself on the rooftop, gazing at the scattered individuals around him. He couldn't help but smirk at the realization that he was not the only one privy to this secret. At that moment, the armored troops fired a flare, immediately exposing Chu Yunsheng, clad in his crimson battle armor, to the gaze of the crowd gathered on the rooftop. One cannot help but remark on the peculiarity of his appearance. Chu Yunsheng also abruptly realized that something was amiss with this group. Approximately 10 men, armed with an assortment of weapons, encircled a throng of men and women who were sprawled on the ground, occasionally kicking at those who stirred restlessly. Thugs. This was the first thought that crossed Chu Yunsheng's mind, recalling his previous encounter with such individuals at a restaurant. Chapter 27. Who else but me? The memory of that incident still haunted him. These people were quick to resort to murder and theft, showing no mercy whatsoever. Faced with this unexpected situation, he could not afford to be careless. He swiftly drew his thousand-piercing sword, adopting a stance that signaled his readiness for battle. In this dark era, astonishing events unfolded in every corner, every minute. Such matters were not his concern. Therefore, as long as these individuals did not provoke him, Chu Yunsheng had no intention of engaging in conflict with them. Not because he underestimated their numbers, but rather because he was genuinely apprehensive about the swarm of insects ahead, along with the possibility of another horde pursuing from behind. Should a fight break out, the presence of firearms among these men could attract the insects, leading to dire consequences. Having already slain 5 red-armored insects, his internal energy had dwindled to a critical level, leaving him in no position to take unnecessary risks. Chu Yunsheng remained motionless, and the intimidating presence of his battle armor rendered the others hesitant to act. Only a frail, limping figure cautiously maneuvered behind the water tower, gripping a faint flashlight. With a sudden thud, the frail, limping figure was kicked aside, rolling onto the ground. A tall man, adjusting his trousers, shouted angrily at him, "Damn you lot. I'm trying to get something done, and all you do is cause trouble." To Chu Yunsheng, it was evident that this man was likely the leader of the group. The disheveled appearance suggested he had just engaged in some unsavory business. As the man continued to curse and walked away, he shone a flashlight in Chu Yunsheng's direction. For a moment, he seemed taken aback, his verbal tirade ceasing, replaced by a cautious demeanor as he approached Chu Yunsheng, scanning him with a glance. "And who might you be, brother?" he inquired. Chu Yunsheng maintained a defensive posture and simply replied, "I'm just passing through." The man responded with an intrigued "oh," his gaze flickering as he assessed Chu Yunsheng's formidable presence, noting the ostentatious nature of his attire. Chu Yunsheng felt a twinge of irritation at being scrutinized. Were it not for his concern about the insects, he would hardly care about such individuals, perhaps only expending a bit of energy, if that. He let out a cold snort, subtly warning the man not to provoke him. The man furrowed his brow slightly before adopting a smile, jovially exclaiming, "Since you're just passing through, feel free to find a spot to rest. We can coexist peacefully. I'm a friendly guy, open to conversation. These brothers with me, they're just ruffians who escaped from prison. If we offended you in any way, please don't take it to heart." Chu Yunsheng discerned that the latter part of his statement was subtly intended as a demonstration of power and a veiled threat, implying that despite his unassuming appearance, they were not to be trifled with. Although he had no intention of confronting them, Chu Yunsheng chose to ignore the remark, nodding slightly before retreating to a secluded corner. He needed to recuperate, striving to restore his vitality. Having exhausted all his yuan symbols, he could only rely on earnest cultivation. Time, for Chu Yunsheng, was synonymous with life itself. Each moment spent cultivating his energy equated to an additional measure of security. The leader, that man, had exchanged a few words with the crippled individual, who then busied himself with some peculiar exercises behind the water tower, the sounds echoing distinctly in the tranquility of the rooftop. The distant sounds of gunfire gradually faded, leaving one to ponder whether humanity or the creatures had emerged victorious. While the latter did not pursue any further, the strange noises from behind began to irritate Chu Yunsheng. prompting him to halt his unproductive practice and light a cigarette, inhaling slowly as his thoughts drifted further away. "Hey, could you spare a cigarette?" the lanky, limping man asked, his face adorned with an apologetic grin, laced with a hint of caution. Though Chu Yunxing wished to avoid conflict with these individuals due to the creatures, he had no desire to mingle with them either and waved dismissively, unwilling to engage. The crippled man paused momentarily, then smacked his forehead and whispered, "Just wait. I'll fetch something to trade with you." Before long, the limping man returned, leading another peculiar individual who greeted Chu Yunxing with an odd grin, leaving him utterly bewildered. The cripple tossed the person he had been dragging onto the ground, grinning as he said, "My friend, I'll trade her for some smokes. But we need to be clear. At least half a pack. One cigarette won't cut it. This chick is top-notch. I'm even keeping it from my boss." It took a considerable amount of rambling for Chu Yunxing to comprehend that the cripple intended to exchange the woman on the ground for half a pack of his cigarettes. Humans are driven by passions and desires, but these only surface when one is well-fed, warm, and free from worry. Now, amidst lurking dangers, Chu Yunxing had no such inclination. The cripple and his ilk indulged in hedonistic pleasures, living each day as if it were their last, like walking corpses. In contrast, Chu Yunxing felt as though he had only taken the first step of a long march, with a long road ahead. Different paths lead to different mindsets. Chu Yunxing considered himself far from a lustful beast. He had once proudly fantasized about winning his own woman, but not in this manner. Just as Chu Yunxing was about to decline the cripple's offer, he heard a thug across from him kick someone, cursing viciously, "You pissed me off. Hiding a few biscuits, huh? I told you not to be dishonest." The person cried out in pain, and Chu Yunxing recognized the voice. He quickly adjusted his night vision goggles and was shocked to see that it was none other than his colleague, Yu Xiaohai. He hadn't recognized him at first glance. Yu Xiaohai's hair was a tangled mess, and his face was smeared with dirt, indicating that he hadn't cleaned himself in a long time. Coupled with the surrounding darkness, Chu Yunxing realized that he would have had difficulty identifying him if he hadn't spoken. Observing Yu Xiaohai being brutally assaulted, Chu Yunxing's heart clenched. He exerted force to leap, soaring more than 2 meters high, and in a breath, he had closed in upon the thugs perpetrating the violence, delivering a kick that sent one of them flying. He then assisted Yu Xiaohai, who was on the ground begging for mercy, to his feet. The suddenness of the shift left the assembled thugs momentarily stunned, followed by a collective hiss as they audibly gasped. Chu Yunxing's explosive leap had carried him across a distance of nearly 5 or 6 meters. How could they not be astonished? Chu Yunxing, disregarding their reaction, helped the pitiable Yu Xiaohai to the side. He noted that while Yu Xiaohai was still trembling, he was managing to regain his composure. Thank you for saving me," Yu Xiaohai said, dazed. Relieved, Chu Yunxing patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Thank me? You're lucky to be alive, kid," Yu Xiaohai muttered. Alive? It would be better to be dead. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he abruptly raised his head, staring intently at Chu Yunxing's helmet visor, his gaze seeming to pierce through the mask. Chu Yunxing, unnerved by his stare, was about to remove the mask when he saw Yu Xiaohai trembling, tentatively, with a hint of excitement, asking "Are you, Brother Chu?" Chu Yunxing had not anticipated that Yu Xiaohai would suddenly seize his battle armor with both hands and, after a long pause, burst into unrestrained weeping. What he also did not anticipate was that a man who had never shed a tear could cry to such an extent. Chapter 28. The beginning of carnage. They're all dead. All dead. Yu Xiaohai convulsed as he spoke. "Brother Chu, my dad, my mom. They were all killed by the insects. They're all dead. Dead." Chu Yunxing's heart quivered, yet he found himself at a loss as to how to comfort him. He cradled Yu Xiaohai's head, feeling the tremors of his shivering back. Behind the water tower, a sudden splash echoed once more. Chu Yunxing turned to see the leader of the ruffians, still adjusting his trousers, fuming. "You lot, can't you wait for me to finish my business?" The limping man chuckled, rising with a playful demeanor, leaning close to whisper hurriedly into the leader's ear, occasionally glancing at Chu Yunxing and Yu Xiaohai. The leader, still pulling up his trousers, shoved the limping man aside and approached Chu Yunxing, pointing at the accomplice whom Chu Yunxing had just kicked to the ground, laughing instead of fuming. "Brother, I respect you as a person of stature, yet what is the meaning of this display?" Chu Yunxing furrowed his brow. Had it not been for concerns regarding the insects, he would have simply taken Yu Xiaohai away, and these individuals would not have dared to obstruct him. That earlier kick had not employed his vital energy, relying solely on the strength of his armor, yet he was astonished at the degree of harm it had inflicted on an ordinary person. Recalling the previous transaction with the limping man, he retrieved a slightly crumpled half-pack of cigarettes and tossed it to the leader, stating, "I'll vouch for this person." The leader accepted the half-pack, inhaling deeply beneath his nose before grinning. "Brother, you're a good man. This one is yours." Chu Yunsheng was not naive. He understood that this half-pack of cigarettes merely served to provide the leader with a means to save face before his companions, preventing an escalation into a fierce confrontation. After all, that earlier leap of several meters had posed a significant intimidation factor for them. The limping man, with a sense of discontent, approached, blinking as he remarked, "Brother, do you still want that girl?" Chu Yunsheng shook his head and helped Yu Shaohai sit down on the cement ground opposite him. Yu Shaohai's lips were already cracked and bleeding. After rummaging through the supplies for a while, Chu Yunsheng managed to procure some food, a bottle of drink, and a few white rabbit milk candies. As he watched Yu Shaohai devour an apple hungrily, Chu Yunsheng suddenly realized that, at least in terms of sustenance, his situation was akin to paradise compared to theirs. Undeterred, the limping man circled around, his eyes fixed greedily on the food laid before Yu Shaohai. He gulped audibly and shamelessly approached, saying, "Brother, big brother, are you really not willing to trade? Just one cigarette, that's all I ask." His gaze lingered hungrily on the milk candies, and he added, "Or perhaps just a piece of candy would suffice." Chu Yunsheng let out a cold chuckle. Swiftly drawing his sword, the Qianpi sword, and channeling his energy, he thrust it into the floorboards before him, startling the limping man into a seated position on the ground. Yu Shaohai, having not finished eating, fell into a stupor, oblivious to whether he had fainted or simply fallen asleep. The sounds of the big boss's grunting finally ceased, and with his mind focused, Chu Yunsheng resolved to forego rest and sleep until he had cultivated an additional 2 units of energy. With less than 70 hours remaining before the troops' withdrawal, he must seize every moment. Fortunately, he had become exceedingly adept at the process of absorbing the energy of heaven and earth. With no delay whatsoever, his speed had improved significantly. Previously, he needed to dedicate 12 hours a day for 8 to 9 days to absorb 6 units of energy. After approximately 6 hours, he sensed that the internal energy within him had augmented by half a measure. At this rate, in 18 more hours, another 1.5 measures of energy would accumulate, which, when combined with the original 4 measures within him, would total 6 measures. This would be sufficient to inscribe a new Yuan gathering talisman. He currently possessed 5 insect corpses within his storage talisman, which could potentially replenish at least 10 measures of energy to him. Before he could resume his cultivation, he was interrupted by the leader of the opposing faction, a certain humming boss named Liang Xing, who sought to recruit Chu Yunsheng into their group. He declined the offer. However, from the conversation, Chu Yunsheng finally discerned that the reason these individuals were capturing Yu Shaohai and the others was to use them as bait to attract insects, thereby buying themselves time to escape when encountering the creatures. Chu Yunsheng had always relied on his own strength and abilities to combat the insects. He had never even contemplated such a despicable act, much less participated in it. Had it not been for the fear of attracting insects, he would not have given those thugs even half a pack of cigarettes. All of his supplies, whether earned through risking his life in the Dark Age or purchased with his hard-earned money in the Sunny Age, had been acquired with great difficulty. At present, the sounds of gunfire and insect cries had ceased in the distance ahead, and the insects behind him had not pursued him. Therefore, he no longer cared about the gunfire attracting insects. Liang Xing, having met with rejection from Chu Yunsheng, dared not retaliate and led his men downstairs. Their destination was also Jiling City. The marauders herded a group of scapegoats past Chu Yunsheng and Yu Shaohai, when suddenly, a figure burst forth from the crowd, shouting desperately, "Yu Shaohai, save me!" Yu Shaohai, still in a state of stupor, was jolted awake, filled with panic. The figure lunged at Yu Shaohai, clutching his clothing tightly. Chu Yunsheng, bewildered by the unfolding chaos, swiftly drew his Qianbi sword, channeling his energy. Yu Shaohai, momentarily stunned, gradually regained his composure and cautiously informed Chu Yunsheng, "Brother Chu, it's Xiaoli from the company, the new female colleague after you resigned." At that moment, the marauders had already brandished their firearms and encircled them, clearly displeased with Chu Yunsheng's earlier audacity in taking one of their own. The barrels of their guns were all aimed squarely at him. Liang Xing maintained a faint smile and remarked, "Brother, I've already shown you enough courtesy, but everything must adhere to propriety, wouldn't you agree? Brother, why waste words with him? I don't believe he can withstand a bullet." One of the marauders bellowed, "Damn it, I've had my eye on this kid for a while. He thinks donning an iron barrel makes him a superhero. Brother, let's finish him. Encouraged by their jeers, Liang Xing hesitated slightly, yet he seemed to respect Chu Yunshin's prowess. He retracted his smile and coldly stated, Brother, I know you possess some skills, but we've been navigating the razor's edge for quite some time. In a decisive move, Chu Yunshin seized Yu Xiaohai and the young woman, tossing them behind the water tower, interrupting Liang Xing's words with a thunderous declaration. I will take these people. If you seek battle, then let us engage. With a swift, ethereal motion, he surged into the midst of the assailants, wielding both man and sword. Instantly, gunfire erupted, accompanied by anguished cries. To Chu Yunshin, ordinary bullets posed little threat. With the protection of his battle armor, he resembled a ravenous wolf amidst a flock of sheep, each strike of his sword claiming a life. He had not anticipated that, upon drawing his weapon, he would instinctively unleash his signature three-strike technique. Although he refrained from channeling his energy, the remarkably sharp Qianbi sword remained invincible. By the time he registered the scene, the ground was strewn with corpses, either cleaved in two from head to toe or decapitated. Blood dripped slowly from the Qianbi sword onto the concrete rooftop, and an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, almost enough to instill terror. In mere 60 seconds, he had slain dozens. The total number of chickens, fish, and ducks he had killed in his lifetime paled in comparison to the lives extinguished in that fleeting minute, with the sole exception of insects. In the blink of an eye, only one crippled assailant remained alive, while Liang Xing's severed head lay at his feet. The cripple stood frozen, staring blankly at Chu Yunshin as if he had encountered a demon. Chapter 29. The wrong rescue. Chu Yunshin spared the cripple's life. However, the unfortunate soul ultimately met his demise at the hands of the enraged mob, who had seized him as a scapegoat. The notorious Liang Xing was subjected to a brutal beating by the frenzied crowd, his very anatomy reduced to a pulpy mass. Chu Yunshin silently observed from the sidelines, smoking a cigarette. The act of killing had an impact on him, but the sensation quickly subsided, likely due to the sheer volume of death he had witnessed. No one dared approach him. Even Yu Xiaohai stared at him with extreme trepidation. Chu Yunshin mused that since the Dark Age, he had been incessantly killing, first insects, now humans, and perhaps he would continue to kill in the future. When would there be an end? Chu Yunshin removed his helmet, revealing his hair, which, like Yu Xiaohai's, had gone uncut for a long time, now fluttering messily in the frigid breeze. It is time to cultivate, Chu Yunshin silently resolved. Descending from the rooftop, he located a clean room and had Yu Xiaohai wait across from him. He needed to seize the moment to cultivate the final 1.5 units of yuan qi. The five-star hotel's amenities were exceptionally opulent. Chu Yunshin luxuriated in the comfort of the bed, allowing his entire being to sink into the laws of nature, sensing the formless and elusive yuan qi of the universe. After a tedious, mechanical, and monotonous 18 hours, Chu Yunshin finally accumulated another 1.5 units of yuan qi, restoring his body to a level of 6 units. He dared not delay and promptly retrieved the talisman paper to inscribe a new yuan-gathering talisman. A second-tier yuan-gathering talisman required the expenditure of 6 units of yuan qi. After its inscription, the remaining meager yuan qi within him barely sufficed to control the talisman, transforming the corpses of the crimson-armored insects into flame patterns on the talisman body, which were then converted into yuan qi within his body. A total of 5 insect corpses yielded 5 flame patterns, which converted into 10 units of yuan qi. After replenishing to 9 units, he expended 2 units to create an unowned 6th talisman, intending to equip Yu Xiaohai. He then integrated the final half of the flame pattern into his body, ultimately reaching 8 units of yuan qi. Yu Xiaohai himself lacked vitality, and the power of the 6G talisman was significantly diminished. However, if it were merely employed for the purpose of escape, it would undoubtedly prove to be quite beneficial. For the 6G talisman greatly enhances one's physical stamina. Once everything was taken care of, Chu Yunshin activated the material absorption talisman, gathering all the bedding and other necessities from the room. Who could tell how long this dark age would persist? He contemplated that even items such as bedding might eventually become scarce resources. Thus, he commenced a thorough search of the entire hotel, ceasing only when the space sigils on the material absorption talisman indicated that it was nearly full, leaving just enough room for approximately 10 objects the size of a red beetle as a reserve. Chu Yunshin mused that once his vitality was somewhat replenished, he would need to craft another material absorption talisman. Otherwise, if he encountered valuable items again, he would have nowhere to store them. The consumption of a second-tier material absorption talisman amounted to 6 units of vitality, an exorbitant cost, which explained his reluctance to create another. A portion of the hotel rooms still harbored many individuals, likely guests who had checked in prior to the Dark Age, who now emerged in a flurry as an armored vehicle unit arrived downstairs, facilitating the evacuation of the crowd. The entire hotel became a cacophony, devoid of light, relying solely on a few flashlights for illumination. Chu Yunsheng had initially intended to visit the municipal library, seeking ancient literature that might aid his understanding of old texts. During the Age of Light, access to significant documents within the library was not granted to outsiders, and he had no hope of acquiring them. However, time was of the essence, and after considerable deliberation, he ultimately decided to forego his original plan, if he did not retreat alongside the main group. Given his meager energy reserves, encountering a swarm of insects numbering in the dozens would likely preclude any chance of escaping the terrifying city alive. As long as he remained alive, there would always be a way to unravel the mystery of the ancient texts. Once dead, there would be nothing left to discuss. Chu Yunsheng spent a significant amount of time locating Yu Shaohai, who was lost amidst the throng. Amidst the crowd, Chu Yunsheng affixed the newly crafted, unclaimed Lu Jia talisman onto Yu Shaohai, leaving him astonished for quite some time. However, the results aligned with Chu Yunsheng's expectations, providing an effect equivalent to merely 20% of its power when applied to himself. Even so, this modest enhancement significantly improved Yu Shaohai's agility, allowing him to navigate the crowd with remarkable ease. Chu Yunsheng retrieved his motorcycle, allowing Yu Shaohai to ride while he positioned himself and the new female colleague, Shaoli, behind him. He intended to seize this brief moment to cultivate his energy, absorbing whatever he could. Perhaps even a slight increase might save his life. Shaoli was arranged to sit at the rear, while he occupied the center, creating a buffer on both sides that allowed him to relax his mind for cultivation. The crowd advanced at a sluggish pace, growing increasingly dense, illuminated only by flickering torches and dim flashlights that barely lit the path ahead. The sight of scattered corpses weighed heavily on everyone, instilling a sense of dread and panic, intermingled with the cries of children, the groans of the wounded, the frantic calls of those searching for loved ones, and the chaotic sound of hurried footsteps. Insects. The individuals in the front suddenly erupted into piercing screams, creating a cacophony that was particularly jarring. This was soon followed by the thunderous roar of tank artillery and the rapid fire of machine guns. Chu Yunsheng was instantly jolted awake, steadying the panicked Yu Shaohai. He sprang up to the roof of the adjacent bus station, adjusting his night vision goggles to observe the scene ahead, which was under siege by a horde of red-armored insects. There were too many to count, and without wasting a moment, he leapt down and resolutely declared, "Shaohai, turn back. We cannot proceed." In truth, others had already begun to retreat. Humans are inherently social creatures. When one person turns back, a cascade of individuals follows suit, frantically fleeing. Motorcycles were toppled by the surging crowd, and when Yu Shaohai attempted to right one, Chu Yunsheng swiftly intervened, reasoning that amidst such chaos, the speed of a fleeing motorcycle rider could not surpass that of someone running on foot. He had purchased 3 motorcycles in total, losing one, yet he could endure the loss. Empowered by the 6 armor talisman, Yu Shaohai's speed greatly exceeded that of a normal human as he swiftly maneuvered through the throng, with Shaoli in tow. However, the insect's assault was even swifter. A portion of them bypassed the military's defenses entirely, plunging into the panicked populace. In an instant, anguished cries echoed, and blood spattered in all directions. Suddenly, a red-armored insect leapt down from a nearby wall, blocking the path in the midst of the crowd. Its massive pincers swept through, sending several individuals flying and knocking down a significant number of others behind them. Yu Shaohai and Shaoli became entangled in the fallen crowd, while Chu Yunsheng nimbly leaped over them, drawing his 1,000-piercing sword, and shouted as he ran, "Shaohai, you two go ahead." He was not overly concerned about a single insect. He dashed towards it, launching himself into the air with a composed, cleaving sword strike. The insect attempted to parry with its pincers, unaware that the 1,000-cleave sword, imbued with a unit of primal energy, would completely disregard its defenses. With a sharp crack, the pincers snapped off and flew away as the 1,000-cleave sword struck the red-armored insect's head, splitting it in two. An insect equated to 2 units of primal energy. A prize Chu Yunsheng was unwilling to forfeit. Disregarding the presence of others, he immediately stored the insect within his storage talisman. At that moment, he noticed Yu Shaohai hastily pulling someone along, rushing forward. Human physical endurance has its limits. After running through several streets, compounded by prolonged starvation and malnutrition, many collapsed by the roadside. Relying on his night vision device, Chu Yunsheng swiftly located Yu Xiaohai, who was pulling someone along, leaning against a guardrail, panting heavily. Surrounded by darkness, with torches and flashlights abandoned, Yu Xiaohai and the other person, unable to see their surroundings, dared not move recklessly. Chu Yunsheng led them, rapidly ascending to the rooftop of a nearby building. He, too, was wary of aimless wandering, unsure if other areas were infested with insects. Retreating to the rooftop to observe and await developments was the most prudent, albeit helpless, course of action. Upon reaching the rooftop, the night vision device provided a clear view of the surrounding situation. The military was still engaged in a bloody battle with the insects, the outcome uncertain. Chu Yunsheng took a deep breath, sat on the edge of the rooftop, and immediately entered a meditative state. He was nearly frantic, disregarding everything else, focusing solely on one objective. Each additional unit of primal energy increased his chances of survival. Unexpectedly, Yu Xiaohai exclaimed in astonishment, "Who are you?" The other person, Xiaoli, also exclaimed in a flustered manner, "Who are you people?" Instantly, Chu Yunsheng realized that Yu Xiaohai had rescued the wrong person. Chapter 30. Yu Xiaohai's awakening. Yu Xiaohai, stunned for a long moment, blurted out, "Damn it, Brother Chu, what about Xiaoli?" Chu Yunsheng promptly reminded him, "You're asking me? How should I know? You were the one who wanted to save her, and you were the one who grabbed her. Who knows where she went?" Yu Xiaohai cried out in dismay, "It's over, it's over. Xiaoli didn't make it out. It was so chaotic just now. I must have made a mistake. I've killed Xiaoli this time." Upon hearing this, Chu Yunsheng said in bewilderment, "How can you say you killed her? Even if we hadn't saved her, she still wouldn't have survived. What does it have to do with you? Now, her fate is in the hands of destiny." Yu Xiaohai sighed softly, saying with sorrow, "I'm so useless. I couldn't even hold on to one person." Chu Yunsheng's heart stirred, and he asked in surprise, "You wouldn't have taken a fancy to her again, would you? How long has it been since you broke up with Sijun? You're too much of a heartbreaker." Yu Xiaohai immediately denied it. No. It's just that Xiaoli is new and under my wing. She's my apprentice, so it's normal to care about her." Chu Yunsheng chuckled. Yu Xiaohai blinked and changed the subject. "Brother Chu, I've been in a daze this whole time, so I haven't had a chance to ask. How did you suddenly become a super scion? So formidable." Chu Yunsheng said unhappily, "What's super scion? If your brother were a super scion right now, would I still be running away from a few bugs with my tail between my legs?" Yu Xiaohai poked at Chu Yunsheng's battle armor with his finger, expressing his astonishment. "Still not recognizing it? This heavy thing on you, and yet you run like a monkey. Brother Chu, I always knew you were remarkable. Take the matter of the sun's disappearance, for instance. Your calculations were spot on. If only I had heeded your advice earlier, perhaps my parents." As he spoke, Yu Xiaohai's voice dwindled, ultimately culminating in a sorrowful sigh. Chu Yunsheng, having set aside his rare moment of levity, spoke earnestly, "Xiaohai, the world has changed. Only the strong can survive and endure. Let the past remain in the past. Dwelling on it serves no purpose. The true path lies in learning how to persist." At this juncture, a silence enveloped them, and the woman they had inadvertently rescued seized the opportunity to interject. "Thank you for saving me just now. May I ask, who are you?" Chu Yunsheng waved his hand dismissively. "Does that really matter? You are free to leave now." Though momentarily taken aback by his abruptness, the woman hesitated to depart and, feeling slightly embarrassed, inquired, "May I rest here for a while?" "Suit yourself," Chu Yunsheng replied casually. After a brief interval, her curiosity got the better of her, and she asked, "Is it true that he said you predicted the sun's disappearance?" Chu Yunsheng shot Yu Xiaohai a fierce glare, but unfortunately, the latter was oblivious in the enveloping darkness. Suddenly, Yu Xiaohai exclaimed, "Brother Chu, this is bad. Why do I feel an icy chill surging through my body? As if I were freezing? This is retribution." Before a single word could be uttered, Yu Xiaohai collapsed onto the ground like a block of ice. Shivering violently, with great difficulty, he groaned, "Brother Chu, am I going to die?" A flash of insight struck Chu Yunsheng. Could this be the self-awakening spoken of in ancient texts? The reaction was far too intense. He was uncertain if self-awakening posed a threat to life. His understanding of the descriptions in the ancient texts was limited, and as it was of little concern to him, he hadn't studied it in detail. Straining his mind, he could only say, "Don't panic. You must endure. It's all right. Breathe steadily, and you'll get through it." Strands of icy air quickly emanated from Yu Xiaohai's body. his consciousness gradually fading as he spoke deliriously. Chu Yunsheng was anxious but helpless, completely ignorant of how to handle a human's self-awakening. After a moment's thought, Chu Yunsheng surmised that fire-type Yuan Qi might suppress the cold air. He promptly handed the flashlight to the woman beside him, who was also terrified. Spreading the bedding on the ground, he wrapped Yu Xiaohai within it. Then, taking out his pistol, he immediately injected a unit of Yuan Qi, firing a shot at another pile of bedding. Fire-type Yuan Qi instantly filled the area around the flames, colliding with the cold air on Yu Xiaohai's body. This somewhat restrained it. However, this didn't have much effect. Before long, the cold air within Yu Xiaohai surged, threatening to break through his body. Chu Yunsheng could even hear cracking sounds like ice. Yu Xiaohai had completely lost consciousness, lapsing into a coma. Observing meticulously, Chu Yunsheng noted that each time the encroaching chill was forced back into Yu Xiaohai's body, his countenance would ease, and he would even exhibit faint respiration. Conversely, when the cold rebounded, Yu Xiaohai appeared lifeless. This indicated the profound efficacy of the six. However, Chu Yunsheng was now incapable of providing any further assistance. Yu Xiaohai's fate rested solely on his own fortune. As Chu Yunsheng prepared to rise, he suddenly sensed the ancient book within his storage vibrate intensely, its pulsations growing ever stronger. Simultaneously, the sound of gunfire erupted from downstairs. The reports suggested rifles, indicative of military weaponry. Preoccupied with Yu Xiaohai's condition, he had failed to notice armed individuals approaching. He swiftly moved to the edge and peered down, spotting fewer than 10 soldiers escorting several civilians as they hastily sought refuge within the building. 3 Crimson pursued them relentlessly, assured that no additional insects were following. Chu Yunsheng breathed a sigh of relief, confident in his ability to handle the 3 creatures. As he had anticipated, the group would inevitably be driven to the rooftop, their path of retreat exhausted. Remaining on the street would only hasten their demise, given the insect's superior speed. Seeking shelter within the building merely prolonged their inevitable end. However, their possession of numerous weapons offered a glimmer of hope. Within the confined space of the stairwell, the insects would find it difficult to evade attacks. Grenades or similar ordnance could potentially wound them, providing a chance for survival. Entering the building was a gamble, with Yu Xiaohai teetering on the precipice of life and death. Chu Yunsheng could spare him no further attention. He drew his sword, subtly channeling into it, preparing for battle. Upon the insect's arrival, they would show no discrimination. A thunderous explosion reverberated from the floor below, violently shaking the entire building as if it were on the verge of collapse. Chu Yunsheng anxiously wondered if another blast would bring the whole structure down. In the aftermath of the explosion, a handful of figures scrambled up through the shattered floor, fewer in number than when they had arrived, suggesting that some had perished during their ascent. Although the insects had not yet emerged, the agonizing screams of those below made it clear that they were not yet dead. The group consisted of approximately 6 or 7 soldiers and 3 civilians, 2 men and a woman. They stared in bewilderment at the oddly dressed Chu Yunsheng, the barely alive Yu Xiaohai, and the woman whose face was obscured. The situation was undeniably bizarre. Chu Yunsheng had no time to ponder their thoughts, for as the sole woman in the group passed by him, he could sense the intense agitation of the ancient book. There was certainly something about her. The ancient book finally emitted a faint wave of Yuan Qi through Chu Yunsheng's materialized rune, perceptible only to him. Chu Yunsheng was now certain. It was that peculiar pendant. It must have some connection to the ancient book, otherwise, the book would not have reacted so strongly. Chapter 31. Exchange. Chu Yunsheng gazed indifferently at the group, contemplating whether to seize the woman's pendant by force or through some other means. Among this group, an officer spoke with an urgent tone. Professor Sun, the commander has explicitly instructed me that the data and materials in your and Miss Zhao's possession represent the nation's hope. The hope for humanity to triumph over the insects. You must not perish. When the insects arrive, my comrades and I will hold them off. You must evacuate swiftly. We are on the rooftop, and the likelihood of the insects descending to pursue you is, I believe, quite low. This officer was prepared to sacrifice his life to delay the insects in exchange for the safety of his targets. They had fled to this rooftop, likely having spotted the flames from their bedding, surmising that there were survivors above, and attempting to use the presence of the living on the rooftop to enhance their chances of success. A chill ran through Chu Yunsheng. Unfortunately, their calculations were misguided. He was no pushover. The officer swiftly organized the battle positions and then strode toward Chu Yunsheng, solemnly asking, "Are you the self-aware individual?" Chu Yunsheng regarded him coldly, dismissing him entirely. Since overhearing their conversation, he had harbored no fondness for these individuals. He raised an eyebrow, ignoring the hand extended toward him, firmly clutching his chiembi sword. Summon? On what grounds do you presume to summon me? Chu Yuxing scoffed, his voice dripping with scorn. What if I refuse? Gu Liming's expression turned icy as he replied. I hope you understand the consequences of defying military orders. Chu Yunsheng, feeling quite displeased by the threat, interrupted. I am not a soldier and do not need to heed your so-called military orders. Furthermore, allow me to inform you that with just a handful of you and your meager resources, I could send you all to meet the King of Hell in less than a minute. He couldn't help but wonder if this officer had lost his mind. How could he expect others to serve him with such an attitude? Activating the active infrared source, he noticed the creatures still scurrying below. But it was only a matter of time before they ascended. Currently, he felt no significant risk from the 3 insects. Lifting his mask, he lit a cigarette, resolved to engage in a negotiation with these individuals, using the 3 insects and the pendant as leverage. He intended to eliminate the insects anyway. So if he could exchange them for the pendant, it would be all the more advantageous. With a somewhat wicked and greedy gaze fixed on the woman's chest, he raised his voice. I have a suggestion. I wonder if you all might be interested? Gu Liming and the others, already on high alert, were startled to see him leisurely smoking a cigarette. In particular, Miss Zhao quickly noticed Chu Yunxing's unwavering gaze upon her chest, her expression shifting to one of irritation. The others, after a moment of surprise, soon realized where his eyes were fixed, their faces reflecting their displeasure. Seeing that they remained silent, Chu Yunxing remarked indifferently, You have merely a minute left to contemplate my proposal. He casually continued, It is quite simple. I shall assist you in dealing with the 3 pests downstairs. In exchange for that pendant of yours. He gestured towards Miss Zhao, poised to articulate his demand. However, Gu Liming, Professor Sun, and an elderly man simultaneously interjected, No. Their collective refusal left Chu Yunxing momentarily taken aback. Was it merely a pendant? Did it hold more value than life itself? Before he could respond, Gu Liming angrily pointed at Chu Yunxing, stating, Miss Zhao and Professor Sun are key protected targets of our unit. Are you aware of the significance of their experiments for humanity? Chu Yunxing found Gu Liming exceedingly bothersome and coldly interrupted him, declaring, You have no such options. It is either death or an exchange. Miss Zhao's eyes flickered, her lips nearly bitten through, and after a deep breath, she implored, Father, Professor Sun, please do not obstruct me any longer. Deep down, you both understand that we cannot escape. The pests will not relent. I cannot bear to see any harm come to you or Professor Sun. You are my dearest ones. Yet, there must be an alternative. Miss Zhao's father stammered. Indeed, Shaoling. Let us contemplate other solutions. Professor Sun echoed. There is no time left, Father. Let us take a gamble. Miss Zhao's tone was resolute and chilling, as if she had surrendered all care. Chu Yunxing flicked away the cigarette butt, leaning on his sword, and declared, All right, the time has come. The creatures are about to emerge. Have you all come to a consensus? Miss Zhao regarded Chu Yunxing with a look of disdain, coldly retorting, On what basis can we trust that you can eliminate 3 of these creatures? Chu Yunxing felt a surge of irritation under her contemptuous gaze. For a mere pendant, you would wager the lives of so many? Is it truly necessary to act as though I intend to assault you? He replied impatiently, Believe it or not. You have 10 seconds left. Will you exchange or not? At that moment, the chaotic sounds of the creatures thrashing beneath the floorboards became unmistakably audible. They were about to surge forth. Gritting her teeth, Miss Zhao finally conceded, Fine. I agree to your proposal. Just then, one of the creature's heads began to protrude slightly. Chu Yunxing lifted his mask, leaped into action, and bellowed, Deal. With that proclamation, he plunged into the stairway, confronting the creature head-on, and delivered a fierce strike downward. The red-armored insect was caught completely off guard by the sudden assault, offering little in terms of defense or resistance, and was swiftly cleaved in 2 by Chu Yunxing's sword. 2 more remained. He advanced into the corridor's corner, where the 2 creatures, shrieking, charged at him. In the narrow passage, the 2 could not attack simultaneously. Chu Yunxing repeatedly executed a slashing technique, brutally severing the first creature's head. Its pincers and knife-like legs were shattered, releasing a final bitter stream of corrosive slime before it fell, defeated by his sword. As the final creature took its turn, it displayed an unexpected cunning. First, it wielded its blade-like legs to pin Chu Yunxing firmly against the wall, then proceeded to grasp his helmet with its pincers. Fortunately, the protection of the battle armor mitigated the impact of these assaults. Although they rendered him somewhat immobile, the damage was minimal, merely causing some disorientation. In a swift counter, Chu Yunsheng executed a flick of his sword, utilizing the momentum from his elbow in tandem with his vital energy. With a piercing sound, the Chinpi sword penetrated the carapace of the red-armored beetle, skillfully slicing upward to expose its inner cavity. A flood of green liquid and organs spilled forth, the pungent odor permeating the air. The creature, though mortally wounded, thrashed about in a fit of desperation. To ensure its demise, Chu Yunsheng delivered a decisive strike to its forehead, effectively concluding the confrontation. Having successfully vanquished 3 of these monstrous beings, he experienced only a slight depletion of his vital energy and a lingering discomfort from the vibrations, marking the encounter as a comparatively successful engagement. Upon ascending to the rooftop, he was reassured to find the onlookers still present, albeit with expressions of astonishment. Chu Yunsheng regarded the pendant as his cherished treasure. These individuals were equipped with night vision devices, seemingly far superior to his own, currently held by Professor Sunday. It was likely they had witnessed the earlier battle with the insects. However, he remained unfazed. As long as his strength surpassed theirs, their perceptions mattered little. He had not anticipated the profound impact he had made on them. In less than 20 minutes, he had astonishingly dispatched 3 creatures, now standing before them alive and vibrant, seemingly transcending their understanding of the situation. Seeing that the group remained inert for an extended duration, Chu Yunsheng, disregarding the horrifying corrosive fluid and the insect's internal ichor covering his body, swiftly approached Miss Zhao, cautioning her, "I have neutralized the insect. It is incumbent upon you to fulfill your promise." Chapter 32. I shall reclaim the bargain. Miss Zhao possessed an exquisitely elongated countenance, exuding an aura of erudition. Yet her figure was concealed within layers of heavy winter attire, rendering it inscrutable. Chu Yunsheng's request appeared to place her in a quandary. As 2 minutes elapsed without any discernible action, his discontent grew. If the agreement reached was to be reneged upon, it seemed he would be compelled to seize it by force. With this thought in mind, Chu Yunsheng, without heeding the reactions of the onlookers, brandished his thousand-blade sword, positioning it against Miss Zhao's fair neck, and reached out to snatch the pendant concealed within her garments. "Halt!" barked Captain Gu Liming as he leapt to his feet, leveling his firearm directly at Chu Yunsheng. "What do you intend to do?" Miss Zhao's father, anxious yet wary of endangering his daughter, roared. "What do you think you're doing?" Chu Yunsheng retorted with a frigid laugh. "What am I doing? Retrieving what is rightfully mine. Since you refuse to honor your word, I shall take matters into my own hands." Miss Zhao, maintaining a remarkable composure, tenaciously clutched Chu Yunsheng's left hand, which was attempting to unfasten her chest, and stated with icy detachment, "Since I have pledged my word, I shall abide by it. Not here. We shall descend to the ground floor, where you may do as you please." Chu Yunsheng, caught off guard, replied, "There's no need for such inconvenience. Here will suffice." Upon hearing these words, Miss Zhao's complexion paled, her lips quivering with indignation, yet she remained speechless. "Beast!" Professor Sun furiously reprimanded, as the elderly man, disregarding his age, raised his cane to strike at Chu Yunsheng. In a moment of panic, Chu Yunsheng, forgetting that he was dealing with an elderly individual, impulsively kicked out. Alas, the old man was no match for him. Had it not been for the soldiers rushing to intervene, he might have suffered grievous injuries. Observing the animated reactions of the crowd, Chu Yunsheng suddenly realized that this woman genuinely believed he intended to assault her, which left him both amused and exasperated. He could only blame himself for his lack of clarity in communication, and, of course, the incessant interruptions from Gu Liming. Gu Liming, fixating on Chu Yunsheng, shouted, "Release Miss Zhao, or I shall fire." Chu Yunsheng, with a hint of mirth, replied, "Go ahead and shoot. I do not know that girl, so do as you wish." Taken aback, Gu Liming hesitated, and without even sparing him a glance, Chu Yunsheng shifted the gun's aim toward Yu Xiaohai's head, declaring, "What about him?" At this, Gu Liming's hand trembled with uncertainty. He was unsure whether his bullet could find its mark on the man before him. Yet he had no doubt that Chu Yunsheng possessed the capability to eliminate them all. At that moment, Miss Zhao's father hastily stepped forward, urging, "Commander Gu, do not act impulsively. Perhaps we can all take a moment to calm down and discuss this matter. We should not resort to violence among ourselves. Young man, do you not agree?" Chu Yunsheng had intended to clarify that he sought only the pendant and not the person, but Gu Liming's provocation ignited a fire within him. How dare they threaten him? If they assumed he wished to assault this woman, then so be it. Raising his voice, he proclaimed, There is nothing to discuss. We had a prior agreement. Once I have completed my task with her, you may all depart. You, exclaimed Miss Zhao's father, rendered speechless. Suddenly, Miss Zhao released Chu Yunxing's hand, swiftly retrieved a grenade from her pocket, pulled the pin, and coldly regarded Chu Yunxing. If you insist on staying here, I would rather perish alongside you. Chu Yunxing was momentarily taken aback, unprepared for the revelation of such a lethal weapon concealed within this woman. While he was not particularly fearful of the grenade itself, the thought of destroying the pendant filled him with regret that would come too late. With this realization, he regained his composure, allowing the blaze of anger within him to subside. His foremost priority was to secure the pendant without any damage, rather than become embroiled in trivial matters. Moreover, he recognized that his earlier fury was impulsive. It was improbable that he could forcefully confront her, especially given the icy disdain reflected in her gaze. Enhancing his strength remained paramount. The ancient text represented the source of power for Chu Yunxing. Thus, he consistently considered the ancient texts to be of utmost importance, as they were his sole means of survival. The situation evolved too rapidly for Miss Zhao to react adequately. Chu Yunxing's heart tightened as he declared fiercely, "This is my final ultimatum. If the pendant is not returned, you shall all perish here, without exception." No one dared to question his threat. After all, Chu Yunxing had effortlessly dispatched 3 scarlet armored beetles downstairs, though they remained oblivious to the fact that he had expended 3 units of vital energy in the process. Ms. Zhao hesitated momentarily but nonetheless retrieved the pendant. Untying it, she placed it in her palm, pursed her lips, and with eyes slightly reddened, expressed, "This memento was bequeathed to me by my late mother." Clearly sensing the agitation of the ancient book, Chu Yunxing carefully received it, waving his hand dismissively, and stated, "You may all depart." The group exchanged glances, yet dared not utter a word. Only Professor Sun, still smarting from Chu Yunxing's kick, could not suppress his scientific curiosity. With fervent eyes fixed upon Chu Yunxing's battle armor, he inquired, "Young man, might I be permitted to examine your armor?" Anxious for their swift departure so that he could delve into the mysteries of the ancient book, Chu Yunxing had no patience for the old man who had previously berated him. Irritably, he retorted, "Leave, leave, leave. All of you be gone." Noticing his escalating agitation, Ms. Zhao's father hastily restrained Professor Sun, and without delay, they departed from the rooftop. Observing a girl still seated there, Chu Yunxing furrowed his brow, questioning, "Why have you not left?" The girl stammered, I am not with them." Unwilling to allow a second person to witness the matter of the ancient book, Chu Yunxing, after some contemplation, assisted her to her feet, gesturing towards the stairwell as he said, "I am aware of that. Regardless, it is now time for you to leave as well." Casting a startled glance at him, the girl, desiring to plead yet hesitant to do so, reluctantly descended the stairs, her heart filled with discontent. Now, apart from the barely alive Yu Xiaohai, everyone else has departed. Chu Yunxing extinguished the campfire with a flick of his hand. After assessing Yu Xiaohai's condition and realizing he was still clinging to life yet could not be assisted further, he reluctantly gave up. He tidied his battle armor and sought a clean spot to sit down, just as he was about to delve into some ancient text and a pendant. Suddenly, he heard increasingly heavy footsteps coming from the staircase. Chu Yunxing cursed under his breath. These rascals had returned. However, he quickly discerned the reason for their ascent. In the street below, over 5 scarlet beetles were brazenly pursuing a van, which crashed headfirst into a wall. The insects swarmed in, followed by heart-wrenching screams and the stench of fresh blood wafting upwards. Chapter 33. Dark energy. The girl he had inadvertently saved also made her way back. Or perhaps she had never strayed too far. She sat beside Chu Yunxing and Yu Xiaohai, forming a stark dichotomy with Gu Liming on the other side. With each piercing scream from below, the girl trembled, akin to a rabbit caught in a paroxysm of terror. Chu Yunxing had experienced a similar sensation. It was when he first witnessed these creatures slaughtering and devouring brains, his heart racing as if it belonged to another. Silence enveloped them. No one dared to utter a word, not even Chu Yunxing, who refrained from making any noise, for the beetles were exceptionally sensitive to sound. The stillness was profound, akin to being ensconced within a grave. After what seemed like an eternity, Chu Yunxing felt as though he had dozed off, jolted awake by a lingering nightmare of insects devouring his exposed brain. The cacophony of screams from below had ceased, replaced by the faint rustling of distant insects. Silence pervaded the air, save for the girl's subdued sobs on the rooftop and the hushed deliberations of Professor Sun and his colleagues. Yu Xiaohai remained inert, seemingly lifeless. leading Chu Yunxing to the brink of despair, were it not for the faint respiration emanating from his nostrils. As Chu Yunxing gazed skyward, he was startled to perceive a delicate glimmer piercing the oppressive darkness. His heart palpitated with anticipation as he hastily removed his visor. Indeed, a faint, ethereal light suffused the heavens, still shrouded in gloom, yet sufficient to render the outlines of nearby objects visible, averting complete blindness in the absence of torches or electric lights. Chu Yunxing sprang to his feet, excitedly shaking the seemingly comatose Yu Xiaohai. "Xiaohai, wake up. The world is changing. There's light. Stop feigning death." "He will not awaken for the present," Professor Sun remarked, hobbling over to Chu Yunxing and settling down beside him. "He is undergoing an awakening. According to our research, his body is currently undergoing a transformation fueled by dark energy, and he will remain unconscious for the time being." "Dark energy?" Chun Yunxing expressed his confusion, initially believing that the old man had come to further inquire about his battle armor. To his surprise, the conversation veered towards these other topics. It seemed he had encountered this term somewhere before, perhaps mentioned by that expert from Building 8. Professor Sun nodded thoughtfully and explained, "Indeed, dark energy reigns supreme in the universe. Together with dark matter, it constitutes an astonishing 96 of the entire cosmic structure, if not more." "Are you suggesting that what he is undergoing is a transformation through this dark energy?" Chun Yunxing pondered, as it was the first time he had heard discussions about cultivation or awakening beyond the ancient texts. However, after having just kicked someone, he was uncertain whether the other party would divulge any information. Professor Sun, seemingly unperturbed by such considerations, sighed and replied, "Yes, but not all dark energy possesses this capability. We are still researching which specific type of dark energy induces changes in humans and even animals." Chun Yunxing recalled the ancient texts that claimed the primordial energy conducive to cultivation descended upon Earth only after the seal of the celestial axis was broken. To validate this, he intentionally asked, "Then why did these phenomena not occur before the sun vanished?" Professor Sun chuckled and said, "During the era of sunlight, the only dark matter we could detect was the neutrino, yet its contribution within the realm of dark matter is virtually negligible. Other forms of dark matter and dark energy remain speculative and entirely undetectable. It was only during the era of darkness that we began to observe substantial amounts of dark matter and dark energy." Just as Chun Yunxing was becoming engrossed in the conversation, he interjected, "But what?" Chu Yunxing nodded inwardly, sensing that Professor Sun's assertion about utilizing dark energy to alter the human body seemed akin to the primordial chi documented in ancient texts, perhaps disparate appellations for the same phenomenon across epochs or realms. He recalled the expert from the 8th building of the Capitol Garden, who posited that the Ice Fist Man might be linked to a form of dark energy. It appeared to be substantiated. Observing Professor Sun expounding eloquently, Chu Yunxing mused upon the kick he had delivered while clad in combat armor, an impact surely beyond the resilience of ordinary humans. The previous assailant had been nearly mortally wounded by him, and now, Guliming, across from him, was similarly clutching his abdomen in agony. Could he too be an awakened one? Were there awakened humans of such advanced age? He tentatively inquired, "Are you also?" Professor Sun offered a faint smile, deprecatingly remarking, "Indeed. I am also an awakened one. However, my dark energy is exceedingly feeble, insufficient for combat. Even for research, it is barely adequate." Chu Yunxing was inwardly astonished. He had always presumed that self-awakened individuals, regardless of the magnitude of their power, were capable of combat. Yet, here was an awakened human incapable of fighting. His comprehension of such knowledge was woefully inadequate. He believed the ancient texts contained such information, yet those archaic characters were vexing. He often racked his brains, struggling to decipher the meaning of a single character, often to no avail. If only there were a lexicon of those characters, he often mused. Professor Sun was unaware of the myriad thoughts swirling in Chu Yunxing's mind, as his attention was swiftly captivated by Yu Xiaohai. With a tone of intrigue, he remarked, "Your friend's awakening is rather peculiar. Based on our previous observations, this awakening process is considerably perilous. It is evident that your friend is unlikely to withstand a surge of dark energy. Yet, why are these dark energies being suppressed?" A flicker of realization ignited within Chu Yunxing. Could it be that the 6th Jia talisman was restraining the so-called dark energy upheaval experienced by Yu Xiaohai? However, he refrained from voicing this thought, while he felt a tinge of gratitude towards the old man for divulging such information. Even a hint of remorse for having kicked him earlier, he was resolute in safeguarding the treasures upon which his very existence depended. The ancient texts were, after all, his lifeline. Professor Sun then uttered a chilling statement. Alas, we are not in the laboratory at present. Chu Yunqing's expression darkened slightly, a change that did not escape Professor Sun's notice. Seemingly grasping Chu Yunqing's sentiments, he chuckled lightly. You awakened individuals often envision a scientist's experiments as terrifying. In my academic career, I have yet to witness any of the rumored dissections of your kind. Chu Yunqing was taken aback by the old man's assumption that he too was a naturally awakened individual. Nevertheless, he chose not to contest this notion. It was preferable this way, as it kept others from uncovering the complexities of his situation. With a sheepish smile, he refrained from commenting further. While Yu Xiaohai remained oblivious to the dire circumstances and the dwindling time before the military's 72-hour withdrawal window loomed ever closer, adding to his unease, he developed a certain fondness for the old man, who had, after all, imparted to him a wealth of contemporary knowledge regarding the Dark Age. Thus, when his own stomach began to clamor, he used half a loaf of bread as enticement, coaxing the old man to divulge all the intelligence he possessed concerning awakened humans. To Chu Yunqing's considerable relief, none of the self-awakened individuals known to the old man exceeded the scope of his own capabilities. At that juncture, Yu Xiaohai, who had been as inert as a dead swine, finally stirred. With a groan, he struggled to a sitting position. Chapter 34. 3 arrows. Yu Xiaohai's awakening had been successful. Observing the expression of utter disbelief on Professor Sun's face, Chu Yunqing fully comprehended the paramount importance of the 6 Yuan talisman in the process of awakening. Under the talisman's protective aegis, the perilous awakening process was effectively shielded, significantly augmenting the probability of success. Without even a moment's deliberation, Chu Yunqing recognized the sheer magnitude of this revelation. However, this knowledge remained privy only to himself. Even Yu Xiaohai was in the dark, vaguely assuming that he had merely succumbed to unconsciousness. Chu Yunqing promptly hauled him to his feet. His curiosity piqued as he pondered what innate abilities Yu Xiaohai might possess, especially considering the abundance of frosty air emanating from him. According to Professor Sun's brief account, he has observed that the majority of awakened humans possess either ice or fire attributes, while other types are exceedingly rare. He did not even mention individuals like Chu Yunqing, who possess a purer form of vitality. Nonetheless, this may prove beneficial, as Chu Yunqing intends to allow Yu Xiaohai to experiment with his own crossbow. Thus, the two would coordinate their efforts, one advancing boldly while the other stealthily, significantly enhancing their chances of survival. Chu Yunqing, who is nearly oblivious to the intricacies of awakened individuals, found himself guided by Professor Sun's passionate research. Yu Xiaohai endeavored through various trials, which ultimately left Professor Sun somewhat disappointed. Yu Xiaohai's awakened ability was rather ordinary, merely generating a few icy raindrops, hardly sufficient to exterminate pests, let alone rodents. However, Chu Yunqing remained unfazed, pondering that those gifted awakened beings were often described in ancient texts as prodigious talents. For Yu Xiaohai, merely awakening was akin to a stroke of fortune, a sign of divine favor. The crux of the matter is that Chu Yunqing possesses the Yuanfu and does not necessarily require any innate abilities, as long as he wields energy of the ice attribute. He can conjure ice arrows. Initially, when Yu Xiaohai learned from Professor Sun about his awakening, he was elated. However, after a series of trials, he became disheartened upon discovering the outcome. Despite Professor Sun's assurances that perseverance and training would lead to formidable combat prowess, Yu Xiaohai sighed. Brother Chu, am I utterly useless? Chu Yunqing, pulling him up with a sense of mystery, said, Come, follow me. Ignoring the reactions of Yu Xiaohai and the others, he rushed downstairs like a whirlwind. Selecting a room, harnessing his vital energy, he forcefully kicked open the door, relieved to find the room empty. Chu Yunqing retrieved a crossbow and inquired, Can you use a crossbow? Yu Xiaohai, perplexed by the peculiar symbols adorning the crossbow, was soon captivated and asked curiously, Chu Ge, what is this? Enough with the chatter. Can you shoot accurately, or not? Chu Yunqing urged him. Rolling his eyes, Yu Xiaohai replied arrogantly, Chu Ge, have you forgotten? Last year, when I was pursuing June, I spent a fortune at her club. While I can't claim to be a professional, I am certainly an adept amateur. Chu Yunqing recalled that Yu Xiaohai's previous girlfriend was indeed affiliated with the club and had even coaxed him into getting a membership card, which he had long since forgotten. It seemed that the money Yu Xiaohai spent in his romantic pursuits was not entirely in vain. Nodding, he said, Quit the nonsense. Do as I instruct. Channel your energy into the crossbow and shoot an arrow at the sofa in the inner room. Yu Xiaohai hesitated, unsure of Chu Yunqing's intentions, and asked, What is this for? All right, Chu Gu, I will follow your orders," he replied promptly. With practiced ease, he loaded the bow and drew it back, demonstrating slightly more proficiency than Chu Yunxing. Whoosh! The arrow struck the sofa with a thud, creating a sizable hole, leaving no trace behind. Yu Xiaohai looked at Chu Yunxing in bewilderment, wondering if there was some vendetta against the sofa. Chu Yunxing took the crossbow and suddenly slapped his forehead, realizing that in his haste, he had forgotten to replace the elemental talisman. The seal of the cold weapon talisman inscribed on the crossbow was imbued with his own essence, making it impossible for others to activate. Currently, he had only 3 units of vital energy left within him. To create a new first-tier unbound cold weapon talisman to arm Yu Xiaohai, it would require the consumption of 2 units of his vital energy. However, even if Yu Xiaohai's energy was minimal, as long as he could unleash 2 fully charged ice arrows to freeze the red-armored insects, Chu Yunxing could dispatch them using merely the 1,000-piercing sword without expending any vital energy. With the last unit of vital energy within him, he could still eliminate 3 of them without any loss. Should Yu Xiaohai manage to release more than 3 ice arrows, it would be a boon. He resolved to conduct an experiment, an unwavering decision. Chu Yunxing instructed Yu Xiaohai, "Wait for me here for a moment. I need to use the restroom." He was reluctant to divulge his ability to craft talismans just yet. Yu Xiaohai, though slightly puzzled, paid it no mind and casually replied, "I'll wait for you." In the restroom, Chu Yunxing swiftly retrieved his talisman crafting tools. Having crafted the first-tier cold weapon talisman several times before, he was already quite adept at it. The fact that the seal was unbound made the process even simpler. He completed the talisman with remarkable speed. Had he been at the second-tier celestial realm, he could have infused Yu Xiaohai's essence into the seal, ensuring that only Yu Xiaohai, aside from Chu Yunxing himself, could wield the specially crafted elemental talisman. Sealing the unbound cold weapon talisman onto the crossbow, Chu Yunxing emerged and confidently handed it to Yu Xiaohai, proclaiming, "Let us give it another try. And do as I instructed earlier." Another attempt? Muttering under his breath, Yu Xiaohai ceased his complaints upon receiving a glare from Chu Yunxing. As Yu Xiaohai's energy coursed through the crossbow, Chu Yunxing immediately sensed the activation of the ice talisman. With a swift, resonant twang, the bolt, wreathed in palpable frost, plunged into the sofa. The frigidity rapidly spread, encasing the entire piece of furniture in a crystalline shell, transforming it into an icy sculpture. Thump! The crossbow clattered to the floor as Yu Xiaohai stared at the frozen sofa, aghast. Chu Yunxing was pleased with the outcome, which further demonstrated the potency of his ice talisman. Provided with sufficient Yuan Qi energy, it could unleash the frost arrow combat skill, especially with Chu Yunxing's pure Yuan Qi or ice-attributed energy. Substituting fire-attributed Yuan Qi would likely yield no icy effect whatsoever. How many more times can you infuse that level of energy? Chu Yunxing inquired, seeking to ascertain the number of shots Yu Xiaohai could discharge. At most, 1 more, Yu Xiaohai replied after a moment's contemplation. "I expended some during the experiment with Professor Sunday." He was no fool and quickly realized that Chu Yunxing's crossbow was peculiar. Ever since Chu Yunxing's uncanny predictions during the Sunlight Era, he found himself increasingly unable to comprehend the man. Being astute, he refrained from asking unnecessary questions. Chu Yunxing stroked his chin and hummed in acknowledgement. He surmised that Yu Xiaohai could likely fire a maximum of 3 frost arrows. Although this was even more dire than his own initial state, it was still commendable. With these 3 additional arrows, he could eliminate the threat of 3 more red-shelled insects. In his own fully charged state, he could only dispatch 9. Combined, they could contend with 12 insects. Furthermore, Yu Xiaohai was a confidant of his. However, his understanding of training methods for awakened humans was limited. Now aware of Yu Xiaohai's capabilities, Chu Yunxing contemplated for a moment before saying, "Go upstairs and consult Professor Sun to see if he can assist you in enhancing your abilities." But refrain from discussing what transpired earlier with them. Yu Xiaohai, now more astute, comprehended that Chu Yunxing likely had other matters to attend to. Ceasing unnecessary inquiries, he grinned and responded, "Don't worry, Brother Chu, I'm not daft. I understand." Chu Yunxing nodded, remembering that Yu Xiaohai had been occupied for a considerable time without sustenance. He retrieved some food, calling out to Yu Xiaohai, who was about to depart. "I almost forgot. Here are 2 packets of biscuits. Take them upstairs and use them to coax the old man if he's unwilling to share information. Additionally, use the remaining biscuits to barter with the soldiers for some handgun ammunition, the standard 9mm type. As for the remaining bread and water, consume them quickly. We may need to evacuate at any moment." Chapter 35. 5 maps, Chu Yunqing's intention to exchange for ammunition was a measure of prudence. An additional weapon, regardless of its potency, would provide him with a sense of security. Yu Xiaohai was momentarily stunned, perplexed as to where Chu Yunqing had conjured these items. Further deepening his perception of Chu Yunqing's enigmatic nature, he accepted the items with a slight tremor, his eyes tinged with emotion. Acutely aware that had Chu Yunqing not appeared promptly, he would likely have perished. Now, as Chu Yunqing entrusts him with this food, it is evident how much he trusts him. Yu Xiaohai is acutely aware of the significance of this sustenance. He nearly faced dire consequences over a mere biscuit. Yu Xiaohai moved his lips slightly and said earnestly, "Brother Chu, rest assured, I will undoubtedly extract every last bullet from them, and I shall diligently hone my abilities." Chu Yunqing chuckled, "Stop being so distasteful. My assistance to you is predicated on the hope that you will possess the capability to aid me in return. Now, off you go." After Yu Xiaohai departed and secured the door, he contemplated the necessity of meticulously studying the ancient texts and the pendant. Upon retrieving the ancient tome, he discovered that the pendant had vanished, leaving only the chain behind. Chu Yunqing distinctly remembered fastening the pendant to the book, and in a flurry, he searched through his spatial storage, yet it eluded him. He pondered, could it have been absorbed by the ancient text? Upon examining the tome again, he noticed that the previously dull cover was now faintly revealing an image, accompanied by some characters. After deciphering and interpreting the initial portion, he grasped the overarching message. The author of this book, in a time of peril, entrusted his survival to the care of nearby human tribes. He predicted that 5,000 years hence, calamity would befall humanity, yet his own days were numbered. Thus, he conveyed this warning to the nearby tribes, hoping it would endure and serve as a cautionary tale for future generations. The human tribes, in their desperation, implored him for a method to avert disaster. Remembering their kindness, the elder dedicated his final moments to compiling his life's knowledge into this tome, sealing away the treasures he had collected and refined throughout his existence. Subsequently, he bequeathed the ancient tome to the neighboring human tribes of that era, ensuring its preservation through the vicissitudes of human history, preventing its entombment underground. This was to guarantee that when the celestial orbit realigned, the human inheritor of the book would be able to assimilate his life's work. Conversely, to safeguard his sealed treasures and prevent their premature discovery by the book's wielder before the celestial orbit's restoration, thereby averting their dispersal among humanity. He excised the map detailing the treasure's location from the ancient book. He fragmented it into 5 segments, sealed within jade stones, and disseminated them among other tribes, with the intent that 5 millennia hence, the book's possessor would gather the 5 map fragments and retrieve his life's accumulated wealth to contend with the heavens. Only after 5 millennia, upon the restoration of the celestial orbit, would the book, imbued with the primordial energy of heaven and earth, facilitate a mutual resonance among the map fragments, enabling their fusion. At that juncture, should a map sealed within jade appear in the book's vicinity, the book would manifest anomalies to alert its human custodian. The predecessor annotated that he had initially intended to conceal the maps within the book through arcane methods, causing them to materialize spontaneously after 5 millennia, thus sparing future humans the arduous task of collecting them. Regrettably, with the celestial orbit already sealed at that time, and after crafting the book and sealing the treasures, his diminished spiritual energy and exacerbated injuries proved insurmountable. He was unable to replenish his strength sufficiently to execute this exceedingly taxing secret art. He was left with no option but to reluctantly seal the maps within jade stones. And he even lacked the time to impart the significance of the characters to the human tribe tending to him, leaving only regret to linger in the world. He cautioned the human who would obtain the book 5 millennia later to expedite the collection of the 5 maps and retrieve the treasures promptly. Otherwise, should even more formidable extraterrestrial demons arrive in the human realm, humanity's cultivation speed would likely render them defenseless. In regard to the matters conveyed by this esteemed predecessor, Chu Yunqing found himself unable to discern their full significance. Nonetheless, the mere mention of such matters filled him with trepidation. What could these otherworldly malevolent beings be? He was certain they were not mere insects, for ancient texts described insects as creatures from alternate dimensions, and these symbols were distinctly different. Perhaps they were entities of even greater power, he mused. The interpretations of the ancients often diverged significantly from those of modern scholars. For instance, Professor Sun posited that the primordial energy described in ancient texts was akin to a form of dark energy present in the cosmos. As Chu Yunsheng reflected on his own apprehension in confronting mere insects, he pondered the formidable nature of what might have once challenged this venerable figure, who had encountered such otherworldly malevolence. Simultaneously, he felt a sense of gratitude for having obtained this ancient manuscript from 5 millennia past. Yet he was engulfed by a paralyzing fear of the unknown. Who exactly was this predecessor? What was the essence of spiritual energy, if not the primordial force? If such a powerful individual could succumb to grievous injuries, what other terrifying entities lurked in the shadows? With 5 maps in his possession, he was left to contemplate the whereabouts of the remaining 4. What course of action should he take? His mind was a cacophony of unanswered questions, each one echoing louder than the last. Any trace of pride he might have felt regarding his previous accomplishments had been utterly shattered. He realized, with a heavy heart, how profoundly insignificant, frail, and powerless he truly was. Fortunately, time was still on his side. Though it was scant, hope was not entirely extinguished, for otherwise his predecessor would not have left behind such a wealth of knowledge. Yet, in this vast and intricate world, where could he possibly seek out the remaining 4 maps? With no clear direction, Chu Yunsheng decided to cease his futile pondering and instead focus on enhancing his own strength. Otherwise, encountering a map would not guarantee his ability to seize it. In a mere 30 seconds, he was astounded to discover a remarkable surge in his internal vital energy, rising nearly 6 levels. This was equivalent to enduring 72 hours of continuous cultivation during his normal state. The sheer might of his predecessor was overwhelming, and this singular thought consumed Chu Yunsheng's mind. Regrettably, such opportunities are rare and cannot be summoned at will. He had no control over the ancient tome's autonomous absorption of the world's vital energy. It was purely a matter of chance. The explosive increase in vital energy filled Chu Yunsheng with exhilaration. After crafting a cold soldier talisman for Yu Shaohai, he had been troubled by the meager single unit of vital energy within him. Now, this unexpected resolution lifted his spirits immensely. With the newfound thickness of 7 units of vital energy, he resolved to deliberate carefully and avoid rash actions. Time was of the essence as he prepared to leave the city, feeling increasingly insecure with so few talismans at his disposal to replenish his vital energy. He intended to reserve 6 units for the creation of a second-tier talisman of energy absorption, utilizing the soul surplus unit. However, the corpses of the red-armored beetles were only 4 in number. 1 had been slain during the retreat when they encountered the insects, while the remaining 3 were dispatched within this building. A single energy absorption talisman could absorb the vital energy of 6 red-armored beetles. In previous urgent situations, he had been compelled to utilize an incomplete talisman of energy absorption, resulting in significant waste, which caused him great distress. With his resolution firm, Chu Yunsheng, wary of the dangers of delay, hurriedly tidied up and ascended to seek out Yu Shaohai. Before reaching the rooftop, Chu Yunsheng heard the voice of the one he least favored, Captain Gu Liming. "Little brother, 10 bullets for a biscuit is the utmost we can manage." Chapter 36. The fight continues. Then came the languid voice of Yu Shaohai. "What? 10 shots? You might as well shoot me dead and take it directly." Gu Liming, having lost the initial arrogance he exhibited when speaking to Chu Yunsheng, replied anxiously, "Little brother, our private exchange of bullets is already a breach of military discipline. And we also need to reserve some bullets to protect the professor and the others. I hope you can understand our predicament." Yu Shaohai responded unhurriedly. "One must not speak carelessly. I certainly did not coerce you into violating military regulations for a biscuit. Since you fear punishment, it appears that it is best not to exchange at all." Following his words, the sound of him intentionally crunching on the biscuit echoed through the air. A man's voice chimed in. "We still have some gold and silver jewelry. Could we trade that for a biscuit?" Yu Shaohai, as if confronted with the most absurd situation, stifled a laugh. "Mr. Zhao, do you truly believe that renminbi, US dollars, or even gold could procure a biscuit at this moment? You really are something. Oh, Brother Chu, you've arrived." Chu Yunsheng emerged from the corridor, nodding slightly. His gaze swept across the group surrounding Yu Shaohai, who were all hesitant to seize the biscuit from his hands. Their fear stemmed from Chu Yunsheng's formidable abilities below, and Yu Shaohai's audacity to speak so boldly was indeed reliant on him. Upon Chang's arrival, everyone except Professor SN instinctively retreated, their gazes toward him a complex mixture of emotions. "Were the bullets secured?" he inquired, immediately focusing on the ammunition, which caused GLM's eyes to brighten as he intuitively surmised that Ing was in dire need of them. He secretly contemplated reducing the already prepared bargaining chips by 2, as bullets were also exceedingly precious to them. Wai Shioi scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed, and said, "These individuals are exceedingly stingy. I'm still negotiating." GLM Ing steeled his resolve and confidently asserted, "Young man, your asking price is exorbitant. Let us negotiate further." Chynshing was merely curious as to whether Wai Shioi had acquired the bullets. He was in a hurry to ambush the insects, and the bullets were of no consequence to him. Ignoring GLM Ing's words, he swiftly declared, "No more negotiations. Shioi, gather your belongings. We depart immediately." Upon hearing this, not only was GLM Ing taken aback, but Professor SN, Ms. Icho, and the others behind him were equally stunned. They had even been discussing how to persuade this individual to escort them to the military camp, but unexpectedly, he intended to leave at once. Wai Shioi hesitated for a moment, then approached and whispered, "Brother Sich, are we not trading for the bullets? They are about to concede. Just a moment longer." Chynshing waved his hand dismissively and said, "No more trading. There is no time. Take the crossbow and let us discuss it as we go." Yu Xiaohai was among the first to become aware of Chu Yunxing's uncanny ability to predict the onset of the Dark Age. His trust in Chu Yunxing's extraordinary capabilities had grown significantly with the unfolding of various events. He no longer spoke much, tucking away his biscuits and preparing to descend the stairs with Chu Yunxing. Wait, both of you," Gu Liming exclaimed in a fluster, his courage seemingly summoned from nowhere as he reached out to block Chu Yunxing's path. "Please, I implore you." Chu Yunxing looked up, his voice stern. "Captain Gu, I hold great respect for your military uniform and the valor of your comrades behind you. I can overlook past grievances, but I must ask you to refrain from provoking me any further." Professor Sun quickly interjected, "Young man, Captain Gu is only looking out for our welfare. I ask for your understanding." Chu Yunxing felt a modicum of fondness for the elderly gentleman. Not only had he divulged a wealth of information regarding dark energy, but he also spoke of awakened humanity, which had proven somewhat beneficial. Moreover, the old man was genuinely kind-hearted, having brushed off the incident where Chu Yunxing had kicked him. He had even shared the half-piece of bread Chu Yunxing offered with a group of 10 or so individuals, though it was but a mere drop in the bucket for so many. "In light of Professor Sun's goodwill, I offer you a trade. 1 biscuit for 10 bullets. Should you be amenable? I have other matters to attend to." Chu Yunxing had no time to waste engaging in idle chatter. A couple of bullets were hardly worth his while. In truth, Gu Liming and his companions possessed scant ammunition, needing to reserve some for self-defense. After much deliberation, they managed to exchange only 4 biscuits, a situation that left Chu Yunxing quite vexed. As they descended the stairs, Chu Yunxing suddenly remembered to ask Yu Xiaohai, "Does the old man know about your training methods?" Yu Xiaohai offered a wry smile. The old gentleman is unaware that they were initially conducting experiments in this area, which have now been discontinued. They merely suggested that I utilize my abilities as much as possible. Neither the old gentleman nor Chu Yunxing is aware, so I can only observe and plan in due course. I have a matter to discuss with you. Later, you shall accompany me to slay a couple of insects." He paused momentarily, but upon reflecting that his initial encounter with the scarlet beetle was no better than Yu Xiaohai's, he empathized and found nothing amiss. He elucidated, "Do not be alarmed. I shall explain it to you gradually. Why, how did you come along?" Before the girl could speak, Yu Xiaohai interjected anxiously, "Brother Chu, is there danger in slaying insects?" Chu Yunxing directed his gaze toward Yu Xiaohai and affirmed, "Yes, there is danger at all times. As long as you confront insects, there will always be danger. In this world, there is nothing devoid of peril. If you lack the courage to face this minimal danger, how do you intend to survive?" Yu Xiaohai was somewhat frightened and ashamed by his words. After hesitating for a considerable time, he gritted his teeth and declared, "Brother Chu, tell me what to do, and I shall heed your instructions." Chu Yunxing approached and patted him on the shoulder, nodding in approval. "We shall assess the situation later. As long as you possess this courage, we shall overcome even the most arduous of times." The insects outside have proliferated significantly. The nearest location harbors at least 6 insects, a situation that he and the other 2 are currently unable to provoke. Unable to overcome them by force, they must resort to cunning. Chu Yunxing had been racking his brains over this matter. Outside the building, several corpses lay haphazardly, one of which was being gnawed upon by a rat, vigilantly surveying its surroundings. A faint glimmer of light appeared in the sky, but it was merely a wisp, rendering the surroundings indistinct. Chu Yunxing was compelled to rely on his night vision goggles. The battlefield he had chosen was a commercial street situated a kilometer away, where at least 5 red beetles were feasting on human heads. He dared not approach too closely and instead opted to circle around to a designated sniper building. Shortly, he planned to have Yu Xiaohai open a window on the 5th floor to shoot at the red beetles with a crossbow. Subsequently, he and Yu Xiaohai would conceal themselves in the opposite direction, selecting 2 buildings that were sufficiently distanced to exceed the jumping capabilities of the beetles. At least 2 kilometers away, Xu Yunxing entrusted Yu Xiaohai with a watch and instructed him to ascend to the 5th floor alone, agreeing that 10 minutes later, he would provoke the 6 beetles, allowing Yu Xiaohai to take advantage of the chaos to freeze one with an ice arrow. His only reliance was on the defensive capability of his battle armor, hoping it would withstand the frenzied assaults of the 5 red beetles. The external light was exceedingly dim, making it impossible for Yu Xiaohai on the 5th floor to discern the beetles without Xu Yunxing providing illumination. However, the moment Xu Yunxing switched on the flashlight, it signaled the imminent attack of the beetles, which would descend upon him like a storm. Taking a deep breath 3 times, Xu Yunxing activated the flashlight strapped to his shoulder, leaped from the corner, and landed atop a nearby car. The crimson beetle immediately spotted him, charging forward without the slightest hesitation. With a mighty roar, Xu Yunxing sought to bolster his own courage while simultaneously alerting Yu Xiaohai above. As the Qianbi sword struck one beetle squarely on the head, the remaining 4 swiftly encircled him, raising their formidable claws to strike down upon him with ferocity. The shrill sound of their armored exoskeletons scraping against one another piercing the air, despite the protection of his battle armor. The simultaneous onslaught from 4 crimson beetles caused a tumultuous quake within Xu Yunxing's body, inflicting immense pain. Just as a massive claw threatened to ensnare him, he dared not hesitate. With a powerful leap, he vaulted over the head of the beetle. At that moment, he felt the long-awaited ice arrow arrive, swiftly encasing one of the beetles in frost. He had endured this struggle to stabilize the beetle's focus, allowing Yu Xiaohai the opportunity to release his shot. With success achieved, Xu Yunxing promptly set his escape plan into motion, ensuring that all 3 beetles were drawn to pursue him, thereby safeguarding Yu Xiaohai's position. At this juncture, Yu Xiaohai faced a perilous fate should the beetles discover him. The relentless assault from the 4 crimson beetles had inflicted some damage upon his armor. Yet Xu Yunxing could afford no further concern as he raced down the street. 3 formidable crimson beetles in hot pursuit. The competition between man and insect had officially commenced. Leveraging his significantly smaller stature, Xu Yunxing adeptly maneuvered between vehicles, occasionally darting into buildings only to burst forth once more. The 3 beetles, undeterred by 2 groups of humans they encountered along the way, maintained their relentless chase, seemingly captivated by Xu Yunxing's agility. Startled by the fleeting figures of Xu Yunsheng and the insects, the 2 groups scattered and vanished without a trace. As planned, Xu Yunsheng gradually lured the insects far away, reaching the building where he had set up his rope. With lightning speed, he ascended, the 3 insects relentlessly pursuing him. Despite possessing 6 units of Yuan Qi within him, he couldn't afford to utilize it. Thus, even though he could eliminate the 3 insects behind him, he chose to retreat according to plan, as not a single unit of Yuan Qi could be wasted. When Xu Yunsheng breathlessly leaped onto the rooftop, the 3 insects followed closely behind, one even nearly snapping its pincers on his rear. He rolled with the momentum, grabbed the loosely wound rope around the corner post, and without hesitation, jumped off. Soaring across the gap between the 2 buildings, Xu Yunsheng crashed through the glass of the opposite building with a resounding bang. The 3 insects remained on the other building, screeching furiously, seemingly unwilling to give up. Xu Yunsheng had faith in the insects' intelligence. From the moment he first saw them climbing buildings, he knew these creatures were not fools. Therefore, even though he had temporarily separated himself from them, he dared not let his guard down. He quickly descended the building's stairs. The insects were indeed clever, cautiously climbing down the outer wall. Although their speed was slower than leaping across the street, Xu Yunsheng did not dare to be careless. While the insects were still descending, he quickly took advantage of the darkness to slip away. Too tense to even catch his breath, Xu Yunsheng immediately climbed to the 5th floor where Yu Xiaohai was located. He urgently needed to create a Yuan gathering talisman. Initially, he intended to prepare before setting off. However, had he done so, he would have been left with merely a thin layer of vitality after slaying a single insect. Should any unforeseen circumstance arise during his escape, it could spell his demise. To ensure his safety, Xu Yunxing opted for the most prudent approach, firmly believing that preserving his life was paramount. As he stood downstairs, he observed 2 silhouettes through his night vision device, which aroused a sense of unease within him. Consequently, he cautiously ascended to the 5th floor, once a bustling hub for mobile phones, now scattered with disarrayed counters. Upon entering, he immediately heard Yu Xiaohai anxiously inquire from within. "Who is it?" Emerging from the shadows, Yu Xiaohai switched on a faint flashlight, gazing with concern at the somewhat damaged armor of Chu Yunxing. "Are you injured?" he asked. Chu Yunxing shook his head, responding, "No, it's nothing. We must relocate immediately." Yu Xiaohai seemed to hesitate for a moment before blurting out, "Brother Chu, that girl has followed us again." Chu Yunxing, taken aback, queried, "That girl?" Yu Xiaohai, with a hint of exasperation, clarified, "The one we mistakenly saved." Chu Yunxing paused, bewildered. "How did she come to follow us? What does she want?" Yu Xiaohai suddenly blinked, a mysterious glimmer in his eye, and said, "Let's not dwell on that for now. Do you know who she is?" With no time for idle chatter, Chu Yunxing impatiently urged, "Spit it out." Yu Xiaohai then stepped inside, pulling the girl out. Holding a poster in his hand, he unfolded the poster beside her, exclaiming with excitement, "Take a look." The flashlight of Chu Yunxing had been rendered useless by insects. He picked up Yu Xiaohai's flashlight and, upon glancing at it, noted the poster that read, "A New Year's sci-fi blockbuster, The Dark Age?" What a nonsensical title. Yu Xiaohai pointed at a figure on the poster and said to the girl, "Take another look." Chu Yunxing responded with a grunt. "She does bear a resemblance." He then pressed, "What exactly are you trying to convey? If you have something to say, spit it out. Time is of the essence." Yu Xiaohai sighed in frustration. "Isn't that girl Lin Shuiyao? How could you not have noticed?" Chu Yunxing frowned and inquired, "Who is Lin Shuiyao? Your new girlfriend?" Chapter 38. "You are an actor." Yu Xiaohai paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. "Brother Chu, you truly have a sense of humor." Chu Yunxing cast a disdainful glance in his direction and retorted, "What do you think you are? Enough of this chatter, let us move on." Yu Xiaohai made a gesture of helplessness towards the girl and said, "You see, I told you my brother doesn't know who you are. It would be best if you didn't follow us." "Must I truly know who she is?" Chu Yunxing suddenly exclaimed. He might have heard the name before, but it was rather vague. His mind was currently consumed with thoughts of insects and escape. Just days prior, he had witnessed a renowned television host fall victim to the clutches of these creatures without a second thought. In a world teetering on the edge of chaos, who cared about identities? The only priority was survival. Those who could endure were the true leaders. Yu Xiaohai chuckled awkwardly, realizing his conversation had turned somewhat tedious, and fell silent, trailing behind Chu Yunxing. "Can you take me with you?" Lin Shuiyao called from behind, her voice laced with a glimmer of hope. Yu Xiaohai gestured towards Chu Yunxing, implying that he should speak to her, concerned about her continued presence with him and Yu Xiaohai. Chu Yunxing contemplated and replied, "If you have awakened as self-aware as Xiaohai, it would indeed be beneficial for all. We could consider collaborating to retreat together. However, you are acutely aware of the current circumstances. Your presence with us puts everyone at risk." Just as Chu Yunxing was about to decline her, Lin Shuiyao interjected eagerly, "I know of a jade pendant, identical to the one you saw on the rooftop." Chu Yunxing was taken aback, exclaiming, "What did you say?" Lin Shuiyao met his gaze firmly, asserting, "It is the pendant belonging to that woman. I was present when she entrusted it to you, and I have seen an identical jade pendant." Chu Yunxing's pupils momentarily contracted. The matter of the map was of utmost significance to him, and he was utterly at a loss. The fact that this girl claimed to have seen the same pendant aroused profound suspicion within him. His initial reaction was to believe she was deceiving him, attempting to secure her own place in his company, which posed a significant risk, one that could necessitate a complete revision of his operational plans. He scrutinized Lin Shuiyao from head to toe, searching for any evidence of her deceit. Yet, the girl's eyes remained fixed on Chu Yunxing, displaying no signs of anxiety or evasion. It was akin to an invisible duel, a clash between belief and skepticism reflected in their gazes, each vying for dominance. Despite his inability to discern any flaws in her demeanor, his suspicion only intensified, for he recognized that she was an actress. With unwavering composure, he inquired, "How can I possibly trust you?" Lin Shuiyao smiled gently and asked, "Do you think I am deceiving you?" Chu Yunxing let out a cold chuckle and reminded her, "Do not forget that you are an actress." Lin Shuiyao was taken aback for a moment, but soon understood, revealing a trace of helpless embarrassment. Then, furrowing her brows, she pointed at Chu Yunxing's oversized sword and remarked, "You need not overthink this. Given your capabilities, should you discover that I have lied, you could easily use that to end my life." Chu Yunxing nodded, affirming, "I shall temporarily believe your words. but you must remember every word you have just spoken. Now, you may disclose the whereabouts of that pendant." Lin Shuiyao beamed and replied, "It belongs to a CEO who gifted the pendant to his son for his birthday. I happened to be present at the banquet that day." After a brief pause, her eyes flickered, and she continued, "As far as I know, during the onset of darkness, they were in Jinling City. As for the specific names, once we arrive in Jinling, I will inform you immediately. I hope you can understand." A flicker of anger surged within Chu Yunsheng, and he coldly retorted, "Are you attempting to threaten me? If you do not trust me, how can we possibly collaborate?" Lin Shuiyao shook her head in apology, saying, "I am sorry. I realize this is not right, but I genuinely fear that you might abandon me along the way. If you were in my position, you would likely do the same, would you not?" Chu Yunsheng remained noncommittal and countered, "Do you truly believe that pendant holds great significance for me?" Lin Shuiyao smiled slyly and said, "When we were on the rooftop, I suspected that your true intention was to acquire that woman's jade pendant. The moment she ascended to the rooftop, your gaze was fixated upon it." Chu Yunsheng was taken aback and scrutinized Lin Shuiyao once more. At that moment, the girl had remained silent, her only predicament being Gu Liming's gun pressed against her temple. The entire situation seemed unrelated to her. Yet, he was astonished by her astute observation, as she had been discreetly watching them all along. She was a woman of intellect and caution, Chu Yunsheng mused. In the entertainment industry, which woman is not shrewd and vigilant? He understood her mindset. In such an extraordinarily perilous era, it was implausible for two unfamiliar parties to swiftly establish a semblance of trust. Retaining a strategic advantage and mutual restraint was indeed the most prudent course of action. However, he was unwilling to acquiesce to such a veiled manipulation, allowing Lin Shuiyao to mistakenly believe she had deciphered his thoughts. The map was undeniably significant to him. Yet the absence of 4 pieces was not something that could be resolved overnight. Regarding intelligent individuals, Chu Yunsheng had no intention of denying his need for the jade pendant. He presented Lin Shuiyao with a smile he deemed hypocritical and succinctly stated, "You are correct in your assumption, but regrettably, our perspectives do not align. I must decline your offer for collaboration. Farewell." With that, he swung open the door and stepped outside, wary of succumbing to the temptation of the map and potentially regretting his decision. Lin Shuiyao's delicate face tightened, as she had not anticipated such an outcome, leaving her in a state of panic. While Chu Yunsheng could forego her clues, she now found herself in dire need of his assurance for safety, rendering their bargaining position unequal and leaving her helpless. With a determined bite of her lip, she stepped outside and called to Chu Yunsheng in the hallway, "Very well. You have won. I can reveal to you who possesses the jade pendant." At that moment, however, Chu Yunsheng was oblivious to her words, his heart racing feverishly. Just moments prior, he had glimpsed something unsettling through the window at the stairwell's corner, a figure resembling a naked woman he had encountered in the hospital. This was the unmistakable mark of the tentacle monster. He was utterly unprepared to confront such a creature. Should he encounter it, death or escape would be his only options. Unbeknownst to Lin Shuiyao, this sudden turn of events led her to believe that Chu Yunsheng was intentionally ignoring her, seeking to humiliate her. Yet, she had no alternative. Having taken a considerable risk to arrive here, she hoped to forge an alliance. She suppressed her indignation and said, "Are you expecting me to beg you?" Chu Yunsheng, consumed by anxiety, feared that the monster might hear even the slightest sound and invade the building. With no time to discuss the matter, he pointed at Lin Shuiyao, lowering his voice urgently, "Silence. Be quiet." He gestured for Yu Xiaohai to extinguish the flashlight, pressed himself against the opposite wall, and activated the active infrared source. Cautiously scanning the entire building, his heart pounding in his chest as he prayed the tentacle monster would not enter. Despite being silenced by Chu Yunsheng's rebuke, Lin Shuiyao discerned his extreme apprehension, causing her to shudder inexplicably. She recognized that whatever elicited such intense anxiety in Chu Yunsheng must be far more perilous than at least 3 red-shelled insects. Now, Chu Yunsheng confronted this very predicament, as the clamorous crowd in the distance diverted the attention of the bizarre tentacled creature downstairs. He paradoxically felt a sense of contentment compared to those people. Within the expansive mall, locating a solitary room suitable for crafting talismans proved uncomplicated. Chu Yunsheng left Yu Xiaohai and Lin Shuiyao outside the room's entrance, entering alone. Under the beam of his flashlight, he meticulously inscribed the Yuan Gathering Talisman, a process he had thoroughly mastered, requiring minimal time. Having completely absorbed the essence from precisely 6 red-shelled insects, Chu Yunsheng inventoried his storage talisman. which contained the remains of approximately 15 insect carcasses. Given the need to repair his damaged armor, necessitating fresh shell components, he promptly began separating the red-shelled insect's carapaces. He then retrieved the armor talisman, meticulously refining each shell until the damaged areas were fully restored to their original condition. The newly crafted Yuan Gathering Talisman, imbued with 6 flame patterns, could replenish approximately 12 units of Yuan Qi. 6 of these units would be allocated for creating additional Yuan Gathering Talismans, leaving him with only 6 units of Yuan Qi for exterminating insects. Chu Yunxing felt a growing urgency within him. If this continued, he would never be able to accumulate surplus Yuan Gathering Talismans as a reserve. The only viable solution was to rely on his own cultivation to assist in the restoration of his vitality. Additionally, he had the potential to eliminate 3 scarlet armored beetles with Yu Xiaohai's help. However, Yu Xiaohai's energy recovery pace was likely even slower than his own. When would he reach the realm of the second Yuan heaven? Chu Yunxing often dreamt of achieving that state, where merely 2 units of energy thickness could yield a Yuan Gathering Talisman, or he could invest more energy to craft a reusable third-tier Yuan Gathering Talisman. The first Yuan heaven required a staggering 6 units of energy thickness to create a single-use talisman, which caused him considerable distress. He needed to diligently cultivate. The process of cultivation involved refining every part of his body and mastering the absorption and release of energy. Therefore, he had to first utilize a Yuan Gathering Talisman to replenish his energy, and then expend 6 units to forge a talisman. Finally, he would absorb the remaining 1.5 units of fire pattern energy into his body. Although the process was cumbersome, he had grown accustomed to it. As he methodically completed these tasks and stepped out, he overheard Yu Xiaohai quietly inquiring about Lin Shuiyao's gossip. Questions swirled regarding whether she truly had an affair with a certain male celebrity or if she had ever dated a young heir from a wealthy family in the Treasure Island. Chu Yunxin was baffled by the sheer volume of gossip that Yu Xiaohai seemed to have. Upon noticing Chu Yunxing emerge, Yu Xiaohai gazed in astonishment at his fully restored battle armor, exclaiming in admiration, "Brother Chu is truly remarkable. You can transform the mundane into the extraordinary at any time." Knowing that he was prone to garrulousness, Chu Yunxing disregarded his flattery and proceeded directly, "Let me outline my plan first. Both of you have the prerogative to offer suggestions, but the ultimate decision rests with me." Yu Xiaohai was indifferent, appearing ready to follow Chu Yunsheng's lead without question. Chu Yunsheng, paying no mind to Lin Shuiyao's inscrutable expression, swiftly articulated, "We have less than 50 hours until the military's final withdrawal. We must accompany the main force out of the city. Xiaohai will drive the motorcycle. I'll be in the middle, and the esteemed actress Lin will be at the rear. All actions are to be executed under my command." Yu Xiaohai voiced his complete agreement. Lin Shuiyao, however, furrowed her delicate brows, thinking, how can this man have the audacity to place a girl at the most vulnerable position in the rear while he occupies the safest spot in the middle? Little did she know, Chu Yunxing's position in the middle allowed him to rely on Yu Xiaohai to steady himself, using every available moment to recuperate his vitality. Nonetheless, Lin Shuiyao remained silent, aware that the so-called right to suggest without the power to decide was essentially a formality. Recognizing her limited capabilities, she thought it best to comply. However, she retorted with a graceful smile, "Please refrain from calling me an actress. I am, in fact, a model." Chu Yunsheng waved dismissively, stating nonchalantly, "In the eyes of us common folk, there's no distinction." Before Lin Shuiyao could retort, Chu Yunxing conjured an array of food items as if by magic, leaving her utterly dumbfounded. Yu Xiaohai, having witnessed this before, showed no reaction, which only accentuated Lin Shuiyao's astonishment. The path of escape is about to unfold, and the 3 must replenish their strength, particularly Chu Yunxing, who has exerted himself significantly in battle, leading to remarkable exhaustion. 3 sausages, a can of tuna, 3 loaves of bread, 2 boxes of Danone biscuits, and even a few vacuum-packed marinated eggs. Chu Yunxing prepared an energizing bottle of Red Bull for both Yu Xiaohai and himself, as he anticipated a lengthy journey ahead. Generally, Chu Yunxing maintained a regular eating routine, as food provided him with stability. However, for Yu Xiaohai and Lin Shuiyao, it was an entirely different experience. While consuming his meal, he pondered various matters, only to be infuriated when he discovered that Yu and Lin had already devoured the tuna he cherished by the time he had finished half of his bread. Chu Yunsheng could only curse under his breath, "Gluttons." When Chu Yunsheng retrieved the motorcycle, Lin Shuiyao managed to suppress her astonishment, exhibiting remarkable composure, while Yu Xiaohai gasped in disbelief, exclaiming, "Brother Chu, wasn't our motorcycle broken? Did you fix it? Is this a new one?" Chu Yunxing clarified the situation. Yu Xiaohai gave a thumbs up and sighed. "Brother Chu, if only I had heeded your advice back then and prepared supplies without reservation, how fortunate I would be." This was the second time Lin Shuiyao had heard Yu Xiaohai mention Chu Yunxing's prescient abilities. Her eyes sparkled with intrigue, and she eagerly leaned in to listen. However, Chu Yunxing chose not to pursue the topic further. Instead, he patted Yu Xiaohai on the shoulder and remarked, "Regret is futile, rather than dwelling on the past. Spend this time contemplating how to make the most of your less-than-stellar abilities. You never know when they might come in handy." Yu Xiaohai's face flushed, and he promptly closed his mouth. Cautiously, Chu Yunxing peered out of the commercial building's entrance. A multitude of people continuously traversed the street in front. He beckoned, and the trio mounted their motorcycle, swiftly approaching the nearest throng. This peculiar procession comprised numerous individuals, divided into successive groups, predominantly youths. While Chu Yunxing was inwardly perplexed, Yu Xiaohai had already engaged in conversation with a girl from the group. It transpired that they were students from Dongshin University. Due to the academic term's continuation until December 23rd, the students had not yet commenced their holidays. Subsequently, the sun's protracted disappearance culminated in a global descent into darkness on the 28th. The university's out-of-town students found themselves stranded on campus until receiving notification of the institution's decision to undertake a large-scale evacuation towards Jinling City. The students' undertaking was remarkably organized. Under the university's auspices, faculty and their families formed two contingents, while students were grouped by department into smaller units, all under the protection of tanks dispatched by the military and a dozen or so self-awakened students. Dongshin University, one of Shanghai's largest, originally housed over 30,000 out-of-town students. According to the girl's account, many had perished in the onslaught of the red-armored insects, and with those who had become separated. The current exodus numbered less than 20,000. Chu Yunxing mused that this explained the seemingly endless procession. The sky now frequently possessed a hazy luminescence, akin to a dim noon during the era of sunlight, while the advent of night brought about complete darkness once more. A multitude of disorganized individuals emerged from the buildings, joining the ever-expanding throng. Representatives from the military and the academic institutions stood amidst the chaotic crowd, fervently calling upon the awakened individuals to enlist in the guard. Along the way, they encountered several minor attacks from scarab beetles, which were successfully repelled by the arriving troops and the awakened students, though casualties were, of course, inevitable. Chapter 40. Awakened Warriors. Chu Yunxing was also summoned, his striking battle armor drawing attention. As he integrated into the crowd, he made no effort to conceal his abilities. Fully aware of his own capabilities, he neither sought to impersonate a hero nor resorted to lurking among others for protection. His willingness to join this awakened team stemmed from a simple rationale. He recognized that collaborating with these soldiers in exterminating the scarab beetles could effectively alleviate his pressing need for them. Initially, he had been particularly apprehensive about revealing his unique power during his first encounter with 3 scarab beetles in Building 8 of Mingdu Huayuan. He had not dared to boast about it. The sight of the ICE group member being taken away by armed soldiers left a profound impression on him. As the chaos unfolded and developed, it surpassed his own imagination. Each day was spent teetering on the brink of terror. He tirelessly endeavored to strengthen himself, meticulously calculating every ounce of vitality he could conserve, while simultaneously feeling a surge of joy upon encountering a solitary red beetle. The once established social structure crumbled under the weight of this unprecedented calamity. Notions of order and morality became irrelevant, as self-preservation and escape emerged as the predominant themes in this city of horrors. Gradually, awakened individuals began to surface, and he had even once slain one such person. This transformation deeply impressed upon Chu Yunxing the profound alterations in the rules and order of human society, leading him to care less about concealing his own abilities. Perhaps, he mused with a glimmer of hope, by temporarily aligning himself with them, he could procure more of the beetles. Driven to near madness in his quest for these insects, he envisioned the awakened guard, all consolidated in a military truck, presumably for ease of rescue operations. For the awakened, a mere leap would allow them to effortlessly disembark from the vehicle and plunge directly into battle. Within the truck, a dozen individuals were haphazardly seated. Chu Yunxing did not have the chance to scrutinize them closely. His gaze drifted past these figures to 3 older men positioned near the front of the truck, engaged in a fervent debate over a map laid before them. Alongside Chu Yunxing, two other men had also been summoned, both having joined during the large-scale relocation from Dongshan University, summoned to join the ranks for ordinary awakened humans. Banding together against the Crimson Beetles proves to be far more secure than confronting them alone. Leaning against the vehicle's railing, Chu Yunxing found himself rather uncomfortable in his battle armor while seated on the vehicle's board, quietly observing the individuals around him. At the rear of the vehicle, headlights were affixed, casting a glow that, while not exceedingly bright, was sufficient for everyone to discern one another's features. The representative leading the five of them made his way through the crowd to the front of the vehicle, whispering a few words to a bespectacled middle-aged man. The man assessed the five newcomers, rapped his knuckles on the table, and proclaimed in a loud voice, "Everyone, please quiet down, quiet down. Let us extend a welcome to our five newly joined awakened warriors." Contrary to expectations, there was no applause, nor were there any fervent words of welcome. Only a profound silence enveloped the space, as if the five were regarded as mere air. Aside from a curiosity regarding the term awakened warriors, Chu Yunxing felt no particular sentiment. Familiarity was absent, and in such a tense atmosphere of desperate escape, trust was not easily forged in a short span of time. The middle-aged man adjusted his glasses and addressed the five with a serious demeanor. "Since you have chosen to join the awakened guard, there are certain matters we must ascertain from you, and in turn, we shall provide you with information." Chu Yunxing and the others nodded, signaling him to continue. The man proceeded with his introduction. "I am Zhang Zicheng, a professor in the Department of Physics at Dongshan University. You may refer to me as Professor Zhang. I will be responsible for coordinating and guiding your actions. Now, I would like to learn about each of your abilities. Please introduce yourselves." "My name is Yao Xiang, with the character Yao from Yao Ming and Xiang from Lu Xiang. My ability is Firewheel Slash, which can deal with 3 pesky insects," a chubby young boy declared first. Although there was nothing in his physique that suggested any resemblance to Yao Ming or Lu Xiang. "I am Ding Yan. I am older than you, so you may call me Old Ding. My ability also pertains to fire, but it requires a handgun to wield, allowing me to confront approximately 2 insects. I have been collaborating closely with young Yao." The man who identified himself as Ding Yan appeared to be in his 40s, tall and slender, with an unremarkable appearance that would not entice a second glance. Yu Xiaohai exchanged a glance with Chu Yunxing, receiving an affirmative nod before continuing. "I am Yu Xiaohai. My ability is Ice Freeze, and my weapon is a crossbow capable of handling 2 red-armored beetles." This had been prearranged between Chu Yunxing and Yu Xiaohai, as they were both somewhat cautious due to their unfamiliarity with the situation. Yu Xiaohai was already aware that his limit was 3, although that was not many. Chu Yunxing decided it prudent for him to understate his capacity. As soon as Yu Xiaohai completed his introduction, Chu Yunxing took the opportunity to add, "I am Chu Yunxing, wielding a sword as my weapon and possessing sword-based abilities, capable of confronting 6 red-armored beetles." Chu Yunxing did not conceal his true name, as there was no longer any necessity for such subterfuge. By stating 6 instead of his maximum capacity of 9, he was adhering to the strategy he had discussed with Yu Xiaohai, wishing to keep certain aspects of his strength concealed. Furthermore, he genuinely possessed only 6 units of vitality at present, making his statement accurate. No sooner had he finished speaking than the previously silent carriage erupted into hushed whispers. Under the enhancement of the Lu Jia talisman, Chu Yunxing's hearing was remarkably acute, allowing him to easily overhear the discussions among the people. 6? Come on. How many can our captain actually slay? Last time, he nearly lost his life after taking down only 5. Initially, they had perceived him as a capable individual, but it turned out he was merely boasting. One remarked, "I find this person rather peculiar. Doesn't his armor seem somewhat familiar?" Chu Yunxing felt a twinge of frustration, having significantly downplayed his own abilities, only to find himself in such a predicament. Nevertheless, he remained unconcerned. He had intended to claim he could slay 3 to 4, but reconsidered. Should he find himself in a combat situation and suddenly execute 6 in a flurry, it would raise eyebrows and likely diminish the trust others placed in him. As for Yu Xiaohai, transforming his 2 into 3 was more acceptable, as it was not uncommon for one's capabilities to elevate slightly during battle. Zhang Zicheng tapped the table and addressed Lin Shuiyao, who stood behind Chu Yunxing. "Quiet, quiet. There's one more person. Please, share your thoughts." In truth, Lin Shuiyao had already informed Chu Yunxing of the whereabouts of the jade pendant during their journey, and at this moment, her greatest concern was that he might disregard her. Upon hearing him speak, she looked at him with gratitude. A boy clad in a black down jacket snorted dismissively. In this vehicle, only awakened warriors can exist. We all have friends. If we bring everyone aboard, how can we accomplish anything? A girl beside him tugged on his sleeve, saying, Qin Heng. Could you hold your tongue for a moment? Chu Yunxing paid him no heed as he regarded Zhang Zicheng. Within this vehicle, Chu Yunxing understood that the true authority rested with the three individuals seated ahead. Although he remained unaware of the reasons these individuals commanded such respect from numerous so-called awakened warriors. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Zicheng reluctantly stated, Mr. Chu, I apologize, but we do indeed have such regulations in place, aimed at ensuring everyone's safe arrival in Jiling City. Chu Yunxing chuckled softly, despite having discerned the whereabouts of the pendant. He could not bring himself to act treacherously. Having made a promise to Lin Shuiyao, he resolved to support her within the bounds of his capabilities. Others had their own rules, and this team was one they had forged themselves. Thus the order was theirs to dictate. With this in mind, Chu Yunxing was not one to dally. He took up the Qinbi sword and, shaking his head, declared, If that is the case, I shall not delay your time further. Let us disembark. Lin Shuiyao concealed her face with a scarf of unknown origin, leaving only her eyes visible. However, the overall silhouette of her attire still revealed her femininity. Zhang Zicheng presumed she was Chu Yunxing's girlfriend, and upon witnessing Chu Yunxing's readiness to depart over a minor disagreement, his conviction solidified. He smiled and elucidated, Mr. Chu, please allow me to finish. You need not worry. Each of us has family and friends on the bus behind us. This is a benefit provided by the school for the awakened escort team. We will take turns assigning team members to serve as security on the bus, so you may rest assured in sending your friends there first. Chu Yunxing was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating such an arrangement. However, upon reflection, he realized that even students from distant locales likely had their own close friends and partners, making it improbable for them to selflessly serve the institution while neglecting the protection of their loved ones. He sensed that he had acted somewhat impulsively. Before he could respond, the plump Xiong approached him and whispered, Brother, don't leave just yet. I've heard that the professors at Dongshan University have made groundbreaking advancements in their research, which would significantly enhance the abilities of us awakened warriors. Chapter 41. The tempting bus number 1. Chu Yunxing was not a fool. If he could ensure Lin Shuiyao's safety, gain insights into the professor's research, and, more importantly, acquire more insects, he had no desire to decline. This was, after all, the very purpose of his joining the escort team. Behind the truck followed several large buses, the most heavily fortified among them carrying the relatives and friends of the escort team. The bus was not only equipped with heavy machine guns mounted on the roof for military support, but also had 2 team members on constant rotation for guard duty. With the exterior reinforced with steel bars, the bus had a standard capacity of over 50 passengers, with each individual allocated 2 to 3 spots, contingent upon successfully exterminating 3 insects. Those with higher abilities received 3 spots, while those with slightly lesser skills were allotted only 2. This was a rigid rule set by their captain, one that no one dared to defy. To obtain 3 spots, well, one must strive to enhance their abilities. It is said that the establishment of this rigid rule stemmed primarily from the extreme scarcity of essential resources such as protective equipment, food, and fuel. Additionally, the guard team predominantly comprised students from outside the region, lacking a substantial network of relatives, with most connections being romantic in nature. The military provided weaponry support, while the school facilitated food supplies, thereby securing the guard's operational capabilities. Consequently, this bus, not only under tight protection but also boasting a steady food supply, became a veritable paradise for all students and teachers within the institution. This mobile fortress offered safety, warmth, and, most importantly, a reliable source of food and water. Prior to the arrival of Chu Yunxing and his companions, the guard team consisted of 14 members, 8 males and 6 females, of which only 5 held 3 slots, including their captain, while the remainder possessed merely 2 slots. These scarce allocations were the envy of all, with peers leveraging relationships or even resorting to physical exchanges, and handsome boys fervently pursuing the female guards. Notably, those fortunate enough to have secured a spot on this esteemed bus were the recipients of flattery and adulation from others, as their daily routine included the timely distribution of 2 meals. Beyond the vehicle known as bus number 1, several other buses trailed behind, serving as a secondary option for those who could not secure a place. However, these 2 were accessible only to individuals with connections to the school or military. Chu Yunxing and Yu Xiaohe collectively possessed 5 slots, Yet they must undergo the stringent assessment of their captain to ascertain their authenticity before exercising such privileges. For the time being, Lin Shui Yao can only remain at his side. Among the various responsibilities, such as the provision of sustenance and water, the arrangement of combat sequences upon receiving a battle alert, and the rotation of duties. The most critical task is to remind all awakened warriors that it is not necessary to annihilate the red-armored insects entirely. It suffices to breach their defensive layers, allowing the troops' firearms to handle the rest. This significantly enhances the number of red-armored insects the defense team can contend with. Chu Yunsheng leaned against the railing, smoking idly while listening to Qin Heng boast about how he could persuade their captain to bring him down, exposing him as a complete fraud. He found little inclination to engage in petty rivalry. Soon enough, their captain would arrive to demonstrate his prowess, and he was curious to see what Qin Heng and his companions would utter then. Turning his gaze outward, he observed the cars mingling with the crowd, moving at a lethargic pace, and at times, it felt as though they were not advancing at all. The exodus from the city was congested with fleeing individuals, utterly oblivious to the corpses frequently encountered along the road and the noxious waste left behind by those who had passed before. The air was rife with cries. Some called out names, others wept foolishly, and some even resorted to pilfering from others' backpacks. Yet most were frantically following the footsteps of those ahead. It is better to fall heedlessly, yet fail to rise promptly, only to be trampled to death in the ensuing chaos. At this moment, it seems that no one cares whether what lies beneath their feet is a lifeless corpse or a living being. Chu Yunsheng observed from a distance that many individuals were incessantly scrambling atop unarmed private vehicles. Some even resorted to shattering windows to gain entry, all in utter disarray. In contrast, the protective squad maintained a semblance of order. No one dared to approach their vehicles too closely in the ominous presence of dark gun barrels and awakened warriors. The sound of cannon fire drew Chu Yunsheng's gaze toward the distant rear, where a fierce battle raged between the main forces of the insects and the troops. The explosive flashes of artillery illuminated the darkened world, scattering light in all directions, while the earth trembled as if caught in a cataclysm. The self-propelled rocket artillery unleashed a torrent of deathly light, cascading like a rain of bullets, illuminating half the sky with a fiery glow. The resounding explosions and the shrieking of shells conveyed an aura of majesty and ferocity. Chu Yunsheng stood awestruck, witnessing the formidable display of military power. Aside from what he had seen on television, this was his first encounter with such a staggering display of bombardment, as if it were intent on obliterating all existence. This spectacle unfolded even before the troops had deployed missiles or other ultimate weapons, leaving him to ponder the terrifying potential for humanity to destroy the very planet they inhabited. He could scarcely fathom whether the nation across the globe, armed with countless nuclear warheads, had its president poised above the button for nuclear launch. Since the Dark Ages, Chu Yunsheng had always believed he stood on the front lines of the battle against the Scarlet Beetles. However, he has now come to realize that this perception was somewhat misguided. At this moment, it is evident without the need for contemplation that the army's relentless bombardment, akin to a torrential downpour, indicates the staggering scale of the insect horde they face. This truly represents the front line of the human-insect war. Yet, even with such formidable military might, the command center ultimately made the reluctant decision to retreat. A shiver ran through Chu Yunsheng's heart. How many terrifying creatures had the military encountered to warrant such fear? Could it be that only by reaching Jinling City could one attain genuine safety? Could Jinling City truly withstand an onslaught of insects beyond his imagination? The news of Jinling City serves as the sole pillar of support for all fleeing souls, a beacon of hope at this very moment. He could assure that if an authoritative report were to declare the fall of Jinling City, every person here, himself included, would likely descend into an abyss of panic, teetering on the brink of collapse. Alternatively, Jinling City symbolizes hope, whether or not they could ultimately arrive there. A flicker of hope resides in everyone's heart. If they could reach that place, perhaps survival awaited. Rumors had long been circulating that Jinling City had also succumbed. However, since this was not derived from any authoritative military source, the fleeing populace was reluctant to believe it, as it represented the last ember of hope for them. Gazing at the sea of restless faces, an unsettling thought crossed Chu Yunsheng's mind. If Jinling City had indeed fallen, where would his flicker of hope reside? Would he be doomed to wander the earth, or would he submit to the merciless grip of the insects? I still possess vitality. I can continue my training. Chu Yunsheng silently vowed within himself, even if I must flee for my life, I shall persevere. His father had once imparted wisdom to him. stating that even the darkest clouds will eventually pass, and one must never succumb to despair, otherwise, one will miss the moment when the sun breaks through the gloom. Chapter 42. The Test. I am Zhong Nan, the captain of the Awakening Guard team. Time is of the essence. Let us commence the test from the right. One by one. As he spoke, the newcomer strode forward, closely followed by a team member carrying a large segment of a red-shelled beetle's exoskeleton. Chu Yunxing scrutinized him carefully. He was slightly taller, robust in build, clad in a black coat, and moved with the swiftness of the wind, exuding an air of competence. Zhong Nan halted before the five of them and spoke gravely. Gentlemen, today's proceedings are merely a preliminary assessment. The primary objective is to confirm your identities as awakened and to evaluate your abilities broadly. In future combat scenarios, I shall adjust your classifications according to your true strengths and provide you with appropriate treatment. Chu Yunxing had learned from others that these awakened warriors did not possess the same prowess against the beetles as he did, often needing to strike multiple times to breach the red-shelled beetle's defenses. Zhong Nan's method, utilizing a single piece of the beetle's exoskeleton, allowed for an efficient assessment without exhausting the testers, enabling a rough estimation of their capabilities based on the intensity of their attacks. The trial transpired on the truck, amidst a throng of individuals below, leaving no vacant space. The other team members promptly arose, converging towards the front of the vehicle, with some even taking seats directly on the hood. First to be tested was Yao Xiang, who had consistently demonstrated the most enthusiasm. Two members firmly grasped either end of the carapace as Yao Xiang, in a manner akin to a shamanic dance, contorted his body. To Chu Yunxing's astonishment, Yao Xiang emitted a spirited cry and cleaved a wheel-like ring of fire from his palm, impacting heavily upon the red-armored insect's shell. The two members recoiled in unison, regaining their footing. Illuminated by the headlamps affixed to the rear of the truck's cab, a profound gash was distinctly visible on the carapace. Yao Xiang, pleased with the outcome, elatedly addressed Zhong Nan, inquiring, "Captain, do you deem this maneuver viable?" Zhong Nan nodded, tersely instructing a nearby girl responsible for recording, "Passed." The captain's tepid reaction somewhat deflated Yao Xiang, who could only stand aside resignedly. Next was Ding Yan, whose abilities Chu Yunxing perceived as akin to those of the fourth sister he had once slain. Both utilized handguns to manifest their powers. According to Zhang Zicheng's mentor, this particular ability was slated for intensive study, with the aim of enabling ordinary firearms to harness a form of dark energy capable of combating the insects. Ding Yan's bullet seared a conspicuous crater into the carapace, yet failed to penetrate it. Zhong Nan reiterated his laconic assessment. Passed. Now it was Yu Xiaohai's turn, but he faced a dilemma. His abilities had been completely exhausted, and he was unable to unleash any more ice arrows. Chu Yunxing pondered for a moment, then pulled the already awkward Yu Xiaohai aside and said, "His energy has been depleted, so he cannot perform the test at this time." Yu Xiaohai nodded in agreement, affirming the situation. Zhong Nan furrowed his brow, about to speak, when several team members seated at the front of the vehicle, who had suspected Chu Yunxing was lying, began to mock him under Qin Heng's instigation. They jeered, "If you're afraid to test, then just leave. This isn't a place for you to loaf around." It was not likely they would let them off easily. At least they had boasted about being able to handle 6 creatures. With the team leader's arrival, they were now too intimidated to even attempt the test. Their bravado deflated. Chu Yunxing felt a surge of anger. He contemplated that he had never offended them, so why were they fixated on him? Were they truly so foolish? Little did he know that these team members, having gained extraordinary powers after their awakening, had gradually become arrogant and domineering. As their status rose and their identities transformed dramatically, they began to regard others with disdain. A few sarcastic remarks were merely the beginning. At times, they even resorted to physical violence, leaving their victims too afraid to voice their grievances. To boast so audaciously about being able to deal with 6 creatures naturally made him a target for ridicule, seen as a fool and just another object of their amusement. Even Zhong Nan, the leader of the awakened battle team, was unable to discern the energy fluctuations from the 3 swords. He felt no trace of energy emanating from the opponent. Indeed, Chu Yunxing did not utilize any vital energy. As for the already lifeless carapace of the red-armored beetle, the thousand-break sword effortlessly cleaved through it, rendering the use of any vital energy unnecessary. He pointed at the carapace and coldly addressed Qin Heng and the others, saying, "Should you dare to make another ruckus, you shall meet the same fate as the shell." The dull thuds that echoed upon impact resonated like hammers striking the hearts of the onlookers. What kind of power is this? In the absence of any energy, How could he sever what is reputed to be even tougher than steel at a speed beyond their comprehension? Is this truly the indestructible carapace of the red-armored beetle? The previously arrogant and mocking Qin Hung and his companions could only exchange bewildered glances, gasping in astonishment. Captain Zhong Nan was initially taken aback, followed swiftly by a surge of elation. He thought to himself, this individual's combat prowess is unparalleled. Should the awakening team gain his allegiance, their overall strength would be significantly enhanced. Although he had turned a blind eye to Qin Hung and his group's arrogance, understanding their behavior was somewhat self-serving. He was unwilling to sacrifice a potential powerhouse due to their antics. Thus, with a stern expression, he reprimanded Qin Hung and his companions. You shall come forth and apologize to this gentleman. Zhu Yunxing had little regard for such theatrics of apology. In a cold tone, he replied, No need, Captain Zhong. I merely hope you can ensure that they refrain from provoking me in the future. Let me make it clear, my joining your team is a mutual agreement. We owe each other nothing. I trust we can cooperate amicably. Furthermore, my brother has indeed exhausted his abilities. Whether you believe it or not, this shall remain my explanation. Zhong Nangon smiled momentarily, then spoke with a serious demeanor. Given your capabilities, we have complete faith in your friend. We hope for a pleasant collaboration. The so-called procedures involved a girl on bus number 1 who was responsible for documenting personnel changes. For various reasons, some team members frequently requested substitutions. Zhong Nan nodded reassuringly, saying, Rest assured, we will make the necessary arrangements. He then gestured towards the girl taking notes nearby and added, Furthermore, should you need to arrange for any other individuals in the future, simply reach out to the person in charge, Tong Tong. As long as it falls within your allocated quota, there will be no issues. Zhu Yunxing acknowledged with a brief sound, choosing not to elaborate further. Meanwhile, the vehicle had been stationary for quite a while, and the crowd was congested, with uncertainty looming ahead, prompting various speculations among them. Zhong Nan, with a hint of concern, glanced towards the front and summoned a team member, instructing Zhu Yunxing, This is Qian Didua. For now, you will be grouped with your friend and him. Take a moment to get acquainted. I must attend to a matter. Having said this, Zhong Nan hurriedly departed. Zhu Yunxing retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, inhaling deeply as he assessed Qian Didua, the group leader. He appeared to be in his early 20s, likely a student from Dongshan University, squinting with an enigmatic smile at the corners of his mouth. Qian Didua extended his right hand, grinning widely, and said, Hello. Let us introduce ourselves. You can call me Qian Dido, or just Little Qian. Chapter 43. Joining the fray. Formerly an unremarkable student at Dongshan University, Qian Duduo secured one of 3 coveted spots on bus No. 1 by virtue of his ability to slay 3 crimson beetles. He was subsequently appointed leader of the 5th squad by Captain Zhong Nan. During the pre-cataclysmic era, he was not particularly popular with the ladies. Now, however, he had transformed into a highly sought-after bachelor. Qian Duduo boasted to Yu Xiaohai about how their department's belle had once scorned him, and how she now relentlessly pursued him. His effusive account stirred Yu Xiaohai's heart. Qian Duduo, in turn, thumped his chest and vowed to find Yu Xiaohai an exceptional girl. When Zhu Yunxing escorted Lin Shuiyao to bus number 1, she mentioned that she had once stayed at the same 5-star hotel where Zhu Yunxing rescued Yu Xiaohai. Zhu Yunxing was unsure what she intended to convey, as he possessed little interest in her history. He surmised that Lin Shuiyao, having momentarily found security, felt a pressing need to unburden herself by recounting her experiences. However, not being a psychological expert, he did not intend to offer her any solace. In this fractured world, simply maintaining one's own sanity was a remarkable feat. The 5th squad consisted of only 2 individuals, Qian Duduo, the leader, and Zhou Tingyun, a female member. The harmonious exchange between Qian Duo and Xiaohai elicited discontent from Zhou Tingyun. However, as a mere team member who had only recently awakened and was capable of eliminating but a single insect, her position was rather insignificant. Thus, despite her displeasure, she dared not voice her thoughts. Time languidly slipped away in this charged atmosphere. After a while, Zhu Yunxing suddenly opened his eyes wide, springing to alertness, causing a ripple of tension among those nearby. The unmistakable scent of blood, thick and pungent, wafted through the air. This detail was paramount, for the scent emanated from the front rather than the rear, indicating unequivocally that trouble lay ahead. Without hesitation, Zhu Yunxing drew his Qianbi sword, his senses perpetually taut, never allowing himself a moment of complacency. The crimson, razor-sharp blade stirred unease among some individuals on the truck, many still haunted by his previously overwhelming display of swordsmanship. Paying no heed to the thoughts of others, Chu Yunsheng lightly leaped onto the roof of the vehicle, lowering his night vision device to meticulously scan the situation ahead, eager to ascertain the source and intensity of the impending danger. Yet, the device revealed little beyond the chaotic throng of people. A sea of heads was all that met his gaze. Just as anxiety began to gnaw at him, a signal flare suddenly shot up from the front. Though it was but a single shot, it blazed brilliantly against the darkened sky. At this moment, Qianduo stroked his chin and murmured, "Brothers and sisters, prepare to advance." The captain has signaled. The truck, now immobilized amid the crowd, could no longer leverage its initial maneuverability. Under the orchestration of Zhang Zicheng, the newly inducted members of the 4th and 5th groups, totaling 9 individuals, disembarked from the trucks under the guidance of their respective leaders. The throng instinctively parted, yielding a narrow passage for their advance. Chu Yunsheng was cognizant that Yu Xiaohai's internal dark energy was not fully replenished, compelling him to rely predominantly on his body's innate restorative capabilities, a process significantly slower than Chu Yunsheng's own. Nonetheless, Zhang Zicheng had communicated that Yu Xiaohai's condition had been reported, and an appropriate regimen for his abilities would be devised based on his circumstances. Yu Xiaohai estimated that he could only unleash ice arrows at half their usual potency. Qian Didi, adhering to the principle that some assistance is preferable to none, included him in the expedition. As they progressed, the cacophony of gunfire intensified, punctuated by the harrowing cries of the wounded. A multitude of individuals, seized by trepidation, surged backward, impeding the vanguard of the awakened guard. Upon reaching the front lines, Zhong Nan, having just disengaged from an encounter with a scarlet armored insect, confronted them with palpable exasperation, exclaiming, "What took you so long?" Jiang Yi, the leader of the 4th group, responded with vexation, "Captain, we cannot be held accountable." The truck was immobilized, and the crowd was fleeing rearward. We exerted every effort to push through. Zhong Nan's countenance betrayed signs of fatigue, likely stemming from the preceding intense combat. He stated, The 4th and 5th groups, many of whom are newly joined, bear in mind that your sole objective is to breach their defenses. The remainder is entrusted to the military. There are 12 insects remaining. Proceed with haste." Despite Jiang Ye's earlier retort, he dared not disregard the captain's directives. As the insects were on the verge of breaching the soldiers' defensive lines, the ground was awash with blood, a viscous layer clinging to every step. Corpses of men, women, and children lay strewn about, soldiers, students, and innocents alike. Some were bisected, others bore gaping wounds, their viscera spilling onto the ground. Fortuitously, Chu Yunsheng had become accustomed to such scenes. Though gruesome and sanguinary, they no longer significantly impeded his combat prowess. In his final moments, Qian Duo added a cautionary note, "Beware of the bullets. A hit or two might not be fatal, but a sustained barrage from a heavy machine gun will spell your doom. I forgot to procure bulletproof vests for you. Exercise caution." Chu Yunsheng, of course, had no need of such protection. Even Yu Xiaohai's hexagram charm could withstand ordinary bullets, let alone his own battle armor. Observing the 4 or 5 slain scarlet beetle corpses on the ground, Chu Yunsheng leaped over a car and charged into the insectal fray. He needed to collaborate with the others to exterminate these creatures swiftly, lest their corpses lose their vital energy over time. Before him, 3 soldiers frantically fired their automatic rifles at the onrushing insects. One, consumed by battle frenzy, brandished a grenade and roared, "Xiangzi, fall back. I'll take them with me." Before Chu Yunsheng could intervene, the soldier launched himself suicidally at the unstoppable beetles, colliding with a blade-like leg and becoming impaled. With a savage grin, the soldier cursed, "Damn your ancestors. Die." With utmost exertion, he clutched the insect's leg, propelling himself forward by a single, arduous step. The insect's bladed appendage dragged, exposing a further length of his viscera. The soldier, brandishing a grenade in his left hand, recklessly thrust it into the maw of the creature. Undeterred, even as his bones were fractured by its bite, continuing his frenzied assault, a deafening explosion erupted, and despite its formidable defenses, the insect's mandible was obliterated. Its agony now poised to be unleashed upon the remaining soldiers. It was at this juncture that Yunsheng, brandishing his sword, launched his assault. Chapter 44. The advantage in battle. The most vulnerable points of the crimson armored insect were its head and nether regions. In a direct confrontation, Yunsheng typically targeted the creature's head, ensuring a swift resolution to the battle. The injured insect, now with its mandible destroyed, possessed a significantly diminished defense. As its remaining bladed leg grazed his armor, Yunsheng sidestepped with agility, cleaving its head asunder with a single, decisive stroke. The bloodied soldier, having been flung by the insect, lay prostrate on the ground, his lifeblood rapidly ebbing away. His comrades rushed to his side, cradling him in their arms. Life slipped away from the platoon leader, his left hand, now a pulpy mass, hung limply. His head lolled, and only after being shaken repeatedly by his comrades did he manage to part his eyelids with great effort. He attempted to speak, his comrades immediately inclining their ears to his mouth. Yunsheng's senses, now acutely heightened, were able to discern the faint whisper of the dying man. A sound so weak it seemed as though he could expire at any moment, yet it still reached his ears. "Chang, find a place for me to be buried. I do not wish to end up like a dead dog." The squad leader sputtered, blood bubbles forming at his lips. Chang, tears streaming down his face, nodded with a choked voice, "Alas." Squad leader. Suddenly, the squad leader convulsed violently, struggling to keep his weary eyelids open, gazing at the dim sky, and muttered hazily, "If only I could see your sister-in-law." Chang and another soldier buried their heads in the squad leader's body, weeping uncontrollably, their fingers digging into the earth, clenching it tightly. "Brother Chang, let us fight the insects. The company commander is dead. The platoon leader is dead. The squad leader is also dead. All our brothers are gone. What is the point of living anymore?" Another soldier exclaimed, his face contorted with rage. Chu Yunsheng stepped over the carcasses of the insects, departing silently. In moments of solitude, he often contemplated the possibility of dying at the jaws of these creatures, wishing only to be buried beneath the earth rather than lying in the street like a lifeless dog. Perhaps that would be his ultimate happiness. He frequently mocked himself for harboring such thoughts, recognizing the absurdity of pondering over death while struggling to navigate the trials of life. Not far away, Qian Duo and Jiang Yu were already engaged in fierce combat with the insects, their soldiers unleashing a torrent of bullets as the creatures fell one by one. While humanity soaked in blood, Chu Yunsheng quickened his pace, leaping high, and with a swift strike, he cleaved down upon an insect attempting to attack a comrade from behind. With the aid of Chu Yunsheng's refined yuan qi, the keen-edged scarlet beetle fiercely breached the insect's defensive layers, landing a heavy blow upon its carapace. A distinct crack echoed as a fissure appeared. Following the momentum of his descent, Chu Yunsheng thrust the sword point into the opening, piercing deeply into the creature's back. The scarlet beetle, writhing in agony, leaped wildly, attempting to dislodge its rider. However, Chu Yunsheng allowed it little respite. He withdrew the thousand-edged sword and delivered a series of rapid thrusts until the insect was completely immobilized, wiping away the viscous fluid from his visor. Chu Yunsheng spun around, severing the pincers of another insect attempting to seize him. His entire being propelled like a projectile, he shot past the side where the insect had lost its pincer. Forcibly plunging the thousand-edged sword into the insect's maw, he roared, driving the hilt forward, pushing the creature back several paces. With a sudden downward motion, he cleaved the thousand-edged sword, releasing a stream of foul, corrosive fluid. The severely wounded insect staggered backward, spewing green ichor from its mouth, before collapsing onto the ground. At this juncture, only 3 scarlet beetles remained on the battlefield, their protective layers breached by awakened warriors. Pinned down by a relentless barrage of bullets, their demise imminent. Qian Duo, having completed his task, gazed in astonishment at Chu Yunsheng, who was covered in slime. He turned to Yu Xiaohai, questioning with incredulity, "Your friend is too fierce. Didn't he hear the captain say that all we needed to do was break through the insect's defenses?" Yu Xiaohai cast a disdainful glance at him, retorting with pride, "Breach the defenses? I have never witnessed any insect surviving an assault from Brother Chu." Apparently, Yu Xiaohai was exaggerating. Not long ago, Chu Yunsheng had to devise an escape mechanism to evade 3 pursuing insects to conserve his energy. However, at this moment, Chu Yunsheng eliminated 3 insects without requiring any assistance from the troops. This caused Qian Didi to doubt Yu Xiaohai's words. He's truly a master. Aside from the captain, I have never encountered such a formidable individual. Nay, even the captain pales in comparison. Remarkable. It's fortunate he's in my group. Qian Didi exclaimed with elation. Zhang Yi, standing beside him, chuckled awkwardly. The captain had determined the group assignments, leaving him with no recourse. However, he found some solace in the fact that the young man, named Yao Xiang, possessed commendable abilities. Chu Yunsheng remained, smoking a cigarette, and informed Qian Didi and the others that he needed some solitude. He intended to wait for the awakened guard team and the military personnel to withdraw so he could promptly collect the insects' corpses. as every second of wasted energy caused him distress. The surviving soldiers adamantly requested that their fallen comrades be cremated and buried. Chu Yunsheng understood their somber sentiment. Today it is our comrades who perish, tomorrow it could be us. With the insects eradicated, the fleeing masses resumed their advance. They had yet to exit Shanghai's outer ring, and everyone was anxious and dared not linger for long. For ordinary individuals, Chu Yunsheng did not concern himself with revealing the capabilities of his Yuan talismans. To them, the act of extracting Yuan Qi with a talisman was as equally unfathomable as Yao Xiang's fiery wheel slash, perceiving nothing particularly distinct about it. Having 16 insects in total, Chu Yunsheng, after saturating the initially blank Yuan-absorbing talisman, incessantly inscribed new talismans for further absorption. Due to some insects having leaked energy for an extended duration, the 16 insects were merely equivalent to 14 freshly deceased ones. He successfully crafted 2 Yuan-absorbing talismans fully adorned with flame patterns, storing the remaining 2 insects within the object-containing talisman for future utilization. With 3 Yuan Qi units still remaining within his body, he did not intend to replenish them immediately. Possessing 2 fully patterned flame Yuan-absorbing talismans, he could replenish his reserves at any time, thus there was no urgency. More importantly, cultivation required the complete release of Yuan Qi within the body to be considered a complete process. Therefore, he planned to exhaust the remaining Yuan Qi within him first. Chu Yunsheng's mood improved slightly as the long-standing issue of insufficient Yuan-absorbing talismans was finally resolved, which signified an accelerated cultivation speed. The 2 Yuan Heaven Realm no longer seemed so distant. Following Yu Shaohai's experiment, the recovery rate of abilities was indeed faster than before. However, Chu Yunsheng still found it too slow, even less than half the speed of his meditative cultivation. This was not exclusive to Yu Shaohai. He understood that the recovery rate was slow for other team members as well, which was why they had to fight in groups. Chu Yunsheng approached Captain Zhongnan, requesting to accompany all groups on every sortie, as he was urgently in need of enhancing his strength. Today marks the first update of the day. Chapter 45, The Power of the Sausage. Zhongnan gazed at Chu Yunsheng with astonishment. Throughout their journey, he had only encountered those who feigned illness to avoid battle. Yet here was a volunteer, eager to engage in every skirmish. Puzzled by Chu Yunsheng's motives, Zhongnan, as the captain, felt it his duty to counsel him, urging him to maintain a consistent combat readiness rather than succumb to a fleeting impulse. However, Chu Yunsheng remained resolute, ultimately persuading Zhongnan to relent. After all, it was rare to find someone willing to face danger so frequently. Other teams would likely envy such enthusiasm, so why should he play the villain? During mealtime, after receiving his allotted portion from the school, Chu Yunsheng promptly stowed away his battle gear. With people milling about, the likelihood of insects approaching was minimal. Wearing the armor would only hinder his movements and appear rather out of place. The food was quite unpalatable, a mushy concoction whose ingredients were unrecognizable. Fortunately, the battle group received a special supplement, a half piece of sausage, which was a luxury in these times. Despite the simplicity of this seemingly subpar fare, everyone in the truck relished it, while those beneath could only swallow hard, casting envious glances in their direction. Chu Yunsheng had always valued food deeply. In this world of dwindling resources, survival meant confronting a protracted future marked by scarcity. Hence, he never looked down upon any edible morsel. However, today he found himself in a rather jovial mood, having unexpectedly acquired 2 fiery talismans, and if circumstances continued to unfold in this manner, he could potentially procure even more of these life-saving charms. Thus, he found the congealed mess before him increasingly unpalatable and, halfway through, pushed it towards Yu Shaohai. He then retrieved a can of beer, which he had previously been reluctant to indulge in, lit a cigarette, and, accompanied by a half-eaten sausage, commenced what he deemed a rather extravagant meal. Beyond sustenance, Chu Yunsheng had also managed to amass a considerable collection of cigarettes, albeit only after ensuring food was prioritized after all. Tobacco could not substitute for nourishment. Most of his cigarettes were gathered during his forays into various supermarkets and tobacco shops, where he seized any brand available, never knowing how scarce such items might become in Jinling City. Beer, cigarettes, and sausage, any one of these could incite a commotion among the surrounding crowd, let alone the trifecta. Yet, no one dared to disturb Chu Yunsheng. Just moments ago, he had single-handedly vanquished 3 scarlet beetles, each one falling to his prowess. This news had already been triumphantly proclaimed by Qianda, and anyone with a modicum of sense would avoid provoking such a formidable individual. Aside from Yu Xiaohai, who boldly took a few sips from Chu Yunxing's beer, the others could only gaze enviously, some even beginning to covet Yu Xiaohai's proximity. Brother Chu, Qiandu approached, no longer daring to regard Chu Yunxing as merely another team member, and said, "There's a matter I wish to discuss with you." Chu Yunxing acknowledged him with a nod, indicating for him to proceed. Qiandu swiftly surveyed his surroundings, lowering his voice as he said, "Brother Chu, I've come across an underground food processing factory. I used to work there. I've made arrangements with Jiang Datu. The two of us plan to collaborate on this venture." Chu Yunxing was momentarily taken aback. Collaborate on this venture? He inquired with a hint of confusion. Why hasn't he the higher-ups organized a search for food? Qiandu sighed with resignation. They have organized searches indeed. Before you arrived, there were numerous operations to scour large supermarkets and warehouses. Where do you think we obtain our food? However, in organized efforts, all goods must be surrendered to sustain a large group, leaving little for us brothers to benefit from. Chu Yunxing began to understand. Qiandu was seeking him for a private undertaking. However, he was indifferent to the prospect, welcoming the opportunity to procure more supplies. He then queried, "If you venture out on your own, how will the spoils be divided?" Qiandu smiled gently. "There are rules in place. If we encounter no insects, we split the bounty evenly. If we do encounter them, the one who contributes more effort will receive a larger share. Fair and just." Chu Yunxing nodded in agreement, adding, "That sounds reasonable, but I recommend avoiding areas that are excessively dangerous or far away." Qiandu confidently assured him it wouldn't be too far, though he hesitated to comment on the danger, stating only that if there were too many insects, they would retreat. "None of us wish to risk our lives for a meager gain. Do you know what it feels like to be utterly famished? Being killed by insects isn't the most terrifying prospect. The true horror lies in being starved to death or dying of thirst. Curse it. It feels as if I would rather perish than endure another attempt." Brother Chu, do you know how I awakened? That day, I was on the brink of fainting from hunger. My body felt as if it were trapped in the depths of a hellish abyss, devoid of even a modicum of strength to move. Yet, as if the heavens were watching, just as I was about to succumb, I inexplicably awakened. Chu Yunxing extended the last few sips of beer to him, gesturing for him to take a sip and not to become overly agitated. As he engaged in conversation with more individuals, Chu Yunxing discovered that nearly every living soul seemed to harbor an indelible memory. Qiandu gratefully accepted the beer, his eyes twinkling as he grinned and said, "Brother Chu, do you doubt my words?" Chu Yunxing shook his head, for he held no disbelief. He knew that since the dark times, the number of those who perished from starvation had surpassed even those who fell victim to insect bites. However, Qiandu evidently misinterpreted the meaning of his gesture, assuming it was one of skepticism. With a mysterious smile, he snatched the half-sausage that Yu Xiaohai intended to savor later, apologizing as he said, "Allow me to borrow this. I shall demonstrate its efficacy to you." With that, Qiandu rose to his feet, pointing toward the crowd beyond the vehicle's edge, exclaiming, "I recognize these individuals. They are students from our university's English department. Let me show you the power of this half-sausage." He brandished the sausage, seemingly invigorated, elongating his voice as he bellowed, "Effort! Effort!" at his shout. Both those inside and outside the vehicle turned to gaze at him, perplexed by his intent. However, the allure of the half-eaten sausage proved irresistibly potent, prompting students, sensing an impending event, to jostle fervently towards the front. The scene outside erupted into a cacophony akin to a boiling pot, with the composed bystanders remaining still, their eyes betraying disdain. Meanwhile, those famished and starry-eyed could not resist the temptation of food, crowding forward regardless of beauty or shame, shouting, "Me, me, me." In the second update, dear brothers, remember to save this after reading. Thank you, Piaohua. Chapter 46. A great change. The unfolding events did not align with Qianduo's optimistic expectations. A thunderous roar erupted from the rear of Bus 1. Qianduo. Before the words could fully escape, the furious team leader, Zhang Nan, leapt onto the truck, glaring fiercely. He promptly kicked Qianduo aside, exclaiming, "Qianduo, you big mouth. Can't you keep things quiet for once? Is it not chaotic enough already?" With a grin, Qianduo scrambled up from the truck bed, rubbing his hands together. "Well, Captain, please don't be angry. I was merely conducting a little experiment. No need to be so tense. No one is going to die." Zhong Nan snorted in anger. "No one is going to die? I advise you to keep a low profile. Just look at the mess you've created." Upon glancing outside, The duo exclaimed in dismay, "Captain, this is not my fault. You kicked me so hard that I lost my grip." And the sausage just fell out on its own. Xu Yunxing had witnessed many instances of fierce competition erupting over a store. Yet he had never seen a brawl ignited by a mere half-sausage that had fallen to the ground. He could barely discern the sausage's form, only hearing intermittent shouts of "it's over there," followed by a throng of people surging forward, completely engulfing the unfortunate suspect. The chaotic crowd grew increasingly frenzied, the turmoil expanding gradually, with some individuals mindlessly joining the fray. Cries for help echoed as people were trampled and squeezed amidst the pandemonium. Zhang Nan wore a grim expression, and even the usually carefree Qian appeared somewhat pallid. If they did not act quickly to quell the disturbance, there was a genuine risk of a fatality. Though lives seemed to hold little value in this era, escalating matters in such a manner could potentially incite a backlash against the school's command system. Bang, bang, bang. For sharp gunshots rang out. The crowd momentarily paused, even the scuffle stalling. It was Zhong Nan who fired the shots. He leaped atop a truck and, seizing the megaphone handed to him from the cab, shouted, "Students, students, please cease all chaotic behavior immediately. Maintain your composure." Clearly, his oratory skills paled in comparison to those of the political commissar Xu Yunxiang had encountered long ago. Not only did he fail to restore order, but he inadvertently exacerbated the very situation Zhong Nan and others had feared. A male student yanked off his hat and slammed it onto the ground, shouting, "Students, restrain yourselves." These individuals indulged themselves daily, savoring abundant meals, donning fine clothing, and riding in vehicles, while we endure hunger, chill, and are left to be devoured by vermin. Well spoken, my fellow classmates. They claim to safeguard us, yet whom do they truly protect? Each day, lives are lost. Where are they? A girl shouted coldly. What else can they do but bully us? Sooner or later, we will either perish at the hands of the vermin or fall victim to them. Damn it. They have desecrated my girlfriend. Charge my classmates. The struggle for sustenance swiftly devolved into chaos as students surged toward the trucks, rushing toward Bus 1, toward every vehicle in sight. The momentum was akin to a cataclysmic avalanche, a tidal wave in motion. The military, in collusion with the camp commander, stood resolutely, frost etched on his face. Drawing his pistol, he bellowed from the roof of Bus 1. "Anyone who advances will be shot on sight. All units, prepare to fire." Zhang Nan, in a state of urgency, discarded the now useless megaphone and barked at his team. "Group 1, secure the truck. Groups 2 and 3, follow me to buses 2 and 3 immediately. We must not allow the research to be compromised. Groups 4 and 5, head to Bus 1. Remember, without my command, no one is to be killed. No killing. I repeat, without my orders, no killing." Xu Yunxing activated his battle armor in an instant. He had not intended to partake in this internal strife, whether on the side of the ordinary students or those in power mattered little to him. Yet now, the tumultuous wave of students compelled him to make an immediate choice. Rather than aligning oneself with the vulnerable, it is more prudent to stand with the powerful. His only viable option was to side with the awakened team members. The victors of this internal strife would invariably be the school authorities, endowed with weaponry and formidable awakened abilities, and never the disadvantaged ordinary students. Furthermore, Yunxing had personally witnessed the team members' valiant struggles against the insects. While their actions might have occasionally been excessive, they had undeniably exerted their utmost efforts to safeguard the populace. Consequently, he regarded the students instigating the unrest below as utterly irresponsible, or perhaps succumbing to a collective psychological breakdown. Bus number 1 represented a vulnerability for all the team members, as their dearest loved ones were aboard. Zhong Nan entrusted the security of this vehicle to the 4th and 5th groups, currently the most numerous and formidable. Precisely for this reason, the students had already surged to the bus, some clambering upwards, others directly jostling the vehicle. Qianda's complexion had drained entirely, as he had never anticipated such a calamitous outcome from a mere just about a half sausage. Mechanically, he followed the team members to the roof of bus number 1. Still in a daze, for every student who attempted to ascend, a team member would repel them. However, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. Sheng could even perceive the bus swaying precariously under the force of the crowd. The bus windows were shattered by the students, but their entry was temporarily impeded by the exterior steel reinforcement. Nevertheless, the occupants of the bus were shrieking incessantly. At this juncture, an unforeseen event transpired. A team member inadvertently had their ankle seized by a student who had been kicked down. Before they could react, they were dragged into the surging crowd and immediately engulfed. The team member, an adept of the fire element, instinctively unleashed their most potent ability. Raging flames erupted from within the throng. When life is threatened, all orders become meaningless. 1, 2, 3. One student after another was ignited by the dark energy fire capable of incinerating scarlet beetles, their agonizing screams piercing the air. The fire spread along the team member's body, reaching the vicinity of bus number 1. Alarmed, Yunsheng swiftly took the bow and crossbow from Yu Xiaohai, infused it with a modicum of primordial energy, knocked an arrow, and fired, rapidly encasing the rapidly spreading conflagration in ice. This sudden inferno shattered the students' resolve. They seemed as insignificant and vulnerable as ants before the awakened team members. The chaos devolved into a stalemate. "Look, helicopters!" Zhou Tingyun exclaimed, pointing to 3 points of light gradually approaching from the rear. As the helicopters drew nearer, the vigilant battalion commander abruptly ordered the machine gunners to reverse their aim. Yin Sheng realized something was amiss, as the 3 helicopters appeared to be fleeing for their lives. Yun Sheng rushed from the front of the bus to the rear, raised his night vision device, and peered into the distance. Behind the frantically retreating helicopters, several small dots were rapidly approaching. "What are those?" Yun Sheng wondered, his heart sinking. Rat-tat-tat. The urgent sound of heavy machine guns echoed from the helicopters, bullets flashing through the darkness as they targeted the small dots. The assembled crowd below, including the awakened members, were stunned, their faces upturned, gazing at the sky, none comprehending the unfolding spectacle. The helicopter drew nearer, the speck morphing into a discernible form, closing in with increasing urgency. At last, the entity overtook the aircraft, engaging it in a fierce entanglement. The air crackled with the staccato bursts of machine gun fire, and the lead helicopter even discharged a pair of rockets in a desperate rearward defense. "Insects! Flying insects!" Someone from the rear ranks exclaimed in terror. The helicopter under assault, succumbing to the relentless attack, lost equilibrium, trailing smoke as it spiraled nose first toward the earth. The monstrous entity, screeching, veered toward another helicopter. By now, Chu Yunxing could discern the creature's form with clarity, a behemoth rivaling the size of a helicopter, its wings reminiscent of a dragonfly's, its proboscis elongated and menacing. It possessed 4 legs, the forelegs short, the hind legs elongated, enabling swift, wind-like flight. Trailing the first were 2 more of these abominations. One, diving with a piercing shriek, hurtled toward bus 1, its frame ablaze with light. Under the commander's orders, the machine gunner unleashed a torrent of fire, the dark barrel spewing forth a fiery stream. Chu Yunsheng, recoiling in horror, retreated several steps, bellowing, "Get down! Get down!" In the fleeting span of a few breaths, the flying insect descended with startling speed. Chu Yunsheng, sprinting, tackled the dazed individuals near the bus's front. The insect soared over bus 1, its trajectory carrying it toward the truck, where its hind legs impaled a man, lifting him skyward. Chu Yunsheng looked up to see that it was Zhang Zicheng, whom he had first encountered. At this moment, Zhang Zicheng, in a state of terror, struggled desperately and cried out for help, yet he could not escape the barbed grasp of the flying insect, which carried him further into the sky. The gunner of bus number 1, startled, unleashed a barrage of bullets towards the creature that had seized Zhang Zicheng. Chu Yunxing was uncertain whether he aimed to hit the insect or Zhang himself. The insect circled in the air a few times before biting through Zhang Zicheng's skull, tearing apart his body and carelessly discarding him. Then, it swiftly turned its attention toward the gunner of bus number 1, who was spewing flames from his weapon. "Do not shoot! Do not shoot!" Chu Yunxing shouted, seeing Zhongnan leap onto the roof of bus number 1 from behind, frantically calling out. By then, it was too late. The insect seemed to have set its sights on the gunner, darting past the heads of the onlookers at high speed, its hind legs slightly raised, snatching away the screaming gunner. Zhongnan firmly grasped the captain, who was about to take over the gunner's position, and gravely warned him, "Do not shoot." The frenzied insect soon shredded the gunner, continuing its rapid circling as if searching for a new target. A sense of despondency fell over the crowd, and Chu Yunxing understood Zhongnan's intent. Their current strength was utterly inadequate to contend with such a brazen insect, whose speed was simply too formidable. Only one insect was brought down, entangled with a helicopter, targeted and struck by several rockets from the ground forces. The other 2 insects incessantly dove and ascended, proving impossible to hit. Aware that indiscriminate gunfire would only enrage the aerial insects, Chu Yunsheng, drawing upon his knowledge of the crimson beetle's behavior, recognized that provoked creatures posed a far greater threat than those merely hunting for sustenance. Predatory insects, once satiated, would typically depart, whereas enraged ones would stop at nothing to eliminate the perceived threat. Seizing Yu Xiaohai, Chu Yunsheng leaped from bus 1. For to remain on its roof was an act of sheer folly. The two sought refuge on the ground, pressed close to the bus's wheels. The sporadic gunfire from other locations gradually ceased, as if tacitly acknowledging the insect's rampage. Apart from the terrified cries of the crowd as the insects swooped down, and the desperate pleas of those unfortunate enough to be seized, an oppressive silence descended. After preying upon a dozen individuals, the remaining 2 insects spread their wings and soared into the distance. The scattered crowd slowly coalesced once more, as if the harrowing event had never transpired. Zhang Nan, aboard the truck, began the grim task of tallying the casualties. Chu Yunsheng briefly presented himself before dismounting, his intention to examine the fallen insect. He had witnessed its descent, yet it had not perished outright, requiring the combined efforts of ground troops and awakened military personnel, expending considerable ammunition to finally subdue it. Upon his arrival, Chu Yunsheng found the area cordoned off by the military, compelling him to observe from the perimeter. The flying insect is a striking azure, distinct from the hue of the scarlet beetle, yet entirely encased in a robust exoskeleton. Signs of having been frozen are evident, suggesting that it may have fallen victim to a freezing assault executed by an awakened soldier from the military. The exoskeleton bears multiple bullet scars of varying depths and a few punctures, indicating that despite the loss of its protective layer, the insect's defensive capabilities remain exceptionally formidable. Based on his earlier observations, Chu Yunsheng noted that the insect's attacks primarily stem from its slightly curved hind hooks, tearing motions from its forelimbs, and its elongated, serrated mouthparts. A sense of uncertainty washed over him as he pondered whether his armor could withstand an encounter with such a creature. Soon, researchers from Daoshan University arrived at the scene, cautiously preparing to dissect the insect. Recognized by the researchers as a member of the school's security team, Chu Yunsheng was granted temporary access to the carcass of the flying insect. The researchers designated this creature as the azure beetle and conducted a meticulous dissection of its physiological structure. During this process, one researcher suffered burns from the liquid contained within the beetle. Under the guidance of the scientists, Chu Yunsheng drew forth his qianbi sword to test the strength of the exoskeleton. As anticipated, the resilience of the azure beetle's shell exceeded that of the scarlet beetle, necessitating the infusion of some vital energy for him to cleave through its tough exterior. This revelation left Chu Yunsheng somewhat disheartened. Fortunately, it appeared that such flying insects were not numerous. Had they swarmed the skies in great numbers, humanity would have found itself utterly defenseless against their onslaught. Qian Deduo was severely reprimanded by Zhang Nan, and at this moment, he sat in a corner, sighing despondently. Yu Xiaohai, hidden nearby, diligently honed his abilities, seemingly spurred on by the buzzing insects. However, Chu Yunsheng hoped he could persist in this endeavor. The truck roared back to life, slowly advancing through the bumpy terrain. Chu Yunsheng closed his eyes to cultivate, subtly absorbing the vital energy around him. After a day of practice, he felt somewhat fatigued, and just as he began to drift into a drowsy state, he faintly heard the rustling sounds of Qian Deduo. Alert! He opened his eyes to find the members of the 4th and 5th groups gathered together, with Yu Xiaohai approaching to summon him. The dim light of dusk had completely faded, indicating that it was the night of the Age of Sunshine. A glance at his watch revealed it to be around 11 o'clock. Qian Deduo had regained some of his vitality and whispered, "Shu, Brother Chu, the food processing plant is nearby. We are about to take action. One by one, everyone should get off the truck quietly. Be careful not to make any noise. Zhou Tingyun, you stay in the vehicle to prevent the captain from coming to look for us." "Why do I always have to stay in the vehicle?" Zhou Tingyun protested. With her lips bitten in agitation, she exclaimed, "I knew you all looked down on me." Qian Deduo frowned, threateningly stating, "Are you going to follow us or not?" "Zhou Tingyun, I tell you, if you don't listen to me, you can join Qin Heng's group. We want to miss you in our 5th group." With a sigh of resignation, Zhou Tingyun reluctantly nodded, muttering under her breath, "If we're not going, we're not going. It's no great matter." Chu Yunsheng mused inwardly. Indeed, the human heart is susceptible to avarice, especially when food is as vital as life itself. However, he refrained from interjecting and quietly followed the others as they alighted from the truck. By this time, few were still pressing on, most having succumbed to exhaustion and were lying on the ground to rest. Save for a scattering of bonfires, the surroundings were remarkably tranquil. "Qian Didi, having procured a night vision device of domestic military manufacture from an undisclosed source, led the way, as the others followed in single file, threading their way through the shadowy throng. The clandestine factory in question processed bread and was situated not far from the outer ring road, adjacent to an interchange. The journey was devoid of any encounters with insects, which Chu Yunsheng deemed logical, as any insects in the vicinity would have been drawn to the distant masses of people. With heightened caution, the group finally reached the location of the interchange. At that moment, a glimmer of light appeared on the horizon. Yu Xiaohai nudged Chu Yunsheng and whispered, "Brother Chu, look over there." Chu Yunsheng pulled back his face shield and beheld a vast swarm of luminous flying creatures on the horizon, resembling fireflies in summer, illuminating a small patch of the sky with a radiant glow, a spectacle of ethereal beauty in the darkness-enshrouded world. "What are those things?" Qian Didi inquired anxiously. Crouching low as he approached, Chu Yunsheng shook his head. "Your guess is as good as mine. Look, what's beneath those things?" A gasp nearly escaped Yao Xiang of the 4th Squad, but Jiang Yi swiftly silenced him, for the insects were far more sensitive to sound than to light. Chu Yunsheng strained his eyes, watching as the luminous flying object receded into the distance, on the verge of vanishing into the horizon. Beneath its radiant glow, a colossal, arboreal plant was silhouetted, its precise form indistinct, yet its towering height dwarfed all adjacent structures. This was undoubtedly a post-solar phenomenon. Chu Yunsheng had never encountered or heard tell of such a formidable tree in the vicinity of Shin City. The group exchanged uneasy glances, rendered speechless by the succession of bizarre encounters. The world, it seemed, was becoming increasingly uncanny and intricate. Chu Yunsheng nudged Qian Duduo, urging, "Cease your contemplation and hasten to scavenge." The others, jolted from their awe, promptly circled around to the red brick edifice beneath the overpass. The area was desolate and devoid of any discernible life. "Preliminary observation. No insects, no humans," Qian Duduo whispered, after surveying the scene with his night vision device, giving an affirmative gesture. However, the courtyard gate stood ajar, casting a pall over the group, as it suggested that looters had already ransacked the premises. Qian Duduo's brow furrowed as he cautiously advanced along the wall. Despite the absence of insects detected by the night vision device, Chu Yunsheng, having been deceived by such devices in the past, remained skeptical. His teammates, likely aware of the limitations through their research department's relentless studies, also proceeded with utmost caution. Qian Duduo led the way directly to the warehouse, the small factory appearing desolate in its current state. Following closely behind Qian Duduo, Chu Yunsheng found the warehouse situated behind the workshop. Circumventing the workshop building, they arrived at the warehouse entrance. Seeing the doors shut, Qian Duduo breathed a sigh of relief and was about to proceed when Chu Yunsheng abruptly sensed a surge of primeval energy and an encroaching chill in the vicinity of the warehouse. Alarmed, he seized Qian Duduo, exclaiming, "Be careful." Before his words could fully escape, a woman clad in white emerged from the warehouse doors, her form enveloped in intense frost. Casting a fleeting glance at Chu Yunsheng and his companion, she gracefully ascended to the rooftop and swiftly vanished from sight. Her velocity rivaled Chu Yunsheng's own when armored. Who was that? Jiang Yi, trailing behind Chu Yunsheng and Qian Duduo, having only caught a glimpse of the figure, inquired anxiously. Chapter 48. The issue of quotas. Chu Yunsheng shook his head. The adversary's movements were too swift, evidently averse to any interaction. "Let's inspect the warehouse first," Jiang Yi proposed to Qian Duduo after a moment's contemplation. However, the more chaotic a place, the more likely it is to still retain items that have not been taken away. If everything is neatly emptied, there is nothing to hope for. Qian Duduo adeptly located a small box of well-packaged bread in a concealed compartment within the warehouse. The others, including Chu Yunsheng, reaped meager rewards, mostly consisting of scattered bread, some of which was still edible despite being partially spoiled. At present, no one would dwell on the hygiene standards of the underground bakery. The sole criterion was edibility. Though the harvest was meager, apart from the startling encounter with that terrifying woman, there were no other dangers, rendering the endeavor relatively successful. Each person received 3 pieces of bread, leaving 1 remaining, which Qian Duo intended to bring to Zhou Tingyun as her share. Chu Yunsheng silently contemplated that, according to their customs, the disparity in treatment between those who showed up and those who did not was indeed significant. It was no wonder Zhou Tingyun insisted on attending. Qian Duo curled his lip dismissively, remarking that the vehicle was merely a front for prostitution, provided one had provisions, Those people could procure any woman or man for you, as you pleased. As he spoke, he wickedly caressed the bread in his possession, a radiant smile adorning his face. Upon returning to the truck, Chu Yunxing suddenly felt that it was a waste of his cultivation time for merely 3 pieces of bread. He had initially hoped to procure a few insects along the way, yet his wishes remained unfulfilled. However, it was too late for regrets now. Sitting in the truck, he dozed for a while, and upon awakening, he noticed that the crowd seemed to have already left the urban area. The mixed throng from Dongshan University had merged with other, even larger groups of refugees. From a distance, the scattered flames of torches, flashlights, and the sparse headlights illuminated the vast sea of humanity, a scene perhaps emblematic of the largest exodus in human history. He leaped from the truck and lit a cigarette. Spotting Yu Shaohai waving at him from the vicinity of bus number 1, though he was uncertain of the matter at hand, Qianduo was also present, and upon seeing Chu Yunxing approach, he grinned widely and said, "Brother Chu, come quickly. Look at these people. If you select anyone, let Tong Tong register them for boarding. I nearly forgot my promise to Xiaohai to find you both a few beauties." Chu Yunxing was taken aback. What promise to Yu Shaohai? What beauties? He gazed at Yu Shaohai with perplexity, but the latter merely chuckled without uttering a word. Qian Didi beckoned to a middle-aged man and enthusiastically introduced him to Chu Yunsheng. "This is Lao Fong, who is specifically in charge of these matters for us privately. Brother Chu, the two of you are highly sought after now. With so many slots available, you can't imagine how many people are desperate to get on bus number 1. Lao Fong, a lean and capable individual, respectfully added after Qian Didi finished speaking, "If neither of you finds someone suitable, I can look again. Please, come and take a look." With a wave of his hand, a dozen or so girls emerged from behind the vehicle, some bashfully lowering their heads while others gazed at them with fervent eyes. Chu Yunxing finally understood. Recalling the issue of bus number 1 slots that Qian Didi had mentioned before, he had indeed promised Yu Shaohai to find him an exquisite girl. So this was it. Qian Didi, in his infinite tactlessness, blurted out, "Brother Chu, I heard from Shaohai that the girl isn't even his girlfriend. Why not just swap her out? Just ask Tong Tong to make the change." The windows of bus number 1 had been shattered during the internal chaos, so voices from outside could naturally be heard inside. Lin Shuiyao couldn't conceal a trace of panic in her eyes upon hearing Qian Didi's remark. "Brother Chu, why don't you choose first?" Yu Shaohai said somewhat sheepishly. "Choose my foot." Zhongnan roared from the roof of bus number 1, followed by a dozen or so people, seemingly their entire force. "Qian Deze, take your men and get out of here immediately. Something's about to happen behind us." Chu Yunxing had no intention of getting involved in this matter. If he could settle down in Jinling City, it would be one thing, but for now, preserving his life took precedence. He immediately discarded his cigarette and swiftly followed Zhongnan. Meanwhile, Yu Shaohai was struggling, pointing at a delicate young girl, disregarding his own embarrassment and imploring Lao Fong, "Make sure to reserve her for me." At that moment, Lin Shuiyao in the vehicle let out a sigh of relief. As Chu Yunxing caught up with Zhongnan, he noticed that aside from the third team assigned to guard the bus, all other team members had gathered, indicating that something significant had transpired. Upon their arrival at the cacophony of battle, Chu Yunxing was horrified to discover that their adversary was indeed the kind of tentacled monster he had encountered in the hospital. However, this creature was far larger than the one he had previously seen. How could such a thing exist here? He was alarmed, for they had already ventured beyond the city limits into desolate fields. Could it possibly dwell underground? The monster before him towered over 10 meters, its tentacles and appendages thrashing wildly, making it impossible to count them. The sight of numerous smaller tentacled creatures crawling beneath it revealed the truth. This was a mother entity, a formidable maternal beast. Moreover, this mother monster wielded control over 7 or 8 naked women, who floated in midair, occasionally as Chu Yunxing gazed upon the scene. An unsettling sensation enveloped him. His previous encounters with these tentacled monstrosities had imparted a profound understanding of their terrifying nature. Among these appendages, some exhibited sheer brute strength while others bore jagged, toothy moss. They varied in thickness, and even if severed, they retained the capacity to strike anew, often regenerating with astonishing speed. The military found itself utterly powerless against such foes. Missiles launched by soldiers were swiftly deflected by the creature's rapid tentacles, and even tank fire was countered as it ensnared the projectiles with its limbs, the destroyed appendages rapidly sprouting anew. The first squad was tasked with dealing with the women, the second with the crawling insects on the ground, while the fourth and fifth squads, alongside myself, were to unleash a concerted assault on the creature's energy barrier, striving to dismantle it to allow for artillery bombardment. Zhongnan swiftly delegated these responsibilities, finally turning to Chu Yunsheng with a grave expression. Your speed is unmatched, and your sword strikes are lethal. The lives of everyone depend on you. Move swiftly. If anyone becomes ensnared by a tentacle, sever it and rescue them. Chu Yunsheng nodded solemnly, comprehending that only through united efforts could they hope to vanquish the monster before them. Otherwise, it would be prudent to flee at the earliest opportunity. Just as he prepared to join the fray, Ding Yin from the 4th Squad unexpectedly intercepted him. Chu Yunsheng regarded this individual with surprise. Since their incorporation into the Awakening Guardian team, Ding Yin had rarely spoken, his presence almost imperceptible except during combat. Now, in this critical moment, he had chosen to obstruct Chu Yunsheng's path, leaving him puzzled as to the motive behind this sudden intervention. Chapter 49. Re-engaging the tentacled matriarch undaunted. Ding Yin fixed his gaze upon Chu Yunsheng, declaring in a resolute tone, "If you adhere to the captain's directives, I shall forthwith retreat. Fleeing as far as my legs can carry me, for certain doom awaits you all." Chu Yunsheng's pupils constricted momentarily, perplexed by the import of his words, particularly given the inopportune nature of internal discord. Gesturing towards the sky teeming with tentacles, Ding Yin continued, "Swift and sharp though your blade may be, can you truly safeguard everyone? Our guard unit alone comprises 13 souls, and accounting for the awakened warriors of the military, how many can you realistically hope to save? Their demise will inevitably precede your own." Brandishing his sidearm, Ding Yin regarded Chu Yunsheng intently, stating unequivocally, "The captain's mind is consumed by the military's artillery. Yet you are cognizant that such ordnance cannot vanquish this monstrosity. His aspiration to breach the creature's energy shield necessitates a collective sacrifice. There exists but one path to survival. Disregard the cries for assistance and, with your velocity and your sword, strike directly at the creature's core. As the individual among us possessing the greatest offensive prowess, the swiftest combat speed, and the most formidable defensive capabilities, only you can, while we divert the monster's attention, pierce its very essence, obliterate it, and deliver it unto death." Chu Yunsheng's thoughts raced, recognizing the audacity of Ding Yan's proposition. To assault the creature's core directly, irrespective of his capacity to slay the beast, would necessitate abandoning the rescue of his comrades. Chu Yunsheng furrowed his brow, inquiring, "Why then? Do you not flee this instant?" Ding Yin smiled faintly and said, "Unless it is a matter of certain death. It is far better for us to survive together than to face danger alone in the future. Don't you agree?" Chu Yunsheng cast a heavy glance in his direction, grasped the Qinbi sword, took a few steps forward, and inhaled deeply, declaring, "I shall employ your method. Let us commence our actions." Ding Yin, standing behind him, added, "The swifter your pace, the greater your striking power. Thus, the lesser our peril." Chu Yunsheng waved his hand, observing as the others joined the fray, bending low to harness their utmost strength. Ding Yin and the others had fully engaged in battle, and the scene was chaotic. Even the awakened soldiers from the military had begun to suffer casualties. Chu Yunsheng remained just outside the reach of the attacking tentacles, narrowing his eyes to seek the perfect moment to strike. He must land a decisive blow. He absolutely could not allow the tentacles to ensnare him, for that would lead to a state of entrapment, and he would be defeated. The monster's idle tentacles were dwindling in number, while the team members being ensnared were increasing. Captain Zhang Nan began to shout Chu Yunsheng's name loudly, cries for help echoing in the tumult. At this juncture, only 2 tentacles were still freely flailing in the air, and there were hardly any individuals left on the ground. Ding Xiang, while firing his weapon, drew nearer to a female teammate who wielded a gun as well. Just as Chu Yunsheng prepared to take the risk and launch his attack, Ding Xiang suddenly lifted the female teammate and hurled her towards one of the tentacles. While he leaped into the air, gripping the last remaining tentacle tightly, shouting, "Quick! Destroy it!" Propelled like a projectile, Chu Yunsheng bolted forward with incredible speed, perceiving the world around him as if frozen in time. "Save me, Chu Yunsheng! You bastard, Chu Ge!" Ignoring the pleas, as if everyone were suspended motionlessly in the air at varying heights, Chu Yunsheng sprinted onward. "Hurry! Kill it!" The desperate cry echoed in his mind. Reaching the grotesque form of the mother monster, Chu Yunsheng roared, launching himself skyward. Gripping the thousand-edged sword, he channeled his life force into the blade. The crimson sword flashed, cleaving through the air as Chu Yunsheng brought it down with unstoppable force. Thwack! 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 The thousand-edged sword tore through the monster's dark flesh, creating a gaping wound. Gurgle. The monster wailed in agony, spewing fluids as its tentacles thrashed wildly. Drenched in the creature's viscous fluids, Chu Yunxing unleashed his remaining life force, stabbing repeatedly into the monster's core. Fire! Fire! Open fire! Bound by tentacles, Zhongnan desperately screamed at the ground forces. Boom! 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 Cannons roared. Simultaneously, two thick tentacles lashed out at Chu Yunxing. He was engulfed in a burst of fire, then hurled backward as if struck by a whip, landing heavily on the ground and spitting out a mouthful of blood. He was not gravely injured, yet his strength had been utterly depleted, barely managing to stand with the support of the Chimpi sword. Before him blazed a towering inferno, as the military had unleashed incendiary bombs. The flickering flames cast a warm glow upon his blurred visage. From the searing fire emerged Zhong Nan, Ding Yan, and the awakened warriors of the military, struggling against the odds. The tendrils of the creature lay limply on the ground, while those controlled, naked women succumbed to the merciless flames. Ding Yan, limping, approached him with a tragic smile, uttering, "Jiang Yi is dead." A tremor coursed through Chu Yunxing. He had anticipated that death would claim its toll, if given the choice. He would have grimly selected the indifferent Qin Heng and his ilk. Jiang Yi, the leader of Team 4, though not closely acquainted with Chu Yunxing, had been perceived as a decent individual. Silently, he settled onto the ground, retrieving a cigarette and lighting it. "Is there any left?" "Hand me one." Ding Xiang, seated beside him, remarked casually. Chu Yunxing tossed the cigarette pack to him, his gaze fixed upon Zhong Nan and the others as they carried Jiang Yi away. An ineffable sense of frustration weighing on his heart. Zhong Nan approached the two with a grim expression, and before uttering a word, Ding Yan candidly confessed. "It was my idea." Chu Yunxing remained silent, absorbed in his smoking. Zhong Nan scrutinized Ding Xiang for a moment before coldly announcing, "Jiang Yi is dead. You will be the leader of Team 4 from now on." Ding Xiang nodded in acknowledgement, saying nothing in response. Chu Yunxing glanced up at Zhong Nan, sheathed his sword, discarded the cigarette butt, and moved to assess Yu Shaohai's injuries. Thanks to the protection of the Lu Jia talisman, Yu Shaohai's wounds were not severe, though the talisman had been rendered ineffective. Gazing upon Jiang Ye's cadaver, Chu Yunxing was overcome with the notion that he, too, might one day meet an equally inscrutable demise. In this bleak and unforgiving world, who could truly know what fate awaited? "Let us inter him," he uttered. Although Jiang Ye's passing bore little to no direct relation to Chu Yunxing, in this era, life and death were governed by fate, and one's demise was simply an unfortunate circumstance. Yet, Chu Yunxing felt compelled to bury him, clinging to the conviction that a proper burial was a form of solace. He recognized the absurdity of this notion, yet he remained steadfast in his belief. Initially, Chu Yunxing and Yu Shaohai commenced the task of excavating the grave. Subsequently, Qian Duo, Ding Yan, and Yao Xiang joined in their efforts. Eventually, even Qin Heng lent a hand, as if they were burying not Jiang Yi, but a part of themselves. With Jiang Yi laid to rest, the raging flames engulfing the tentacled monstrosity began to subside. Its core remained largely unscathed, the true fatal blow having been delivered by Chu Yunxing's decisive strike. The subsequent barrage merely hastened its demise. The tentacled creature possessed an extraordinary abundance of elemental energy, which Chu Yunxing was determined to seize. Chu Yunxing, seizing the opportunity before the arrival of the research team, swiftly crafted new yuan-gathering talismans. He ventured alone to the creature's rear, fervently absorbing the primal energy within its maternal cavity. One talisman proved insufficient, so he employed 2, then 3, ultimately expending 6 talismans in total. This feat equated to the energy of over 30 crimson beetles. Moreover, it was not until after the demise of the tentacle matriarch that the extraction took place, resulting in considerable waste, illuminating the formidable nature of this creature. The smaller tentacled monstrosities were beyond Chu Yunxing's reach, as researchers had begun to arrive in succession. Upon collecting the elemental talismans, he noticed the first light of dawn breaking through the sky. Glancing at his watch, he realized it was already past 8 in the morning. After the relentless sequence of talismanic incantations, his body had been continuously refined by the influx of vital energy, rendering his internal state remarkably vigorous. He estimated that his abilities had now escalated to a level capable of vanquishing 10 red-armored beetles. Yet he pondered whether he could contend against the green-armored beetles and the tentacle matriarch. Captain Du took the initiative to grasp Chu Yunxing's right hand. Smiling as he introduced himself, "Mr. Chu, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am Du Qishan." A sense of unease flickered within Chu Yunxing. What could the military want with him? He managed to reply with a strained, "Hello." Just as Captain Du was about to speak further, an individual emerged from behind him, exclaiming in surprise, "It's you." Captain Du's eyes flickered, maintaining a composed demeanor as he inquired, "Li Ming, do you know each other?" Gu Li Ming appeared noticeably awkward, whispering a few words into Captain Du's ear. Gradually, Captain Du's expression grew solemn, and once Gu Li Ming finished speaking, he addressed Chu Yunsheng with gravity. "Mr. Chu, on behalf of Captain Gu, I extend my apologies for past events and hope you can overlook them." Chu Yunsheng shook his head, saying, "It's quite all right. The matter is behind us and was not of great significance. It was merely a duty he had to fulfill. If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave." Upon seeing him about to leave, Commander Du hastily remarked, "Mr. Chu, Professor Sun has mentioned you on numerous occasions, expressing profound admiration for your abilities. I was fortunate enough to witness your remarkable swordsmanship firsthand, as you vanquished that monster with a single stroke. Truly impressive. Just now, I was discussing with your Captain Zhong, and I hope to enlist your assistance. We urgently need to escort a group of individuals to reach Jinling City as swiftly as possible." In response, Chu Yunsheng pondered the request. Though Commander Du's demeanor was exceedingly sincere, his gaze imbued with earnestness, starkly contrasting with Gu Liming's previous conduct. Chu had no intention of becoming a bodyguard. Furthermore, accompanying awakened warriors from the military to escort individuals escaping the main throng of refugees seemed perilously daunting. The safety of blending in with the crowd was far more appealing. After a brief moment of contemplation, Chu gently declined, saying, "I appreciate your kind words, Commander Du, but you overestimate my capabilities. Moreover, I have certain matters to attend to, and thus cannot partake in your undertaking." Commander Du offered a courteous smile and clarified, "There is no need for modesty, Mr. Chu. Perhaps I did not articulate my intentions clearly earlier. This escort involves not only several key leaders, but also a multitude of scientists. It is not a personal endeavor. Due to the sensitive nature of military secrets, I cannot divulge further details, but I assure you that our intentions are rooted in the greater good. We must reach Jinling City safely and promptly. I hope you will reconsider." Chu Yunsheng found himself perplexed. Even he understood that remaining amidst the crowd was undoubtedly safer than embarking on a solitary journey. Surely, these individuals were aware of this as well. What could possibly compel them to so urgently flee the masses? Yet, such considerations were not his to ponder. Moreover, the mention of leaders only served to frustrate him. Why should the important leaders be prioritized for evacuation? The entrenched ideologies of the authorities proved to be indeed unassailable. He held no regard for serving as a bodyguard to these officials, his expression naturally grim as he coolly remarked, "Commander Du, Dongshan University equally boasts a multitude of researchers. For the time being, I find my place among the guardian ranks of Dongshan University far more suitable. If there is nothing further, I have matters to attend to. Farewell." Without waiting for their response, Chu Yunsheng turned on his heel and departed. His focus now lay on cultivating the abundant yuan symbols he had acquired, striving to reach the realm of the second heaven, which he deemed of utmost importance. Leadership? In this sanguine epoch, how many individuals command his respect, apart from these bureaucrats? Although his voice was scarcely above a whisper, Chu Yunsheng's acute hearing captured every word, sending a jolt of alarm through him. The rear forces were evidently on the brink of collapse. Should the troops falter entirely, a relentless swarm of insects would undoubtedly pursue. Despite the throngs of humanity currently traversing this path, their numbers might far exceed those of the insects, yet they would ultimately be reduced to mere prey, akin to lions stalking a herd of sheep. Concerned, Chu Yunsheng remained resolute against joining Commander Du's scheme, wary of venturing forth into the unknown, uncertain of the greater perils that may lie ahead, especially after his previous encounter at the underground bakery, where he had witnessed those peculiar luminous flying creatures and bizarre flora, further solidifying his belief that the dangers ahead might rival those posed by the insects behind. The feeble twilight barely illuminated the surroundings, rendering anything beyond a short distance indistinct. The throng pressed onward at a languid pace, having now exited the city, surrounded by the expansive fields of the suburbs, which appeared desolate and empty. As night descended, they hadn't even reached the outskirts of Koan City. Tragically, many succumbed to illness along the way, their corpses becoming an increasingly common sight. The sounds of artillery fire, once frequent, gradually diminished and faded into silence. A heavy atmosphere settled over the road. Not even a single red-backed insect could be found. leading Chu Yunsheng to nervously suspect that the insects were planning a large-scale assault. He was in a state of semi-consciousness within the truck when he was abruptly awakened by a commotion emanating from bus number 1. Opening his eyes, he noticed that, apart from 2 female team members, the majority of the occupants were absent. Alarmed, he swiftly dismounted the vehicle. A large crowd had gathered around bus number 1. Most of the school's security team stood in clear opposition to another group, tension hanging heavy in the air. Zhongnan stood at the forefront, seemingly engaged in a heated argument with the leader of the opposing faction. "Boss, why are we even bothering to negotiate? Let's just take what we want. With only a few awakened warriors, they're no match for us." A burly man wielding a large blade roared from behind their leader, his sentiment echoed by the others. Unable to push through the crowd, Chu Yunsheng pulled aside a team member at the rear to inquire about the situation. He learned that a group of over 20 robust, awakened warriors had approached from behind, pillaging food along the way. When they attempted to raid the East Shin University bus convoy, they were intercepted by a patrolling security team. As both sides consisted of awakened warriors, neither dared to make a rash move. Team leader Zhong Nan had urgently arrived to mediate the situation. The opposing leader, a man with a gaunt face and a pair of gloomy eyes, was scrutinizing the school's team, seemingly assessing the balance of power between the two sides. With a frigid demeanor, the elongated-faced man addressed him. "Captain Zhong, my comrades extend deference to your position. Our sole demand is half of the provisions and half of the buses, otherwise." Qin Hung interjected with a vehement snort. "Otherwise, what do you intend to do? If it's a confrontation you seek, we are not intimidated." The long-faced man gestured dismissively towards Qin Hung, retorting with a sneer, "Captain Zhong, it is your expertise that garners my respect. Individuals of this caliber are beneath my notice." Qin Hung, affronted by this remark, was on the verge of retaliating when Zhong Nan restrained him. Chapter 51. Conflict. Zhong Nan, maintaining a composed countenance, stated in a frigid tone, "Mr. Gon, acquiring these resources will not be as facile as you presume." The long-faced man responded with a boisterous laugh. "Have you observed my comrades? Not a single coward among them. Captain Zhong, allow me to be candid with you. Indeed, our actions constitute pillage, yet we are, in essence, affiliated with the government. Due to insufficient manpower, the government has entrusted us with escorting a dozen dignitaries. Do not mistake us for mere bandits." Observing Zhong Nan's taciturn response, the long-faced man continued unabated. "Were it not for the potential influence these dignitaries could wield in Jinling City and the benefits they could bestow upon my comrades, I would have abstained from this endeavor. The government tasks us with escorting individuals, yet provides neither vehicles nor sustenance. In this era, survival dictates that might prevails. My friend, I acknowledge your capabilities and wish to avoid any contention. Either apportion half of your supplies to us or integrate into our group, so that we may collectively revel in opulence within the city of Jinling. I shall grant you a minute for deliberation. Furthermore, what purpose does it serve to defend these students at the cost of your life? I have been informed that they have even assaulted your ranks. Reflect upon this matter with due consideration." The elongated-faced man ignited a cigarette, regarding Zhong Nan with a complacent smile, seemingly unconcerned with the campus security force. However, Zhong Nan responded without hesitation, "I am a student of Dongshin University, as are the majority behind me. Our comrades and friends are assembled here. Any internal discord is our own affair. The proposition you present is untenable. If you seek to seize our provisions, we shall resist to the bitter end." The elongated-faced man's countenance hardened, but before he could utter a word, an elderly gentleman emerged from behind him, his face adorned with a profusion of smiles. Addressing Zhong Nan, he stated, "Esteemed Captain, my name is Zhu Dulan. Some of you may recognize my name. I can assure you that should you escort us safely to Jinling, we shall compensate you handsomely, ensuring your sustenance for the remainder of your days." From the rear, Qian Didi exclaimed, "Old man, I am familiar with your identity. Are you not merely a super-rich individual? Cease your boasting. What significance does the renminbi hold in these times? Your accumulation of wealth is but a numerical abstraction. To transmute it into sustenance is a mere fantasy." The old man exhibited no signs of anger. Instead, he chuckled, "Young man, you underestimate us greatly. Not to mention that most of the leaders in Jinling City are our friends. My youngest son is also an official there." Qianda laughed heartily with such connections. "Why doesn't the military provide you with priority protection to Jinling City instead of sending this band of ruffians?" "Haha." The old man shook his head, lamenting. "Who wouldn't desire an escort from the troops? Do you have any idea how many significant figures reside in the entire Shin City? We are grateful to have any escort at all." He cautiously accompanied his words with a smile. "Forgive my indiscretion." The burly man, with a knife in hand, thrust both arms forward, casting the old man aside, and shouted, "Boss, let's get started. What's with all this chatter?" His demeanor exuded an air of arrogance, completely disregarding those around him. Just then, a stern voice rang out. "I dare anyone to make a move." Chu Yunxing looked up to see the arrival of Commander Du, flanked by a battalion of armed soldiers, along with awakened warriors wielding various weapons. The long-faced man paused for a moment, then smiled. "This officer has misunderstood. My brothers are merely discussing a collaboration with Captain Zhong." Commander Du cast a glance at Zhong Nan and snorted, "I don't care what you are discussing. It is best not to cause any trouble. Dongshan University is a key protected unit of the military, and anyone who dares to act recklessly will not be tolerated." The long-faced man chuckled awkwardly. "How could we dare?" As he spoke, his tone shifted, imbued with a hint of resignation. "Esteemed officer, we are also acting at the behest of your government, escorting important individuals to Jinling City. If we do not receive further provisions, given the current circumstances, I fear we shall be unable to fulfill this mission. Perhaps these individuals should be returned to your forces." The long-faced man, intrigued, inquired, "Pray, elaborate." Commander Du nodded and replied directly, "At present, our regiment is rallying awakened warriors to escort a group immediately to Jinling City. You may temporarily join us, and our regiment will supply you with food and essentials. By embarking together, we can significantly enhance our strength and improve safety. What say you?" The long-faced man summoned two companions with a wave of his hand, and after a hushed consultation, he stated, "Your proposal is indeed commendable. But in addition to what you have mentioned, I have another condition. We require a large bus. How do you see this?" Commander Du pondered for a moment, then turned to Captain Zhang, saying, "Captain Zhang, please endure this inconvenience." Reluctantly, Captain Zhang nodded, agreeing to allocate one bus to the long-faced man and his companions. At that moment, Qin Hung spat in disdain towards the long-faced man. The latter's expression darkened, and with a swift motion of his right hand, the air around them trembled, and a fist-sized ice spear hurtled towards Qin Hung with a piercing speed. The proximity of the two men allowed little time for reaction. Qin Hung swiftly summoned flames for defense, yet was overwhelmed, sent hurtling backward into the truck behind him, blood spilling from his mouth. The members of the first group were suddenly enraged, ready to strike. However, Zhong Nan resolutely intervened, coldly warning, "Do not court death." With merely a single move, he could severely injure the leader of the first group. He was not merely a skilled fighter. At that moment, Commander Du solemnly declared, "This matter ends here." Before he could finish his statement, a soldier shouted, "Commander, flying insects. The flying insects are coming." "What?" Before the words could settle, a haunting buzzing sound resonated from the sky. A colossal green beetle swooped down, its target set on the wealthy elder. Chu Yusheng drew his Qianbi sword, but the throng was too dense for him to crouch down. Unexpectedly, a long-faced man, intent on safeguarding the elder, seized an individual from the Dongshan University security team and hurled him at the beetle. The beetle, suddenly besieged by this human projectile, abandoned its target, the elder, and clamped its jaws around the flying figure, its powerful hind legs thrusting into him. Then it spread its wings and ascended, while the unfortunate man let out a harrowing scream. That cry pierced through Chu Yunxing's very soul. It was the voice of Yu Shaohai. He stood at the forefront of the crowd, while Chu Yunsheng remained at the back. In a state of sheer panic, Chu Yunsheng leaped into action, springing onto the heads of the crowd, vaulted onto the roof of a bus, and retrieved a long and used handgun. Without a moment's hesitation, he infused it with vital energy and desperately fired at the flying insect. After depleting one magazine, he swiftly switched to another, and then another, until all the bullets were expended. Yet, the green beetle continued to soar higher, and Chu Yunsheng could only watch helplessly as it carried Yu Shaohai away. Perhaps due to the protective charm he had recently crafted for him, the beetle seemed unable to shred him, instead lifting him ever higher, gradually reducing him to a mere black dot in the distance. Immersed in an unfathomable abyss of frigidity, Chu Yunsheng plummeted deeper and deeper. He realized the futility of the six in providing prolonged defense, and barring a miracle, Yu Shaohai's chances of survival were non-existent. Discarding his emptied firearm, Chu Yunsheng unsheathed the thousand-cleaved sword from the vehicle's roof. With eyes as cold as glacial ice, he raised the sword high and brought it down in a fierce cleave, the blade aimed squarely at the long-faced man. Chapter 52. Homicide. The long-faced man cursed vehemently as a surge of frosty air emanated from his being, materializing into 3 ice picks that shot forth with great force. Chu Yunsheng shattered one midair, but the remaining 2 struck his armor from below. A wave of frigid yuan qi permeated the armor, only to be intercepted and repelled by the protective barrier of the 6. The 3 potent and sharp ice projectiles only momentarily impeded his relentless advance. Witnessing Chu Yunsheng's brief pause before his continued onslaught, the long-faced man abandoned his earlier arrogance, his face now etched with astonishment. He hastily gathered the surrounding cold air, forming a barrier of ice before him. Chu Yunsheng had already reached him, and with a swift motion, the sword shattered the ice shield. The long-faced man's expression twisted in horror as he retreated rapidly. However, Chu Yunsheng's sword moved with even greater alacrity. With a resounding tear, the yuan qi from the sword's tip rent through the long-faced man's down jacket, sending him flying backward. The long-faced man's arm trembled, dripping with blood, his face a mask of terror. Seeing Chu Yunsheng still advancing at high speed with his sword, he could no longer conceal his panic and cried out, "Brothers, attack him together. This man is insane." Upon finishing his words, he rose swiftly, retreating in fear, unwilling to confront the subsequent strike from Chu Yunsheng. At that moment, the companions of the long-faced man, hearing his cry, hurriedly unleashed their respective elemental powers of ice and fire. In an instant, Chu Yunsheng felt a colossal and chaotic force surge towards him. With a thunderous roar, he rapidly summoned his utmost strength, channeling the energy of the 1,000-slicing sword to its zenith. With a resounding crash, the 2 forces collided violently, sending a fierce shockwave that rebounded upon both parties. The group accompanying the long-faced man was thrown into disarray, while Zhong Nan and the others stood in stunned silence. Yao Xiang murmured to himself, "The might of a single sword is truly formidable. When will I ever reach such a level?" Chu Yunsheng let out a cold laugh and unsheathed his sword, preparing to charge once more. Immediately, one of the opposing group leaped forward. It was the burly man wielding a knife, who shouted angrily, "You little brat! Do not be so arrogant. Behold your grandfather's blade." With both hands gripping the sword, Chu Yunsheng infused energy into its blade, enhanced by his battle armor. He moved with astonishing speed, vanishing in an instant as the 1,000-slicing sword swept through, passing by the burly man. The man cursed under his breath, and then, with a thunderous crash, both man and blade were cleaved in 2, collapsing to the ground. The crimson blade, still glistening with fresh blood, was swung by Chu Yunsheng, scattering droplets onto the cold earth. The group of the long-faced man involuntarily staggered back, frozen in fear, their faces paling. At that moment, Captain Du furrowed his brow, weighing the situation for a moment before leaping forward and calling out, "Mr. Chu, wait." Chu Yunsheng replied coldly, "Captain Du, do you intend to stop me?" The military soldiers immediately complied with their commander, raising their ominous firearms to aim at Chu Yunsheng. All other awakened soldiers from the military converged from behind, while the heavy machine gunner atop the vehicle had already swung his weapon around, and several soldiers wielding rocket launchers had even disengaged their safety mechanisms, all targeting him. A wave of dread washed over Chu Yunsheng. Commander Du had just reached an agreement with this group, intending to utilize them to safeguard certain important individuals during their early evacuation. The current situation clearly illustrated their intent to ensure the safety of those individuals. If he were to turn against the military at this moment, not only would he have to contend with the threats posed by those awakened soldiers, but also the heavy machine guns and rocket launchers in the hands of the ordinary soldiers, making it impossible for him to simultaneously fend off such a multitude of assaults from all directions. Commander Du fixed his gaze on Chu Yunsheng and spoke in a somber tone. "Mr. Chu, might I inquire if you could elucidate the situation?" Before Chu Yunsheng could respond, Qian de Duom mocked from the crowd. "The Gans killed his brother. Naturally, he seeks vengeance." Commander Du was taken aback, unable to comprehend, and turned to the long-faced man. The long-faced man furrowed his brow in contemplation, exclaiming, "That person was his brother?" Commander Du, perplexed, asked, "Which person are you referring to?" The long-faced man, with a pained expression, explained to Commander Du, "Isn't that the one I randomly grabbed to smash the flying insects when they came, in order to save the Elder Zhu?" "That's the one." Chu Yunsheng spoke solemnly. "Commander Du, now that you are aware, will you still protect them?" With a cold smile, Chu Yunsheng recognized the clarity of Colonel Du's words. His decisions would invariably stem from military interests. In his eyes, even a formidable individual could not rival the strength of over 20 awakened warriors. If Colonel Du had deemed otherwise, he would have long since sought to ally with him against the long-faced man. What truly concerned Colonel Du was the potential for Chu Yunsheng to inflict severe damage upon these individuals, thereby significantly diminishing their collective power. Yet, the colonel was determined to protect them. A direct confrontation would not yield revenge, but rather ensure his own demise. Having brushed against the precipice of death on multiple occasions, Chu Yunsheng remained remarkably composed and rational in this moment. A bitter laugh echoed within him. Could the vendetta against his fallen comrades simply be erased? Their deaths would not suffice to quench his thirst for vengeance. If a direct confrontation was unwise, did that mean he was incapable of slaying them? Colonel Du underestimated Chu Yunsheng's resolve. He had survived since the Dark Ages by employing cunning ambushes against the monstrous foes. Recognizing that further words would be futile, Chu Yunsheng, armed with his sword, cast a cold gaze around the gathered crowd. He remained silent, taking heavy steps backward, a palpable sense of oppression emanating from him. In truth, he did not retreat far. Blending into the throng, he concealed his battle armor and donned a thick gray overcoat, pulling a woolen hat over his head and mouth, leaving only his eyes exposed. At this moment, Chu Yunsheng had achieved a state of complete calm, contemplating an ambush on the long-faced man and the awakened warriors. Until he had dealt with the last of them, he resolved to remain hidden. Should they become vigilant, combined with the military's might, his chances of success would be utterly obliterated. His sole opportunity lay in striking when they were engaged in battle with the monstrous creatures, creating the illusion that they had succumbed to the beast's wrath. He must select a weapon of considerable advantage. The 1,000-piercing sword is certainly inadequate, as it requires close proximity to be effective. Once discovered at such a distance, all efforts would be in vain. A handgun could suffice, but one cannot fire unless the adversary does so first, lest they be detected, for the heightened auditory perception of awakened warriors far surpasses that of ordinary individuals. The optimal choice would undoubtedly be the frost arrow, employing condensed frost energy for projectile discharge without the use of arrows as a medium. While this approach significantly diminishes the offensive capability, it serves two purposes. First, Chu Yunsheng does not necessitate an overpowering freezing ability. He merely seeks to disrupt and hinder the opponent's evasion, mobility, and even diminish their defenses during combat. Second, post-ambush. No traceable suspicious items would remain on the adversary's person, unlike a handgun, which would leave behind bullets. However, a source of concern for Chu Yunsheng is the uncertainty of the whereabouts of Yu Xiaohai's crossbow, which has been lost and cannot be retrieved. He can only hope to find an archery club upon reaching Kuan City to procure a bow. Chu Yunsheng had heard from Qiandu that the military has long desired the awakened guards from the academy to join their ranks, collaborating to escort individuals in urgent need of relocation. Yet, the guards' allegiance lies with the school, and they would never abandon it. Furthermore, his refusal of Commander Du's invitation has rendered the military particularly interested in the Long-Face Group. The military is the most formidable organization of this era, capable of satisfying the appetites of those in Long-Face's circle. However, Chu Yunsheng was no longer concerned with such matters. His sole focus was on how to eliminate the long-faced man. He understood that Captain Du would not seek the long-faced man's demise solely for his sake. The long-faced man's comrades would never acquiesce. With just a word from the long-faced man, those individuals would recklessly engage him in battle, fully aware of the principle of unity in adversity. Thus, he harbored no regrets about not negotiating terms with Captain Du at that moment, for he knew that even if he had, Captain Du would not have consented, as he desired a complete long-faced team. Now, the only way for him to kill the long-faced men was to rely on himself. Chu Yunsheng discreetly sat among a foul-smelling crowd, a lifeless body lying beside him, gaunt and emaciated, likely a victim of starvation, while those around had long ceased to take notice. A commotion erupted among the buses at the school, and one bus broke away, pushing through the throng, slowly making its way toward the military assembly point. Suddenly, he recalled that Lin Shuiyao seemed to still be on bus number 1. He should consider himself to have automatically withdrawn from the awakening guard, and it was likely that she could no longer benefit from that spot. Yet, he felt it was no longer his concern. Each person was governed by their fate. Reflecting on his current abilities, Chu Yunsheng realized that when his energy was abundant, he was entirely capable of defeating 10 red-armored insects. Just moments ago, a flurry of gunfire had depleted more than half of his energy, and after engaging in further combat, he found his internal energy reserves dwindling, barely sufficient to craft a new 6-armor talisman. With no bullets left and no immediate means of replenishment, he felt no urgency on that front. What mattered most was to enter Kuan City and procure a bow. as he arose, poised to pursue the departing bus. A sense of unease washed over Chu Yunsheng as he detected a presence tailing him within the throng. Instinctively, his hand gravitated towards the hilt of his thousand-crack sword. Yet he maintained an outward composure, subtly altering his trajectory. Emerging from the rear were the figures of Ding Yin and Yao Xiang. Remaining vigilant, he chose to remain silent, his intent being to discern their purpose. Ding Yin, with a disarming gesture, chuckled. "Chu, you are indeed cautious, selecting such a secluded spot for conversation." Observing Chu Yunsheng's unwavering vigilance, Ding Yin stroked his nose, remarking, "Might you spare a cigarette? Let us converse at leisure." Chu Yunsheng remained taciturn, neither offering a smoke nor uttering a word. A faint smile played upon his lips. Ding Yan's conduct during the encounter with the tentacle monster had left a lasting impression, and until his motives were clarified, he dared not relinquish his guard. In this era, humanity was often the most treacherous element. Sensing his reticence, Ding Yan's expression hardened as he met Chu Yunsheng's gaze directly, declaring with solemnity, "Yao and I have relinquished our positions within the Dongshin University Awakened Guard." Chu Yunsheng was taken aback, for he had not anticipated such a revelation. Casting a dubious glance towards Yao Xiang, whom he perceived as more forthright than Ding Yan, he sought confirmation. Yao Xiang nodded in affirmation, stating candidly, "That pathetic excuse for a team is hardly worth associating with." Chu Yunsheng arched an eyebrow, inquiring, "Elaborate?" "If you please." Ding Yin responded impassively. "A contingent that suffers a fatality and a grievous injury, led by a captain who lacks the courage to voice dissent. Preoccupied solely with artillery. To align oneself with such a unit is to court an ignominious demise." Chu Yun, maintaining an impassive demeanor, remarked, "Captain Zhong's handling of the situation may not necessarily be incorrect. Engaging in a conflict could have resulted in more than just one casualty and one injury among the guard team. Furthermore, he managed to safeguard the majority of the supplies." Ding Yin, with a hint of amusement in his gaze, observed Chu Yun, inquiring, "Do you genuinely believe that?" He then transitioned the conversation, asking, "May I have a cigarette now?" Chu Yun found Ding Yin increasingly intriguing. He produced a pack of cigarettes, tossing one to him and Yao Xiang. Yao Xiang declined, indicating that he did not smoke. Ding Yin exhaled a plume of smoke before continuing, "I suspect you are more cognizant than I am of Captain Zhong's misjudgment. Do you realize the profound impact you had on everyone at that moment? I concede that I previously underestimated you. With such formidable power, had Captain Zhong collaborated with you and led the entire team in unequivocal support, that so-called regiment commander would not have dared to interfere." Chu Yun had indeed contemplated this possibility, nodding in agreement. However, he never entertained the notion of relying on others for assistance. Since the era of sunshine, he had understood that everything must be earned through one's own endeavors. He casually offered, as if in defense of Captain Zhong. Captain Zhong may still be counting on the military's artillery and would not want to antagonize the troops so readily. With a sardonic tone, Ding Yin remarked that all he needed to do was rally everyone to stand up, without even lifting a finger to intimidate that so-called commander. By stabilizing the military, he could have stood aside, watching you and Gan Changlian engage in a bloody battle. The inevitable outcome would have been Changlian and his men suffering severe losses, perhaps even annihilation, while you would have undoubtedly sustained grave injuries. In such a scenario, both sides would have been compelled to seek assistance from the guards or the military, thereby restoring equilibrium between the two factions. Consequently, the military would not have dared to take action against Zhong Nan, and would have had to continue supporting him. A wave of astonishment washed over Chu Yunsheng. He realized that if Zhong Nan had sided with him at the time, the detestable Commander Du would not have had the opportunity to interfere. However, he had not considered the subsequent deductions. He felt that it was unnecessary for him to dwell on such matters. Ding Yin chuckled, "Look at the mess it has become now. Not only has the team's morale plummeted, but a bus has also been taken away. More importantly, the military's power has surged, and they will no longer support him as they did before." Chu Yunsheng gazed at him with amusement and said, "Not everyone can think so much or so far ahead in such circumstances. Besides, these matters are no longer relevant to me." Ding Yin smiled, without objecting, and exhaled a plume of smoke. "I am merely explaining the reason for our departure." Chu Yunsheng observed the moving crowd, concerned that the military's escort might depart at any moment. He discarded his cigarette and said, "In that case, take care, both of you. I hope we will have the chance to meet again alive." Ding Yin stopped him, stating directly, "Xiao Yao and I have been following you since you left. Having sought you out, it is to embark on a collaborative journey with you." Chu Yunxing naturally surmised that their approach implied a desire for partnership. However, he currently felt no pressing need for it, as his intentions revolved around covert operations and assassinations, which would only be encumbered by additional personnel. Hence, he demurred, stating, "At present, I do not require companions." Ding Yin stood up and asserted with unwavering conviction, "Nay, you do. I am aware of your intent to confront Gan Chonglian and his cohorts, and thus you require an informant, an insider within their ranks. It is infeasible for you to maintain constant surveillance over them, and even a momentary divergence in their path could lead to the loss of your quarry. I, however, can fulfill the role of this mole." Chu Yunxing regarded him with astonishment. He was not surprised that his intention to seek out Chonglian's group was anticipated, as it was likely that Chonglian himself had foreseen it. His astonishment and bewilderment stemmed from Ding Yan's motives for offering to become this insider. Their relationship, as far as he could tell, was not particularly cordial, and he was not so conceited as to believe that he possessed some unique charisma that could captivate others. More importantly, Chu Yunxing harbored a fundamental distrust of Ding Yan, even suspecting that this was a scheme orchestrated by Ding Yan to curry favor with the military. Chu Yunxing nearly succumbed to the urge to eliminate him. "Why?" Chu Yunxing inquired with an expressionless countenance. Ding Yan ascended the embankment and gestured towards a distant location. "There are many men and women, young and old, sprawled upon the frigid earth, cautiously excavating the frozen soil beneath in search of deceased earthworms and even field mice. Each time they capture one, it is swiftly consumed or secreted away within their waistbands." He raised his voice, declaring, "The world has changed, the rules have shifted, and the order has been upended. The land is teeming with crawling creatures and monsters. What can we do? To survive, one must either grow stronger or become like them." This truth was well understood by all, yet Chu Yunxing remained noncommittal. Ding Yan turned with a smile and remarked, "You should still recall the peculiar things we observed at the blackbread factory. I suspect they are no longer mere insects. What lies ahead is anyone's guess. Xiao Yao and I merely wish to safeguard our lives, to become more formidable, to endure. The number of awakened humans is steadily increasing, and we are fortunate to be among the foremost. I can assure you that the future will belong to awakened warriors, no matter how powerful the military may be. It cannot impede this truth, unless an unimaginable technological breakthrough occurs." Chu Yunxing responded with a placid tone, "Perhaps you are correct. Yet that does not constitute a reason for you to assist me." Ding Yan leapt down from the ridge and solemnly stated, "You are the most peculiar and extraordinary awakened individual I have ever encountered. Until today, you have never demonstrated any ice or fire abilities, yet with merely a sword, you can vanquish the crimson-armored beetle, and the armor upon you can withstand the fatal blows of the long-faced man. However, that is not the crux of the matter. What is truly significant is that today, you have astonishingly wielded a handgun to unleash the power of dark energy, just as I do. Moreover, your friend Yu Xiao has sustained only minor injuries during the battle with the tentacled creature on that fateful day, despite his evident lack of prowess. Does this not strike you as peculiar?" Remarkably, even the flying insects refrained from tearing him apart on the spot. Chu Yunxing immediately became alert, casting a cold gaze upon him and inquiring, "Have you been observing us all along?" Ding Yan replied calmly, "Any individual with a modicum of attentiveness would have noticed. It is not particularly strange. I previously mentioned the profound impact you have had on us. For me, this impact extends beyond your formidable offensive capabilities at that moment. What truly astonished me was your astonishing ability to recuperate energy so swiftly after having just slain a tentacled creature. This is something I have never witnessed before." Chu Yunxing had not anticipated that Ding Yan's covert observations would yield such insights. However, having resolved to join the escort team, he surmised that his differences would inevitably be detected, and he did not dwell on it excessively. Ding Yan continued, "Neither Xiao Yao nor I seek to uncover your secrets. Each awakened individual possesses their own mysteries, and none wish to have their secrets exposed. We merely desire to collaborate with you. I shall act as an informant, and all we require from you are certain life-saving items akin to those possessed by Yu Xiaohai." Chu Yunxing was inclined to seek an informant, as this would facilitate his tracking endeavors, particularly when confronted with creatures, thus ensuring that he would not lose sight of his target in the midst of combat. Nonetheless, he harbored significant reservations regarding Ding Yan. Were it Yao Xiang, he might have been more inclined to trust. Yet, with Ding Yan, he sensed an underlying insincerity. Ding Yan chuckled self-deprecatingly. "Brother Chu, I realize you harbor some skepticism towards me. However, I am left with no choice. I cannot allow Yao Xiang to become an informant. He is a fervent cultivator and a man of integrity. If he were to go, it would not be long before he is discovered, and his life would be in jeopardy. Tell me, Brother Chu, do you truly believe I have any reason to deceive you? Chu Yunxing paused, reflecting on the statement. Indeed. There was little incentive for Ding Yin to mislead him. Ding Yin could easily bypass him to approach the military directly and devise a plan for his own escape, rendering any additional maneuvers unnecessary, particularly the decision to keep Yao Xiang close. With this understanding, Chu Yunxing chose to remain silent, sealing a few Lu Jia talismans that would not deplete much of his energy. Furthermore, these talismans could conceal his life essence within their seals, allowing him to shatter them at a crucial moment. However, he was not yet ready to provide Ding Yin with the fire soldier talismans that would enhance his pistol's power, as his trust in Ding Yin was still insufficient. That could be addressed in due time. With a smile, Chu Yunxing said, "Let us hope for a fruitful collaboration." Ding Yin patted Yao Xiang on the shoulder and nodded. "May the three of us reach Jinling City safely." Yao Xiang had remained silent, seemingly placing great trust in Ding Yin. Chu Yunxing found no amusement in probing into their past experiences, but he surmised that their journey had not been devoid of challenges. At this juncture, having reached an agreement with Ding Yin, Yao Xiang exclaimed joyfully, "Brother Chu, you are truly remarkable. You know, I dream of cultivating to that level." Shaking his head, Chu Yunsheng resumed his seat on the ridge alongside the two individuals, articulating, "In the spirit of our collaboration, I shall be forthright. I can furnish you with an energy shield akin to that of the Crimson Beetle, albeit with temporal constraints. The potency of the defense is directly proportional to your individual capabilities, yet it should suffice to withstand the simultaneous assault of two Crimson Beetles. However, an encounter with three would pose a considerable hazard." Even Ding Yin, who had been speculating about Chu Yunsheng's abilities, was taken aback upon hearing this. To date, he had not encountered anyone capable of fabricating such an energy shield. Defenses typically relied on the manipulation of ice and fire, with ice-wielding warriors generally possessing superior defense and fire-wielding warriors excelling in offense. Disregarding their astonishment, Chu Yunsheng pressed on, cognizant of the urgency. "As you are now aware, I am resolute in my determination to eliminate the long-faced man and avenge my brother. However, he possesses formidable abilities, precluding a successful ambush. Furthermore, he is surrounded by a coterie of loyal confederates. To eliminate him, we must first neutralize these individuals." Ding Yin toyed with his firearm, inquiring, "How do you intend to neutralize them?" Chu Yunsheng scoffed, retorting, "Commander Du will soon assemble all elite forces and depart from the populace. Their journey of hundreds of kilometers to Jinling City will expose them to a myriad of monsters, inevitably resulting in casualties. Once they have been sufficiently weakened, I shall covertly target their members during combat, compromising their defenses or impeding their evasion, thereby indirectly causing their demise at the hands of the monsters." Ding Yin nodded and remarked, "This approach is quite commendable. However, we must judiciously select the location for the assassination. We cannot act too close to Jinling City, nor can we initiate our plans prematurely. We must assess their casualties, and when the time is right, I shall devise a method to relay this intelligence to you. Based on your capabilities, you will determine the opportune moment to strike." Chu Yunxing smiled, appreciating the convenience of having an insider. In a bid to save time, he produced some canned goods and bread, offering them to Ding Yin and Yao Xiang to consume while he swiftly crafted a 6-Jia talisman, concealing his presence. To the astonishment of the two, he sealed the talisman upon them without further explanation. As Ding Yin had noted, every awakened individual harbors their own secrets. "I require a crossbow or a bow. Do you know if there is an archery club in Kuan City?" Chu Yunxing inquired, harboring a flicker of hope. Ding Yin pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "I am familiar with many clubs in Kuan City, but I have not heard of any specifically for archery. If it is absolutely necessary, you and Yao Xiang could infiltrate the city. There should be some locals who have yet to escape, and they may have information. Additionally, I will leave markers along the way, so you need not worry about losing your path." With a sigh, Chu Yunxing conceded, "It seems we have no choice but to proceed this way. Time is of the essence. Let us act." Ding Yin brushed off the dirt from his clothes and stated, "I will first seek refuge with Captain Du. You two can follow closely behind. Do take care to maintain your distance." Perhaps Ding Yin's confidence is but a trivial matter, or perhaps he seeks to exchange for greater treasures in the future. Such uncertainties are difficult to ascertain. Chapter 55. Urban Jungle under the protection of tanks and armored vehicles. Captain Du's elite team maneuvered away from the crowd, heading towards Jinling City. Chu Yunxing, concerned about lagging behind, took out a motorcycle trailing behind with Yu Xiang. They had not traveled far when Captain Du's team encountered the first wave of attacks from the Red Beetles. With their formidable firepower and nearly 40 awakened warriors, the mere dozen beetles posed little threat, resulting in only one ordinary soldier's death and several injuries among them. This, however, benefited Chu Yunxing, as those beetles provided ample opportunity to replenish his supply of spirit capture talismans. As they journeyed, sporadic beetles appeared, causing the entire team to progress at a sluggish pace. By around 8 p.m., they were expected to arrive at Kunqing according to the map. What lay before the troops and Chu Yunxing was not merely a concrete jungle, but a breathtaking, unfamiliar landscape of towering vegetation forming a mixed jungle. Chu Yunxing recognized these colossal trees from his visit to the bakery. They soared to heights unseen on Earth, shrouded in a green mist that glimmered with an eerie luminescence, reminiscent of a monstrous beast lurking, waiting to ensnare those who ventured too close. Biting down, Chu Yunxing cautiously followed. Upon entering the city, he was immediately enveloped by the surrounding verdant mist. The mist seemed innocuous, eliciting no reaction from the six, merely creating a sense of bewilderment. The clamorous throngs of people were long left behind, and the bizarre urban jungle was eerily tranquil and ominous. Some trees bore branches emitting a pale luminescence, adorned with glowing, dandelion-like fluff that danced in the air as the tank passed. Other trees were crowned with vibrant, strawberry-like red fruits, each the size of a television, casting an alluring crimson glow. Observing these phenomena, Chu Yunxing nearly mistook the place for an insect hive. The roads were dissected into a labyrinth of ravines by unfamiliar vegetation. Even the tank struggled to navigate the terrain. The motorcycle's noise was too conspicuous, risking detection by the military convoy ahead. Chu Yunxing decided to stow it away, and he and Yao Xiang proceeded on foot. Fortunately, the military convoy's pace was slow, allowing them to keep up. Stout vines ensnared the surrounding skyscrapers, and in some instances, vegetation erupted directly from within the buildings, exposing branches of varying hues. The entire scene evoked the image of an ancient city abandoned millennia ago. The only vestiges that remained familiar to Chu Yunxing were the disarrayed automobiles beneath the buildings and the ubiquitous corpses. Many of the corpses had empty skulls, indicating the presence of insects at some point, though none had been sighted thus far. Chu Yunxing and Yao Xiang cautiously trailed behind the military convoy at a considerable distance, frequently apprehensive about the possibility of an armored beetle or some other unfamiliar creature emerging from the shadows above or around them. Humanity harbors a profound fear of the unknown, particularly during such tumultuous times. Despite having witnessed countless horrific scenes, Chu Yunxing now held his breath, pressed against the trunk of a grand tree, meticulously observing the surrounding environment for any signs of movement. As the military convoy ventured deeper, the haunting echoes of a few distant screams from the heart of the city sent shivers down their spines. The road had become utterly unrecognizable, and the convoy began to navigate around many colossal, uneven plants obstructing their path. The military vehicles halted before a hospital that seemed to belong to a bygone era, leaving one to ponder whether they were there to replenish medical supplies or to send someone ahead to scout the way. Chu Yunxing and Yao Xiang found themselves seated on a reddish, lotus-like root protruding from the ground, where they could even discern fluid flowing within. Behind them stood a real estate agency, its sign barely legible, with the words Central Real Estate faintly visible. Several sheets of housing recommendations were trapped beneath a tangle of transparent vines, boldly advertising the housing market. He stealthily produced a cigarette and casually handed Yao Xiang a bottle of mineral water, keeping a dagger close at hand, fully aware of the precariousness of their situation. At that moment, a piercing scream erupted from the depths of the jungle where the military was stationed. Chu Yunxing gestured for Yao Xiang to remain vigilant, while he cautiously leaned out to peer beyond the military vehicles, straining to locate the source of the unsettling sound. Rustle, rustle. The soldiers adjusted their rifles, aiming at the increasingly distinct and hurried sounds of footsteps emerging from the green mist, uncertain of what monstrous entity might suddenly emerge. Each second ticked away in synchrony with their racing hearts, and Chu Yunxing found it peculiar. Perhaps it was the profound silence of the surroundings that rendered him far more anxious than before. At that moment, something gray and flat, resembling a tattered cloth, surged forth from the fog, possessing a single red eye and measuring half a person's height. It lunged at the last individual in line, unfurling as it enveloped the person's head, tightly binding their upper body. A pain scream echoed from within as the body writhed helplessly, futilely attempting to escape. In mere moments, The upper half was reduced to a pool of blood, while the lower half tumbled to the ground. Soon after, two more of these cloth-like entities burst forth from the mist, lunging at the person in the lead. The soldiers opened fire with fervor, bullets raining down upon the cloth and its intended victims. Chu Yunxing's finger twitched, causing his cigarette but to fall to the ground as he pondered. What in the world is this ghastly thing? Such a death was enough to instill terror. However, it seemed that this entity's defensive capabilities were not as formidable as those of the armored beetle. Amidst the hail of gunfire, two of the cloth-like figures were finally pierced and fell to the ground, while one managed to breach the barrage of bullets and lunge towards a soldier atop an armored vehicle. Yet, before it could unleash its attack, a fire-wielding warrior from the vehicle incinerated it into a blazing inferno. Before they could catch their breath, the sound of gunfire summoned even more trouble. Amidst the green mist, a multitude of crimson eyes flickered into view. Chu Yunxing heard the commanding shout of Captain Du, "Retreat." The tanks roared as they pivoted to the left, while the ice warriors began to unleash their chilling aura, and the fire warriors, stationed atop the vehicles, readied themselves for the impending assault. As Chu Yunxing watched with mounting tension, he suddenly felt Yao Xiang tugging at him. Instinctively, he pivoted his body and followed Yao Xiang's pointed finger, gasping in horror as he spotted at least 4 or 5 crimson eyes fixated on them. Without hesitation, he raised his Qinbi sword, leaped into action, and thrust forward. It was imperative to eliminate these creatures with utmost swiftness, lest they alert the swarm ahead or attract the attention of the military convoy. The creatures possessed minimal defensive capability, and Chu Yunxing's sword pierced through effortlessly, the fabric ensnaring the Qianbi sword and even his forearm. Drawing upon the sword's elemental energy, he unleashed a forceful strike that shattered the creature in an instant. However, others swiftly followed suit, their speed formidable. Chu Yunxing, wary of alarming the looming horde and the military's discovery, refrained from evasive maneuvers. He managed to cleave through 2 more before another creature enveloped his head. Immediately, he felt the resistance of the 6 armor talisman as the creature emitted a strange, corrosive mist that hissed menacingly, eroding his battle armor. Overcome by a sense of suffocation and alarm, he gripped the exterior of the creature tightly and pulled with all his might, but to his dismay, it would not budge. In a moment of desperation, Chu Yunxing thrust the 1,000-piercing sword vertically and forcefully sliced through the outer fabric, forcibly breaking the creature's encasement. Chapter 56. The City of Mist. To his astonishment, 4 out of 5 monsters lunged towards him, while only one flew toward Yao Xiang. Just as Chu Yunxing managed to tear free from the fabric, Yao Xiang had already dispatched the creature with his firewall slash. Without pausing to assess any injuries, Chu Yunxing pulled Yao Xiang tightly against the wall behind them, for ahead loomed hundreds of crimson eyes, hundreds of such monsters. Although this creature possessed feeble defenses, it could fly and was remarkably swift. Once it enveloped its victim's head, it immediately released a strange, suffocating mist. Moreover, prolonged exposure could lead to asphyxiation. Chu Yunxing even sensed that if it weren't for the 6 armor talisman, the creature would attempt to inject something into his body. What did it mean to be besieged by hundreds? Even if one were unafraid of being reduced to mere blood, suffocation would surely claim a life. A shiver ran down Chu Yunxing's spine as he huddled behind the wall, terrified to make a move. Fortunately, Captain Du's team drew the attention of the creatures away from him. Although he dared not peek out again, he could hear the thunderous gunfire and the cacophony of anguished screams. He wondered if Ding Yin might encounter danger. Chu Yunxing believed that as long as he did not fall behind, the 6 armor talisman would safeguard his life. As the sounds gradually receded, Chu Yunxing and Yao Xiang crouched low, cautiously scanning their surroundings to ensure no red eyes remained, before finally exhaling in relief. Ignoring the presence of Yao Xiang beside him, Chu Yunxing activated the spatial talisman to collect the corpses of several monsters strewn across the ground. He intended to study them when time permitted. For the more he understood these creatures, the greater his chances of survival. Yao Xiang stared at the vanishing monsters with his mouth agape, seemingly torn between the desire to inquire of Chu Yunxing and the fear of doing so, his discomfort palpable. Chu Yunxing, however, chose not to elaborate. Some matters only became more convoluted with discussion. He swiftly gathered the monster remains and led the way, stealthily making his way along the military's evasive route. Along the journey, he collected any monster carcasses he encountered, while ignoring those he could not reach in time. In addition to the monsters, he also spotted several half-bodies of soldiers and 1 or 2 corpses of long-faced companions, indicating significant losses for Captain Du's team. The distinction between the soldiers in their uniforms and the ordinary civilians was quite clear. Fortunately, he did not come across Ding Yan's body, which alleviated some of the worry for both Chu Yunxing and Yao Xiang. The two dared not venture too close. Captain Du's squad had engaged in fierce combat against the monsters and gradually faded into the mist. Chu Yunxing's night vision goggles failed to detect them, leaving him to follow a general direction while slowly searching for the agreed-upon markers with Ding Yan. When he finally caught sight of Captain Du's convoy again, a wave of dread washed over him as he realized that both he and Captain Du had lost their way. The urban jungle thickened with dense green mist the deeper they ventured, and although many plants emitted a miraculous glow, preventing the darkness found outside, it seemed that within the fog, there was no discernible direction. The once orderly streets of the city lay in disarray, with towering buildings seemingly isolated within a shroud of mist. Even with Chu Yunxing's preparation of a national city map from the Age of Sunshine, he found himself unable to discern his surroundings. A sense of unease began to creep into his heart. Had this been Shin City, his familiarity with the structures would have enabled him to navigate the roads and directions with ease. However, in this unfamiliar city, how could he possibly orient himself? He was too anxious to meticulously document his route, constantly fearing the lurking presence of numerous crimson-eyed monsters around him. It appeared that Captain Du in front was grappling with a similar predicament, having come to a complete halt, perhaps deliberating on a strategy. Yao Xiang, holding the map that Chu Yunxing had provided, marked the nearest building, the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, Backstreet Branch. He suggested, "Brother Chu, I think we should seek out a local. Didn't we notice several people hiding inside the buildings while we were aimlessly wandering with them?" Chu Yunxing had indeed contemplated this notion, but he had also considered that Captain Du's unit belonged to an elite force. He had assumed they would not be so lost, especially since their armored vehicle housed a contingent of so-called scientists. Surely they must possess some utility? Yet, the reality was that Captain Du and his team were undeniably lost, likely even more anxious than Chu Yunxing. At Yao Xiang's remark, a sudden shock coursed through Chu Yunxing. In the past, whenever the military passed through, civilians would invariably emerge from all directions, following the troops. Yet, he and Captain Du had traversed several laps without a single soul trailing behind. It was evident that there were indeed people within some of those buildings. Why was that? Chu Yunxing's mind was in a state of turmoil. This city shrouded in mist appeared even more bizarre and sinister than the terrifying city teeming with creeping creatures. It was indeed imperative to consult a local. He instinctively touched his belly. After running a few laps in trepidation alongside Captain Du, hunger gnawed at him. It was fortunate that they could find a place to eat. And with Ding Yan around, there was no need to worry excessively about losing track of Captain Du. Chu Yunxing led Yao Xiang down a side street, turning into a quaint CAF known as Shandao. With utmost caution, he skillfully used his Qianbi sword to deftly unlock the door and slipped inside. The CAF was not in complete disarray. Against the inner wall, a thick vine-like plant, as wide as a bowl, grew from the ground, climbing upwards. Its bulbous protrusions faintly glowing with a soft white light, casting a dim ambience over the space. After a thorough inspection of both floors to ensure safety, Chu Yunxing and Yao Xiang settled on a sofa and hastily devoured the assortment of food Chu Yunxing had brought. Yao Xiang chuckled. "It has been ages since I indulged in such a lavish meal." After finishing a bottle of water, Chu Yunxing instructed, "You should take a short nap after eating. Then it will be my turn. In half an hour, we must set off and inquire about the situation." Yao Xiang nodded. "It's a good thing you mentioned it. I was feeling a bit drowsy." The two engaged in a few more light exchanges before Yao Xiang leaned back on the sofa, drifting into a drowsy slumber. With this thought, Chu Yunxing straightened up and checked the state of the 6th Jia talisman, discovering that its vital energy had indeed diminished significantly, far exceeding the usual consumption levels. This indicates that the peculiar mist emitted by this creature possesses the capability to dismantle the protective energy barrier. Chu Yunxing suddenly recalled that while he was following the captain in circles, he not only did not encounter a single red beetle, but instead came across numerous long-dead red beetle corpses. He had collected many of these remains, intending to use them for refining armor in the future. He took out the corpses of the red beetles once more for a meticulous examination. The manner of their demise was not due to human fire or ice attacks. Most of them were headless, and their bodies had significantly melted. Upon further reflection, he had also discovered many corpses of the red-eyed creatures in the vicinity. Could it be that this horde of red-eyed monsters had exterminated the red beetles? If this supposition holds true, then the bizarre mist of the red-eyed creatures must indeed be capable of obliterating the energy defenses of the red beetles. Chu Yunxing's heart began to race uncontrollably. The primary reason he struggled against the overwhelming numbers of red beetles and tentacle monsters was their formidable energy barrier. With this revelation, he immediately retrieved the corpse of a red-eyed creature, preparing to conduct an experiment. Chapter 57. The choice. The red-eyed creatures, when fully extended, could reach up to 2 meters in length, their bodies resembling a gray canvas adorned with interwoven dark red sinews. Atop their heads rested an eyeball the size of a mouse, which turned a brownish gray upon death. Below the eye, a large central area was filled with writhing appendages resembling the core of a flower. Chu Yunxing meticulously examined the red-eyed creature, even flipping it over and stomping on it several times, yet he could not elicit the mist he sought. Did the demise of the crimson-eyed monster lead to the dissipation of the mist? Chu Yunxing pondered momentarily, then retrieved the essence absorption talisman, attempting to draw forth the monster's vital energy. In a brief span, faint icy patterns emerged on the talisman, amounting to merely 1/5 of its capacity, whereas a single scarlet beetle could yield an entire flame pattern of energy, indicating that the vitality of the crimson-eyed monster was significantly inferior to that of the beetle. Chu Yunxing speculated that this disparity might also account for the monster's considerably weaker defensive capabilities compared to the scarlet beetle. Generally, ice energy offers superior defense against fire energy at equivalent levels. However, when the difference is so pronounced, the variance becomes substantial. Furthermore, the crimson-eyed monster lacked a robust shell for protection. Nevertheless, the elusive mist remained unfound. The essence absorption talisman exhibited no reaction to the pure ice or fire energies, suggesting a lack of responsiveness to other forms. Conceiving a new strategy, Chu Yunxing stowed the talisman and unsealed the battle armor talisman, attempting to infuse the crimson-eyed monster's carcass into the armor. The armor remained inert, showing no inclination to absorb this tattered entity composed entirely of insect shell. Conversely, the thousand-slicing sword whirled aloft, extracting slender wisps of blue mist from the corpse of the crimson-eyed monster, which was precisely what Chu Yunxing had been seeking. The mist emanating from the deceased creature was scant. He released all the crimson-eyed monster bodies for the thousand-slicing sword to extract from, but the output was minimal, leaving him somewhat disheartened. Within the scarlet blade of the thousand-slicing sword, faint blue ripples emerged, scarcely discernible unless one observed closely. The materialization talisman yielded a ready supply of red beetle carcasses. Chu Yunxing attempted to cleave the beetle's exoskeleton with the thousand-split sword, yet the sharpness remained unchanged, devoid of any enhancement. This indicated that the blue mist could merely serve to breach the layers of vital energy defense. Unfortunately, he could not locate any red beetles for experimentation at present. Glancing at the drowsy Yao Xiang, he ultimately abandoned the idea of testing the sword on the 6-armored talisman, fearing that he might misjudge his strength and inadvertently harm Yao Xiang. Moreover, considering that the thousand-split sword had absorbed minimal mist, the results of such an experiment would likely be inconclusive. It seemed prudent to wait until he could encounter more red-eyed creatures in the future. However, contemplating those swarming red-eyed monsters, Chu Yunxing felt a twinge of trepidation about provoking them. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside, prompting Chu Yunxing to hastily stow away the items on the ground within the materialization talisman, neglecting to activate his battle armor. A group of men and women surged through the entrance, and upon spotting Chu Yunxing and Yao Xiang, they paused in astonishment. Startled awake, Yao Xiang sprang up from the sofa, instinctively adopting a combat stance. There were 9 individuals in total, 5 men, 3 women, and a child of about 10 years old. 4 of them brandished long iron rods, while another 4, in pairs, wielded a red beetle's shell as a makeshift shield. The child carried the half-corpse of a small dog on their back. Chu Yunxing offered a benevolent smile, judging by their appearance. They seemed to be local inhabitants who had survived here for quite some time, as evidenced by the prominent urban management insignia emblazoned on the back of one person's cotton coat. He and Yao Xiang were eager to engage with the locals to glean information about the perplexing green mist enveloping Kuan City. These individuals exhibited a remarkable vigilance towards Chu Yunxing and Yao Xiang, promptly positioning the shell of an insect before them and brandishing a long iron rod outward. Seemingly hesitant to step back, Chu Yunxing gestured towards himself and Yao Xiang, offering a dry chuckle as he initiated conversation. "We are merely passing through, taking a moment of respite here. This is my friend." At that moment, neither Chu Yunxing nor Yao Xiang possessed any noteworthy weaponry. Chu Yunxing's armor had yet to activate, and Yao Xiang, as usual, was unarmed, relying solely on his bare hands for combat. Moreover, their appearance was not particularly menacing. and with Chu Yunsheng voluntarily clarifying their intentions. The group of individuals visibly relaxed, though they did not lower a single weapon. One woman raised her head slightly and coldly remarked, "Since you are merely passing through, let us adhere to a principle of non-interference. You stay on the left, and we will remain on the right." The CAF center featured a circular platform adorned with a piano, effectively delineating the two sides. Chu Yunsheng nodded, intending to continue the dialogue. But the opposing party had already retreated to the right side of the circular platform, seemingly disinclined to engage further with Chu Yunsheng and his companion. Exchanging a resigned smile with Yao Xiang, they recognized the heightened fragility and sensitivity of human nerves in the current climate. Mutual suspicion over the potential for food theft was entirely reasonable. However, they were evidently in possession of half a dog's worth of meat, rendering them cautious around these unfamiliar individuals. Nonetheless, Chu Yunsheng was unwilling to concede. The two urgently needed to gather information before proceeding to follow Captain Du. Casting his gaze across the table laden with food, he casually seized 2 half-opened bags of biscuits and 2 pieces of sakama that had yet to be tidied away. Chu Yunsheng intended to utilize the food as a means of exchange, as this approach seemed to be the most effective under the circumstances. As he stepped onto the platform, the cafe door was violently kicked open with a resounding crash. A disheveled man brandishing a crimson beetle's blade-like leg stormed in, emanating a chilling aura, followed by 2 women. Simultaneously, several shadowy figures shattered the windows, their crimson eyes gleaming ominously. Alarmed, Chu Yunsheng swiftly retreated, activating his battle armor and drawing his thousand-flay sword. Standing shoulder to shoulder with Yao Xiang, the 9 individuals who had entered earlier hastily erected their carapaces and extended long iron rods, retreating with practiced efficiency. The red-eyed monsters did not immediately assail the disheveled man, but instead charged erratically, causing one of the elder women to flee in terror. A red-eyed monster abruptly accelerated, pouncing upon the woman, enveloping her and carrying her away to the left. The man, aghast, seized the other woman and leaped forward, shouting "Mom." At that moment, several more swooped down, targeting the younger woman. She only managed a desperate cry of "Ayu, husband," before being ensnared, instantly separating her from the man. He froze in his tracks, a world apart. Even Chu Yunsheng, who had witnessed countless human insect battles, was stunned. The fallacy of the sunlight era was now vividly displayed before him, stark and merciless. The crimson-eyed creature's miasma would swiftly bring death to anyone enveloped within. The disheveled man faced an agonizing decision that demanded immediate resolution, whether to rescue his mother or his wife. Propelled by a surge of momentum, Chu Yunsheng launched himself from the sofa's backrest, his figure a blur as he darted toward the elder woman. He urgently called out to the long-haired man, imploring him to save his wife. His immediate action stemmed not only from the heart-wrenching nature of the dilemma, which resonated deeply within him as if he were experiencing it firsthand, but also from the fact that it presented the optimal moment for his assault. With only 4 creatures remaining to patrol the airspace above, he and Yao Xiang were confident in their ability to manage them, barring any unforeseen circumstances. The edge of the Qianbai sword grazed the crimson-eyed monster perched atop the older woman's head, tearing a sizable gash. Yao Xiang followed suit, forcefully yanking the creature down. With that threat neutralized, Chu Yunsheng inverted the Qianbai sword, transitioning from a slicing to an upward sweeping motion, striking a crimson-eyed monstrosity that lunged toward him. A surge of yuan qi rent its central nervous system, delivering a fatal blow. At this juncture, the man had snapped out of his stupor. Witnessing Chu Yunsheng's dispatch of the monster menacing his mother, he lunged toward his wife, unleashing frigid energy in an attempt to freeze and kill the creature. With a subtle flourish, Chu Yunsheng shook off the lifeless crimson-eyed monster from his blade, landing firmly on the ground. Simultaneously, the remaining 2 crimson-eyed monsters pounced, launching their assault. He leaped sideways, sword raised overhead, cleaving down upon one of the monstrous creatures, slicing it in 2. The other creature lunged but missed, veering to attempt another assault, only to be met with a barrage of firewheel slashes unleashed by Yao Xiang, forcing it to retreat until it was ultimately incinerated. After dispatching 4 of the fiends, the man, in a desperate effort, managed to remove the creature clinging to his wife's head. Trembling, he held her close. Her face was a grotesque tapestry of torn flesh, and she seemed to be slipping away. Through the window, Chu Yunsheng scanned the surroundings and, finding no other red-eyed monsters approaching, felt a flicker of relief. The toxic miasma emitted by the red-eyed beasts possessed a lethality that far exceeded his worst fears. The man's wife could only utter a single, sorrowful plea, "You must survive," before her breath faded. His mother, too, could not endure for long. Her trachea had melted away, rendering her speechless. She clutched her son's hand with desperate intensity, her unblinking eyes fixed upon him, conveying a blend of longing and concern, until she finally succumbed. The man choked on his grief, burying his face in his disheveled hair, his hands clutching the back of his head. He emitted heart-wrenching, muffled cries, racked with anguish as he painfully tore at his own hair, pulling away blood-soaked strands of scalp. His heart shattered. To choose between saving his wife or his mother resulted in the same tragic outcome. He could save neither, whether in an age of darkness or one of light. Nothing is more agonizing than witnessing the death of one's dearest loved ones, while remaining utterly powerless to intervene. Silently, Chu Yunsheng gathered the remains of the fallen creatures. As he retrieved a corpse near the man seized it, ravenously tearing into the monster. He erupted with feral energy, charging out into the verdant fog, bellowing, "Come on, you beasts, devour me. Why do you hesitate?" Yao Xiang retrieved the biscuits and provisions Chu Yunsheng had dropped. Approaching the group, he earnestly inquired, "Greetings, are you local to this area?" Perhaps subdued by Chu Yunsheng and Yao Xiang's martial prowess, or swayed by Yao Xiang's sincere tone, the group responded without their earlier frigidity. The woman at the fore nodded slightly, replying, "Indeed. If you're merely passing through, I surmise I know your query." Gesturing towards a man, she continued, "He, too, entered Kuan City from beyond. I understand your bewilderment, but we are unable to assist you, for none may escape the mist." Startled, Chu Yunsheng promptly asked, "What do you mean?" With a rueful smile, the woman explained, "Following the sun's disappearance, insects emerged, causing widespread death. Soon after, a dense mist engulfed the city, its origin unknown. Then, these peculiar plants and monsters materialized. Eventually, the insects were eradicated by the creatures within the mist. Yet, before we could rejoice, these monsters began to relentlessly assault humanity. We attempted to flee, but discovered we could not navigate beyond the mist confines, even with maps. Involuntarily, Chu Yunsheng questioned, "And why is that?" The woman scoffed, replying, "Why? Had we been aware, we would not be hiding here." He then remarked with a hint of implication, "It is not merely ordinary individuals. Even the awakened among humanity find themselves ensnared in the fog. They either perish within its depths or flounder aimlessly like headless flies in search of an exit, yet no one has ever been heard of escaping." A chill enveloped Chu Yunsheng's heart. If one cannot emerge from the fog, how could he ever reach Jinling City? How could he seek out his aunt? Was he destined to be trapped in this city for eternity? Yao Xiang's countenance mirrored the gloom. No one desires to be ensnared in this place. There must be a way. Chu Yunsheng reassured himself fervently. He could not afford to lose hope. The fog must possess some peculiar essence that obstructs the exit. And if he could unearth these anomalies, he would surely discover a way out. Mysteries often arise from the unknown and the unfamiliar. Once he grasped the reasons behind it all, hope would surely blossom. It was imperative that he elevate his own standing without delay. Otherwise, if the exit remained undiscovered, he might very well meet his end first. Contemplating Commander Du and the others, a notion struck Chu Yunsheng. Why not initiate a preemptive strike against the tall-faced men? After all, who could say when an exit might be found? This realm was unlike the simple darkness outside. There, one could merely shine a flashlight and be revealed. Yet here, within the green fog, the penetration of light was significantly diminished, and night vision equipment proved ineffective, rendering it an ideal location for an ambush. Chu Yunsheng speculated that Captain Du must be feeling more anxious than himself, diligently searching for an exit and exploring every avenue. He followed closely behind, thinking that if they were to find an escape route, it would spare him considerable effort and worry, especially since they had scientists whose intellect would surely surpass his own. Furthermore, should Captain Du and his team encounter any formidable creatures, he could launch a surprise attack. Once Captain Du retreated from the battlefield, he would be able to collect a plethora of monster corpses to refine talismans and enhance his strength. With this plan solidified in his mind, Chu Yunsheng felt less frantic. He recalled that he was still in need of a bow and, filled with hope, inquired, "By the way, do you know of any places in Kuan City that sell bows or crossbows, perhaps a club?" Noticing the silence from the group, he seized a biscuit from Yao Xiang's hand and tempted them. "If you lead me to such a place, I will reward you with 3 bags of these biscuits." Suddenly, a man from the crowd leaped forward and readily agreed, but then posed a question. "I know of a club that has bows, but it is a perilous place. Are you brave enough to go? Chu Yunxing, exercising caution, asked solemnly, what kind of danger are we talking about? The man replied, it's not merely the red-eyed monsters. It's a gang of ruthless individuals. They have awakened warriors and firearms, and it is said that when they run out of food, they resort to cannibalism. This place was once a prestigious club in Kuan City, but has now become their stronghold. Unwilling to invite unnecessary trouble, Chu Yunxing pondered for a moment before asking, aside from that location, do you know of any other places that sell bows? The man shook his head and said, this is the only place I know. I have never seen another. Chu Yunxing clenched his teeth, resolved to first ascertain the true strength of those individuals before making any plans. He nodded and declared, very well. This half bag of biscuits shall serve as a deposit. Take me there, and if they truly exist, I shall reward you with another 2.5 bags. The man leading the way was surnamed Wan, named Wan Gurong. He informed Chu Yunxing that during the era of sunshine, he served as a city management officer, making him intimately familiar with this area. When the red beetles arrived, he had been unable to escape, subsequently becoming ensnared in the fog. He cautioned Chu Yunxing not to wander aimlessly, as it was easy to lose one's direction in the mist. Wan Gurong stealthily guided Chu Yunxing and Yao Xiang to the lower level of a telecommunications office, where the street sign read Wanshou Road. Ahead lay a thick wall of fog, so dense that the scenery beyond was entirely obscured. The mist density vastly exceeded that of the places they had traversed earlier. While tailing Captain Du, Chu Yunxing and Yao Xiang had crossed such fog walls several times, each instance rendering Captain Du's whereabouts indiscernible. They eventually located Ding Yan's mark after much effort, only to find them again in a bewildering manner. Wan Gurong cautiously remarked, be careful to follow me. Do not stray, and led the charge into the fog wall. Chu Yunxing and Yao Xiang followed closely behind. Having traversed the mist barrier, the trio found themselves in a plaza, distinguished by a long-abandoned fountain at its center, with a department store looming in the background. Close by, a road sign lay askew on the adjacent street, starkly reading, Renmin Road. How can this be? Chu Yunxing mused, it was Wanshou Road just moments ago. Suddenly, Yao Xiang exclaimed from behind, Brother Chu, I understand now. Understand what? Chu Yunxing inquired, perplexed. Yao Xiang, map in hand, approached and circled Wanshou Road. Then did the same for Renmin Road far in the city center. Drawing a straight line between the two, he turned to Chu Yunxing, eyes wide with astonishment. Look, he said, by passing through this mist barrier, we've jumped several kilometers. No wonder we emerged from the park last time to find ourselves in front of an ICBC branch. I was puzzled then, but seeing Captain Du and the others made me forget about it. At that moment, Wan Gurong interjected in a hushed tone, keep your voices down. You'll understand in due time. For now, know that the entire city of Kuanqing has been divided into 9 sections by these mists. No one has ever managed to escape these 9 mistbound areas. Chu Yunxing was taken aback, pointing to the mist barrier behind them. 9 sections? Are they all separated by these mist barriers? Wan Gurong solemnly circled another location on the lower part of the map. Chu Yunxing, feeling a throbbing in his head, stared blankly at the circled map, bewildered. What in the world is going on? Yao Xiang chimed in. How do you know so much about this? Wan Gurong chuckled softly. The mist has shrouded Kuan City for quite some time. In our quest for sustenance, we scoured every nook and cranny. In my previous role as a city management officer, I was quite attuned to directional nuances, so I took it upon myself to keep meticulous records. Yet, the complexity of this phenomenon eludes me. I am merely a city officer, devoid of extensive education, and thus I struggle to comprehend its underlying patterns. Chu Yunxing pondered for a moment, his brow furrowed in confusion. Wouldn't traversing each of the 9 regions and documenting the directions elucidate the situation? Wan Gurong sighed, offering an explanation. Initially, we harbored the same notion as you. However, the more we ventured, the more disoriented we became. Many remain ensnared within this labyrinth, oblivious to their fates. It was only later that we discerned a pattern. Approximately every 12 hours, the configurations shift. For instance, just now, we crossed from Wanshou Road to Renmin Road. Yet, in 2 hours, it may no longer be Renmin Road. It could transform into Dongfang Road, or perhaps even Donghai Road. No one knows for certain. The realization struck Chu Yunxing like a cold wave. This meant that every 12 hours, the entire Misty City reconfigures itself anew. At that moment, a distant shriek pierced the air, startling the trio. Wan Gurong quickly urged, we must hasten our departure. While I am still familiar with this path, we should move swiftly. In 2 hours, when the pattern shifts, we may well lose our way. Before them lay a narrow stream, and not far to the right stood a low bridge, obstructed by a haphazard array of small vehicles, half hidden in the green mist. At that moment, a cannon barrel emerged from the distant mist, followed by the vague silhouette of a tank. With no time to evade, Chu Yunqing swiftly retracted his combat armor, pulled his woolen hat over his head, and retreated to the side with Yu Xiang and Wan Gurong. It was Commander Du and his company. The tank slowly advanced onto the narrow bridge. Chu Yunqing turned his body, feigning a conversation with Yao Xiang, who was also wearing a thick hat. His heart pounded in his chest, never expecting to encounter them before even initiating the ambush. The treads of the three tanks nearly crushed the roof of the small car as they passed, emitting a grating sound. The soldiers atop the tanks appeared dispirited, jostling with the vehicle's movement. The infantry fighting vehicle that followed carried the long-faced man's cohorts, who were drowsy and listless. Neither Commander Du nor the long-faced man was visible, leading Chu Yunqing to surmise they were inside the armored vehicle. However, he did spot Ding Yin, whom Yao Xiang was most concerned about, sitting in the last infantry fighting vehicle, chewing on something incessantly. Suddenly, a soldier leaped from the vehicle, brandishing a submachine gun, and approached the trio. Chu Yunqing's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately signaled to Yao Xiang, whispering, "Prepare for a fight. Remember, engage if you can, flee if you must." Wan Gurong, overhearing their impending confrontation with the military, felt his legs weaken with fear. Fortunately, Chu Yunqing steadied him. Just then, a man emerged from the armored vehicle, announcing, "Food will be served after crossing the bridge. Those still alive, registered to receive rations." The trio of Chu Yunqing breathed a sigh of relief. Evading detection was paramount, as any awareness of their presence would significantly impede their planned ambush. They hastened across the low bridge, heading directly towards the mist-laden barrier opposite them. Regrettably, today's update is somewhat delayed. There will be another update this evening. Chapter 60. Resolute Wan Gurong escorted Chu Yunqing and Lu Xiang to a 3-story building, formerly an upscale club. A tattered sign on the second floor, bearing the word archery, was still barely discernible. The sight of several dismembered corpses hanging upside down in front of the entrance was a gruesome and unsettling spectacle. Anxious about the ruthless individuals inside, Wan Gurong hastily departed with the remaining biscuits promised by Chu Yunqing, cautioning them to exercise extreme vigilance. Chu Yunqing and Yao Xiang stealthily followed a thick, water pipe-like vine to the rear of the building. Visibility was severely limited by the dense fog, and the club's windows were darkly tinted. Descending from the vine, they encountered a perimeter wall, beyond which lay the club's back entrance and a row of carports with their roofs torn off, exposing jagged steel pipes. Retrieving the bow was non-negotiable. Chu Yunqing would not hesitate at this juncture, as he needed to expedite his search for a way out of the city and could not afford to squander time. Activating his battle armor and unsheathing the 1,000-refined sword, Chu Yunqing alighted nimbly from the tree. Vaulting over the compound wall, he was poised to slip in through the back entrance when a commotion erupted from the rooftop. Instantly, Chu Yunqing sought cover behind a minibus. A woman's figure appeared at the roof's edge, her long hair swirling wildly about her, her garments torn asunder, revealing the white undergarments beneath. A man's voice, laced with drawn-out tones and a mocking cadence, echoed, "Run? Why don't you keep running? You worthless thing. Don't you know what's good for you? Serving us brothers would be as simple as keeping a dog. But if you provoke me, it'll be rape first, then murder. And then we'll feast on your flesh." A chorus of lewd laughter followed. Chu Yunqing, from his vantage point, could not discern the woman's expression, but he perceived her tremble. She then falteringly mounted the rooftop railing, declaring with resolve, "Not all women are so debased. I would rather die." With these words, she leapt outward, plummeting like a kite severed from its string. She crashed onto the sharp steel pipes below, her body instantly impaled, blood gushing forth, staining the long pipes and the frigid ground crimson. The woman's head twisted in Chu Yunqing's direction, revealing her delicate features, a mere meter away. Her eyes, filled with a defiant refusal to succumb to humiliation even in death, seemed to fixate on Chu Yunqing, unyielding in their open stare. A thought flashed through Chu Yunqing's mind. Such a woman of unwavering fortitude exists in this world. Then, figures slid down the drain pipes from the 3rd floor with astonishing speed, leading Chu Yunqing to believe they were most likely awakened warriors. He had initially harbored doubts about Wan Gurong's words, deeming the notion of cannibalism too fantastical. Surely, humanity had not deteriorated to such an extent. However, at this moment, he found himself increasingly persuaded, gripping his sword tightly. The woman's lifeless body lay less than a meter away, and once someone arrived to collect the corpse, his presence would inevitably be discovered. Chu Yunxing resolved not to overthink it. With such a malevolent individual, any further negotiation was superfluous. The most straightforward course of action was to charge in and seize the bow. He vividly recalled the incident involving the bald man and the fourth sister, where those individuals had resorted to violence at the slightest provocation, intent on ending his life. In these dark times, human hearts were exceedingly fragile. A moment's hesitation could render one a target, eliminated without the slightest justification. Chu Yunxing was determined not to find himself in such a passive position again. He held his breath as two figures descended, while another remained motionless upstairs. The Qianpi sword trailed behind him, waiting silently like a leopard poised to pounce. He observed the two men as they approached the woman, seemingly oblivious to the peril surrounding them. The man in front shifted slightly, allowing him a clear view of Chu Yunxing wielding his sword, an icy chill emanating from him. Yet, Chu Yunxing was swifter. He shot upwards like a bullet, the crimson light of his sword slicing through the air, and the man's head fell with a thud, accompanied by the severed end of a steel pipe. The shock in the man's dying gaze was unmistakable. At that moment, with his sword already in motion and the body suspended in midair, Chu Yunxing took the opportunity to thrust his right foot forward, delivering a powerful kick to the chest of the second man. The impact resonated with a loud thud. Despite the adversary's activation of their fire energy for defense, Chu Yunxing's lightning-swift kick propelled them against the wall, leaving a distinct impression. His foot landing, Chu Yunxing rebounded with renewed vigor, maintaining his rapid assault, denying the opponent any respite. He pinned their neck against the wall with his left foot, the pressure nearly causing their eyes to bulge. Concerned about the potency of their fire energy, he ensured their demise by wielding the thousand-strike sword, piercing through them and the wall in one fluid motion. In rapid succession, Chu Yunxing dispatched two individuals, causing the man on the rooftop to panic and flee indoors. Chu Yunxing shifted his left foot from pressing to stomping, retrieved the thousand-strike sword, and ascended with agility, using the adjacent water pipe as leverage. He scaled the building with remarkable speed. Nearing the rooftop, he seized the railing with his left hand, and with a resolute cry, leaped onto the platform. The vociferous man from before, now in a state of terrified flight, stumbled to the ground upon hearing Chu Yunxing's shout. Chu Yunxing, committed to swift resolution, launched an immediate attack. The man cried out, "Don't kill me. My brother is the boss here." But his pleas were cut short as Chu Yunxing's thousand-strike sword sliced through his neck, causing blood to spurt forth. He was merely an ordinary, unawakened individual. But Chu Yunxing paid it no mind. Whether it be Jiao Dinghua, the bald-headed boss, or any other leader, they were all ordinary men. Anyone who posed a threat to his safety, anyone who forced him to draw his sword, would meet their end. At that juncture, 6 figures emerged from the stairwell, each with a countenance of fierce indignation, as if their very seats had been scorched. Witnessing the demise of the individual beneath Chu Yunxing's blade, a middle-aged man, adorned with a mustache, his face twitching slightly, cried out in anguish, "My brother." Before his words could fully dissipate, he lunged forward. Chu Yunxing, without hesitation, raised his sword to cleave, executing his most trusted and potent swordplay. The middle-aged man unleashed a pair of fists, conjuring a fiery dragon that collided with Chu Yunxing's thousand-cleaving sword. Chu Yunxing retreated a few paces, his sword arcing gracefully behind him. The middle-aged man, however, faltered backward, barely maintaining his balance thanks to the sheer number of his comrades. His expression shifted, and he ground out, "Brothers, this man is ruthless and merciless. If we do not slay him, we shall surely be slain by him. Let us attack together." With that, he led the charge once more. His companions, spurred by his words, surged forward in a united assault. This was precisely the opportunity Chu Yunxing had been awaiting. Had he initiated the attack, his position would have been fixed and exposed, rendering him vulnerable to a coordinated assault. By biding his time and allowing his adversaries to rush forward, their momentum would make it difficult for them to alter their course. Exploiting his superior speed, he could swiftly shift his position, evading their attacks and seizing the advantage to eliminate one of them. No sooner had this thought formed in his mind than Chu Yunxing leaped from his spot, elongating his form as he slipped past the 6 individuals on their left flank. His thousand-cleaving sword, imbued with vital energy, claimed another head. The score now stood at 1-5, bolstering Chu Yunxing's confidence. Furthermore, he had the advantage of Yao Xiang lying in wait, ready to strike them unexpectedly from behind. This group of individuals displayed remarkable cunning. Their collective strike ultimately missed its mark. Aware that they could not match Chu Yunxing's speed, they swiftly adopted a defensive formation, with Ice Element warriors at the forefront and Fire Element warriors positioned behind. Gradually, they advanced upon Chu Yunxing, seemingly intent on a relentless confrontation. Chu Yunsheng, wielding his sword, maneuvered deftly, yet the rooftop was limited in size, and soon he found himself cornered. He resolved that he must face their attacks head-on with a single decisive strike, one that would disregard their onslaught. Relying on the protection offered by his armor and the 6 armor talismans, he prepared to endure their barrage, determined to unleash this strike with the intent of eliminating another adversary. This strategy constituted his second formidable advantage, aside from his speed, an exceptionally high defensive capability. By leveraging this strength, even if he sustained injuries, if he could fell one more foe, the odds would shift in his favor, leaving only 4 opponents to contend with. With his resolve firm, he began to retreat slowly while secretly gathering his strength. As his foot pressed against the railing, Chu Yunsheng suddenly let out a fierce shout. Propelling himself into the air, his sword thrusting forward, targeting one of the fire element warriors. With 1 strike, then 2, his armor absorbed nearly 10 chaotic attacks, and at last, he forced his way into their midst, channeling his sword's energy to pierce the throat of the panicked fire element warrior. Just then, the other 4 charged at him with renewed vigor. Having achieved his goal, Chu Yunsheng could no longer withstand their assault and was sent flying backward. His armor bore some cracks, though not critically severe, allowing him to continue fighting. The ice element warrior he struck winced and staggered forward a few steps, nearly losing his balance. The situation now stood at 1 against 4, with one adversary gravely injured. As the adage goes, strike while the iron is hot. From the moment Chu Yunsheng eliminated their first member, he was acutely aware that in this era, conflict is a matter of life or death. Devoid of reason or order, especially when facing such a ruthless group. Leveraging his superior velocity, he relentlessly sprinted towards the wounded ice-powered warrior, delivering a forceful kick that sent him plummeting from the building. He bellowed, "Yao Xiang, he's all yours." Having eliminated so many of their comrades without the emergence of new awakened warriors, it was plausible that this group's numbers were limited. With only 3 remaining adversaries on the upper floor, he felt confident in his ability to overcome them. Furthermore, concerned that the fall might not prove fatal for the ice-powered warrior, Chu Yunsheng decided to summon Yao Xiang to assist in the battle. A severely injured ice-powered warrior, having plummeted from the 3rd story, was unlikely to survive an encounter with a fire-powered warrior awaiting below. Thus, Chu Yunsheng, without much apprehension for Yao Xiang's safety, pressed the remaining 3 with his sword. Chapter 61. The fleshy worm, upon realizing that only 3 of his comrades remained, the middle-aged man, seized by panic, desperately roared, "He has slain several of our men. His stamina must be nearing its limit. There are 3 of us. Surely we can overcome him." Little did he know that Chu Yunsheng's internal energy was already remarkably abundant. He had only expended about half of it, and eliminating these 3 posed no significant challenge. As the 3 assailed him, Chu Yunsheng focused solely on the middle-aged man, disregarding the attacks of the other 2, relying entirely on his battle armor for defense. The defensive capability of the fire warrior was rather feeble. With a violent thrust, Chu Yunsheng drove the Qianbi sword into his chest, leaving the middle-aged man staring blankly at the blade protruding from his torso. The other 2, witnessing their leader's sudden demise and realizing their attacks had been ineffective, felt a surge of trepidation. Seizing the moment while Chu Yunsheng had not yet withdrawn the Qianbi sword, they swiftly retreated. Chu Yunsheng's armor, already marred by a considerable crack, was no longer the barely noticeable fissure it once was. The recent assaults from the 2 had even begun to collide with the 6 armor talismans within, causing his vital energy to roil. As the 2 harbored thoughts of retreat, this fortuitously aligned with Chu Yunsheng's intentions. He, swift as the wind, pursued from behind, making it easy for him to strike, while minimizing his exposure to counterattacks. He ardently chased down one, cleaving him down, but encountered a complication when he struck the final adversary. This individual's awakened ability was extraordinarily peculiar, apart from the elemental powers of ice and fire. It bore resemblance to the legendary capabilities of the military's Diamond Beast, showcasing formidable defensive prowess. He withstood Chu Yunsheng's full force, double-strike assault, merely spitting blood from the backlash, yet refusing to perish. Astonished, Chu Yunsheng infused the Qianbi sword with peak essence, unleashing a series upon reaching the stairway. Chu Yunsheng's gaze briefly fell upon the peculiar awakened warrior lying on the ground. A thought stirred within him. All along, he had employed the energy absorption talisman to extract the essence from monsters, never contemplating whether the energies of these awakened warriors could be harvested. According to Professor Sun's explanation on that day, Chu Yunsheng surmised that the energy of the awakened warriors must indeed correspond to the essence described in ancient texts. The abilities of the individual before him appeared to resonate with the golden essence referenced in those scriptures. Without hesitation, Chu Yunxing activated the energy absorption talisman, directing it towards the fallen warrior. To his astonishment, a wisp of golden aura was gradually drawn into the talisman, manifesting 2 golden patterns upon its surface. A sense of wonder enveloped him as he realized that even the essence of deceased humans could be extracted, and indeed, this individual possessed a rather rare golden energy. Given that this man's golden energy could be absorbed, Chu Yunxing speculated that the energies of other fire and ice warriors could likewise be harvested. He proceeded to utilize the talisman on the other 4 awakened warriors he had slain, and to his amazement, the harvested essence filled 2 energy absorption talismans. Notably, the energy from the leading middle-aged man contained 4 flame patterns. In his heart, Chu Yunxing mused over the revelation that even the energy of fallen awakened humans could be drawn forth. Was the energy absorption talisman not akin to an alternative form of star absorption technique? Alas, the second-tier talisman was incapable of extracting energy from living beings. Otherwise, it would have truly transformed into a star-absorbing technique. Nevertheless, with this newfound capability of the talisman, whether facing monsters or other awakened warriors, he could grow ever stronger in battle, alleviating any fears of depleting his essence and meeting his demise. Chu Yunxing carefully stored the Yuanfu, and as he descended the stairs, he momentarily disregarded the bodies of the 3 awakened warriors lying below, instead swiftly making his way down the corridor. Upon reaching the 3rd-floor lounge, he was met with a trembling voice exclaiming, "Do not kill us. We will give you anything." At this moment, Chu Yunxing noticed that Yao Xiang had already arrived on the 3rd floor, having apprehended several individuals attempting to flee down the stairs and cast them onto the ground. Yao Xiang addressed Chu Yunxing, stating, "They are merely ordinary humans, unawakened. Not a single one has escaped. They are all here." In addition to these 4 or 5 individuals, nearby the bar, there were 7 or 8 young women bound by ropes, leading Chu Yunxing to surmise that they were captured for sustenance. The man who had spoken earlier was scruffy and appeared to have neglected his grooming for quite some time. Realizing that both the stairways were blocked by Chu Yunxing and Yao Xiang, he frantically rummaged through the surroundings, pleading, "Please, do not kill us. We are truly ordinary people. Nothing like the adept Jiang and his ilk." As he spoke, he pushed a barrel forward, continuing, "This is all food. Take it if you wish, just spare our lives. By the way, Jiang has some wine. I can retrieve it for you." Regardless of whether Chu Yunxing agreed, he continued to scavenge behind the bar with desperation, muttering nervously, "I remember it was right here." He accidentally pricked his hand on a broken cabinet door, yet remained oblivious to his injury, consumed by the need to locate the promised wine, as if it were a lifeline. Chu Yunxing lowered his gaze to the contents of the bucket. A pallid mass of flesh. The gruesome thought of cannibalism triggered a wave of nausea in his stomach, causing it to convulse. Had he not been accustomed to the sight of corpses, he might have succumbed to the urge to vomit. Meanwhile, Huzi frantically searched for alcohol, inadvertently kicking a woman who was anxiously perched at the bar. At last, he managed to procure a bottle of indistinguishable foreign liquor, his spirits lifting as he exclaimed, "I found it! I found it!" Yet, he noticed Chu Yunxing's unwavering expression fixed upon the bucket of white flesh, as if recalling something significant. He scrambled over, seizing the flesh from the bucket, declaring, "Brother, this is not human flesh, I assure you. If you doubt me, I shall eat it myself." The rumors of us consuming human flesh are merely fabrications disseminated by Boss Jiang to instill fear, all to establish this secluded haven. The half-corpse hanging outside is merely remnants devoured by monsters, a mere scare tactic. Chu Yunxing furrowed his brow and inquired, "If it is not human flesh, then what is it?" The others nodded in agreement, asserting it to be the flesh of monsters. This was the first time Chu Yunxing had heard of using humans to bait monsters, and it appeared to be a creature with which he was unfamiliar. As he spoke, Huzi dragged forth a clean-looking man, gesturing towards a corner of the room. "This is Dr. Ding. The medical equipment over there was procured by Boss Jiang from a nearby hospital, specifically for the installation of energy bombs. The creation of these bombs is my responsibility, alongside 2 others." Here, a glint of fervor ignited in his gaze as he gestured towards the woman beside him, proclaiming, "Elder brother, if you spare us, we can persist in crafting these explosives for you." Jiang amassed a wealth of materials, which you can continue to utilize. As for the women, indulge in them as you please, or if you tire of them, employ them to lure flesh worms. Just grant us a modicum of worm meat, enough to stave off starvation. Upon hearing this, Yao Xiang leaped to his feet, erupting in vehement denunciation. "You are a veritable pack of beasts." Hirsute and his ilk, chastened by his rebuke, trembled and dared not retort, instead prostrating themselves and pleading for mercy. Yao Xiang, his countenance frigid, addressed Chu Yunsheng, "Brother Chu, these scoundrels have relinquished all semblance of humanity. Preserving them would only invite calamity." Though Chu Yunsheng had extinguished numerous lives, he had not yet descended to the nadir of employing women to ensnare flesh worms, a practice utterly devoid of compassion. He nodded in agreement, declaring, "Indeed, they are deserving of demise. See to their disposal. I shall retrieve the bow." Hirsute and his cronies were aghast. Formerly, Zhang had consistently engaged in such practices. Now, under a new overlord, they had hoped to persist in this manner. However, they were disabused of their delusions as Chu Yunsheng and Yao Xiang summarily dismissed their proposition. Realizing that further supplication was futile, they scrambled to their feet, attempting to scatter and flee. Alas, these individuals were no match for the awakened Yao Xiang, who, in short order, dispatched them with his fiery wheel, eliciting piercing screams from the women nearby. Descending to the second floor, Chu Yunsheng scoured the chambers but discovered no crossbows, only an assortment of bows, which he meticulously stowed within his storage rune, sparing not a single arrow. He was a novice when it came to archery, yet he could hardly afford to be overly critical at this juncture. He could only practice diligently in the days to come. Chu Yunsheng unfurled the map of Kuan City, marking the 4 locations he had previously visited with the labels 1 to 4. At present, he was uncertain about the whereabouts of Captain Du and his team, and his only course of action was to hope for a fortuitous encounter or to follow the clues left behind by Ding Yin, which might lead him to them, allowing him to continue his pursuit. He was on the verge of accumulating sufficient vital energy within him to confront 11 red armored beetles, while searching for Captain Du's group. Perhaps he could also slay a few of the red-eyed creatures, enabling the 1,000-piercing sword to absorb more of the ethereal blue mist. Chu Yunsheng's archery skills were rather poor, but fortunately he relied solely on vital energy for his shots, leaving him with a fair number of arrows. The defensive capabilities of the red-eyed monsters were not particularly formidable, requiring only a minimal expenditure of vital energy to freeze them. Initially, he had intended to climb a tree for a surprise attack, but after heeding the words of the bearded man, he realized that the towering trees might harbor other monsters, rendering the red-eyed creatures on the ground more manageable. If things went awry, he could always flee. After traversing several blocks, Chu Yunsheng had yet to encounter Captain Du and his team. He suspected that Captain Du might be hiding somewhere, as they could hardly navigate through the misty barrier. With so many scientists at their disposal, it would be far more prudent for them to find a place for thorough research. Along the way, he collected a considerable number of red armored beetle carcasses, which would serve well to repair the battle armor that had sustained a significant breach. In the mouth of the flesh worm, Chu Yunsheng beheld a grotesque sight, a nearly 10-meter-long, headless, white creature with 2 orifices at either end, rendering it impossible to discern which was for ingestion and which for excretion. Chu Yunsheng realized that, given his current capabilities, he could only vanquish a maximum of 2 such entities. It was no wonder that Big Brother Jiang sought to create a human meat energy bomb. Only an explosion utilizing the energy from within it, infused with fire essence, could incapacitate this monster, allowing Zhang's 8 awakened subordinates to dare approach and engage it. What further sent chills down Chu Yunsheng's spine were the creatures that occasionally swooped down from the upper layers of the vegetation, their bodies enveloped in flames reminiscent of pure fire essence. When they lunged, he witnessed the flesh worm and the crimson-eyed monstrosity barely withstand a single blow. Indeed, a 5-member awakened squad was, in the blink of an eye, obliterated by the fiery assault. Chu Yunsheng surmised that, with his current battle armor, 6 character talismans, and the recently acquired 11 units of energy thickness, he would be utterly defenseless against such fiery beings. Unless he were to step into the realm of the second elemental heaven at this moment, encountering a creature of this nature would guarantee his demise 100 times over. For steps remained, he silently pondered. Just 32 more physical trials, and he would ascend to the pinnacle of the first elemental heaven. At that point, with the application of the techniques from the ancient texts, he could break through to the realm of the second elemental heaven. Upon reaching the realm of duality, he not only mastered the authentic sword combat techniques but was also captivated by the recently comprehended lowest tier of the 3rd-level beast sealing talismans. These talismans possess the remarkable ability to encapsulate dying monsters within their essence, allowing them to materialize and assist in battle. With a sufficient number of talismans at his disposal, he could potentially seal away numerous creatures. Consequently, coupled with other offensive elemental talismans and sword techniques, Chu Yunxing reasoned that even if he could not vanquish the terrifying fire monster, at the very least, he would be equipped to escape without issue. He currently possessed nearly 10 chaotic ice and fire pattern capturing talismans, aside from the energy harvested from the batch of individuals he had eliminated. Most of these were gradually accumulated from the red-eyed monsters. The blue ripples on the thousand-piercing sword did not exhibit any significant enhancement, and Chu Yunxing was reluctant to experiment with it on the flesh worms, as those worms constituted the primary sustenance of the fire monster. A careless encounter with the creature could spell disaster for him. One red-armored beetle could provide him with a flame pattern, while a red-eyed monster yielded a maximum of 1/5 of an ice pattern, a disparity that left Chu Yunxing somewhat disheartened. The sole advantage he found was that when besieged by red-eyed monsters, he could utilize the fog wall to elude their pursuit. However, should he encounter swarms of red-armored beetles beyond his capabilities, he would have no choice but to rely on his legs to outpace the insects. At present, Chu Yunxing was situated in the area he had designated as Zone 3, where Captain Du and his team had been discovered 3 hours prior. They had hastily departed from a resting spot, unaware of their destination, yet were now ensnared in a relentless assault from the overwhelming tide of red-eyed monsters. After a protracted wait, the opportune moment arrived for Chu Yunxing. Signaling to Yao Xiang, they stealthily infiltrated a nearby building, ascending only to the 3rd floor. They cautiously opened a window, positioning themselves directly opposite the embattled Captain Du and his company. Chu Yunxing entrusted Yao Xiang with securing their perimeter. He then drew his bow, conjuring an arrow of pure energy, encased in frost. Restraining himself, Chu Yunxing infused only 1/5 of his yuan qi, intending merely to ensnare his adversaries rather than deliver a fatal blow. Moreover, he was aware of his fallible archery skills, and a missed shot would constitute a considerable expenditure of yuan qi. At that moment, his arrow was aimed at the long-faced man's closest associate, and the icy projectile was discharged with a resounding whoosh. Having successfully ambushed one individual, Chu Yunxing continued to draw and loose arrows. His imperfect marksmanship frequently resulted in missed shots. Fortunately, the intensity of the battle below diverted attention from his errant projectiles. By the time Captain Du and his men concluded their engagement, Chu Yunxing had ambushed 3 more individuals. He tallied the remaining number of the long-faced man's cohorts and determined that only 16 remained, suggesting that several had perished in prior skirmishes over the preceding days. Chu Yunxing sat within the building, lighting a cigarette, and patiently awaited Captain Du's departure, intending to scavenge the corpses of the crimson-eyed monsters. Should Captain Du's company endure several more such ambushes, Chu Yunxing surmised that he could swiftly eliminate the long-faced man through surreptitious attacks. The air was thick with the stench of blood. Captain Du and his men, wary of lingering, hastily departed. Chu Yunxing immediately extinguished his cigarette, eager to seize the opportunity to collect the corpses before other crimson-eyed monsters were drawn to the scent of blood, which would complicate matters considerably. Alas, what he had dreaded materialized. No sooner had he finished concealing the corpses than a series of crimson glimmers appeared in the mist. Upon closer inspection, he discerned at least 30 pairs of malevolent red eyes. Alarmed, Chu Yunxing swiftly retreated toward the nearest eastern fog barrier, with Yao Xiang in tow. Chu Yunxing fought as he withdrew, fortunate to have Yao Xiang's fiery wheel slashes providing support from behind. Wielding the 1,000-crack sword in close combat, he inflicted heavy casualties on the swarming monsters with his yuan qi-infused blade. Observing the relentless surge of creatures, Chu Yunxing abruptly surged forward, seized Yao Xiang, and sprinted away, no longer daring to engage. To continue fighting would have meant certain death for both of them. The two scoured Sector 5, avoiding clusters of red-eyed monsters, but found no trace of Commander Du and his team. Chu Yunxing immediately crossed the fog barrier again, searching Sectors 1, 7, and 4 repeatedly. Finally, in Sector 9, they reunited with Commander Du's squad. 5 days later, at the Jinjiang building, Commander Du's resting point. Commander, our losses have been devastating these past few days. Captain Gan's men are nearly wiped out, Staff Officer Tao said with concern, while his own unit had sustained manageable attrition rates. Captain Gan Ziqiang's awakened warriors were dying at an alarming rate. At this rate, they might not even escape Kuan City, let alone reach Jinling City. Du Qishan gazed intently at the mist outside the window, his brow furrowed. Old Tao, don't you find it peculiar? Awakened warriors with similar abilities. Our men have survived several bloody battles, while Gan Ziqiang's are perishing at the hands of the monsters. The adjutant nodded, his expression solemn. Indeed, he affirmed, hence my suspicion that someone is covertly targeting us. However, the question remains, why are these individuals singling out Gan Ziqiang instead of targeting the entire unit? Du Qishan chuckled softly, then sighed. I should have anticipated it was him. He wouldn't relinquish his pursuit so easily. The day he retreated with such heavy steps, I had a premonition of this. He has indeed followed us. The adjutant paused, perplexed. Who are you referring to? He inquired. Du Qishan offered a wry smile, replying, Do you recall when we had not yet entered Kuanqing? We encountered a formidable expert whom I attempted to recruit? Regrettably, he declined. Later, when a conflict arose between him and Gan Ziqiang, I intervened. He then receded into the crowd. It seems he has been trailing us. Seeking retribution in the shadows, Du Qishan nodded with resignation. Yes, it is him, undoubtedly. No other could have covertly shadowed us for this duration and possessed the capacity to execute such stealthy assaults. The adjutant pondered for a moment before speaking. Commander, to what extent do you assess his capabilities? Du Qishan responded without hesitation. I cannot say. Perhaps I initially underestimated his abilities, and now I am even less certain. However, it is no longer of consequence. By the way, what is the progress of Professor Sun and his team's research? Du Qishan exhaled deeply, stating, That is satisfactory. At long last, we are absolved of the need to traverse the mist-laden barriers at the risk of our lives. Disseminate my decree, from this instant forward, until the scientists have completed the deduction of all equations. No individual shall venture beyond the confines of the Jinjiang building. Non-compliance will be met with immediate lethal force. The chief of staff, with alacrity, composed himself, assumed a posture of attention, rendered a salute, and affirmed, Understood. Du Qishan then inquired, What is the remaining count of personnel under Gan Ziqiang's command? The chief of staff promptly responded, including Gan Ziqiang himself. A mere 5 individuals remain. The chief of staff's countenance hardened with resolve as he confirmed, Affirmative. For over 12 hours, Chu Yunsheng had been lying in wait in the vicinity of the Jinjiang building. Subsequent to the ingress of Commander Du and his contingent, there had been no egress. He had successfully neutralized a further 12 adversaries, leaving a mere 5, inclusive of the long-faced individual. Brother Chu, Yao Xiang ventured. In a rare moment of cogitation, have you pondered the possibility that were we to launch an assault at this juncture, Commander Du might lack the temerity to impede our pursuit of the long-faced villain? Chu Yunsheng nodded in agreement, remarking, Indeed, Commander Du prioritizes the interests of the military above all else. He would assuredly refrain from any action that could engender needless casualties. Given the prevailing chaotic circumstances, he no longer adheres to the conventions of the pre-solar era. I surmise that even were we to engage him directly, he would forsake the long-faced one, thereby precluding a direct confrontation with us and averting losses among his own ranks. However, upon their arrival in Jinling City, they may not be so willing to swallow their pride. Yao Xiang chuckled. Then what are you hesitating for? With Brother Ding as an inside man, plus the 2 of us, that Commander Du won't stand a chance. Chu Wentu exhaled a plume of smoke, gazing at the edifice across the way, and stated, Let's tarry a bit longer. You and I will alternate resting for 6 hours each. If he doesn't emerge by then, we'll be well rested and can storm right in to take his wretched life. In the event that Commander Du attempts to intervene, we must be prepared for an all-out battle. Therefore, let us rest now, after tailing them for so many days. Another 6 hours is of little consequence. Continuing the update Chapter 64, the Order of the Fog Source Body. 6 hours later, Commander Du's contingent had yet to materialize. Having fully recuperated, Chu Yuntu was unwilling to prolong the wait any further. He strode directly through the main entrance of the Jinjiang building in a brazen manner. With so many rooms in the Jinjiang building, Chu Yuntu had no inkling as to which one Chang Lian might be occupying. Rather than infiltrating covertly, only to be discovered, he decided to enter openly, making it clear that he was seeking Chang Lian. He intended to gauge Commander Du's reaction. Should he persist in defending Chang Lian, Chu Yuntu would engage them in combat, eliminating them if possible, or continuing to harass them until they were vanquished. If such were the case, Chu Yuntu would not only target Chang Lian, but Commander Du himself would become his quarry. Considering these variables, Chu Yunxing resolved to have Yao Xiang remain outside temporarily. Firstly, to prevent the exposure of Ding Yin, in case Commander Du continued to protect Chang Lian. And Chu Yunxing was unable to eliminate Chang Lian during the heat of battle. Ding Yin would need to continue as an internal asset. Secondly, to prevent any of Chang Lian's men from escaping. Chu Yunxing had been ambushing Chang Lian for quite some time and was concerned that those who escaped might seek revenge, ambushing him in return. which would undoubtedly lead to endless trouble. Yao Xiang's abilities had now greatly improved, and with the protection of the 6 armor talisman, he would not suffer any losses even against Chang Lian. Dealing with 1 or 2 of Chang Lian's accomplices who might slip through the net would not be difficult for him. Chu Yunxing's arrival was quickly detected by the sentry. Commander Du, with his men, stood in the hall, watching Chu Yunsheng with a smile that did not quite reach his eyes. "Mr. Chu, we meet again," Commander Du said with a faint smile. Recognizing Chu Yunsheng was easy. No one else wore that crimson armor. Chu Yunsheng, his face grim, fixed his gaze on Commander Du's eyes and said directly, "Commander Du, you know my intentions very well. Let's not waste time. Just tell me where you stand." Commander Du paced back and forth, sizing up Chu Yunsheng once more, probing, "Have you considered waiting until we reach Jinling City to take action? Not to mention whether they could even reach Jinling City. Even if they did, there would be countless variables." Chu Yunsheng would never agree. Gripping his longsword tightly, he said, word by word, "No possibility. He dies now." Commander Du nodded, showing no surprise, as if he had already anticipated it. At that precise moment, Staff Officer Tao trotted over and whispered a few words into Regimental Commander Du's ear. Initially, Commander Du was ecstatic, but then his brow furrowed, and he nodded repeatedly. As Staff Officer Tao concluded, Commander Du had completely calmed down, his eyes sparkling with vitality as he gazed at Chu Yunxing. He stepped forward and said in a low voice, "Mr. Chu, I am aware that you have been with us for so long with the purpose of avenging yourself against Gan Ziqiang. No problem, I can hand him over to you. However, there is something I believe would pique your interest." Chu Yunsheng shook his head and said, "I only want Chang Lian's life. I have no interest in your affairs." Regimental Commander Du smiled slightly and said, "It is not only our affair but also yours. Just now, my staff officer informed me that the professors have completed the equation derivation. The order for deciphering the fog wall has been arranged. If we wish to leave Kunqing, we must cooperate once." Before Chu Yunsheng could express his doubts, Regimental Commander Du continued, "Let me be frank. To break the fog wall, we must destroy the fog source bodies within 9 grids. We have explored the specific locations many times. However, the order of destruction must strictly follow the derivation and will change every 12 hours. Professor Sun and his team have already established a model and equation for this, and they have just successfully calculated it. From the start to the end of the attack, it must be controlled within 12 hours. Otherwise, once the order is changed, the fog source body will be reborn, and all efforts will be in vain." After hearing this, Chu Yunxing's heart skipped a beat. He did not expect that these scientists had really found a way to break the fog wall. The human brain truly cannot be compared. He wouldn't object to collaborating with the military if it meant shattering the mist barrier and escaping Kun City. While he found Commander Du somewhat disagreeable, survival took precedence. However, he refused to be manipulated by Commander Du and his men, and he would never allow the military to use Chang Lian's life as a bargaining chip. Chang Lian's life was, after all, owed to Yu Xiaohai. Commander Du paused, a hint of bitterness in his voice, and said, "I am a soldier, and obedience to my superiors is my duty. Even in these chaotic times, as long as Jinling City stands, the military will endure. And I will continue to serve as a soldier, fulfilling my orders. My mission is to ensure the safe passage of these individuals to Jinling City. The command has ordered me to protect the target at all costs, even if it means sacrificing anyone else. Mr. Chu, do you understand what this implies? In essence, even I am expendable. Therefore, you may perceive me as unscrupulous, siding with Gan Ziqiang when he is useful and abandoning him when he is not. But I have no choice. I must act in the manner most conducive to the mission. Breaking the mist barrier requires extraordinary speed and power. My men and I alone cannot possibly complete the entire sequence of destruction within 12 hours. You are the fastest and most powerful awakened warrior I have ever encountered. Only with your participation can we hope to shatter the mist barrier. I believe this is a mutually beneficial arrangement." Chu Yunsheng gently shook his head and responded, "Commander Du, you are mistaken. You have been mistaken from the very beginning. I may not need to leave Kun City. I can survive here just as well." The battalion commander was taken aback for a moment, then waved his hand, saying, "I comprehend your meaning. Speak your terms, as long as they fall within my jurisdiction. I assure you there will be no impediments." However, thus far, he had not yet espied the elongated face. Just as he was about to inquire, a commotion erupted from the 3rd floor, accompanied by vociferous reprimands. Moments later, a soldier dashed down the stairs, anxiously informing the commander, "Sir, Gan Ziqiang has explosives strapped to his person and intends to perish alongside the professors." The battalion commander was aghast. Forgetting about Chu Yunsheng, he hastened towards the staircase, exclaiming, "Where's Zhou Wei? Was he not instructed to keep watch over Gan Ziqiang? Is he incapable of even this simple task?" Chu Yunsheng gazed towards the top floor. The main hall and the second floor were conjoined, while the third floor could only be accessed via elevator or stairs. There were two staircases, one on the left and one on the right. The battalion commander ascended the left staircase. Chu Yunsheng stealthily made his way up the right staircase, utilizing the dim illumination to covertly ascend to the third floor. The conference room door was barricaded by several military awakened warriors. Gan Ziqiang and his comrades leaned against the conference room wall, while other soldiers and military awakened warriors stood in opposition. Gan Ziqiang, his face contorted with ferocity, sneered, "Battalion Commander Du, my brothers fought and died for you. And now that they are all deceased, you are discarding us once we are no longer of use." Battalion Commander Du, feigning composure, said, "Captain Gan, compose yourself. If there are matters to discuss, we can negotiate." Gan Ziqiang erupted in laughter, retorting, "Du Qishan, you are truly insidious. Even now, you attempt to deceive me. I am aware that the young man has arrived. You intend to sell us out. Affirmative. I may be unable to overcome him, but you shall not rejoice either. Let us perish together." He gestured towards the grenades adorning his person, declaring, "Behold, these I pilfered surreptitiously from your fallen soldiers. I foresaw this day. You tasked Zhou Wei with our surveillance. I am no match for him, but why would I engage him directly? I am not so foolish. Your scientists are currently sequestered in the conference room behind me, all mere mortals. Should I detonate these grenades, the ensuing cataclysm would assuredly collapse this entire floor, resulting in casualties that would undoubtedly displease you." Commander Du's countenance darkened, and he rebuked, "Gan Ziqiang, do not act rashly." Gan Ziqiang spat derisively, sneering, "Rashly? Du Qishan. Now that I am adorned with these explosives, I have no intention of surviving." Chapter 65. Epiphany. Commander Du's face was ashen. Should Gan Ziqiang detonate the grenades? While the awakened warriors might endure, at least half of the dignitaries in the conference room would undoubtedly perish, a consequence he could not countenance. Gan Ziqiang grimaced, exclaiming, "Du Qishan, order your men to eliminate that youth immediately, and we shall have peace. Otherwise, your esteemed personages shall not survive." A chill ran through Chu Yunsheng's heart. This scoundrel still sought his demise. He had been concerned for the safety of the scientists capable of deciphering the fog wall sequence, as they were essential for a successful departure from Kuanqing. Confronted with Gan Ziqiang's coercion of Commander Du, he was essentially compelling Chu Yunsheng to intervene. With a resolute spirit, he mounted a tangible arrow, drew back the bowstring, and infused it with a surge of primeval energy. The arrow's tip was aimed precisely at Gan Ziqiang's flank. From his vantage point, he possessed an advantageous position for a surprise attack with this arrow. His only concern was his accuracy. If he hit his mark, Chu Yunsheng was confident in instantly freezing Gan Ziqiang. He was intimately familiar with the velocity of his frost arrow, which was even faster than a bullet. Once it struck, Gan Ziqiang would have no opportunity to detonate the grenade. In a fleeting moment, as Commander Du began to speak, Chu Yunsheng's frost arrow shattered the constraints of space, flashing like a streak of white light. In the blink of an eye, it pierced Gan Ziqiang's body, pinning him firmly to the wall. A torrent of frigid air erupted, swiftly encasing Gan Ziqiang's body in ice. Even his grenade was frozen in place. "Hit!" Chu Yunsheng exclaimed inwardly. The sudden turn of events momentarily stunned Gan Ziqiang's remaining 4 comrades and Commander Du's forces, but they quickly plunged into a desperate melee. Chu Yunsheng stowed his bow and arrow, unsheathed his thousand-edged sword, and strode forward, plunging into the heart of the battle. He cleaved down 2 opponents in quick succession, and with a final strike, he decapitated the long-faced man, kicking his head aside. A sense of relief washed over him as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his heart. Finally, he had avenged Shanghai. The military's awakened warriors had also successively eliminated the remaining 2 insurgents, and tranquility was restored to the hall. The entire sequence of events transpired in less than 3 minutes. Commander Du, his face stern, gestured for the soldiers to remove the bodies and summoned Chu Yunsheng to his side. He said gravely, "Mr. Chu, do you realize how perilous that was? How could you act without authorization?" Chu Yunsheng sheathed the thousand-piercing sword and, with a disdainful smile, remarked, "Captain Du, do not forget what you just said. You claimed that you would sacrifice anyone to ensure the safety of those inside. I have no doubt that you would command your subordinates to launch an attack against me. I am merely eliminating a potential threat." Captain Du, somewhat irked, shook his head helplessly and sighed. "Come with me. Let Professor Sun explain whether it is possible to dismantle the fog barrier. This matter is of utmost importance for both of us. Captain Du managed a strained smile and addressed the group. Rest assured, the danger has been averted. Upon hearing this, everyone exhaled in relief. The earlier chaos outside had left them on edge, with the walls frozen into a massive ice sculpture, a testament to Chu Yunshin's prowess. Until Captain Du had confirmed the situation, they had remained anxious. Captain Du deliberately shifted the conversation, saying, I heard from Advisor Tao that you have completed the derivation of the equations. Is that true? At the mention of the equations, the faces of those present instantly transformed. Some were excited, others contemplative, some bewildered, a few applauded, while others shook their heads in disbelief. At this moment, Chu Yunshin had already removed his battle armor. Still clad in his gray cotton overcoat, standing calmly behind Captain Du, he had just caught sight of Ding Yin. Though she merely gave him a knowing glance without uttering a word, Chu Yunshin surmised she likely harbored other intentions, and he chose not to expose them. In truth, his rapport with Battalion Commander Du wasn't particularly close-knit. He'd even had a heated altercation with Du's subordinate, Gu Liming. Even if collaboration were to occur, it would likely be superficial. Professor Sun recognized Chu Yunshin with little effort, recalling the extended period on the rooftop when Chu Yunshin hadn't lowered his mask. Similarly, the Zhao lady identified him, though her gaze held a trace of astonishment and resentment, unlike the professor's excited expression. In this perilous, ever-threatening dark age, the mere chance encounter of two individuals who had fled in separate directions was a remarkable feat. Chu Yunshin harbored some goodwill toward Professor Sun, who, despite having been kicked by him, held no grudge and even shared the food he'd obtained from Chu Yunshin in exchange for his knowledge with his companions. Thus, Chu Yunshin didn't object to seeing the old man again. When the professor noticed him, Chu Yunshin cracked a slight smile. Professor Sun, clutching hotel stationery, rounded the table and exclaimed with delight, Young man, I never imagined I'd see you again. Ah, where is that armor? Upon seeing Chu Yunshin's silent smile, Professor Sun shook his head and remarked, You awakened warriors always assume we researchers are eager to dissect you for study. Such notions are unfounded. But never mind. Everyone has their secrets. I won't press you. Come, witness the astonishing and wondrous fruits of our research. Young man, are you aware that, given time, these fundamental equations could even be implemented in spacecraft for interstellar voyages? Director Du regarded the departing Chu Yunshin with a look of sympathy, likely having endured similar torment from these professors. Chu Yunshin swiftly grasped this feeling, as he found the formulas and diagrams on the blueprints utterly incomprehensible, akin to deciphering celestial script. The diagram on the draft paper was not entirely identical to the one in the ancient book. It could only be described as a preliminary prototype, and even contained errors. However, due to this very prototype, many characters in the ancient book remained unintelligible to Chu Yunshin, rendering the subsequent content even more incomprehensible. This diagram, however, was constructed from its most rudimentary state, developed in 5 steps, but ultimately marked with a large X, as if it had been abandoned. The more Chu Yunshin examined it, the more engrossed he became. He felt as if he had suddenly unlocked the gateway to that principle, entering a state of reverie. Unconsciously, he picked up a pencil and began to reconstruct the diagram, drawing upon the comprehensible sections of that rule in the ancient book and integrating them with the draft. Professor Sun immediately noticed his peculiar behavior. Seeing Chu Yunshin scribbling on a discarded manuscript with what appeared to be nonsensical symbols, he jested, Young man, I didn't realize you possess such scientific potential. Before Professor Sun's words had even faded, a novel geometric figure emerged on the paper. Chu Yunshin had completed the initial framework of that particular law. Although it was still a far cry from the complete form depicted in the ancient texts, it was the furthest Chu Yunshin could extrapolate. Upon completing the construction, Chu Yunshin experienced a sudden sense of enlightenment. Previously, when creating Yuan talismans, he had merely imitated them without understanding the underlying principles. Failure was attributed to inaccurate imitation. Now, with this newfound clarity, he sensed the wondrous beauty of understanding the principles involved. It was as if he not only knew what to do but also why it worked. The gateway to high-level Yuan talismans seemed to be slowly opening before him. As Chu Yunshin stared at his diagram in a daze, Professor Sun initially glanced at it dismissively. However, he glanced again, and finally, unable to resist, took a third look. This time, his gaze remained fixed on the manuscript. Professor Sun, as if struck by a hammer, snatched the manuscript from his hands, exclaiming with a trembling voice, Impossible, impossible, absolutely impossible. This kind of force field coupling shouldn't be stable. Why is it stable? Why hasn't it collapsed? How can the decay process be controlled? Lao Fang, come quickly, you're the physics expert. Come and take a look. A commonplace piece of manuscript paper suddenly sparked a frenzied scramble among the professors, resulting in utter chaos. Even outside, Advisor Tao rushed in with a throng of individuals, anxious and agitated, into the conference room. Chapter 66. The plan. At this moment, Chu Yunsheng had regained his composure and realized that he had stirred up considerable trouble. His concern was not about the potential leak of sensitive information. Rather, this rule was merely a minor one among the vast array of principles found in ancient texts. Still in its rudimentary form, what troubled him was the realization that, as an ordinary individual, he had managed to produce something that even the professors struggled to comprehend. To assert that no one had any doubts would be sheer folly. Professor Fong suddenly bellowed, gripping Old Sun with fervor. Old Sun, isn't this the very topic I presented yesterday, only to have it dismissed afterward? Who altered it? Speak up, who made the changes? Upon hearing this, Professor Sun recalled the true culprit and swiftly detained the departing Chu Yunsheng, exclaiming, "It's him. Young man, do not leave. Quickly, tell us how you managed to create this." Chu Yunsheng took a moment to steady his thoughts, his mind racing, and after a brief pause, he replied, "Professor Sun, do you truly believe that a mere graduate like me could have concocted this? It was purely by chance, whether you choose to believe it or not. That is the truth." Regret surged within him. He loathed that, at the time, he had been so entranced, driven by an overwhelming sensation that had erupted from within. Leaving him no time for further contemplation, Professor Sun regarded Chu Yunsheng as if he were gazing upon a prehistoric monster, alternating between shaking his head and expressing astonishment. Despite Chu Yunsheng's adamant denial, claiming it was merely a stroke of luck, this justification seemed rather implausible, and few appeared to believe him. Even Miss Zhao, who had maintained a considerable distance from him, curiously approached, eyeing Chu Yunsheng with a blend of caution and intrigue. The shock that Chu Yunsheng had instigated was profound. He had learned from Professor Sun that the energy field diagram devised by Old Man Fong had been in development for quite some time. Ultimately, after exhausting all possibilities, he had reluctantly abandoned it, suspecting a misdirection in his approach. This diagram bore significance akin to the foundation stone of a grand edifice, holding immense importance for the establishment of new physics in the wake of the abundant emergence of dark energy. According to Professor Sun, if Chu Yunsheng could elucidate the meaning of the peculiar symbols representing the equations, in conjunction with this model, he might even be eligible to apply for the Nobel Prize in Physics in the Golden Age. Chu Yunsheng smirked, thinking of the Nobel Prize. The princes and princesses of the Swedish royal family likely remained oblivious, trembling in a corner at the sight of the creatures outside. He had no intention of becoming ensnared in this matter and quickly redirected his attention to the increasingly inquisitive Du Qishan. "Captain Du, time is of the essence. Please arrange for them to explain how to dispel the mist barrier." The battalion commander, surnamed Du, nodded sagaciously. Realizing that any research findings would be rendered inconsequential if a secure evacuation from Kuan City could not be effectuated, he cleared his throat and proclaimed in a stentorian tone, "Esteemed colleagues, let us now deliberate on the means to dismantle the mist barrier. Given the perilous conditions prevailing outside, I implore you to unite, contribute your expertise, and expedite our departure from Kuan City." His words descended upon the scientists like a deluge of frigid water, instantly extinguishing the fervent enthusiasm that had permeated the room. Professor Fong Ziwen rose to his feet and stated with gravitas, "The model of the Nine Palaces mist barrier has been successfully constructed, and the sequential derivation equation has been triumphantly deduced. The crux of the matter lies not in the sequence itself, but rather in the expeditious destruction of the mist source bodies within the 9 designated zones. Furthermore, this operation must be executed within a 12-hour time frame, lest the mist source bodies regenerate, thereby reactivating the mist barrier. I shall defer to Professor Sun for a more detailed elucidation on this aspect." His concluding statement cast an even more oppressive pall over the atmosphere within the conference room. After a moment of contemplative silence, Battalion Commander Du beckoned Staff Officer Tao and instructed, "Immediately assemble Zhou Wei and several others, commandeer 2 tanks, and conduct a citywide search to notify any surviving awakened warriors. Muster them to the best of your ability and enlist their aid in dismantling the mist barrier." Furthermore, he pivoted towards Professor Sun and inquired, "Are your concerns predicated on the existence of those infernal creatures?" I am curious as to whether any of you have formulated hypotheses regarding their capabilities. What contingent of awakened warriors would be required to effectively neutralize them? I require concrete data to facilitate strategic deployment. Professor Sun shook his head, lamenting that the capabilities of these fiery monstrosities surpassed their anticipations. He added that numerical superiority alone couldn't compensate for such a disparity. A forceful confrontation would lead to grievous losses, potentially even annihilation. Silence descended upon the conference room once more, each person absorbed in their own thoughts, their hearts heavy with trepidation. Abruptly, Chu Yunsheng interjected, suggesting to Commander Du that he might be able to lure away the flame monster. However, before he could complete his statement, he noticed that the gaze of everyone in the room had abruptly turned toward him, each expression varying. Chu Yunsheng didn't evade their stares. At this moment, he no longer intended to conceal his abilities. Moreover, he realized that escaping Kuan City alone was unrealistic. Of course, if it meant certain death, he would rather remain within Kuan City. Commander Du stared at Chu Yunsheng in astonishment. He had sought to enlist Chu Yunsheng's aid simply because his abilities exceeded those of Gan Zichang and the others. He had never imagined that Chu Yunsheng would dare to confront the flame monster. Therefore, after a moment of hesitation, he said that Mr. Chu was aware that this was not a time for jesting. Chu Yunsheng nodded, replying that Commander Du should discuss it with him privately. Commander Du earnestly inquired whether a minute would suffice. He further asked if Mr. Chu was certain that he could accomplish this, as he hoped there would be no errors. Chu Yunsheng smiled, acknowledging that he couldn't achieve it at present. Therefore, he would proceed to state his conditions, needing 3 days to enhance his abilities. During this period, he would require the cooperation of his soldiers in several matters. Commander Du, filled with incredulity, questioned, "Is it truly possible to reach a level capable of contending with the flame beasts in just 3 days?" Chu Yunsheng interjected, asserting, "Commander Du, this is my matter. The only assurance I can offer is that, in 3 days, I will be able to withstand the flame beast for a full minute. If you persist in your skepticism, our negotiations shall cease here." After a moment of contemplation, Commander Du replied, "What do you require from us? Firstly, your awakened warriors must maximize their efforts in hunting the red-eyed beasts, and I require the corpses of these creatures. The more, the better. This is of utmost importance, as it directly impacts our ability to delay the flame beasts. Secondly, should we fortuitously escape from Kuan City and reach Jinling City, I will need you to leverage military resources to assist me in locating a few individuals. I am aware that I cannot compel you to fulfill this final request, for you are a man of integrity and honor. Threats to your life would bear no weight. Yet, I trust that a person as astute as yourself understands that securing a cooperative ally is far more advantageous than establishing an adversary. Rest assured, the individual I seek poses no conflict with the interests of your military." Chu Yunsheng articulated his terms in one breath, determined to utilize the next 3 days to strive towards the realm of the second heaven. With the ability to deploy the offensive third-tier elemental talismans, he believed he could effectively combat the fiery creatures. However, having never engaged directly with these infernal beings and lacking the second heaven's prowess, he was uncertain of how long he could withstand their onslaught. Hence, he prudently estimated a duration of merely 1 minute. As for his final stipulation, Chu Yunsheng intended to leverage Du Qishan's resources to locate the whereabouts of the elusive executive mentioned by Lin Shuiyao, regardless of whether it pertained to the second map. He felt compelled to take the chance. Chapter 67. The operation commences. Du Qishan did not deliberate for long before acquiescing to the proposal. Chu Yunsheng watched him intently, aware that he had few alternatives. The mere thought of the fiery creatures was enough to instill terror, representing an inescapable threat. Due to Gan Zichang's sudden transformation, the military's awakened warriors had apprehended his accomplices, rendering Yao Xiang's ambush quite futile. Chu Yunsheng instructed him to temporarily align with the military, as his forthcoming plans were far too perilous for Yao Xiang. His intention was to launch an assault on those repugnant flesh worms, which, according to Professor Sun, belonged to the phylum of elongated organisms. Chu Yunsheng had previously encountered such a creature, its length extending to 10 meters, often entwining itself around the branches of external flora. Its coloration capable of an array of transformations, camouflaging as massive tendrils of a colossal organism. Aside from the bizarre fruits of colossal organisms, the food of the flesh worms consists of red-eyed monstrosities and humans. Chu Yunsheng even discovered the remains of other terrifying, small, fanged-clawed creatures in their ancient excrement. Though he never encountered these creatures alive within the fog, the reason for which remained a mystery. lacking scales or carapaces. These masses of writhing flesh might appear to offer little protection, yet appearances were deceiving. Chu Yunsheng, wielding the thousand-cleaved sword brimming with yuan qi, employed every conceivable attack, hacking, slashing, stabbing, and thrusting. The flesh, however, proved remarkably viscous and slick, possessing an unprecedented elasticity and resilience. At times, even the keen edge of the thousand-cleaved sword could only stretch its hide, unable to pierce through. Engaging a single flesh worm demanded a substantial expenditure of Chu Yunsheng's yuan qi, which was precisely his motive for seeking them out. He aimed to expedite the tempering of his yuan qi in combat, achieving repeated cycles of replenishment and release. While he could also refine his yuan qi through the inscription of yuan talismans, his remaining supply of energy-gathering talismans, numbering only a dozen, would be insufficient to meet the vast yuan qi requirements for his advancement to the dual yuan heaven realm. He was compelled to sustain himself through battle, venturing to attack these colossal monsters to replenish his yuan qi reserves. Cultivation in the realm of the first yuan heaven involved a straightforward, mechanical process of physical refinement. Yuan qi was ceaselessly tempered within the body, flowing in and out, akin to an elementary school student repeatedly practicing the strokes of basic characters. Proficiency through relentless repetition, devoid of any shortcuts. Honing rudimentary techniques to their zenith transforms them into extraordinary skills, a principle embodied by the one elemental sky. Perfecting simple forging methods to their utmost potential culminates in a state of supreme mastery. The underlying principles and extensive cultivation rules governing this process will gradually become comprehensible, perceivable, and fully integrated only upon reaching the two-elemental sky realm. This is the cultivation method imparted by the ancient texts, progressing from mere imitation to a layered understanding, advancing steadily with each step to consolidate one's elemental sky realm and abilities. The crimson-eyed monstrosities, possessing scant elemental energy yet existing in vast numbers, pose an endless and insurmountable threat upon contact, necessitating a hasty retreat. Consequently, Chu Yunsheng consistently evaded them throughout his journey. Fortunately, these creatures primarily dwell among the mid-level branches of colossal flora, alleviating considerable difficulty. The most perilous adversaries are the avian, flame-imbued monsters that prey on the flesh worms. With each beat of their ethereal, resplendent wings, they conjure bursts of crimson flames, resembling a conflagrant orb. An overwhelming deluge of fire elemental energy cascades forth, capable of incinerating not only ordinary humans but also awakened warriors of lesser ability. Commander Du's contingent has fully mobilized, embarking not only to fulfill the conditions stipulated by Chu Yunsheng but also to assemble all remaining awakened warriors within Kuan City, making maximal preparations for the decisive battle against the fog source entity in 3 days. Chu Yunsheng opted for the opposite direction, emerging from Sector 9 and arriving in Sector 2, the city center he had previously visited. The surroundings were entwined with colossal plants, enveloping the clusters of buildings in a verdant embrace. Chu Yunsheng ascended a vine, its diameter exceeding 2 meters. The vine was somewhat slippery, occasionally quivering as if imbued with life. Chu Yunsheng cautiously climbed from one end to the other, where he passed through a window of a towering edifice. This building, once a grand bookstore, now lay in disarray, books strewn haphazardly across the floor, some reduced to ashes, presumably burned for warmth by those who once sought refuge within. Yet now, apart from a few lifeless bodies, no living souls remained. As Chu Yunsheng treaded upon the ashes and scattered pages, he swiftly reached the opposite window. The enormous vine continued its ascent skyward, while a slender branch extended beneath it, creating an intersection that plunged toward the ground. A predatory fleshworm clung to the branch, poised to strike at the lower creatures with crimson eyes, perhaps 3 or 4 in number. The fleshworm employed a straightforward method of capture. Its 2 gaping maws could grotesquely widen, generating a powerful vortex of suction. The red-eyed monsters struggled desperately against this force, yet they were inexorably drawn into the gaping maw, which had nearly doubled in size. Devoid of eyes, the fleshworm relied solely on surrounding vibrations and sense to perceive its foes and prey. However, Chu Yunsheng, shielded by the protection of talismans and battle armor, remained impervious to odors. It was only when he leaped significantly onto the branch where the fleshworm resided, causing a disturbance, that he caught the creature's attention. Evidently, it was too late for it to evade. Drenched in corrosive mucus, the fleshworm, acutely aware of the danger, convulsed violently, abandoning its last unconsumed red-eyed monster. It surged swiftly up the branch, towards Chu Yunsheng. Chapter 68. ability. Although the flesh worm had suffered the assault of the corrosive mucus, the actual damage was not severe. Chu Yunsheng dared not engage it in a direct confrontation on the branch. The flesh worm's movements on the giant plant were exceedingly rapid, but if it were to fall to the ground, it would, conversely, become exceedingly sluggish. Chu Yunsheng propelled himself forcefully against the branch with his feet, and with a light spring, somersaulted over the flesh worm, landing on the opposite end and gliding down. The flesh worm, lacking a distinct head or tail, and further incensed by Chu Yunsheng, unhesitatingly followed him down the branch. Retreating, Chu Yunsheng extracted a fresh packet of corrosive mucus, scattering it towards the worm's maw behind him, while he, in turn, leaped up, landing firmly on the ground. Having been doused twice with the highly corrosive liquid, the flesh worm was consumed with rage. The maw distant from Chu Yunsheng clung tightly to the branch, its body retracting backward, while the other maw, along with its torso, suddenly elongated like a stretched rubber band, extending in an instant to before Chu Yunsheng, its enormous mouth agape. A powerful suction roaring forth from the depths of the flesh worm's abdomen. The force of the flesh worm's suction was immense. Chu Yunsheng, gripping the thousand-flay sword tightly in both hands, was still being drawn slowly towards the flesh worm's gaping maw. The thousand-flay sword gouged a trench in the concrete ground, holding only when it reached the roots of the giant plant. The agonizing stalemate endured for a full 10 minutes. Chu Yunsheng surmised that the energy of the flesh worm had been significantly depleted. Continuing to prolong this struggle would render his victory hollow once the worm's energy was entirely exhausted. More importantly, he found himself faltering. Should he delay any further, he risked being engulfed by the flesh worm, which would spell dire consequences. With great urgency, he swiftly harnessed his powers with his left hand and retrieved 3 large packages of corrosive slime, gripping them firmly. Were it not for the increasing strength of his own physique, he would have found it impossible to lift these hefty packages in the age of sunlight. Confronted by the worm's formidable suction, Chu Yunsheng did not hesitate. He released his grip on the slime. In an instant, the 3 packages were drawn into the worm's maw with a resounding whoosh. The flesh worm's powerful suction drained its internal energy considerably, especially since it had already expended a portion of its strength hunting the red-eyed creatures prior to their confrontation. Now, with its energy rapidly waning and the corrosive slime searing its insides, the situation for the worm took a dramatic turn. A wisp of green smoke seeped from its mouth and flesh, accompanied by a sour odor. The worm let out a wail, closing its massive jaws, its abdomen swelling as its entire body contracted grotesquely. Seizing this moment, Chu Yunsheng drew the thousand-piercing sword with determination, twisting his body to leap into the air. Utilizing the residual suction to propel himself forward, he lunged toward the flesh worm, infusing his strike with vitality as he delivered a powerful blow upon the creature's body. Lacking substantial energy, the flesh worm's hide and flesh had greatly diminished in resilience and elasticity, allowing Chu Yunsheng to slice through it with his sword, creating a gash. Chu Yunsheng's advantage lay in his high-intensity speed, enabling him to unleash dozens of sword strikes in an instant, leaving behind only a flurry of sword shadows and the mutual agitation and annihilation of elemental energy, daring not to give it a chance to escape, as the upper levels were the forbidden zone of the flame monsters, entering which would be tantamount to stepping into the gates of hell. Although the flesh worm was swift on the branches, Chu Yunsheng was even faster. Catching up at the intersection of vines and branches, Chu Yunsheng impaled the flesh worm firmly onto the branch with a single strike. He swiftly drew his silenced pistol and unleashed a barrage of shots until the flesh worm was riddled with holes and beyond any hope of survival. Both the silencer and the bullets were obtained by Chu Yunsheng from Battalion Commander Du. The silencer was fine, but when it came to the bullets, Battalion Commander Du, like Gu Liming, was distressed to the point of death. More than half of the energy within the flesh worm's body had been depleted. Yet Chu Yunsheng still managed to extract a fully charged energy-absorbing talisman, albeit with a more peculiar wooden pattern. Chu Yunsheng reinscribed a storage talisman, transferring all the monster's corpses into it. He was even reluctant to discard the flesh worm's hide, for although it appeared repulsive, he had learned from Zhang's bearded mouth that such things could actually be consumed after the flesh worm's death. Even if he himself did not eat it, it could still be used to exchange for other items in Jinling City in the future. As he descended the building, Chu Yunsheng conveniently scavenged all the books of even slight value from the bookstore, especially those pertaining to ancient textual research. From Zone 2 to Zone 6, then to Zone 3, Chu Yunsheng gradually hunted down 5 flesh worms, narrowly escaping the peril of being absorbed into the belly of one on one occasion. Fortunately, He had yet to encounter any flame monsters, a fact for which he felt immensely grateful. His vitality was cultivated step by step in accordance with the guidance of ancient texts. Unlike those who awaken naturally, his vitality was pure and stable, devoid of any uncontrollable fluctuations. Chu Yunsheng was inherently unassuming, accustomed to the constant presence of danger, and maintained a state of vigilance that projected the image of an ordinary individual navigating the grim realities of a dark era. Captain Du, is the plan you mentioned earlier really relying on him to attract the flame monsters? A female awakened warrior could not suppress her skepticism as she gazed at Chu Yunsheng, who appeared rather unremarkable and lacked the aura of an awakened individual. Are you certain this is not a jest? Captain Du chuckled softly, yet before he could respond, a lanky old man interjected. Captain Du, in your plan, it is imperative that he withstand the flame monsters for a full minute. We do not doubt your judgment. But for us, survival is paramount. If his abilities fall short of that requirement, we shall not risk participating in your scheme, and we hope you can understand. Indeed. A young girl stepped forward, casting a glance at Chu Yunsheng that betrayed a flicker of disappointment in her eyes, and asserted emphatically, we must ascertain whether he possesses such capability. It is the foundation of our collaboration. The battalion commander forced a smile, his expression strained and helpless. When Chu Yunsheng told him that he could delay the flame monster, he was initially shocked, hardly believing his ears. Had he not personally witnessed Chu Yunsheng's consistently surprising and formidable performances, he would likely have shared the skepticism of the others. Chu Yunsheng mused that these individuals were remarkably blunt, questioning his abilities without reservation. The transformations in human society during the Dark Age were indeed becoming increasingly intense and rapid. However, he continued to disregard their doubts. Wasting his energy on them would be less productive than confronting the flesh worms outside. Moreover, he did not yet possess the strength to handle such a taxing situation. So he would leave it to the battalion commander to manage. A sentry, gripping his automatic rifle, nervously jogged over, saluted, and whispered, Commander, all the insect corpses behind us are gone. Lowering his voice, he added with concern, I saw Mr. Chu go there, and after he came out, the bodies disappeared. The battalion commander abruptly looked up, staring at Chu Yunsheng, who had already passed them and was heading toward the professor's conference room. A wave of astonishment washed over him. How did he accomplish that? Could his claim of enhancing his abilities involve the legendary consumption of monster corpses? The thought of the disgusting, slimy insect fluids made the commander's stomach clench. Nevertheless, Battalion Commander Du swiftly regained his composure, adapting his countenance. Regardless of whether Chu Yunsheng was human or a monster, as long as he stood on their side, he was an ally. He quietly and sternly instructed the sentry, this matter is not to be mentioned to anyone. It is now classified as top secret within the battalion. From this moment forward, you are primarily responsible for guarding the rear of the building. Disregard Mr. Chu and allow him to act as he pleases. Yes, sir, the sentry replied, his eyes hardening with resolve. Go. Battalion Commander Du gestured wearily. He still had to explain Chu Yunsheng's situation to the 8 newly assembled awakened warriors. Chu Yunsheng's disregard for their doubts had greatly irritated these new recruits, with many expressing their inability to cooperate, unwilling to blindly follow him. Some even vehemently demanded a contest with Chu Yunsheng. Yao Xiang, ever forthright, stated bluntly, a contest? Brother Chu ignores such things, likely because he doesn't wish to harm you. I have never witnessed anyone survive his blade, be they monster or man. A shrewd old man raised an eyebrow, interrupting, young man, such boasts are excessive. A blade? None of us 8 have seen him wield so much as a piece of iron. Before his words could fully dissipate, a captain with 3 stars on his epaulets stepped forward, stating in a deep voice, Battalion Commander, I trust Yao Xiang, and therefore, I trust in Mr. Chu's abilities. Battalion Commander Du nodded subtly. The military awakened warriors following him stood by the captain, echoing his sentiments. The astute elder let out a grunt, yet refrained from voicing further objections, for the opposing party was numerous and appeared resolute. Continuing the discourse would shift the focus from questioning Chu Yunsheng to casting doubt upon the military itself. Influenced by the atmosphere, Chu Yunsheng stifled a yawn, extinguished his cigarette, and summoned his energies, striving to absorb the essence of the world around him. Ever since he grasped the rudimentary concepts of that initial diagram, he had concentrated on meticulously observing the flow, state, strength, fluctuations of the vital energy, and the wondrous sensations of its integration with his body. This endeavor proved to be exceedingly taxing, and after merely an hour, he found himself faltering. while a semblance of understanding flickered within him. Upon closer reflection, he perceived nothing but a chaotic void, devoid of clarity and direction, overwhelmed by the myriad of principles he had yet to comprehend. During the era of sunlight, he had often witnessed on television and in novels how adept practitioners became increasingly invigorated as they trained, not to mention that cultivation often supplanted the need for sleep, with each session propelling their mastery to astonishing heights, akin to the effortless growth of vegetables. When Chu Yunxing finally opened his eyes, he was taken aback to find Professor Sun seated across from him, wearing a smile that radiated intensity, sending a chill down his spine. "Is there something you wish to discuss?" Chu Yunxing steadied his nerves, forcibly pulling himself from the meditative state. Professor Sun shook his hands dismissively. "No, I'm merely curious. By the way, do you dare to look at the deceased?" Chu Yunxing, puzzled by his seemingly nonsensical inquiry, pondered. He had encountered numerous corpses on the journey from Shunchang to this place. Was it not the very path lined with the remains of humanity? Professor Sun, noticing his lack of response, elucidated in a hushed tone, "These aren't ordinary deceased individuals. They are cadavers post-dissection. Specifically, the remains of Gan Ziqiang and his cohorts, whom you eliminated that day." Startled, Chu Yun ascended abruptly from his chair, his gaze instantly shifting to one of wariness and frigidity, poised to activate his combat armor. He harbored a certain fondness for Professor Sun, not only due to the old man's magnanimity in disregarding past grievances and his gratitude towards the soldiers safeguarding him, but also because of the professor's repeated assurances that researchers were not as Chu Yun had perceived, engaging in vivisection of awakened humans. This had been a source of considerable relief for Chu Yun. However, Professor Sun's sudden revelation that they had dissected Gan Ziqiang's corpse and those of his associates ignited a renewed sense of unease. Although Gan Ziqiang was his personal adversary, the precedent of scientists dissecting warriors of similar elemental energy suggested that tomorrow they might dissect other awakened warriors, or even himself, in pursuit of some research objective. Chu Yun mused inwardly that he had been excessively negligent. Perhaps prolonged exposure to these individuals had fostered a sense of complacency, leading him to lower his guard. In the absence of any trusted allies, he had been practicing cultivation without any vigilance. Had these scientists attempted to study him, he might have already met his demise. Professor Sun noticed his drastic change in expression and quickly gestured. "Xiao Chu, do not be anxious. Listen to me." Chu Yunxing took a moment to compose himself, realizing that he had been overthinking, perhaps even exhibiting a degree of psychological fragility. Regardless of whether it was Commander Du or the scientists, they all required his assistance to navigate through perilous circumstances. They posed no threat to him whatsoever. Yet, what kind of world was this? He had witnessed two individuals, desperate to escape the pursuit of a creature, where one deceived the other into offering a hand, seizing the opportunity to shatter the other's leg, thus leaving the injured party to slow down the relentless pursuer while the deceiver fled. He had seen a kind-hearted little girl, in an act of compassion, share a morsel of her food with a starving man, only to have her life extinguished by a dagger as he ruthlessly claimed all her provisions. He had observed a valiant squad of new warriors, fighting desperately, when a horde of monstrous creatures descended upon them. Some, without hesitation, pulled their comrades to confront the impending doom. He had witnessed individuals, unable to ascend a slope due to an overloaded vehicle, resort to gunfire against each other in a frantic bid for survival, with the fallen ruthlessly cast aside. He had seen those who, lured by a mere fragment of bread, willingly walked into traps set by their fellow humans, much like the infamous Jiang, ensnaring them to construct human bombs destined to annihilate those abhorrent flesh-eating monsters. He had witnessed such occurrences far too frequently, each one etching a profound dread into the depths of his heart. During the era of sunlight, he was merely an ordinary citizen, his life uneventful. However, upon entering the Dark Age, with the psyche of a commoner, he endured a succession of grim and utterly inhumane tragedies. Even with the ancient book as his solace and safeguard, he grew increasingly sensitive, vigilant, and fragile. At times, humanity proved far more terrifying than any monster. Chapter 70. Rumors. Professor Sun appeared somewhat disconcerted, Chu Yunxing's vehement reaction having exceeded his expectations. He awkwardly attempted to elucidate. The dissection of Gan Ziqiang and the others was compelled by the current circumstances. If you accompany me, you shall comprehend. After a moment of hesitation, Chu Yunxing resolved to investigate their endeavors. He recognized that these individuals would ultimately be affiliated with state institutions. Given the present state of affairs, intensified research on awakened humans was inevitable, and the dissection of deceased awakened warriors had likely already commenced in Jinling City. The dissection chamber was situated in the auxiliary break room of the conference hall. Upon entering, a wave of sanguinary odor assaulted the senses. Professor Sun shook his head ruefully. Lamenting, the conditions are regrettably rudimentary, precluding more refined procedures. Several candles illuminated the room, in the center of which, upon a platform fashioned from assembled tables, lay 3 cadavers. Fully dissected, an elderly man and a younger individual stood beside them, engaged in hushed discourse under the candlelight. Upon noticing the arrival of an individual, the 2 interlocutors ceased their discourse. Professor Sun gestured towards the elder of the pair, introducing him as Professor Hua, an expert in biomedical science, and the other as his student, Xiaoning. Subsequently, he addressed Professor Hua, saying, "Old Hua, commence." Professor Hua adjusted his spectacles, marred by a fissure across the lens and fabric-bound frames. After clearing his throat, he indicated the cadaver on the table, stating, "Observe. In the absence of comprehensive diagnostic instruments and observational apparatus, we are constrained to conduct a rudimentary analysis based solely on direct observation. Consider first the muscular system. Macroscopic examination reveals pronounced alterations. The muscle fibers exhibit enhanced resilience, and their characteristics have undergone anomalous transformations. Our hypothesis posits that a portion of the awakened warrior's energy is sequestered within the muscle cells, inducing an indeterminate modification that enables the cells not only to store nutritional energy, but also to accommodate a certain form of dark matter energy. Given the absolute transparency of dark matter, we are unable to visualize it directly. Consequently, these inferences lack substantiation and empirical validation, remaining purely speculative. Turning to the internal organs, the cardiac region of the pyrokinetic awakened warrior displays more significant alterations than other areas, while the renal vicinity of the cryokinetic awakened warrior exhibits preferential modification. In the absence of dissected non-elemental awakened warriors for control purposes, coupled with our awareness of the military's possession of adamantine and other extraordinary abilities, definitive conclusions are premature. The brain is the region undergoing the most profound transformations, where neural fibers intertwine. The more adept the awakened warrior, the more pronounced these changes become. However, during the Age of Enlightenment, the brain remained an enigma. Even with the naked eye, we are unable to draw definitive conclusions. As for the skeletal structure, there appears to be no noticeable alterations visible to the naked eye, rendering assessment impossible. Professor Hua concluded his succinct introduction, leaving Chu Yunxing somewhat perplexed. Professor Sun had summoned him to hear what seemed to be trivial analyses, which appeared utterly devoid of significance. Almost as if he sensed Chu's thoughts, Professor Sun interjected, stating, "Given our current rudimentary conditions, we can only make basic assessments. These preliminary observations, when juxtaposed with the extensive samples we gathered prior to the emergence of the insects, have led us, through collective discourse, to a conjecture. Dark matter and dark energy are entirely translucent, capable of silently traversing the human body and even the earth itself, which are composed of tangible matter. The dark energy acquired by awakened warriors may be governed by an active region within the brain, enabling the capture and absorption of dark energy that surrounds and permeates the body, ultimately storing it within. This hypothesis necessitates several foundational considerations. Firstly, the human awakening process requires a brief, yet significant transformation of cellular units within muscle tissue, allowing them to accept dark energy in addition to carbohydrates. Secondly, the brain's role in facilitating the introduction of dark energy must be examined. Thirdly, we must explore how neural units respond to, mobilize, and utilize this dark energy. Following this, Professor Sun continued to elaborate on the majority of the findings they had collectively pondered. After enduring the professor's discourse, which left him lightheaded, Chu Yunsheng discerned parallels between these conjectures and his own insights gleaned during cultivation. Upon contemplation, he recognized their potential utility. However, he remained perplexed as to why Professor Sun had chosen to confide in him. Commander Du has granted you 3 days to augment your abilities. We, the elder cohort, are exerting our utmost efforts, even at the expense of prematurely dissecting the cadavers of awakened warriors, in the hope of furnishing some assistance in the enhancement of your capabilities. Chu Yunxing offered a subtle nod. Professor Sun and his colleagues' audacious hypotheses delineated a model elucidating the absorption and storage of energy by awakened warriors. Although unverified and devoid of empirical substantiation, these postulations proved invaluable to Chu Yunxing in correlating his circumstances with ancient texts, particularly in light of his recent tentative cultivation endeavors, which had yielded considerable comprehension. His mind was now replete with models of yuan qi circulation, meticulously tracing the ingress of yuan qi from the external environment into the body, its storage, and its location. When he imbued yuan qi into the thousand aperture sword, it appeared merely as a flux of energy, but the underlying principles governing its mobilization and expulsion remained enigmatic. The ancient texts furnished only a litany of operational directives, which he had committed to memory, yet he had never pondered their genesis or functionality. It was akin to his secondary school days, when he adeptly employed the Pythagorean theorem to compute side lengths, without ever contemplating its derivation. The professors, having completed their exhaustive deductions and computations, succumbed to exhaustion, collapsing onto their chairs and lapsing into slumber. Emerging once more from the portals of the Jingjiang edifice, Chu Yunxing shook his head, endeavoring to sharpen his consciousness. A momentary lapse of focus within the mist-corded peril. The crimson silhouette dissolved again into the boundless fog. Vermin flesh was frequently encountered, yet often eluded detection due to their camouflage. Chu Yunsheng navigated the mid-strata of colossal entities, suppressing the turmoil in his thoughts, his vigilance unyielding. He alternated between deliberate stealth and rapid sprints. His yearning for transcendence into the realm of the first sky was acute. The fiery specter materialized frequently in various sectors of Kuan City. Each slain vermin flesh yielded a plenitude of energy-saturated talismans of extraction. Eventually, upon encountering smaller numbers of crimson-eyed monstrosities, he ceased evasion, opting instead to engage them directly with his bow, dispatching them with icy precision. The awakened warriors, summoned by Staff Officer Tao, grew in number. By the evening of the subsequent day, approximately 60 had been assembled. Their discourse evolved from the initial skepticism of Chu Yunsheng's capabilities, entertained by the original octet, to include the exploits of the fleet-footed, crimson-armored expert who had been observed by many, efficiently terminating scores of monsters. As the success of the entire endeavor hinged upon this, each individual was keenly interested. The matter became the subject of much speculation, and whenever Chu Yunxing appeared at the threshold, the fervent debates reached their zenith. Chapter 71. The pinnacle of the first dimension. Moreover, the moment he ceased his combat stance, his mind became consumed with arcane characters from ancient texts, coupled with an increasing trepidation regarding the impending confrontation with the flame monster, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. He sensed, with growing conviction, that upon reaching the zenith of the first dimension, he needed to comprehend certain truths to facilitate a seamless breakthrough into the second dimension. Only by attaining the second dimension would he be deemed worthy to engage the flame monster in battle. Therefore, owing to his weariness, Chu Yunsheng invariably retracted his armor upon entering the Jingjiang building, remaining oblivious to the clamor within the hall. He was utterly unaware of their debates. Even when Commander Du subtly hinted at him showcasing his abilities, he demurred. Since the advent of the Dark Age, among the individuals Chu Yunsheng had encountered, only Yu Xiaohai, whom he trusted implicitly, and Yao Xiang inspired his confidence. Commander Du's men amassed an ever-increasing number of scarlet beetle corpses and red-eyed monsters, all of which Chu Yunsheng stored within his dimensional talisman. He intended to retemper his armor and thousand-refined sword upon reaching the second dimension, anticipating that the results would far surpass the present effects. As the final 12 hours of the last day approached, Chu Yunsheng was merely one elemental energy tempering process away from entering the long-awaited realm of the first dimension's peak. The dense concentration of elemental energy imbued Chu Yunsheng with a sensation of immense power coursing through his very being. Leaping from one tendril to another, his momentum appeared as a vibrant arc, marked by unparalleled swiftness. At this moment, Chu Yunsheng emerged from a building's window, ascending along the giant creature's vines. Before him stood a horde of crimson-eyed monstrosities besieging over 30 individuals. Ever since Commander Du disseminated the news of the impending dismantling of the mist barrier and the desperate exodus from Jinling City, the citizens, who had been hopelessly hiding in the shadows, could no longer endure their plight and surged toward the Jinjiang building in Zone 9. In a realm devoid of hope, despair reigned supreme. Yet, when a glimmer of hope emerged, however faint, the innate will to survive ignited within them, particularly among the parents clutching their children. The city, shrouded in a fog of desolation, had previously extinguished their last flicker of hope, rendering them indifferent even when Commander Du's forces had passed through. Now, however, this new contingent, comprising scientists, numerous awakened warriors, and equipped with heavy, lethal weaponry, proclaimed that in 3 days they would dismantle the mist barrier and facilitate the escape from Jinling. To those who heard the proclamation, it was akin to a drowning soul grasping a straw. This was their final opportunity. With the exception of those too famished to rise, the rest swiftly rallied to Commander Du's side. Among the throng, Chu Yunxing vaguely recognized a few faces, including that of the city management officer's companion who had guided him and Yao Xiang days prior. The officer was no longer present, but the woman led the remaining individuals, steadfastly wielding a carapace of the red beetle as a shield, fiercely resisting the onslaught of the crimson-eyed fiends. These were ordinary humans, armed with only a few scattered firearms and blades to confront the crimson-eyed monstrosities. By the time Chu Yunxing appeared, they had already suffered casualties, with 5 or 6 dismembered corpses strewn along their path. However, to Chu Yunxing's astonishment, not a single one of them had selfishly fled. Instead, they were all exerting their utmost effort to retaliate and defend, striving to retreat towards the mist barrier. There were only a dozen or so of the crimson-eyed creatures in total. Chu Yunxing gently raised his bow, drew an arrow, and infused it with a substantial amount of yuan qi. His archery skills had improved considerably, and at a distance of less than 40 meters, he could now reliably hit the monsters, which spanned nearly 2 meters when fully extended, though moving targets still presented some difficulty. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Chu Yunxing unleashed a volley of arrows, adopting a tactic of sheer arrow saturation. His speed was remarkable, and in a mere instant, he had loosed 5 arrows. Then, to accelerate the process, he abandoned the use of physical arrows altogether, instead forming ice arrows directly from yuan qi. These arrows, shimmering with frosty light, hurtled into the midst of the crimson-eyed monster pack. Dealing with the crimson-eyed monsters consumed relatively little yuan qi. Each ice arrow only depleted a small amount. Although he launched a multitude of these ice arrows, Chu Yunxing's yuan qi reserves were currently ample, in order to reach his peak condition as swiftly as possible. He no longer concerned himself with squandering this final surge of yuan qi. Within his storage talisman, he still possessed over 20 fully charged yuan-gathering talismans. The crimson-eyed monsters, which had been so brazen just moments before, were now being frozen and collapsing to the ground one after another. The remaining creatures immediately lunged towards Chu Yunxing, who stood to one side. Chu Yunxing summoned his vital energy, swiftly unleashing a flurry of arrows before stowing his bow and drawing the 1,000-break sword. With a graceful leap from the vine, he cleaved through the oncoming crimson-eyed monstrosities mid-air, dispatching 2 with a single stroke. "Look, it's the one in the red armor." A woman in the crowd shrieked. Are we saved?" A mother wept with joy. I feel like I've seen this person before," murmured a child among the city management companions. With rapid precision, Chu Yunxing wielded the 1,000-break sword, diminishing the number of crimson-eyed beasts until only one remained. To the astonishment of the onlookers, the creature turned tail and fled. Not a single monster had ever retreated since their arrival on this world. Even the battle-hardened Chu Yunxing was momentarily taken aback. The only instance he had witnessed a creature flee was the last of 5 crimson beetles he had slain in a supermarket, which merely emitted a peculiar screech to summon its distant companions, but never had it retreated in cowardice. As the final surge of vital energy coursed through his body, he felt an unexpected lightness, nearly tumbling from the vine. His body began to automatically and gradually absorb the surrounding elemental essence. The energy that flowed into him traversed swiftly and evenly throughout his being, and he could even hear strange sounds emanating from within. Anxiously, Chu Yunxing neglected to collect the corpses of the crimson-eyed monsters and hastened towards the towering edifice of District 9. Without waiting for Yao Xiang to react, he slammed the door shut. At that moment, in the hall, the awakened warriors were thrown into disarray, startled by the sudden appearance of the figure clad in red armor, clamoring for Captain Du to elucidate the truth. An increasing number of individuals perceive this as a ruse orchestrated by the military, a deceptive scheme that leads them towards certain demise. Chaos is on the brink of eruption. Today's second update is imminent, and we are about to reach a climax. Tomorrow will continue. Chapter 72. The fusion entity with a resounding gunshot. Silence enveloped the hall. The awakened warriors were not intimidated by ordinary firearms. However, as the highest military commander in this locale, Commander Du stood prominently at the service desk in the hall, firing a warning shot that compelled the awakened warriors to hush. Commander Du proclaimed loudly, "In my capacity as the highest commander of the regiment, I reiterate that the individual clad in red armor is indeed the pivotal figure of this operation, Mr. Chu Yunxing. I have reiterated this matter numerous times. This shall be the final clarification." He glanced at his watch and continued. "As for Mr. Chu's capabilities, I am confident that we will soon receive an answer." An elderly, lean man, who had been summoned early, immediately raised his voice. "Commander Du, this is precisely our greatest concern. Although I have not personally witnessed the combat of the awakened warrior in red armor, many here have. From their accounts, it is evident that the red-armored warrior possesses formidable abilities, so exceptional that most of us can only aspire to keep pace. However, let us not forget that your plan necessitates his engagement with the flame monsters, rather than those flesh worms or red-eyed creatures. While the red-armored warrior is indeed powerful, it seems he can at most hunt one or two flesh worms alone. Such prowess, I fear, may be insufficient to withstand the might of the more formidable flame monsters." Immediately, someone echoed him, stepping forward to say, "Indeed, I stand in support of this esteemed gentleman. I have witnessed the red-armored warrior's hunt of the flesh worm with my own eyes. While I am immensely impressed by his capabilities, I do not believe they suffice to contend with the terrifying flame creature." Initially, we harbored a glimmer of hope that Mr. Chu, clad in his gray cotton attire, transcended the red-armored warrior. Although your military has disclosed that Mr. Chu is the red-armored warrior, he is yet to clarify this himself, which is why we cling to such hopes. If your military believes that invoking the red-armored warrior will persuade us to participate in this scheme, it is nothing short of a blatant deception, leading us to our doom. I do not concur with your assertions. A woman, her chest cradling an infant, interjected. "I too have witnessed the battles of the red-armored warrior, yet I believe your observations lack depth. He is the only one I have seen who, while wielding a sword, exhibited no fluctuations of ice or fire attributes. Yet, when using a handgun, he could unleash fiery energy. Furthermore, he astonishingly shot arrows imbued with icy energy while using a bow. I ask you all, has anyone else witnessed a warrior capable of wielding both ice and fire energies simultaneously? Thus, I believe in and support Captain Du. Mr. Chu, the red-armored warrior, will undoubtedly be able to confront the flame creature." Commander Du had not anticipated that their concerns extended beyond Chu Yunxing's capabilities. Even the long-rumored red armor was now subject to renewed skepticism. Even if it were confirmed that Chu Yunxing was indeed the awakened warrior clad in red armor, lurking within the mist, it would merely lead these individuals to perceive him as a formidable ally rather than the pivotal figure capable of countering the fiery monstrosities. These individuals had survived numerous crises in the City of Mist, demonstrating remarkable shrewdness. Naturally, they would not gamble their lives recklessly. Commander Du could only hope for Chu Yunxing to emerge and quell their fears. Otherwise, should these individuals disperse, his meager forces would be utterly incapable of dismantling the 9 sources of mist. At that moment, Chu Yunxing was deeply concerned, acutely aware of the unusual fluctuations in his vital energy. Lacking the legendary ability to introspectively examine his own body, he could only sense these changes through the flow of energy within him. He was uncertain whether he had truly entered the realm of the dual elements. Yet he perceived a series of barriers seemingly layered between his vital energy and his body, gradually being breached. This fusion of energy with his being felt entirely unprecedented. Whereas previously the vital energy resided within him, it now appeared to be merging with his body, a process painstakingly slow and incremental. A cacophony of peculiar sounds reverberated from his internal nerves, leading Chu Yunxing to feel as if he were a fortress being systematically besieged by an inexorable legion of vital energy. Although devoid of any sensation of pain, a looming sense of fragility deterred him from directly infusing vital energy via the energy-gathering talisman. Apprehensive that an excess of such energy would instantaneously lead to the collapse of his corporeal form. Thus, Chu Yunxing could only compose himself, synchronizing with the progression of vital energy within his body, gradually drawing in new external energy until, after 3 hours, the successive advancement, modification, infusion of energy within his body gradually ceased. Upon re-examining his state, he discerned that it mirrored the initial phase of the 2-yuan heaven realm as described in ancient texts. The degree of vital energy condensation had significantly intensified. With mere mobilization, he could perceive the immense power contained within the energy. The amalgamation of vital energy and the body was no longer a simple storage relationship, but rather a state of mutual integration, as if the energy had become an intrinsic part of his being. According to ancient texts, this state is not entirely complete in the initial phase, necessitating continuous application of the cultivation methods provided in the ancient texts to thoroughly transform the body into a vital energy integrated entity until reaching the pinnacle of the 2-yuan heaven realm, eventually breaking through to the 3-yuan heaven realm. The nature of the vital energy within his body had also undergone a discernible alteration. Originally, the heaven and earth energy absorbed into his body did not undergo any particular change, merely existing within him as if in storage. Whether he infused it into the thousand cleavage sword or the ice arrow, it remained the same pristine heaven and earth energy. He was merely a tool utilizing the power of the energy. However, the energy now absorbed first fuses with the modified body, and the re-emergent energy carries his life essence, becoming an integral part of his being, rendering its mobilization more intuitive. He realized only then that the power he could unleash with the same amount of yuan qi in the 1 yuan heaven stage was far less than what he felt now. The predecessors in the ancient book's cultivation annotations had detailed explanations that this qualitative change in yuan qi would become more apparent as the cultivator's body underwent further transformation, until it fully became the peak state of the 2 yuan heaven of the integrated yuan body. The original yuan qi of heaven and earth would be completely transformed into the cultivator's own yuan qi, and its power would directly reach the peak of the 2 yuan heaven. The first benefit of the change in yuan qi was not the enhancement of his abilities, but the inscription of Tier 3 yuan talismans. This high-level yuan talisman, which must be based on the cultivator's own yuan qi, was something that Chu Yunsheng had long yearned for. Secondly, regarding the battle armor and the thousand-strike sword. After Chu Yunsheng retempered them, the thickness of the battle armor was reduced by half in the cleansing of his own yuan qi, making it appear more agile and lightweight, while its protective capabilities were conversely greatly enhanced. The thousand-strike sword also discharged a large amount of impurities. Chu Yunsheng added all the saber legs of the scarlet armor insects provided by regiment commander due to the tempering of the thousand-strike sword, barely managing to maintain the size of the thousand-strike sword without significant changes, with the addition of the blue mist that could devour yuan qi provided by those red-eyed monsters. The thousand-strike sword could now completely kill a scarlet armor insect by injecting only less than half of the yuan qi it used to require. Against flame monsters, the thousand-strike sword's attack ability, mixed with this yuan qi disrupting power, was extremely important, as it was a monster composed mostly of pure yuan qi energy. Immediately, Chu Yunsheng began to silently recite the sword combat techniques recorded in the ancient texts that he could comprehend, although he had memorized them thoroughly. The cramped confines of the small room made it impractical to practice. With a sudden resolve, he leapt up, determined to venture outside in search of a monster to test the long-anticipated might of his swordsmanship. He recalled that the awakened warriors in the hall had been urging him to prove his strength as a foundation for collaboration. This would serve as an opportune moment to conduct his experiment and address their expectations simultaneously. Chapter 73, A Sword of Dread Fully Armed. Chu Yunsheng emerged into the bustling hall, and the raucous crowd fell into an immediate hush, their gazes fixed upon him. As Captain Du prepared to speak, Chu Yunsheng gestured for silence, gracefully ascending to the service counter of the building. With a calm demeanor, he addressed the assembly. I will keep my words brief. Since we are all gathered here, it is clear that we seek a way to break free from this fog. I understand your concerns, however. If you expect me to directly challenge the fire monster to prove my worth at this moment, I must decline. Such an endeavor is foolhardy. The success of Captain Du's plan relies on the collective efforts of all, not just yours, but also those of the scientists laboring tirelessly to map our surroundings, and the ordinary soldiers who yearn to escape this wretched place. If you wish to gather information about me to bolster your confidence in this gamble, I invite you to accompany me outside shortly. I shall reveal certain sights to you, regardless of your eventual choices. It is essential to emphasize that this is not a gamble to be taken lightly. Remaining in the City of Mist will result in either starvation or being devoured by monsters. There are no alternatives. Having concluded his statement, he afforded no opportunity for those given to hesitation and deliberation to pose inquiries. He proceeded directly towards the gate. With less than half an hour remaining until the transition of the mist barrier, and with the professor's updated maps yet to be disseminated, he was compelled to seek out flesh worms within Sector 9 to serve as subjects for the trial of his swordsmanship. Were it not for the exigency of testing the efficacy of his sword combat techniques, Chu Yunsheng, by disposition, would have been disinclined to demonstrate anything to those excessively cautious individuals. Belief was a matter of choice, and disbelief, likewise, a prerogative. Moreover, the most perilous aspect of the entire operation was borne by Chu Yunsheng himself. Those trailing behind, tasked with the destruction of the mist origin, possessed no standing to cast aspersions upon his actions. However, he had come to a gradual realization that in an era dominated by monstrous entities and fraught with daily peril, the foremost concern of the awakened warriors of Kuanqing who had survived numerous brushes with death, was their personal safety. Whether Chu Yunsheng was engaging in foolish self-sacrifice was of little consequence to them. Their preoccupation lay in the possibility that the military was deliberately sacrificing them, or even Chu Yunsheng, as bait to divert the attention of the flame monsters, thereby enabling the military forces to exploit the opportunity to breach the mist barrier and effect a retreat. Consequently, Chu Yunsheng's capabilities assumed paramount importance to them. It was a pivotal factor determining whether they would be sacrificial pawns of the military or comrades in arms. Chu Yunsheng decelerated his pace. He was followed by at least 70 or 80 awakened warriors, all harboring concerns and doubts. After traversing several streets, his countenance hardened as he selected 2 flesh worms, as substantial as gasoline barrels, seemingly engaged in copulation upon a nearby thick vine. The saying goes, there is courage in numbers. Under ordinary circumstances, even 3 or 5 awakened warriors would hesitate to confront a single ordinary flesh worm, resorting instead to cunning tactics. Should they encounter 2 simultaneously, the prudent course would be to flee as far as possible. However, in this instance, a formidable assembly of nearly 80 individuals, bolstered by the presence of the crimson-armored Chu Yunsheng, felt a measure of confidence. Yet, none wished to stand too close, for the thought of being consumed by the flesh worm was a fate too absurd and unjust to contemplate. Thus, they all halted at a prudent distance, startled mid-copulation. The flesh worm lunged at Chu Yunsheng like a firecracker ignited in fury. Drawing a deep breath, the techniques of the sword combat flashed through his mind. With a swift motion, he leaped into the air, his refined essence surging within him like a torrent. Unstoppable, it coalesced into his raised chimbi sword, meeting the oncoming flesh worm head-on. With a single, decisive stroke, Chu Yunsheng unleashed a wave of lethal sword energy, sharp and chilling. The sword shadows, formed from his gathered essence, twisted and turned, sweeping through the ranks like a tempest, annihilating all in their path. The leading flesh worm and its iron-like tendrils were instantly reduced to mere fragments. One stroke, only one stroke. One death, one grievous injury. Those who had previously witnessed Chu Yunsheng's relentless method of slaying flesh worms anticipated a mere rehash of past encounters, perhaps with a touch more ferocity. Yet, they were utterly unprepared for the breathtaking spectacle that unfolded before them. At this moment, not only the onlookers, but even Chu Yunsheng himself found his mind momentarily blank. This was his inaugural demonstration of the sword technique known as Thousand Armies Dispersed. Initially, he believed that with his lack of proficiency and being at the early stages of the second heavenly realm, merely wounding the flesh worm with a single strike would be a remarkable feat even at the pinnacle of the first heavenly realm. After expending half of the flesh worm's energy and dousing it with several vials of corrosive slime, he had never managed to inflict serious injury with just one blow. To his astonishment, despite these circumstances, the formidable sword technique still managed to effortlessly tear apart one flesh worm and severely wound another. The Thousand Armies Dispersed was a battle technique uniquely crafted by a predecessor from ancient texts, capable of vanquishing a multitude of foes or concentrating its power to annihilate a single target. However, the mastery required to slay an army was far beyond what Chu Yunsheng could dare to aspire to at this moment. Lost in thought for a moment, he noticed that the severed flesh worm had already darted a considerable distance away. Chu Yunsheng, known for his mercilessness, especially against vicious monsters, conjured an ice arrow that materialized in his hand. A flurry of arrows transformed into glimmering shards of frost, piercing through the air to utterly freeze and destroy the remaining half of the flesh worm. Ignoring the gaze of nearly 80 onlookers behind him, he activated the object-concealing talisman, meticulously collecting the shattered pieces of the flesh worm along with the remaining half. He was reluctant to let any of the vital energy contained within these creatures go to waste, as they consumed minimal energy to capture. In an instant, the hall buzzed with excitement once more. Those who had witnessed Chu Yunsheng's sword trial embellished their accounts of the event with vivid details, leaving those who had missed it feeling regretful for not witnessing it firsthand. Even more amusing for Captain Du was that among the near 80 spectators, a small faction had rapidly transformed from skeptics to fervent supporters of Chu Yunsheng. Although some individuals harbored reservations to varying degrees, Chu Yunsheng declined to offer explanations, leaving them with no recourse. After much deliberation, they ultimately concluded, as Chu Yunsheng had stated, that they were bereft of alternatives. For the esteemed Commander Du had asserted that the means to locate the exit and escape the Mist City following the dismantling of the Mist source body could only be achieved through the Professor's relentless calculations. In essence, their only hope for egress lay in adhering to the military convoy. Thus, any aspiration for self-preservation or opportunistic gains would be met with Commander Du's resolute exclusion. Meanwhile, within the confines of his chamber, Chu Yunxing was engrossed in calculating the urgent need to craft several high-level Yuan talismans to contend with the formidable flame monsters. Chapter 74. Time is running out. Flame monsters, being composed of pure fire Yuan Qi, would render the previously effective blazing fire talisman, used to obliterate the tentacle monster, largely ineffective. Chu Yunxing meticulously perused the ancient texts, ultimately settling on selecting a talisman from the Ice Yuan Qi category, which would serve to counteract the Fire Yuan Qi of the Flame monsters. Among the myriad of third-level Yuan talismans, Chu Yunxing's recognition of the characters was limited. After careful consideration, he selected the Ice Collapse talisman. While not the most potent ice-based talisman among the third-level options, its advantage lay in its simplicity of inscription, enabling Chu Yunxing to produce a substantial quantity. He remained uncertain whether each of the 9 mist source bodies would harbor a flame monster, but he aimed to prepare at least 9 Ice Collapse talismans. Inscribing second-level Yuan talismans at the first Origin Heaven realm exacted a considerable toll on Yuan Qi, and similarly, inscribing third-level Yuan talismans at the second Origin Heaven realm resulted in immense expenditure. Having expended a considerable amount of primal energy, augmented by successive uses of the energy-gathering charms, Chu Yunxing managed to meticulously inscribe 9 advanced third-order Yuan charms. Subsequently, he elevated his original first-order 6 Yuan charms to the second-order level. The inscription method for the third-order 6 charms remained beyond his comprehension, and time was of the essence, precluding further investigation. The 6th charm serves as an all-encompassing protective Yuan charm, particularly effective against attacks of primal energy. When used in conjunction with battle armor, it significantly enhances the probability of survival. The Divine Weapon Yuan charms on the Thousand Refined Sword, the Frost Yuan charms on the bow and arrows, and the Fire Weapon Yuan charms on the handgun were all upgraded to the second-order level, although he had deciphered the inscription method for some of the third-order versions. Chu Yunxing lacked the necessary primal energy to elevate all of these Yuan charms to the third-order level. There was also a rather enigmatic beast-sealing Yuan charm, which required even more immense primal energy, approximately 3 times that of the Ice Collapse charm. However, its utility was equally remarkable. The third-order beast-sealing charm could seal and confine a dying monster within the charm structure. After the monster was restored with primal energy, the charm holder could release it to aid in combat. Chu Yunxing gritted his teeth and inscribed one, intending to capture a flesh worm to seal within it. When facing the flame monster, even with his second-level Yuan cultivation, Chu Yunxing had only one recourse: flight. The Ice Collapse charm was intended to delay the flame monster's attack speed, with no expectation of killing it. Similarly, if he could seal multiple flesh worms to serve as cannon fodder, their powerful suction could impede the flame monster, increasing his chances of escape. However, this was merely a fleeting thought, as Chu Yunxing lacked the necessary Yuan Qi to create a substantial number of sealed beast talismans. He needed to conserve at least 10 fully charged Yuan Qi absorption talismans to replenish his Yuan Qi during combat. At that moment, several soldiers hastily entered the hall, supporting a young soldier covered in blood and wearing a steel helmet. Regiment Commander Du was urgently summoned by Staff Officer Tao. The near-death soldier, blood seeping from his eyes, mumbled through blood-filled bubbles, 218th Regiment. Regiment Commander Du Qi Shan. Division commands. Order. In my pocket. No time. No time for what, brother? Regiment Commander Du shook the blood-soaked soldier. The soldier's head slumped onto Regiment Commander Du's arm, his mangled eyes still wide open and filled with blood. Regiment Commander, he has passed away. Staff Officer Tao said softly after checking the soldier's breath. Regiment Commander Du nodded, remembering the soldier's words about the division command's order. He immediately began searching the fallen warrior's blood-soaked uniform, retrieving a crumpled, blood-stained letter from an inside pocket. Regiment Commander Du unfolded the paper and rapidly scanned the lines, his expression growing increasingly grave. Immediately summoned Chu Yunxing. He commanded, then changed his mind. No, I'll go myself. Regiment Commander Du shoved the letter into his pocket, brushed past Staff Officer Tao, and headed straight for Chu Yunxing's room. Are you saying that the rear defenses of Shin City have completely collapsed, and that the Crimson Armor Beetle army is closing in? Chu Yunxing exclaimed, leaping up from his chair in astonishment. Excellent. The division headquarters, 3 hours prior, had progressively dispatched nearly a company of soldiers into the mist, diligently searching for our whereabouts. The division's main force has circumvented Kuan City and is now stationed in a town 5 kilometers away, granting us only 6 hours. Should we fail to break through the city of mist, the division headquarters will abandon these scientists and retreat directly to Jinling City. Director Du's voice carried a hint of iciness. Considering the 3+ hours they've spent searching for us, we now have a mere 2 hours remaining. We must act immediately, Director Du exclaimed, abruptly rising to his feet once more. Chu Yunsheng, in no position to rest, promptly activated his combat armor, unsheathed the thousand-fracture sword, and declared, "Urge the professors to expedite the map and the sequence diagram for destroying the mist source." Director Du immediately arranged the awakened warriors. "I am ready to depart at any moment." Director Du did not conceal the truth from the 130-odd assembled awakened warriors. The situation has reached its most perilous juncture. Should they fail to break through, they can only await the Red Armor Beetle army to surge into the mist, sweeping across everything, resulting in certain death for all. The professors in the conference room were frantically conducting their final deductions. All the exhausted old men were reawakened and incorporated into the calculation ranks. Under Director Du's relentless urging, at 2040, the scientists finally completed their deductions, leaving only 2 hours and 20 minutes until the division headquarters agreed upon time of 2300 hours, augmented by the military. Nearly 150 awakened warriors were divided into 2 groups. The first group, comprising approximately 100 individuals, received the most substantial firepower support from Regimental Commander Du, and would work alongside Chu Yunsheng to systematically eliminate the fog source entities. The second group, heavily guarded, was tasked with protecting the families of the awakened warriors and the scientists and relocating them to the last sequence of fog zones. The assault force was personally commanded by Battalion Commander Ban Shijun, a military officer from the awakened warriors. Ban Shijun was the same officer who had previously spoken on behalf of Yao Xiang, and the two had a strong rapport due to their collaborative combat experiences. Just as Chu Yunsheng and his team were preparing to depart, Staff Officer Tao ushered in another group of individuals who immediately demanded to assume command from Du Qishan. Regimental Commander Du, incensed, questioned, "Who are these people?" At this critical juncture, the sudden disruption infuriated Regimental Commander Du, who nearly opened fire on the intruders. Staff Officer Tao quickly restrained Regimental Commander Du, explaining, "Commander, these are officials from Kuan City who have been sheltering near the grain depot. They possess armed police and police forces, along with a substantial arsenal of firearms." Regimental Commander Du scoffed, "What officials? The 218th Regiment has always been under the sole command of the military headquarters. Local authorities have no jurisdiction over us." A bespectacled official emerged. Adopting a formal tone, "You must be Commander Du, comrades. Your efforts are greatly appreciated. As a local official, I am profoundly grateful for the troops' participation in the rescue efforts, something we have long awaited." Commander Du, dismissing his aide, drew his pistol and coldly replied, "Enough with the pleasantries. You can only assume command over my dead body. I am a soldier of the military in life and will remain so in death. Unless it is an order from the military, I will not comply. Captain Ban, prepare to depart immediately." The official's expression darkened as he exchanged a glance with the armed police behind him, once again obstructing Commander Du. "Commander Du, we can forego command, but we require your assistance with some personnel. A few former leaders are trapped near the granary. These individuals are influential not only in Jinling but also in Kyoto. Rescuing them would benefit us both, and I implore you to consider this seriously." Chapter 75, Rescue the Leaders? Without a moment's thought, Commander Du leapt up and exclaimed, "No need for consideration. My military orders are to protect the scientists, not your old leaders. I tell you, we have only 2 hours to break through the fog barrier and retreat. My manpower is already insufficient, so abandon this line of thought." The bespectacled official retorted furiously, "Du Qishan, if you neglect the higher authorities, do not blame me for seeking out your superiors once we reach Jinling." Commander Du scoffed, "Feel free to do as you wish. Now, do not obstruct my path." "Captain Ban, why are you still dawdling? Did you not hear my command?" "Yes," Ban Shijin answered succinctly, reaching out to push aside the armed police blocking the doorway. Suddenly, the bespectacled official shouted, "Hold on." He approached Chu Yunsheng and the others, pointing at them loudly, "Du Qishan, you belong to the military, they do not. I intend to summon them, and that is none of your concern. Most of these individuals are from Kuan City." Commander Du shook his head, responding with irritation, "If you have the capability, then summon them." Before his words could fully settle, a whirlwind-like figure dashed forward, kicking the bespectacled official away and spitting contemptuously, "Summon, summon, summon. Who do you think you are? How dare you mention we are citizens of Kuan City?" When the pests arrived, It was you officials who fled the fastest. Now you have the audacity to ask us to save you, the very parasites? May you perish far from here. From behind, others echoed in agreement. Well said. This fellow deserves a beating. All this prattling only delays the matter at hand. The bespectacled official staggered to his feet, trembling as he pointed at the awakened warriors. You dare to assault a state official? The burly man who had kicked him glared and retorted, What's wrong with hitting you? You bear no semblance of a proper official. While Commander Du and the others strive to dispel the fog wall, you officials are only concerned with organizing the populace to rescue your leaders, utterly neglecting the plight of the people. Have you not flattered enough from the era of sunlight to the dark age? The bespectacled official adjusted his somewhat damaged frames, trembling as he pointed at the burly man, stuttering, You. Colonel Du glanced at his watch, sensing the urgency of the moment. With a decisive wave of his hand, soldiers clad in helmets, wielding automatic rifles, streamed out in formation. The officials and armed police were immediately dispirited. Their meager weaponry paled in comparison to the regular army, especially with the formidable reinforcements of the awakening faction looming behind. All of this bore little relevance to Chu Yunxing. Yet he found himself admiring Colonel Du's resolute demeanor. Had the colonel truly intended to embark on a rescue mission, Chu would have voiced his opposition. With merely 2 hours to spare, the notion of saving anyone seemed utterly preposterous. Without uttering a word, Chu Yunxing gripped the 1,000-piercing sword and plunged into the vast, enveloping fog alongside Ban Shijun and the others. Since the onset of the Dark Age, he had honed his ability to maintain composure, and upon entering the mist, he became acutely attuned to the sounds around him, impervious to distractions. Even when on the brink of transcending the duality of the celestial realm, he managed to maintain clarity of thought amidst the chaos. The sequence for dismantling the fog source, as outlined by the professors, followed the path indicated on Chu Yunxin's map, 5317984. Thus, they now set course directly for the fog source in Zone 5. Chu had observed the fog source from a distance several times. It resided above a colossal creature, taking the form of an oval green mist with a diameter exceeding 10 meters, resembling a rugby ball, within which flickered miniature bolts of green lightning. Chu Yunxing now stands at the mid-level of the colossal creature beneath the fog source in Area 5. Aside from a single flesh worm that was swiftly dispatched by a group of awakened warriors behind him, there appears to be no fiery monsters in the vicinity. He signaled, and the soldiers below, armed with rocket launchers, immediately squeezed the triggers. The whistling rockets surged straight toward the fog source. Bang! The rockets detonated near the fog source, sending a violent gust of wind that swept through and uprooted large branches of nearby plants. The fog source trembled slightly, releasing some green mist, yet overall, it sustained no significant damage. The crowd, on edge, scanned their surroundings. If no fiery monsters emerged shortly, they would rush to the summit of the colossal creature and collectively launch an assault to dismantle the fog source. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds. No sign of movement. Chu Yunxing waved his hand, and Ban Shijun promptly led everyone in a rapid ascent. The fog source's retaliation did not require Chu Yunxing's intervention. He needed to remain vigilant against the potential appearance of fiery monsters and to manage any sudden incidents within the fog zone. The spectacle of nearly 100 warriors attacking was truly magnificent. Various fire and ice attacks danced like a Hollywood sci-fi blockbuster. In addition to the assaults from these awakened warriors, several soldiers with exceptional physical abilities from the army also ascended to the apex of the giant plant to install explosives. In just over 2 minutes, the entire fog source was obliterated. The tremendous commotion did not attract the anticipated fiery monsters. Instead, it drew a multitude of vibration-sensitive flesh worms and red-eyed creatures. Nevertheless, the contingent led by Ban Shijun, emboldened by their numerical advantage, advanced with relentless force, decimating insects and extirpating eyes, leaving a trail of monstrous carcasses in their wake, a boon for Chu Yunxing, who, positioned at the rear, collected them into his storage talisman. Traversing through the zones, the group was surprised by their uninterrupted progress. They moved swiftly, first through Sector 5, then Sector 3, and subsequently Sector 1, encountering no fiery entities. After promptly destroying the fog source bodies, they retreated towards the next foggy area. Conversely, they slaughtered numerous flesh worms and red-eyed monsters. Chu Yunxing not only augmented his collection of red-eyed monster corpses but also used a beast-sealing talisman to confine a dying flesh worm, nurturing it with yuan qi along the way. Upon reaching Sector 7, they proceeded with the usual reconnaissance, followed by an encirclement. However, just as they were about to withdraw, a flame, as if piercing through time, swooped down from the mist. Before Chu Yunsheng could react, it claimed 3 awakened warriors. The raging flames engulfed the 3 men suspended beneath the fire monster, reducing them to ashes in moments, their yuan qi energy entirely absorbed by the fire monster. This creature, akin to Chu Yunsheng's essence-seizing talisman, could absorb energy, albeit from living beings, unlike Chu Yunsheng, who absorbed it from inanimate objects. Ban Shijun hastily led the group to descend and sprint towards the fog wall, abandoning the battlefield to Chu Yunsheng. Chapter 76, Confronting the Flame. The fire monster descended once more with resplendent grace, stirring up bursts of flame, like a colossal avian ablaze. Chu Yunsheng steadied his mind and unleashed the sword technique, 1,000 troops dispersing, directing it towards the fiery creature. The intertwining shadows of his sword surged forth, ruthlessly advancing to strike the beast. Given Chu Yunsheng's current prowess, invoking the 1,000 troops dispersing technique conjured 6 sword shadows, or, one could say, 6 streams of sword energy. These shadows were formed from the essence of his true self, exuding immense power capable of slaying a flesh worm on the spot. However, against the fiery creature, it ultimately fell short. Had he refined this technique to manifest 60 sword shadows in a single strike, he surmised he could have annihilated the flaming beast instantly. Regrettably, he could only produce 6, merely managing to momentarily impede the creature's movement. Naturally, Chu Yunsheng had no intention of recklessly engaging the fiery beast in a futile contest of strength. His objective was solely to divert its attention or to hold it off until the awakened warriors tasked with attacking the mist source could safely escape. The solution to evading the fiery creature was deceptively simple: the unpredictable mist walls. As long as the 9 mist sources remained intact, these mist walls would not vanish. By hastening towards the mist walls and weaving through them with agility, the fiery creature would inevitably lose track of its target. Emboldened by the formidable defenses of his combat armor and the hexagram amulets, coupled with his unparalleled velocity and the uncanny ability of his attack rune and 1,000-edged sword to absorb vital energy, Chu Yunsheng dared to accept the mission from Battalion Commander Du the Flame Monster, momentarily impeded by the sword shadows, seemed incensed. Perhaps by the unprecedented effective strike from a human, or by the energy-devouring properties inherent within the 1,000-edged sword's spectral blades. It beat its long, spiky wings and lunged once more towards Chu Yunsheng, who was already fleeing at high speed. In that brief span, Chu Yunsheng had already sprinted over 50 meters. Accelerating further, the harmonization and empowerment of his physical form, granted by the dual-dimensional realm, enabled him to unleash unprecedented power, traversing the vines like a soaring arrow. However, the speed of mere running could scarcely outpace the flight of the flame monster. Within seconds, Chu Yunsheng could feel waves of heat washing over him. Unable to evade, he relied on his combat armor to withstand the flame monster's fiery attacks. The assault of pure fire energy nearly caused Chu Yunsheng to vomit blood. Along the way, all the flesh worms and red-eyed monsters, regardless of their numbers, retreated in terror. Nothing dared to approach. As the mist wall drew nearer, Chu Yunsheng felt as though he were being cooked alive, even beginning to detect the scent of burning flesh. His combat armor was scaldingly hot, the frigid mist particles vaporizing instantly upon impact. His hexagram amulets were on the verge of shattering, all defenses teetering on the brink of collapse. It's time to use the Ice Collapse Talisman, Chu Yunsheng mused. With a flick of his wrist, he immediately summoned the Ice Collapse Talisman, uttering a sharp command as the talisman whirled forth, projecting intricate symbols that embodied the essence of collapse. The symbols shattered and dispersed, materializing the laws of nature. In the next moment, a colossal glacier congealed, firmly encasing the fiery beast within its icy grasp. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Chu Yunsheng exerted himself to propel his legs, cursing his inability to ascend. For a creature imbued with pure fire essence, breaking free from the icy prison was hardly a formidable task. Yet, the true might of the Ice Collapse Talisman lay not merely in the formation of an ice block to ensnare foes, but in its terrifying capacity to shatter. Crack! Boom! 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 The immense glacier fractured violently, erupting into a multitude of shards. The immense force radiating outward from the fiery creature like the quills of a porcupine. The fiery beast let out a harrowing shriek. Chu Yunsheng had never before witnessed such a desperate cry from the creature, his heart quaking with realization. It was wounded. It was indeed injured. The first time he had unleashed a third-tier attack talisman, he had been at a rudimentary level of the first celestial realm, capable of only 1/5 of its potential. Now, At the second celestial realm, he could muster merely half of its power. To his astonishment, the ice collapse talisman had actually inflicted harm upon the fiery beast. He had merely intended to use it as a sacrificial barrier against its pursuit. Just as he contemplated casting another ice collapse talisman, perhaps to resolve the matter entirely, he witnessed the fiery creature burst forth from the ice shards, its wrathful flames surging towards him. Chu Yunxing exclaimed in dismay, realizing it had only sustained minor injuries. The flame creature is truly formidable. At this moment, he dared not entertain any thoughts of defeating it. With renewed determination, he pressed on, fleeing as swiftly as possible, covering as much distance as he could. Like a sprinter, he darted through the misty barrier, the scenery around him shifting rapidly, leaving Chu Yunxing somewhat dazed. After numerous evasive maneuvers, he finally felt a sense of relief. The terrifying flame creature had been outpaced. Finding a secluded shelter, Chu Yunxing collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, utterly exhausted from the harrowing ordeal. Even now, he could feel his heart racing, a frantic drumbeat fueled by fear and strenuous exertion. His armor was alarmingly hot, so much so that a cigarette placed upon it would ignite, were it not for the 6 armor talisman. He feared his cotton clothing would have already caught fire. However, the talisman was now tattered and in shambles. Hastily, he replenished his vitality and crafted a new second-tier 6 armor talisman, cursing his inability to comprehend the crafting rules for the third-tier talismans. Otherwise, he would not find himself in such a predicament. Drawing in a deep breath of smoke, he felt a sharp sting in his lungs. Yet it brought an inexplicable sense of exhilaration that coursed through his limbs, invigorating his senses. Last week, I hesitated to seek recommendations from my friends and readers. But now that things have stabilized, I assure you of at least 2 updates daily. If you have any votes, please feel free to cast them. This week promises to be thrilling. Chapter 77. Who is the cannon fodder? In the second misty zone, on the ground floor of the department store. The designated meeting point agreed upon by everyone before their actions began. Ban Shijun and the others sat anxiously on the ground, uncertain of Chu Yunxing's fate. Amidst a cacophony of voices, the crowd lamented, "We have waited nearly 20 minutes. He cannot possibly still be alive. Squad leader, let us depart." Indeed, no one could survive the clutches of that monstrous creature. Just look at old Wang and his 2 companions. They were reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye. If he were alive, he would have returned by now. Alas, we had hoped for his survival. Yet who could have imagined that he would perish after merely encountering a flame monster? I had always said he was not up to the task. How lamentable, how tragic. The insects are approaching. Must we all meet our end here? It seems to be fate. Having lived this long, what more could we desire? As the crowd exchanged their despondent remarks, they were nearly convinced of Chu Yunxing's inevitable demise. The notion of his death cast a pall over their spirits. If the strongest among them had fallen, who could possibly contend with the fire creature? Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the revolving door of the department store swung open, and a vigilant awakened warrior stumbled inside, breathless and ecstatic, proclaiming, "He has come. He is still alive. He has come. He is still alive." This declaration detonated like a bomb, instantly overturning the despair of the crowd. Could it be that he had truly escaped from the fiery monster? Ban Shijun seized the awakened warrior, nearly shouting, "Chu Yunxing is alive." Before the warrior could respond, they heard a voice cry out, "Brother Chu," emerging from the mist. Clad in a resplendent crimson battle armor and wielding a sword, stood none other than the hurriedly arrived Chu Yunxing. Indeed, he was alive. This was the initial thought that crossed everyone's mind. As the crowd surged forward, they were once again astounded to discover that Chu Yunxing's peculiar armor remained entirely intact, without even a single fissure. How could this be possible? Yao Xiang grinned, exclaiming, "Brother Chu, you're truly formidable." Chu Yunxing patted him on the shoulder and addressed Battalion Commander Ban directly. "Battalion Commander Ban, please issue the order to proceed immediately. Time is of the essence." Upon hearing this, Ban Shijun composed himself, setting aside his astonishment, and stated solemnly, "Mr. Chu, I trust you have not sustained any injuries? Do you require a moment to recuperate?" Chu Yunxing shook his head, replying, "I am unharmed. Let us depart." At last, someone could not restrain himself and blurted out, "Good heavens, Brother Chu, you are far too powerful. Not even a scratch. I'm in awe." Immediately, someone exposed him. "Hold on. Weren't you the one who just said that he was incapable?" A burly man beside him spoke without restraint. "Damn it. If you two were to say that Brother Chu had vanquished that flame monster, I would believe it." Chu Yunxing was rendered speechless. He raised his 1,000-strike sword, turned, and exited the revolving doors of the department store, plunging into the mist. Only 1 hour and 30 minutes remained until the time agreed upon with the division headquarters. And there were still 5 district fog sources that needed to be destroyed, this time due to better control and a quicker recovery. He appeared at the rendezvous point in District 6 in less than 15 minutes. However, the intense escape and battle had left Chu Yunxing mentally exhausted. He lit several cigarettes in succession, but to no avail. The majority of the awakened warriors were now utterly convinced of his extraordinary abilities. If the first escape could be attributed to mere luck, then the ability to elude the fiery beast's grasp unscathed on 2 consecutive occasions undoubtedly speaks to sheer strength. The fervent desire for survival burned intensely within the hearts of the crowd, their spirits invigorated, as if victory lay just within reach. However, Chu Yunxing understood that the final mist source was the most perilous. Once the last mist source was destroyed, the essential mist barrier upon which their escape relied would collapse entirely. Should the last mist zone be inhabited by the fiery beast, they would be compelled to engage in a life-and-death struggle against it, with no mist barrier left to facilitate their escape. With trepidation, they hastened to deplete the mist source in Zone 6, fortunate not to attract the fiery beast. Yet, upon their jubilant arrival in the final mist zone, Zone 4, they were left utterly astonished. Zone 4 was precisely where Chu Yunxing had dispatched Jiang Laoda and his associates in one swift breath. And the rendezvous point had been established in the luxurious club with which he was familiar. From the window, through the veil of mist, they could faintly discern the fiery beast circling ominously in the distant sky, showing no signs of departing. Commander Du had confirmed the chilling truth. A genuine fiery beast loomed above the final mist source. Chu Yunxing's last glimmer of hope was extinguished. He had initially planned that upon dismantling the mist source, even if the ensuing commotion attracted the fiery beast, he would forego any confrontation and swiftly flee Kuan City alongside Yu Xiong and Ding Yin. Their fates would be left to chance. Those who fell prey to the fiery beast could only blame their own misfortune. However, the circumstances have now shifted. The flame monster, which had been circling in advance, necessitates a diversion. Otherwise, the mist barrier cannot be dismantled, rendering any escape from the City of Mist impossible. Yet, once the mist barrier is removed, there would be no refuge. The attacking flame monster will undoubtedly fixate on him, and how could he extricate himself from such a predicament? Chu Yunxing felt as though his mind was ensnared in a chaotic muddle, trapped in a paradox where no satisfactory resolution could be found. He understood that among the more than 100 individuals present, nearly all would likely share his earlier sentiments. Once the mist barrier collapsed, they would undoubtedly vie for their own survival, showing little regard for Chu Yunxing's role in diverting the flame monster. Even Captain Du would prioritize the protection of the scientists, hastily retreating to the military command. With merely 30 minutes remaining, a decision must be made swiftly, or it would be too late. If the swarm of insects does not sweep through, Chu Yunxing mused that he might still survive a while longer hidden within the mist, even though escape would be impossible and the future bleak. However, he was acutely aware of the overwhelming number of insects approaching. It was far beyond what he alone could withstand. Even with the assistance of all the red-eyed monsters lurking within the mist, it would likely prove insufficient. That day on the truck at Dongshan University, the earth-shattering artillery and the relentless rain of rockets had indirectly revealed to him the enormous scale of the insect army that the military was confronting. The situation was manifestly clear. Commander Du and the other awakened warriors were naturally cognizant of Chu Yunxing's concerns. Consequently, under Commander Du's leadership, they each avowed that they would never desert Chu Yunxing in the face of battle and would fight to the bitter end. However, Chu Yunxing knew without a moment's hesitation that the credibility of their assurances was virtually non-existent. He smiled grimly, resolving, if you intend to flee, don't blame me for being impolite. Whichever direction you run, I will lure the flame monster there, ensuring you have no choice but to fight with all your might. Chu Yunxing was confident that, given his speed and protective capabilities, he would have ample time to direct the flame monster toward Commander Du and his group, using them as cannon fodder, thereby allowing him to escape with unmatched swiftness. Chu Yunxing made an inventory of his armaments. 5 of the 9 ice collapse talismans had already been expended, and Chu Yunxing no longer had time to create more, as the high-level Yuan talismans required a significant amount of time to inscribe. For ice collapse talismans, 7 fully charged essence absorption talismans, his combat armor, the 1,000 cleaver sword, 6 armor talismans, a pistol, ice arrows, and some corrosive slime. This constituted Chu Yunxing's last resort. Shortly thereafter, upon Commander Du's command, all the awakened warriors tensely set out. Before their departure, Chu Yunsheng instructed Ding Yin that, should the mist source be breached and the others abandon him, Ding Yin and Yao Xiang should immediately flee as well, avoiding entanglement with the larger group of awakened individuals. Those people would serve as Chu Yunsheng's expendable shields for his escape. Do we have any other recourse? The staff officer, Tao, queried with trepidation. Commander Du sighed. Old Tao, those hastily assembled awakened warriors are wholly unreliable. Even with our entire regiment combined with Chu Yunsheng, we simply cannot overcome the flame monster. We have no choice but to abandon him. The company commander seemed concerned, but Staff Officer Tao interjected worriedly. It is out of our hands. The directives of the division headquarters take precedence. Commander Du declared, dismissing further argument with a wave of his hand. The flame monster possessed an acute sense of awareness. Before Chu Yunsheng could reach the mid-level of the colossal plant, he was detected. Instantly, the creature descended like a ground attack aircraft in a steep dive. As he fled, the flame monster relentlessly pursued him, allowing Ban Shijun and the others to seize the opportunity and surge upward along the tendrils. Chu Yunsheng endured each passing second with grueling effort, while Ban Shijun and his comrades unleashed a barrage upon the final fog source body, creating a cataclysm of fire. With a resounding crash, the last fog source body collapsed and shattered, causing a tremor that seemed to reverberate throughout the land. A triumphant cheer erupted from the crowd. As if deprived of its foundation, the fog wall dissipated evenly in all directions, becoming faint and ethereal. The sap within the translucent tendrils of the giant plant circulated with remarkable speed. Even in his desperate flight, Chu Yunsheng could sense their resilient and vigorous life force. According to the professor's research, the giant plants throughout the entire city of Koan were interconnected, possessing formidable vitality and regenerative capabilities. Once the fog source bodies were sequentially breached, failure to evacuate promptly would result in the giant plant mending its wounds and reverting to its original state. The jubilant awakened warriors, upon witnessing his approach with a demon-like flame monster, were instantly silenced, as if doused with a bucket of cold water. The group of awakened warriors, stunned for less than a second, heard Ban Shijun bellow, "Brothers, prepare for battle, fight the monster." Before Ban Shijun's words had even faded, the awakened warriors behind him had vanished in the blink of an eye, not a soul remaining. Company commander, flee. These are the colonel's explicit orders. 2 military awakened warriors, without explanation, hoisted Ban Shijun and jumped directly from the vines. Ban Shijun, struggling as he was dragged through the air, exclaimed with shame, "Colonel, I know you're doing this to complete the mission, but is abandoning our comrades who are fighting for us truly the right thing to do?" Chu Yunsheng had foreseen this scene, but witnessing it firsthand still enraged him to no end. "Since you were faithless, then don't blame me for being ruthless." Without hesitation, Chu Yunsheng tapped his toes on the vines and leaped towards the group of people nearest to him. "Damn it! With so many people, why are you tailing me?" A fire energy warrior, dismayed by Chu Yunsheng's pursuit, quickened his pace. Alas, compared to the speed of Chu Yunsheng and the monster, he was merely strolling. The fire energy warrior saw a flash before his eyes as a figure darted past. Before he could react, it was too late. The blazing wings of flames sliced horizontally, engulfing him in an instant. The fire energy warrior didn't even have time to scream before his entire head was incinerated into ashes. Successive screams followed as the flame monster, now invigorated, charged wildly and recklessly. At this moment, Chu Yunsheng finally caught up with the main force of the group. His arrival, coupled with the anguished cries of those who had fallen behind, prompted someone to shout in alarm. He did this on purpose. "Everyone scatter." Chu Yunsheng secretly smirked, acknowledging the truth in their words. Indeed, he had acted with intention. Now, it was a matter of who could flee faster. For those with speed, it was a race against the flames. For the less fortunate, it was merely a gamble of fate. Whoever caught the attention of the fiery monstrosity would have to accept their misfortune. He veered sharply yet continued to surge forward at high speed, no longer concerned with direction, simply seeking the densest crowds. Cries of terror echoed around him as the fire creature plunged into the panicked throngs, like a demon descending upon the earth, rapidly extinguishing lives. Each scream a heart-wrenching testament to their suffering. The mist barrier had dissipated. There was no sign of the exit the professors had mentioned. This was merely a ruse devised by Du Qishan to keep the awakened warriors in line. The military's tanks, laden with scientists, along with infantry vehicles, had already roared into action, racing towards the western outskirts of Koan City. Chu Yunsheng had finally evaded the fiery beast but dared not slow his pace as he charged towards the outer city. Just as he was momentarily startled, Another flaming creature appeared, charging at ground level. One was in front, another behind. He was trapped. Quick to react, Chu Yunxing darted into a large building to his right, prioritizing refuge over all else, intending to find an opportunity to escape from either side. However, the building was far from safe. Just as Chu Yunxing contemplated escaping through the rear window, he noticed that the fiery beast seemed to have fixated on his group, circling ominously atop the building. The moment he dared to emerge, it would undoubtedly swoop down upon them. Even if he managed to evade its initial attack, he could not escape its relentless pursuit. The creature's massive form prevented it from entering immediately, granting Chu Yunxing and his companions a brief respite. Yet, they dared not let their guard down. For the infernal beast had begun to flap its wings, incessantly battering and scorching the structure, causing the entire edifice to creak ominously with a gut-wrenching sound. Moreover, the army of insects was poised to launch their assault, and Chu Yunxing could almost hear the long-forgotten screech of the scarab beetles, an unmistakable sound with which he was all too familiar. He forced himself to maintain composure. Now more than ever, he could not afford to lose his wits. Turning to survey those who had followed him inside, he recognized them as the very first batch of awakened warriors summoned by the astute Commander Tao, who harbored suspicions about him. Under the guidance of the resourceful elder, they appeared to have suffered no losses, and had even grown to a formidable group of over a dozen individuals. Chapter 79. A Tear in the Veil of Cooperation? When the astute elder proposed collaboration, Chu Yunxing nearly laughed aloud. The audacity of these individuals was remarkable. With a disdainful curl of his lip, he retorted, "What right do a bunch of faithless individuals have to speak of cooperation?" His derisive remarks silenced the dozen or so individuals present, save for the old man, whose eyelid twitched as he offered a dry chuckle. "Circumstances compel us. Our fates are not our own. Even Du Qishan has fled. We few can only follow suit." The mention of Du Qishan was like fuel to's simmering rage. The double-crossing bastard not only reneged on his promises and retreated in the face of battle, but also coerced the professors into fabricating a falsehood that upon the breaching of the fog wall, the exit's location would still require deduction, deceiving everyone. The reason everyone so readily believed this fabrication was not due to Du Qishan's military affiliation, but rather the professor's repeated, precise deductions of the fog wall model, which had left them in awe, included, now wished nothing more than to skewer Du Qishan with his sword. However, he imagined there were many others who, at this moment, were equally gnashing their teeth at Du Qishan. Now, he could only curse them to be hunted by insects the moment they left the city. Ignored the old man, distrustful of them all, unwilling to waste words. He was preoccupied with devising an escape plan. The old man, sensing cold indifference and undisguised contempt, found it difficult to maintain his composure, despite his thick skin, and awkwardly retreated to the side, and were nowhere to be seen, their fates unknown, whether they were dead, alive, or had fled with Commander Du, however, believed that someone as astute as would find a way to escape. The building shook violently, with fragments of debris constantly falling from the exterior. The first floor's ceiling groaned ominously, showering dust and threatened to collapse at any moment. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly eerie, now that everyone refused to cooperate. The first person to step outside would effectively be offering themselves as a sacrifice to the flame monster. Naturally, no one wished to be the first to venture out and become this scapegoat. Only the last individual to exit would have the opportunity to exploit the flame monster's distraction to escape. Chu Yunxing remained resolute, confronting them as the building teetered precariously, appearing as unyielding as a mountain. Even if the ceiling were to collapse, he felt no fear, clad in his battle armor. In contrast, those facing him possessed varying abilities. With some barely capable of withstanding ordinary bullets, confronted with the immense weight of several floors above, they would likely suffer severe injuries, if not death. Crack. Amidst the crowd's terror, a long fissure finally appeared in the ceiling, gradually widening. Chu Yunxing stood alert, pointing his Qianpi sword at a girl, signaling her to keep her distance. The girl smiled gently, raising the food in her hand, and earnestly implored, "Brother Chu, we genuinely wish to cooperate. This is all the food we have, offered as a condition for our collaboration." Without even glancing at the food, Chu Yunxing coldly replied, "You are not worthy of my trust. Let us cease this discussion of cooperation. I have no need for your provisions. Take them away." The girl bit her lip, her expression transforming into one of pitiful desperation as she pleaded, "Brother Chu, only with your help can we survive. I beg you." Raising his sword, Chu Yunxing remained unmoved. In the face of life and death, his mind was clear, Among these people, the number who could escape alongside him would not exceed the fingers on one hand. It was a matter of either their demise or his own. She feigned a pitiful demeanor, but Chu Yunxing paid her no heed. With a resigned smile, the girl slowly turned to leave. Just as Chu Yunxing contemplated lowering his formidable sword, the Qianbi sword, a sudden jolt of awareness surged within him. Due to his cultivation of ancient texts that taught him to absorb the world's primordial energy, he was acutely attuned to fluctuations in the energy around him. At that moment, he distinctly sensed an unusual surge of energy emanating from the girl. Planning an ambush, are we? Chu Yunxing's mind raced, and his sword darted forth in pursuit. Indeed, the girl swiftly pivoted, casting aside her food to reveal a dagger wreathed in flames, lunging at Chu Yunxing. Before her words could escape her lips, Chu Yunxing's sword cleaved through the air, a manifestation of his own primordial energy. Even the mightiest of creatures, such as the red-armored beetle, could scarcely withstand it, let alone a mere fire-wielding warrior. The girl clutched her dagger until her last breath, yet she failed to achieve her aim. Chu Yunxing delivered a swift kick to the girl, attempting to thwart her ambush, while simultaneously blocking the onslaught of others. In an instant, the icy flames unleashed by her companions were utterly annihilated. Chu Yunxing had yet to grasp the reason behind their sudden attempt on his life. It was hardly a prudent course of action. He had, however, overlooked the fact that he had consistently showcased the formidable prowess of his armor and the Qianbi sword before others, leading them to believe that his might stemmed solely from these two treasures. The intentions of the gaunt elder were quite straightforward, since venturing outside meant certain death. And with the building collapsing, survival was a slim hope. The longer they delayed, the more the dangers multiplied, for death loomed from all directions. In their eyes, although Chu Yunxing was indeed powerful, he paled in comparison to the fiery monstrosity. Otherwise, he would have already escaped. Rather than facing the fiery monstrosities outside with futility, we should concentrate our efforts on eliminating Chu Yunxing. At least we would have a reasonable chance of success. With Chu Yunxing's armor and sword, the gaunt old man believed they would stand a much better chance against the flame monsters. Therefore, the old man initially dispatched the girl for a sneak attack, followed by their concerted assault on Chu Yunxing. However, he had not anticipated that Chu Yunxing was far more formidable than he had estimated. Not only did Chu Yunxing discern their intentions in advance, but to their utter dismay, he silently severed the girl's head with a single stroke of his sword. Nevertheless, having already crossed the Rubicon, there was no turning back. As the gaunt old man attacked, he feigned persuasiveness. "Mr. Chu, we are aware of your prowess. Even if we cannot kill you, we can certainly inflict grievous injuries upon you. In that state, you will undoubtedly be unable to contend with the monsters outside. If you relinquish your armor and sword, we can use them to clear a path, and perhaps we may all find a way to survive." Chu Yunxing scoffed. "Keep dreaming." He tapped the ground with his toe, launching himself into the air, and cleaved his sword into the floorboards, intending to collapse them. The gaunt old man was alarmed, exclaiming, "Brothers, he has already battled 6 flame monsters consecutively today and is on the verge of exhaustion. Do not fear. Now is the opportune moment to eliminate him." With that, the old man unleashed his signature technique, sending a roaring mass of icy wind and snow hurtling towards Chu Yunxing. The thousand-cutting sword wielded by Chu Yunxing is exceptionally sharp, effortlessly slicing through the floorboards with the essence of his own energy. He adeptly maneuvers in all directions, evading their myriad attacks. Throughout this ordeal, Chu Yunxing remains remarkably composed. His most formidable adversaries are not the awakened warriors, but rather the fiery monstrosities lurking outside. Thus, he strives to avoid their assaults, so as not to diminish his own strength. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the entire floor gives way under Chu Yunxing's destructive force, plummeting heavily to the ground. Ascending with his twisting sword, he shatters the reinforced concrete and breaks free. Simultaneously, anguished cries emerge from the awakened warriors caught beneath the debris. Today marks the second update. I shall continue to write tonight, aiming to present an earlier update tomorrow. Dear brothers and sisters, if you have any votes to spare, I would be immensely grateful. Chapter 80. Confrontation. The building is modest in height, merely 3 stories. The second and third floors have been severely compromised by the onslaught and fiery dissolution of the monstrous flames, leaving them in disarray and exposed to the elements. As the final floor collapses with a thunderous roar, Chu Yunxing, suspended in midair, narrowly escapes being buried beneath the rubble, yet finds himself directly within the attack range of the fiery creature. Channeling a surge of energy upwards, he propels himself downward with a counterforce. landing deftly as he seizes an individual struggling to emerge from the debris, hurling them towards the approaching flame monster. The creature unfurls its massive wings, extending at least 5 meters in length, resembling a colossal bird engulfed in flames. Having faced such a monstrosity numerous times, Chu Yunsheng has yet to glimpse its true form. All he perceives is its ghostly head, body, and blazing wings, crafted from the very flames that envelop it. Its flight speed is remarkably swift, even with Chu Yunsheng's agility. Without the aid of the fog barrier, he could not evade its relentless pursuit. Professor Sun once jested that this creature had a penchant for devouring flesh, suggesting that the name Flame Mirage Bird might be more fitting. At this moment, Chu Yunsheng found neither the inclination nor the time to systematically eliminate the gaunt old men. Without a trace of hesitation, he took flight. He dodged those who had just emerged from the ruins, and in a desperate bid to hinder the Flame Mirage Bird, he seized 2 individuals and hurled them into the air behind him. The Flame Mirage Bird flapped violently amidst the rubble of the collapsed buildings, mercilessly slaughtering the remaining survivors. The fractured floorboards ignited and melted one after another, and those seeking refuge beneath them met with no salvation. Chu Yunsheng could hear their agonizing screams as they faced their demise, yet he did not witness a single soul escape alive. A tightening sensation gripped his heart, and he fled westward with reckless abandon, his legs driving him forward. The dwindling colossal creatures retreated rapidly from his view, their desperate breaths seemingly the only sound in this world he could perceive. However, after a mere 2 minutes, he realized he could not escape. He was struck by a burst of flames unleashed by the Flame Mirage Bird's wings, causing him to lose his balance and tumble to the ground, rolling a considerable distance. Ultimately, it had caught up with him. Another of the Flame Mirage Bird's predilections was to siphon the energy of other beings, and perhaps in its eyes. Chu Yunsheng's vitality was particularly enticing, prompting its relentless pursuit. In that moment, however, Chu Yunsheng's reflexes were swift, and the myriad brushes with death had bestowed upon him a grudging semblance of calm. The 1,000-bladed sword resonated grandly in the air as the 1,000-troop evasion sword technique was immediately unleashed. 6 sword shadows, wrested from the blade, traversed space, assassinating the oncoming phantom firebird. Chu Yunsheng resolved to cease his flight. Escape was impossible before, and even more so now. Rather than succumbing to exhaustion from its pursuit, he would gamble on a desperate struggle. The 6 sword shadows could only momentarily impede the firebird, affording Chu Yunsheng the time to extract an ice collapse talisman and initiate a freezing assault. The firebird shattered the 6 sword shadows and pounced once more. Chu Yunsheng, enduring another strike from a fireball, thrust forth the ice collapse talisman in midair, instantly conjuring a 10-meter-high glacier block. It enveloped the screeching firebird, slamming it heavily onto the ground. Immediately following was a deafening roar, as the ice ruptured with astonishing force. Were there heavy offensive weaponry available, a relentless barrage, coupled with Chu Yunsheng's successive freeze and collapse attacks, might have been able to kill the firebird. Alas, Battalion Commander Du, that scoundrel, had absconded. Chu Yunsheng was now forced to rely solely on himself. In the aftermath of the collapse, he once again launched the 1,000-troop evasion technique, attempting to obliterate the firebird. The 6 sword shadows once more ensnared the firebird, as Chu Yunsheng clutched his second ice collapse talisman. His only recourse was to attempt to strike the remaining 4 ice collapse talismans upon it in succession, hoping to severely wound it in conjunction with his swordplay. The Flame Mirage Bird was somewhat incensed. Likely for the first time since its arrival on Earth, it encountered such fierce resistance. The raging flames shredded the final shadow of the sword, igniting blossoms of fire that screeched as they surged forward. With powerful strokes of its wings, it unleashed several massive fireballs, sending Chu Yunsheng, along with his sword, hurtling through the air. Fortunately, he was shielded by the dual protection of his battle armor and the 6 armor talisman, though the searing heat nearly scorched his throat. He managed to rise to his feet with great effort. Without hesitation, Chu Yunsheng activated his second ice collapse talisman, launching it forth to initiate another assault of glacial force. After 2 combat maneuvers and 2 ice collapse attacks, when he unleashed his sword technique for the 3rd time, manifesting 6 sword shadows, the Flame Mirage Bird could no longer dispatch them with the same ease as before. It was actually forced back a step by the relentless shadows of the sword. Witnessing this, Chu Yunsheng's heart surged with exhilaration, seizing the moment to unleash his 3rd ice seal, which flew forth, its symbols glowing brightly as the laws materialized, conjuring a colossal block of ice out of thin air. Following this, a tremendous force erupted, and the Flame Mirage Bird seemed to emit a mournful cry. As the shattered ice tumbled to the ground, Chu Yunsheng observed the flame mirage bird flapping its wings several times before it regained altitude. He coughed up a mouthful of blood that surged to his throat, wielding the thousand-split sword. As the flame mirage bird unleashed more fiery blossoms, he executed the thousand troops dispersal technique for the fourth time. However, this time, he was directly struck by a blazing fireball, which propelled him onto a nearby car, igniting several areas of his battle armor with a faint blue flame. Were it not for the extraordinarily robust protection afforded by the combat armor and the sixth talisman, it is likely that Chu Yunsheng would not have even had the opportunity to unleash the second ice collapse talisman. He had personally witnessed an ice energy warrior reduced to a pool of blood and flesh by 2 consecutive fireballs. However, it seemed that even the combat armor was now unable to withstand the onslaught, and the sixth talisman was on the verge of collapse due to the oppressive fire elemental energy. Blood trickled from between Chu Yunsheng's teeth. The surrounding fire element was impossible to extinguish through ordinary means. With a determined resolve, he disregarded the searing heat and, using the burning car hood behind him as a platform, retrieved his last ice collapse talisman. If this final attempt failed to severely injure the creature, Chu Yunsheng would have no choice but to accept his fate. The flame phantom situation was only marginally better than Chu Yunsheng's. Each of the 6 sword shadows, imbued with the devouring essence mist of the red-eyed monster, chipped away at its elemental energy. This was an undeniably significant blow to a flame phantom composed purely of fire elemental energy. Before it could eliminate the sword shadows, Chu Yunsheng launched the ice collapse talisman one last time. Rumble, crash. Chu Yunsheng steeled his heart and, at the risk of his life, lunged toward the flame phantom with his sword. He struck heavily at the phantom's ethereal flame form with each swing. The 1000-piece sword crackled and hissed as it was incinerated by the intense heat within the creature, becoming so hot that Chu Yunsheng could barely hold it. The blue undulations on the sword's surface, like a vampire encountering blood, emitted a brilliant blue light, voraciously devouring the monster's fire elemental energy. At this moment, a chill ran through Chu Yunsheng's heart. He was utterly spent. Nevertheless, even in the face of impending death, he would not relinquish a shred of hope for survival. He possessed one final weapon, prepared to ensnare the flame phantasm after inflicting grave wounds upon it, the beast-sealing talisman. Once the grotesque flesh worm was confined by the talisman, it had sustained itself for just over an hour on his primordial energy. The flesh worm was inherently no match for the flame phantasm, and after merely an hour of recovery, its combat prowess was lamentably feeble. Thus, he resolved to fiercely wound the flame phantasm first, and then release the flesh worm, intending for its unique suction to bind the flame phantasm, granting him a moment's respite to escape. At this juncture, he could no longer ascertain whether he had indeed gravely injured the flame phantasm, but the perilous situation left him no room for hesitation. He could only produce the beast-sealing talisman and send it soaring into the air. The talisman shot upward, the runes shimmering into existence, the laws manifesting. A stark white flesh worm emerged from the talisman, growing larger as it descended to the ground. Upon landing, the flesh worm, imbued with Chu Yunsheng's sealing edict, immediately unfurled its 2 gaping maws, unleashing a formidable suction that reached toward the airborne flame phantasm. In the 81st chapter, titled Slaying the Flame Phantasm, the peculiar nature of the flesh worm's suction is described. At that time, when Chu Yunsheng was at the pinnacle of the Yuan realm, resisting such suction proved exceedingly arduous. He had to firmly brace against the tendrils to avoid being drawn in. The situation remained unchanged until the binary celestial realm, at which point a transformation occurred. However, this shift was not due to a significant reduction in the threat of suction, but rather a substantial increase in Chu Yunsheng's attack intensity. This allowed him to swiftly eliminate the flesh worm shortly after it initiated a suction attack, while destroying the fog source with the main force. Chu Yunsheng sealed the near-death flesh worm, nourishing it with his own vital essence. According to ancient texts, it would require a considerable period for the flesh worm to regain its original strength. However, due to the current critical situation, he had no choice but to prematurely release it to confront the enemy. As soon as the flesh worm emerged, Chu Yunsheng struggled to escape, only to witness the creature absorb the fireballs launched by the flame phantom bird, one after another, with a plop. Unlike its consumption of red-eyed monsters and humans, the flesh worm did not retain the fireballs in its abdomen. Instead, it immediately expelled them from another orifice. These fireballs, originally aimed at Chu Yunsheng, were redirected by the flesh worm's absorption and release, and subsequently bombarded the adjacent buildings. If this only temporarily alleviated the crisis of Chu Yunsheng being struck by the fireballs, what astonished him even more was that the flame phantom bird, soaring in midair, was also drawn downwards by the fleshworm's suction, showing signs of exhaustion. Chu Yunsheng immediately realized that the flame phantom bird was also at the end of its rope, albeit in a slightly better condition than himself, still capable of launching sporadic attacks. Moreover, this injury has significantly diminished its ability to unleash fiery projectiles. Otherwise, it would not have been so easily manipulated by the two massive jaws of the fleshworm. Chu Yunsheng had previously witnessed the scene of the flame illusion bird preying on fleshworms. Typically, once a fleshworm inhales a fireball, its interior would be charred beyond recognition. Even if it manages to expel the remnants, it would have sustained severe damage. How could it be that the fleshworm currently at his disposal is capable of contending with several fireballs? For a moment, Chu Yunsheng was taken aback, truly unable to fathom how this sealed fleshworm could exhibit such formidable prowess. His thoughts shifted rapidly. The inherent strength of the fleshworm was inherently inferior to that of the flame illusion bird. It merely held the advantage due to the latter's grievous injuries. Should the battle continue to the bitter end, the unrefined fleshworm might not necessarily stand a chance against the flame illusion bird. He was utterly oblivious to the recovery capabilities of the flame illusion bird. If it were to regain its strength while he remained nearby, it would indeed be perilous. It would be wiser to act now, while the fleshworm and the flame illusion bird were evenly matched, and strike to eliminate it. He steeled his resolve and made a decision, as the fleshworm and the fiery creature remained locked in combat. Chu Yunsheng took the time he had originally intended for retreat to absorb the vital essence from the energy-gathering talismans. He believed that as long as he could restore a certain amount of energy before the flame illusion bird regained the upper hand, he would be able to unleash his sword techniques once more and surely eradicate the flame illusion bird. Ignoring the flames licking at several spots of his battle armor, he swiftly retrieved 2 energy-gathering talismans and began to draw upon the energy within them. At that moment, the struggling fleshworm continued to exert an immense suction, preventing the flame illusion bird from breaking free from its grasp. Yet, how had the flame illusion bird ever been compelled by its former prey to such a dire predicament? In the throes of a stalemate, it furiously beat its wings, unleashing fiery orbs that consumed inch by inch the very essence of the fleshworm's existence. Time flew by. Chu Yunsheng, in a desperate race against the clock, absorbed the vital energy with fervor. A pungent, charred aroma began to permeate the air, acrid and overwhelming. The fleshworm was nearing its limit of resistance. Were it not for its consciousness being ensnared by Chu Yunsheng's sealing power, it would have long since fled in disarray. At that moment, the flame illusion bird suddenly relinquished its struggle against the worm's pull, letting out a furious cry as it spread its wings wide, propelling itself like a missile directly toward the gaping maw of the fleshworm. Sensing imminent death, the worm erupted in a final, desperate struggle, its body swelling considerably, its massive jaws widening to an alarming degree. Its inflated form fluctuated under the impact of the flame illusion bird, expanding and contracting in a deadly dance as both monsters faced the ultimate clash of life and death. Victory was within reach. Chu Yunsheng felt a surge of urgency, disregarding his physical limits, and forcefully channeled the vital energy. A torrent of energy surged into him like a tidal wave, the immense shock nearly causing him to lose consciousness. Subsequently, the energy reverberated through his internal orga. Chu Yunsheng suppressed the excruciating pain surging within him, swiftly drawing the qianbi, sword embedded in the ground. He charged forward, forcibly unleashing his sword techniques, obliterating both the dying flesh worm and the surrounding sword shadows in a whirlwind of lethal energy. In an instant, the air was filled with a tempest of sword qi, scattering remnants of flesh in all directions. The flesh worm was annihilated, leaving only the flickering form of a flame phantom bird, its cries resonating amidst the swirling sword silhouettes. Yet, Chu Yunsheng found his vitality utterly depleted. It felt as though he were being shredded by blades, utterly fatigued and unable to endure any longer. He collapsed to his knees, barely propped upright by the qianbi sword. Moments later, the flame phantom bird lay on the brink of death, its fiery essence gradually extinguishing. Chu Yunsheng had never witnessed the demise of the flame phantom bird before. At that moment, he yearned to imprison the dying creature within a beast-sealing talisman. Its powers far surpassed his own, rendering it a more fitting candidate for a sealing beast than the repulsive fleshworm. Regrettably, he was grievously injured, and his vitality had been completely expended. The tremendous energy required to craft the sealing talisman was beyond what he could extract from the absorption talisman at this moment, leaving him helpless to watch such a formidable creature perish before his eyes. After the flame phantom bird's demise, its waning fiery essence peculiarly coalesced into a seed-like object, roughly the size of an apple, yet its surface resembled a wrinkled peach pit, radiant in a vivid crimson hue. Chu Yunxing was struck with astonishment. Uncertain of what this object might be, he staggered closer, prodding it with the tip of his sword, but it elicited no response. Summoning his courage, he knelt and reached out to pick it up, only to find it excruciatingly hot. He hastily discarded it, witnessing wisps of white smoke rising from the gauntlet on his hand, which had melted away a layer of armor. Though it was merely a fleeting touch, Chu Yunxing could distinctly sense the surging fire essence contained within the peculiar seed, operating under an enigmatic set of rules. He stowed the strange seed away, simultaneously retrieving a spirit-absorbing talisman to replenish his energy, while dragging his somewhat numb body, cautiously fleeing toward the west. The perilous nature of this place rendered it unwise to linger. At this moment, the appearance of even a solitary flame phantom bird, or worse, a mere flesh worm or a handful of red-eyed monsters, could swiftly claim his life. Thus, he dared not even take out his motorcycle, for flesh worms were particularly sensitive to sound and vibrations. Attracting one would surely spell his doom. Chapter 82. Playing dead to survive. Suddenly, 7 or 8 figures burst forth, sprinting from the end of the street, pursued relentlessly by the very flame phantom bird that had previously occupied the fog source. It seemed they had dispatched all the awakened warriors who had failed to escape, and now it was hot on the heels of those fleeing westward. Chu Yunxing's heart raced uncontrollably. At this moment, he could scarcely contend with a mere flesh worm, let alone the formidable flame phantom bird that far surpassed him in strength. In an instant, the calm demeanor he had painstakingly cultivated crumbled, and even his legs trembled involuntarily, driven almost entirely by the instinct for survival. He found himself reaching for his motorcycle. He would welcome the encounter with a flesh worm at this point. Though he recognized that the motorcycle's speed could not rival that of the flame phantom bird, this was merely a final, desperate effort of his survival instinct. Unwilling to succumb to fate, misery indeed loves company. Despair enveloped him as he trembled, utterly incapable of starting his motorcycle. Gazing at the encroaching inferno, Chu Yunxing finally succumbed to his breakdown, frantically kicking the motorcycle away, only to realize that he was utterly drained of energy. With that single kick, he lost his balance and collapsed to the ground. Lying there, a chilling thought gripped his heart. Was he truly to perish here? Suddenly, the words "play dead" surged into his mind. Resolved, he remained motionless on the ground. The hurried footsteps soon approached him, and 2 more fell behind. The fastest among them trampled over Chu Yunxing's body, using him as a springboard to leap forward. At that moment, his armor lay in tatters, the 6th armor talisman shattered. The force of the leap almost caused Chu Yunxing to cough up blood. In an instant, the flame phantom bird swept over the heads of the crowd, directly taking down the awakened warrior who had trampled Chu Yunxing, draining him of energy and reducing him to ashes. 3 more individuals, unable to control their momentum, leapt over Chu Yunxing, with one inadvertently stepping on him. He grit his teeth, refusing to move. Yet, before he could settle, the 5th person landed heavily on his palm. At the brink of total collapse, he could barely suppress a gasp, trembling involuntarily. The person who had stepped on him, momentarily halted by the flame phantom bird, was startled by Chu Yunxing's sudden movement. Upon seeing him lying there, eyes wide open, the individual nearly leaped in fright, as though confronted by a specter. However, the individual's reaction was swift. They immediately discerned that Chu Yunxing was feigning death. In a mere instant, they opted for the same strategy, collapsing onto the ground and mimicking Chu Yunxing's act. At that moment, the person who had been trailing behind was destined for demise, yet unexpectedly. The fire-feathered phantom bypassed them, instead slaying those at the forefront. Truly, each person's fate is unique, and life and death are determined by destiny. When the last individual suddenly realized that the people ahead were feigning death on the ground, they were momentarily stunned. Seizing the opportunity while the fire-feathered phantom was massacring the unfortunate ones in front, they promptly lay prone on the ground, also pretending to be dead. Chu Yunxing inwardly cursed these 2 as utter fools. If they were going to feign death, they should have done so far away. They were all within a mere 3 to 5 meters of him, and if the fire-feathered phantom were to glance over, all 3 of them would be exposed. Ever since dealing with the red-armored insects, Chu Yunsheng had never doubted the intelligence of these creatures. Sure enough, after the fire-feathered phantom had finished off the first 4 people, it seemed to notice that the number of individuals had decreased. It was now looking around. Chu Yunsheng was extremely tense, watching its every move out of the corner of his eye. When the fire-feathered phantom finally fixed its gaze upon their trio of pretenders, he knew it was over. They had been discovered. The fire-feathered phantom flapped its wings and immediately swooped down. Chu Yunsheng's heart was in turmoil. Yet he was still able to adhere to one principle. Now it would depend on who among the 3 of them could feign death the longest and remain motionless. Chu Yunsheng recalled a scene from a movie set in 1930 Shanghai, depicting a contest of daring among gangsters, where participants were suspended upside down over a vat of boiling oil. Then the rope was released, inch by inch, drawing the daring gamblers' heads closer to the cauldron of oil. The first to succumb to fear would concede defeat, and that faction would be compelled to accept the wager's terms. At that moment, the 3 of them resembled individuals ensnared by a bet, confronted by the ever-encroaching flames of the phantasmal bird. Those who could not maintain their composure would inevitably rise in flight, only to meet a fiery demise. It was only those who persevered until the end who might have a chance of survival. Now was a test of courage. Chu Yunsheng, relying on the remnants of his battle armor for protection, resolved to feign death until the very end. The other 2 were fortunate enough to have something to depend on. Yet unexpectedly, the last man remained utterly motionless, surpassing Chu Yunsheng's expectations. Conversely, the individual in the middle crumbled under the swift assault of the flaming phantasmal bird, rolling away in panic, yet he was no match for the creature. Within moments, he was overtaken and reduced to a mere heap of flesh and blood. Now only he and another stubborn individual remained. The phantasmal bird circled around once more, preparing to dive again. At that moment, Chu Yunsheng realized there was no escape. The accursed phantasmal bird had fully discerned their ruse. In that instant, he nearly relinquished all thoughts of resistance, feeling as though his life was destined to conclude here. His mind was a void, filled only with the fleeting images of his parents. He sighed softly, contemplating that perhaps it was time to meet his elders in the afterlife. Just then, a familiar cry echoed from the heavens above. It was the sound of the red-armored beetle, or rather, it should be the green-armored beetle. Chu Yunsheng focused intently, and at that moment, he saw that the phantasmal bird had abandoned the pretense of death for the 2 of them, soaring straight into the sky. Opposing it were 3 formidable green-armored beetles, their 4 wings vibrating with majesty. The 2 parties clashed like sworn enemies, engaging in fierce combat while completely disregarding Chu Yunsheng and another individual on the ground. Though the flame illusion bird was immensely powerful, its adversaries numbered 3, resulting in a surprisingly balanced struggle, each side unwilling to yield. Suddenly, Chu Yunsheng jolted back to reality, having initially believed his demise was imminent, only to miraculously survive. To his astonishment, it was not the ancient tome of his fantasies that had come to his rescue, but rather the very clan of his former foes, the green beetles. Just as he was recovering from his brush with death, another thought struck him. The green beetles had appeared, and in 3s at that. How far could the red beetle army be? A cold sweat broke out as he realized the implications. Summoning an inexplicable surge of strength, he sprang to his feet, determined to revive his motorcycle. With his own energy depleted, the once proud speed he had boasted about now seemed a distant dream. He had to rely on the motorcycle. However, luck proved to be an unreliable companion, as the zombie-like machine stubbornly refused to start, inciting Chu Yunsheng's frustration to the point where he contemplated cleaving it with his 1,000-slicing sword. "Allow me to give it a try," a crisp voice interjected. Turning around, Chu Yunsheng beheld the last person who had feigned death alongside him. Judging by the voice and appearance, it seemed to be a woman, in this era, who had the leisure or inclination to groom themselves. Regardless of gender, everyone sported disheveled long hair and faces caked with grime, without careful inspection. It was often impossible to discern between male and female. Some women, to elude a calamitous fate, would even deliberately disfigure themselves. It reminded him of a female teacher he had encountered long ago, who painted her face and those of her female students with garish colors, creating an appearance that was almost spectral. Having virtually no knowledge of motorcycles, Chu Yunsheng waved his hand, gesturing for her to try. He gripped the rear of the motorcycle firmly, aware that there were instances of people seizing the opportunity to steal vehicles. The aerial battle between the monsters intensified, becoming increasingly brutal. A cyan beetle was struck down, crashing to the ground, while the firebird also sustained severe injuries. its fireballs becoming less intense. Time was of the essence. Chapter 83. Ghost Rider? The woman skillfully tinkered with Chu Yunshin's motorcycle, disassembling and reassembling parts with astonishing speed. She even unleashed fire energy, seemingly to scorch something, leading Chu Yunshin to suspect she might have worked as a motorcycle mechanic. Moments later, she stood up nimbly, tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear. Without waiting for Chu Yunshin's permission, she straddled the motorcycle. Chu Yunshin was alarmed. He had nearly exhausted his yuan qi, while she had effortlessly unleashed fire energy, indicating that she still possessed considerable strength. If she intended to seize the vehicle, he might not be able to stop her. With monsters battling overhead and an unknown army of red beetles approaching from behind, the situation was dire. He had little time to consider his options. He grabbed the rear of the motorcycle forcefully and climbed on behind her. Chu Yunshin wrapped his arms tightly around her waist, his hands clasped together, holding on firmly. Given that she had repaired the motorcycle, he reasoned that she would not be immediately inclined to abandon him. Observing her proficient handling of the vehicle moments ago, he surmised that her driving skills might far surpass his own. The path ahead was fraught with tangled roots and piled-up vehicles, presenting a formidable challenge. With his own limited expertise, there was a significant risk of another disabling collision. Entrusting her with the driving might offer a slight improvement in their situation. During the Sunlit Era, Chu Yunshin had acquired a total of 3 motorcycles. The first was wrecked by Yu Xiaohai during an escape, and the second was destroyed by a lunging red-eyed monster when he and Yao Xiang were fleeing the fog. This current motorcycle was his last remaining one. Chu Yunshin, seated behind her, tacitly consented to her taking the reins. Time was of the essence, precluding any further unnecessary discussion. The woman simply stated, "Hold on tight." Before revving the engine, the motorcycle roared to life and surged forward. With that initial burst of speed, Chu Yunshin realized the extent of her prowess. It was far more than merely possessing better driving skills than his own, as he had initially assumed. What astonished Chu Yunshin was not only her display of daredevil maneuvers reminiscent of American action films, with sharp turns and 360-degree rotations, but also her ability to channel fire energy into the motorcycle. This feat allowed the vehicle, which should have been cumbersome with 2 passengers, to move with the agility of the Ghost Rider from Hollywood blockbusters of the Sunlit Era. The wheels, engulfed in blazing flames fueled by ignited fire energy, effortlessly navigated the periphery of the city shrouded in mist. They hurtled away, leaving behind a trail of resplendent fire. Chu Yunshin was puzzled as to why the motorcycle's tires did not explode from the heat. Perhaps her awakened ability was the explanation. Chu Yunshin could only offer himself this conjecture. Fortunately, a film remains a film, and reality is reality. The woman I tightly embrace has not transformed into a skeletal figure of hell in an instant. However, the flames of vitality enveloping both the motorcycle and her are roaring fiercely, an intensity that is almost unbearable. To prevent himself from being thrown off, Chu Yunshin can only grip her waist firmly with both hands, unable to free himself to utilize the energy-absorbing talisman for replenishment. He must rely solely on the utterly battered battle armor, gritting his teeth to endure. The woman's steady and powerful use of fire energy once again sends a chill down his spine, for it is evident that her fiery prowess is formidable. No wonder. During their gamble, she remained unyielding even in the face of the scorching flames of the fiery phantom bird. Previously, Chu Yunshin had learned from Captain Du that their main force, as a rear guard, had suffered heavy losses during their retreat. They had finally navigated past the perilous Mist City along the Sushin Highway, intending to head straight into Jinling City. However, en route, they encountered a majority of ordinary soldiers from the 218th Regiment, left behind by the defeated Captain Du at Dongshan University. They learned of the ill-fated attempt to traverse the mist via the Shunling Expressway, where none who entered the mist had ever returned. Thus, for the sake of those scientists, the command decided to remain in place for 6 hours, dispatching individuals into the mist to search for Du Qishan. The subsequent events are ones that Chu Yunshin experienced firsthand. Though he harbors a desire to strike down Captain Du with a sword, his mind remains clear in the face of the crimson-armored insect army. Only by staying with the troops does he find a semblance of security. Thus, he earnestly urged the woman to flee towards Qingdang town, relieved that she seemed to know the way, leaving Chu Yunshin to breathe a sigh of relief. After all, he had no means to consult a map at that moment. After a winding journey of over 20 minutes, the two finally burst forth from the city of mist, plunging into the vast darkness ahead. Behind them, the green glow of the misty city shimmered like an enchanted forest from a fairy tale. At this hour, Nearing 11 p.m., it was the night of the sunlight era, and the last vestiges of twilight had faded away, leaving the flame-dragging motorcycle to shine brilliantly in the darkness. Such an exposed target could easily attract the attention of that green beetle, putting them both in peril. The woman prudently extinguished the flames, which vanished in an instant as if they had never existed. At this moment, Chu Yunsheng also felt an urgent need to replenish his energy. Although at the second yuan level his body could autonomously absorb some of the natural energies, he had expended most of it resisting the fiery aura she emitted, leaving him feeling increasingly unsteady. The woman dismounted the motorcycle, stepping aside to gather her disheveled hair, and suddenly remarked to the industrious Chu Yunsheng, still seated on the motorcycle, "Mr. Chu, you are indeed cautious. Even now, you refuse to dismount. Given your abilities, are you truly afraid that I might seize your vehicle?" Upon hearing this, Chu Yunsheng mused to himself that he indeed feared she might take the motorcycle, yet he retorted, "How do you know my surname is Chu?" The woman cast a glance at his battle armor and retorted, "Among the more than 100 awakened warriors, how many are unaware of your identity?" Chu Yunsheng understood that this armor, along with the 1,000-piercing sword, had nearly become his trademark, so he was not surprised. He smiled faintly, opting for silence as he busily grasped the yuan-gathering talisman, eagerly absorbing the vital energy. Suddenly, the woman extended her hand, her voice clear and melodic. "I am Lan Xiaoyin, a fire warrior." Lan Xiaoyin seemed indifferent, turning away as she retrieved a flat water flask from her clothing, sipping from it leisurely. She remained silent, which was precisely what Chu Yunsheng desired. He needed to concentrate on replenishing his energy, as insects could emerge at any moment. After a brief period of silence, Chu Yunsheng finally completed infusing the yuan-gathering talisman. He then opened a bottle of a beverage taken from the storage talisman, drinking it hastily without even glancing at the label. He had nearly been dried out by Lan Xiaoyin's fiery presence. At that moment, he could not afford to delay further. He rummaged through the storage talisman for a thick garment, draping it over the motorcycle's headlight. As Lan Xiaoyin could no longer harness her fire energy, they would have to rely on the dim light of the covered headlight for illumination as they moved stealthily. Finding an image of the fire-spitting motorcycle from Ghost Rider. Interested parties may take a look. CPW 28H 30A LU Chapter 84. The insects have caught up. Chu Yunsheng and Lan Xiaoyin rode the motorcycle through the pitch-black outskirts, heading west along the barely discernible national road. Their speed was not swift, for the road was strewn with either abandoned vehicles of those fleeing or the frozen, lifeless bodies. As the fog-laden city witnessed an increasing exodus of its citizens, the majority found themselves without vehicles. Upon realizing that Jinling City was the nearest haven, they unanimously fled westward. They scavenged clothing from the lifeless bodies strewn along the road and managed to extract a meager supply of gasoline from the vehicles ravaged by the scarab beetles, fashioning numerous torches that ignited one after another. This development deeply troubled Chu Yunsheng, for the scattered sparks posed a risk of attracting the airborne green beetles. Yet, in a world shrouded in utter darkness where even the stars and moon were obscured, illumination was essential for discerning the path ahead. Chu Yunsheng could only urge Lan Xiaoyin from behind to hasten her pace, hoping they could distance themselves from the throng. The distance of 5 or 6 kilometers was not particularly daunting, were it not for the lack of light and the obstacles on the road. The motorcycle could have swiftly covered the ground. Regrettably, to Chu Yunsheng's eyes, it felt as sluggish as a snail. Ever since the dawn of the Dark Age, he had come to realize that his plans were often swiftly disrupted by unforeseen changes. Not long ago, he shared Lan Xiaoyin's apprehension about using her fire abilities to start the motorcycle, fearing it would attract the green beetles. Now, with these torch-bearing citizens around, he found himself eager for Lan Xiaoyin to activate her fire powers and race towards the military assembly point at full speed. Truly, it was a testament to the adage, plans cannot keep pace with change. Before he could voice his thoughts, Lan Xiaoyin seemed to read his mind. Tossing her long hair back and leaning slightly forward, she cautioned, "Hold on tight." Before the words had barely left his lips, an extraordinary flame ignited the motorcycle, propelling it forward with fierce velocity, leaving behind a lengthy trail of fire upon the ground. Along the way, be it corpses or abandoned vehicles, they appeared insignificant beneath the scorching wheels of the motorcycle, crushed mercilessly underfoot. At such a rapid pace, it would not be long before reaching Qingdang town. Just as Chu Yunsheng began to feel elated, he was met with the thunderous roar of artillery and the terrifying cacophony of countless scarlet beetles approaching. "Commander, If we don't leave now, it will be too late. We cannot wait any longer. Political Commissar Quan grasped Commander Yang's arm tightly, tears of anguish welling in his eyes as soldiers fell one by one. The muscles on Commander Yang's face twitched momentarily before he bellowed, "Wait." Political Commissar Quan, equally agitated, exclaimed, "How many brothers have we lost waiting for Du Qishan? Those damned insects have completely bypassed Kuanqing. Young Bailey, open your eyes and see. They are closing in on us. Are you willing to sacrifice our entire division for him?" Commander Yang tightened his grip on his pistol, his expression resolute, as he gazed at the soldiers fighting valiantly ahead. With unwavering determination, he declared, "Military orders are as solid as a mountain. I stated that 2300 hours is the time. I will not retreat a second early, nor will I wait a second longer." Hearing this, Commander Yang felt a pang in his heart and hastily supported Political Commissar Quan, his lips trembling as he said, "Old Quan, what are you doing? I, young Bailey, am not a heartless wretch. They are all my soldiers. However, I will not wait for that fool Du Qishan." However, it was his entire convoy of scientists. Though I, young Bailey, have been a roughneck with a rifle my whole life and know little of science, I understand better than anyone that without scientists, we cannot create new weapons. Relying on our current arsenal, it won't be long before our division, or even the entire military region, is annihilated by the monsters. Commissar Quan shook his head in disagreement, about to argue further, when a burst of cheers erupted from the front lines. Alarmed, they quickly raised their infrared telescopes and saw, at the forefront of the battle, behind the red-armored insects, a long tank barrel emerging from the darkness. A large number of awakened warriors swiftly appeared behind the red-armored insects, engaging them in a fierce battle. A warrior shouted, "It's the 218th Regiment. It's the 218th Regiment." Young Bailey exhaled a long breath, then cursed loudly, "Du Qishan, you bastard." Turning his head, he shouted, "Staff Officer Bao, how many depleted uranium rounds do we have left? Bring them all out for me." Minutes later, Chu Yunsheng could already see the distant sky ablaze with fire and the ground teeming with red-armored insects. The sheer number of those insects sent a chill deep into his soul. He and Lan Xiaoyin were too weak to charge through. He conferred with Lan Xiaoyin to take a detour immediately. If they were discovered by the insects, they would have no chance of escape. To the north lay Yongdang Lake, and detouring around the lake would take too long, leaving them with no choice but to go south. Not far ahead was Gusa City. But Chu Yunsheng, still terrified by the City of Mist, vehemently opposed Lan Xiaoyin's suggestion to take the Suzhou route. As they advanced, the number of refugees swelled, a significant portion having fled from Shin City. Bereft of vehicles, they were now entirely reliant on foot travel. Torches, carried aloft, coalesced into a luminous chain stretching into the distance. The majority, preferring the company of light, dared not venture into the boundless darkness, despite the risk of attracting insectoid attention. The presence of torches offered a semblance of security against unseen horrors lurking in the shadows. Even Chu Yunsheng felt a degree of comfort amidst the throng. Moreover, in times of peril, numbers offered a chance that another might fall instead. In the impenetrable darkness, even the path ahead was obscured. Lan Xiaoyin, conserving her dwindling fire energy, extinguished her flame, emphasizing the need to reserve power for emergencies. While the flame was extinguished, it became a regular motorcycle. Chu Yunsheng was not overly concerned about gasoline consumption, as he had reserves stored within his dimension rune. Lan Xiaoyin, a skilled driver, navigated the motorcycle through the throngs of people, exploiting every advantage of the terrain. However, this maneuver brought its own set of tribulations. Groups of individuals, often resorting to force, attempted to seize the motorcycle, and on several occasions, they were accosted by awakened warriors. Fortunately, Chu Yunsheng's abilities had recovered to some extent, and he was able to fend them off with his pistol, imbued with the Fire Soldier rune, without resorting to the Thousand Impalement Sword. They had not traveled far when a strange screech echoed from the sky, causing Chu Yunsheng's heart to clench. It was the unmistakable sound of the Qing Jia insects. He pivoted his head and, as anticipated, observed 3 or 4 azure beetles swooping downwards, instigating pandemonium among the throng. Clutching Lan Xiaoyin, Chu Yunsheng forcefully squeezed the motorcycle with his legs, causing both vehicle and occupants to topple onto the ground, sliding a considerable distance. The azure beetles soared overhead. At that juncture, someone from behind exclaimed in terror, "The insects are gaining on us." Chapter 85. Encirclement of insects. Chu Yunsheng was unaware of when he and Lan Xiaoyin had been separated. His sole cognizance at this moment was to wield his sword. Stroke after stroke, insects materialized one after another, darting past as human torches were extinguished in succession. The wilderness resounded with harrowing screams. Chu Yunxing's night vision device had long been destroyed by the flame phantom bird, compelling him to rely entirely on the perception of Yuan Qi to brandish the thousand-edged sword. Due to the obscurity, he was unable to ascertain the precise number of insects, only able to perceive the undulating hissing sounds emanating from all directions. Bang! Chu Yunxing discharged the firearm, causing a substantial burst of flames to engulf the surrounding crimson beetles, barely enabling him to discern his orientation. With the realm of the second Yuan heaven coupled with the thousand-edged sword, which completely suppressed the crimson beetles, Chu Yunxing was confident that, had his armor been intact and equipped with the 6 armor talisman, he could have escaped the encirclement, albeit unable to eliminate all the insects. However, the impairment of the armor not only significantly diminished his defensive capabilities, but also impeded his running velocity. Fortunately, the thousand-edged sword, having absorbed the eerie miasma of the red-eyed monster, was now exhibiting formidable power. Chu Yunxing could bisect the crimson beetle's protective layers and deliver a fatal blow with a single stroke, obviating the necessity for sword combat techniques. He had lost count of the myriad creatures he had slain, nor could he recall the numerous assaults he had endured from the crimson beetles. He knew only to grit his teeth with fortitude and to silently embolden himself. If he could survive the flame phantom bird, these vermin were of no consequence. He would undoubtedly emerge alive. Chu Yunsheng's resolve was unwavering. Chu Yunsheng cleaved his way through the carmine beetles, only to be repeatedly besieged. Their numbers so vast that he felt like a lone skiff adrift in a boundless ocean. The cries for succor and the agonized screams of those around him dwindled with each passing moment, until, eventually, Chu Yunxing felt as though he were the sole survivor tenaciously holding on. He did not fear the pincers of the crimson beetles, for he could sever them with his thousand-crack sword the instant they grasped him. Nor did he dread the cleaving strikes of their blade-like legs. For though the heavy impacts caused his blood to churn, he could still harness the momentum to propel himself forward. His greatest apprehension stemmed from being encircled by a swarm of crimson beetles, spewing forth an endless torrent of corrosive slime. Had his armor been intact, it would have been of little concern, but now, relying solely on the protection of the 6 armor talisman, he found it increasingly inadequate. Each time he was hemmed in too closely, Chu Yunsheng was compelled to unleash his sword combat skill. 6 phantasmal blades would instantly unfurl, initiating a slaughter of the crimson beetles. In confrontations against the flesh worm, and even the flame phantom bird, the 1,000 men fall combat skill seemed only to exhibit formidable offensive power without manifesting the might of sweeping away entire armies. But now, Chu Yunxing truly comprehended the potency of the sword combat skill innovated by the ancient master. Annihilation. Frenzied annihilation. The myriad shadows of swords danced, radiating a flickering cold light that appeared exceedingly dazzling amidst the darkness. The once impenetrable shells, which Chu Yunsheng had labored to cleave through, were shattered into countless fragments under the relentless assault of the 6 sword shadows, their brilliance scattering in all directions. In mere moments, the ground surrounding Chu Yunxing was strewn with the broken corpses of the scarlet beetles, none remaining intact, leaving the advancing beetles momentarily paralyzed with terror before daring to charge forth. This was the true essence of repelling 1,000 troops. The realm of the duality heaven was merely the tip of the iceberg. From the instant Chu Yunxing ascended to this realm, he found himself unable to pause and meticulously contemplate his newfound abilities. Time compelled him to devise means of survival at every heartbeat. Had the 6 armor talisman been of the 2nd or even 3rd tier, or had the refinement of his armor reached a higher echelon, or his mastery of sword techniques ascended a level, perhaps he would have found himself in a somewhat more favorable predicament. In that moment, Chu Yunxing charged forward with his sword. The consumption of vital energy through sword techniques was excessive, necessitating reliance on his primary offensive, the triad of the 1,000 cuts. Suddenly, a flare erupted in the distance, igniting a spark of joy within him, for it signified that the army was near, and he was on the right path. However, this was swiftly followed by an overwhelming chill. Illuminated by the flare, he beheld a veritable tide of insects surging across the mountainside, an endless multitude advancing relentlessly. Startled by the overwhelming swarm of crawlers, Chu Yunsheng was momentarily stunned when he was abruptly struck by the blade-like leg of a crimson beetle assaulting him from behind. Although the protective 6 armor talisman prevented penetration, the blow still caused him to cough up blood as he was heavily pinned to the ground by the beetle's leg. Immediately, A horde of insects surged toward him, threatening to engulf him entirely. Alarmed, he swiftly brandished the thousand-crack sword, severing the descending legs. With his left hand, he gripped the pistol's trigger, infusing it with a surge of fire-based energy. With a loud bang, he shot the nearest insect, using the deliberately emitted fire energy to propel himself forcefully into the air. Suspended in midair, Chu Yunxing saw nothing but a dense mass of insects below. If he were to fall, he might never escape. Without hesitation, he unleashed his sword combat skill once more, sending 6 sword shadows hurtling downward, sweeping across the area and carving out a small, insect-free zone where he could land. The sword combat skill consumed a significant amount of energy, and Chu Yunsheng had not replenished much of his reserves. If he were to be entangled again, he would be in grave danger. Therefore, as soon as he landed, he sprinted forward, slaying any insect that stood in his path. Soon, Chu Yunxing encountered the first group of humans still resisting. They were not the army he had hoped for, but rather fewer than 20 awakened warriors, united in a circle, desperately fighting off the relentless crimson beetles. They retreated while fighting, maintaining a tight defense that the beetle swarm could not penetrate, forcing them to expend their energy on the periphery. The sudden appearance of the enormous monster caught the awakened warriors off guard, throwing their formation into disarray. In an instant, 2 of them were pounced upon and killed by the crimson beetles. The colossal, golden-armored insect emerged from the ground, raising its head high and letting out a piercing screech as it unleashed a lengthy tongue of flame towards the 20-odd awakened warriors. The roaring inferno instantaneously consumed all the awakened fighters, incinerating even the nearby red-armored insects that were unable to retreat in time. The flames, reminiscent of a dragon of fire, though not as pure as the flames of the illusory firebird, were nonetheless formidable. The 2 closest warriors were reduced to ashes, while those behind them were engulfed in flames, their anguished cries echoing through the air. Chu Yunxing was struck with terror. At that moment, who would dare to join them amidst the fierce battle between the colossal golden-armored insect and the remaining awakened warriors? He swiftly dispatched the red-armored insects obstructing his path, desperately making his escape. Gunfire rang out in the distance. Chu Yunxing fought valiantly towards the source of the gunfire, leaving a trail of slain insects in his wake. Time slipped away, and with each strike of his 1,000-slicing sword, his strength waned, his vitality plummeting. Chu Yunsheng was acutely aware that once his energy was fully expended, it would mean his demise at the hands of the insects. What once required a single thrust to pierce the red-armored insects now demanded 2, or even 3 strikes. He felt increasingly powerless. Blood, mingled with the viscous fluid of the red-armored insects, stained his face, preventing him from wiping it away and nearly obscuring his vision. The gunshots grew clearer and more intense ahead. The army must be there. He continually motivated himself, urging that he was almost there. In the scattered glow of the flames, Chu Yunsheng could vaguely discern that it was a small village, lined with rows of rustic homes. With a glimmer of hope, Chu Yunxing exerted every ounce of his strength to approach the village. At this moment, he was utterly exhausted. Since shattering the 9 fog sources in the City of Mist, he had been locked in a relentless struggle. If one were to speak of human potential, he felt he had reached the brink of depletion. His consciousness began to blur, leaving only the Qianbi sword in his hand to strike mechanically. As he drew nearer to the sounds of gunfire, the density of the insects intensified. Upon entering the village, he realized he could not break through. The insects had surrounded him, leaving no space for passage. He was utterly spent, unable to advance or retreat. With no other option, he charged into the nearest 3-story farmhouse, slaying a pursuing red-armored beetle at the entrance. The flickering light of the military's gunfire illuminated the room, and disregarding whether more insects followed, he seized the moments of light to ascend to the 2nd floor. Exhausting his last reserves of strength, he swung his sword to sever the crumbling staircase, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. The yuan-absorbing talisman had long been depleted, and his armor lay in tatters, with even the armor talisman reduced to ashes. Fortunately, most of the insects had been drawn away by the sounds of gunfire, failing to pursue him upstairs. Chu Yunxing laboriously maneuvered to the window, wiping the blood from his face. With the flickering light from outside, he gazed in disbelief and amusement at what had once been a force he held in high regard. They were merely a beleaguered group of soldiers cornered atop a building, surrounded by an array of heavy weaponry, presumably remnants of a retreating unit. It seemed that the main force commanded by Du Qishan had long since withdrawn. At this juncture, these soldiers had nearly reached the end of their line. "Squad leader, we are out of ammunition," So am I. We've even exhausted our rockets. Below them lay a mass of dead scarab beetles, and the living insects crawled over their fallen brethren, surging upward in a relentless tide. The soldiers saw no avenue of escape. In response to the squad leader's anguished cries, the remaining handful of soldiers huddled together tightly, some weeping, while others laughed maniacally. With a thunderous roar, the ground shook violently as these soldiers tragically detonated all the explosives beneath them, choosing to perish alongside the insects that had surged onto the rooftop. During the strong push period, become a 3K party member. Chapter 86. The whirling world. Their position was not far from Chu Yunsheng when a fierce explosion erupted, instantly shattering the glass of the window before him. The farmhouse, constructed from rudimentary materials, was far from resilient. It trembled twice before collapsing with a deafening crash. Chu Yunsheng, already exhausted and gravely injured, felt his consciousness beginning to blur. At the onset of the explosion, he was first hurled to the ground by the force of the blast, and then the collapsing structure pinned him beneath its weight. In that moment, darkness enveloped him, and he was engulfed in excruciating pain in his head, back, and chest, after which he lost all awareness. Amidst the ruins, the passage of time became an indiscernible blur. A pang of sorrow pierced his heart, and a torrent of longing erupted within him. He rushed forward, embracing his mother from behind. Since the emergence of the monsters, he had been plagued by a deep-seated fear, an isolating sense of distrust, and a profound yearning that resonated within his very soul. He felt an overwhelming need to confide in her, to share the multitude of emotions that weighed heavily upon him. However, as the words reached his lips, all he could manage was a choked utterance. "Mom, I missed you so much." Just as he began to relish the familiar warmth of his mother's embrace, the scene abruptly shifted. A fully loaded dump truck materialized, accompanied by the screech of brakes and the sickening thud of a collision. Before his eyes, his parents, who would never again call him their son, were reduced to two lifeless corpses. Another version of himself knelt on the ground, his heart rent asunder, wailing in anguish, "Dad, Mom." In that instant, he experienced a pain that cut to the core of his being, a grief that shattered his very soul. Chu Yunsheng awoke with a start, the dream dissolving into nothingness. He was enveloped in darkness and cold, surrounded by a silence as profound as that of the underworld. "Am I dead?" he wondered, the thought surfacing in his mind. He recalled the events leading up to his unconsciousness, the collapse of the building, his own entrapment. Chu Yunsheng attempted to dislodge the debris that pinned him down, but a sharp pain shot through his chest, intensifying with each surge of energy. After several futile attempts, he abandoned the effort. He groped around him, relieved to find the thousand-edged sword still at his side. With its unparalleled sharpness, slicing through the debris would be a simple task. Enduring the excruciating pain, Chu Yunsheng painstakingly cut through the debris, piece by piece, until he was able to free his nearly numb left leg. A faint ray of light filtered through the cracks in the rubble, indicating that it was likely daytime during the sunlight era. Chu Yunsheng climbed out of the ruins and assessed his physical condition. His head was injured and still bleeding. His chest seemed to have sustained a severe blow, likely resulting in several fractured ribs. His left leg had lost all sensation, leaving him uncertain if it was broken. The six-jaw talisman had also been rendered utterly useless. Otherwise, he would not have been crushed to this extent by a few falling slabs. Fortunately, he was still alive. Chu Yunsheng reassured himself. He rummaged through his belongings to find the medical supplies he had procured from the hospital and haphazardly applied tape to the bleeding areas. Uncertain if his vitality could combat the impending inflammation, he swallowed a few anti-inflammatory pills. In this era, with no hospitals or doctors to turn to, one could only await their demise in the face of infection. The surroundings were eerily quiet, as if even the insects had vanished. Chu Yunsheng was oblivious to how long he had been unconscious. His stomach was painfully empty. Leaning against a cement block amidst the debris, he consumed a meager amount of food. As the nourishment began to digest, warmth gradually returned to his body, and his vision became clearer. Under the faint light of the sky, he was confronted with a sight of utter horror. Corpses stretched endlessly before him. His fingers trembled slightly, and the cigarette he had just lit fell to the ground. Dragging his unfeeling left leg, he struggled to crawl to the pinnacle of the ruins. As he gazed into the distance, he was momentarily paralyzed by the sheer desolation. The landscape was a vast expanse of dead bodies, an overwhelming solitude. A world devoid of life. It felt as though the entire world had perished, leaving him as the sole survivor, alone atop the crumbling bricks. Chu Yunsheng's hands began to tremble uncontrollably, as if he were trapped in an icy abyss, his body enveloped in cold. An inexplicable wave of panic surged within him, drowning his spirit in an inescapable tide of dread. Undoubtedly, there are survivors. Within the confines of the fallen city of Jinling, life must persist. It is inconceivable that all have perished, utterly impossible. Thus, murmured repeatedly, as if compelling himself to believe. From the ruins, he salvaged a wooden furnishing, and with his sword, he fashioned a makeshift crutch. Supporting himself with his left arm, he stumbled and hopped over the cadavers, his heart brimming with hope as he hobbled toward Jinling. His mind besieged by thoughts of global annihilation, he desperately fought to maintain control, incessantly reciting the incantations of cultivation, absorbing the ambient energy of the cosmos as he walked. Upon entering his body, the energy swiftly dissolved within his altered form, transforming into primal energy. Subsequently, the primal energy ceased its transformative work on his body, instead gradually mending his injuries. Was unaware of how the energy repaired his ruptured muscles, severed bones, and misaligned nerve fibers. He could only sense the excruciating pain diminishing bit by bit, and his senses gradually returning. And so, he limped along what was once a highway, beneath a listless, lifeless sky. The further he advanced, the more numerous the corpses became, men, women, the elderly, children, piling up on the road. Their blood stained the ground, congealing into dark, crimson clots. His feet were soon covered in the ghastly bloodstains. Eventually, he could barely hop over the dense mass of bodies, forced to tread upon them as he moved forward, his heart pounding with each step, could not begin to estimate the number of dead, as if all who had escaped from city had perished here. As he advanced, an increasing chill permeated his very core, a growing unease gnawing at his soul. It was as if he traversed a netherworld strewn with cadavers, a place of desolate seclusion, devoid of sound, shrouded in twilight, where even the lowliest of insects dared not tread. Everything appeared to have succumbed to the icy grip of death. Not a single living entity stirred. The path stretched endlessly before him, an infinite expanse that threatened to shatter his sanity. Standing atop a mound of lifeless bodies, he felt a convulsive stirring in his throat. At last, he could no longer contain himself. "Is there anyone alive?" he cried out, his voice cracking with desperation. "Is there anyone alive? Has everyone perished? Is there not even a faint whimper to be heard?" Refusing to surrender to the crushing weight of despair, he continued his agonizing journey, his voice hoarse as he repeated his plea. "Is there anyone alive?" The piles of corpses lay in mute repose, cold and indifferent, like silent observers to his torment. "Is there anyone alive?" The timbre of Chu Yunsheng's voice diminished, fading into a whisper of utter hopelessness. Then, a faint sound reached his ears, emanating from a nearby slope, from within a vehicle laden with corpses. Chu Yunsheng's heart leaped within his chest, consumed by a single thought. There is life, there is life. Casting aside his walking stick, he scrambled towards the source of the sound with desperate haste. It was an ordinary sedan, its roof burdened with a macabre collection of dismembered bodies. The sound originated from within the vehicle. With feverish hands, Chu Yunsheng cleared away the corpses, revealing a gaping hole in the car's roof. Summoning his remaining strength, he wrenched open the car door, and a wave of acrid, putrid odor assaulted his senses. Initially, one's gaze fell upon a woman, her back presented, sprawled between the rear seat and the front seat backs. Her feet were immovably wedged in the crevices beside the seats, her hands clasped beneath the seats, strained to the point of near deformation. Indeed, her fingers were completely contorted backward, their bones presumably shattered, yet her fingers tenaciously clung to the flesh, refusing to release their grip. Her back was riddled with several large perforations from the insect's blade-like legs, and half of her head was destroyed, yet she pressed down with unwavering resolve, as if safeguarding something of greater significance than her own life. The sound from moments ago emanated from beneath her. Understanding dawned upon Chu Yunsheng, who hastily attempted to move the woman's corpse, but it was too deeply and tightly lodged to be dislodged. In his urgency, Chu Yunsheng employed his Qianpai sword to cleave through the car and her legs, finally exposing what she had been shielding. Beneath her, she had protectively guarded a little girl of approximately 4 or 5 years of age, her hair in braids, clad in a blue cotton-padded jacket, clutching a rag doll. Her face was deathly pale, devoid of any blood, and a bloody hole pierced her abdomen. She had been deceased for quite some time. The sound that had been emitted originated from the blood-soaked rag doll. Chu Yunsheng, crestfallen, sank to the ground, leaning against the car door, his chest heaving erratically. Suddenly, the entire earth trembled, as if in the throes of an earthquake, a cataclysmic upheaval. Was it the golden armored insect, or some other monstrous entity? Chu Yunxing emitted a chilling laugh. Come, all of you beasts, come. May you all perish, utterly annihilated, for I no longer wish to live. Thud, thud, thud. Resonant tremors emanated from afar, incessantly reverberating, causing even the small car behind him to palpably shake. Chu Yunsheng, steadying himself against the car frame, straightened his posture. Beneath the leaden sky, he beheld a sight capable of obliterating all existence. In the distant horizon, an unimaginably colossal, long-legged monstrosity emerged, each limb towering over 30 stories high. Its immense body lumbering with agonizing slowness. With each step, its legs crashed upon the earth, sending tremors through the very ground. The long-legged abomination materialized from afar, only to vanish into the distance, utterly oblivious to the insignificant speck that was Chu Yunsheng. Despair washed over Chu Yunsheng, his heart sinking with the realization that the world was perhaps beyond redemption. Just then, a breeze seemed to stir. The wind surged from all directions, filling his tattered gray cotton coat, causing it to flutter and snap. Chu Yunsheng pressed a button on a doll, and a tender, childlike voice echoed through the desolate landscape littered with corpses. Firefly, firefly, gently glide, lest the child afraid of darkness may abide. A fleeting life, with valiant gleam, to fill the somber world with hopeful dream. My heart, still yearns to chase. Another chapter awaits this evening.